never, in fact, got very far in Parliament, but undoubtedly they have got very important places in the unions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Meanwhile, the party workers were preparing for battle. The Liberals still had an army to recruit.
Now, I understand you want to be a Liberal candidate.
Yes, indeed.
Each day's campaigning began with press conferences at the three-party headquarters. Visitors to the Liberals conference found that a disembodied Mr. Thorpe had remained in his marginal North Devon constituency and was beamed to metropolitan journalists via closed-circuit television. With the mechanics sorted out, the next question was, what was the election to be about? The Conservatives had made their position clear, but Mr. Wilson would have none of it. He chose to make his major issue prices, and within a few days, with the publication of the Retail Price Index, clearly felt his choice was vindicated. The campaign took off.
This man has got the country's priorities all wrong. Let Mr. Heath stop making excuses. Let him stop whining. Not my fault the prices are going up or the mortgage interest rate. Please, sir, it wasn't me. Let him call off his search for whipping boys and scapegoats among trade unionists. Let him tell the facts to the British people and admit the responsibility.
Mr. Heath was unperturbed by Mr. Wilson's wrath. He discovered an ally, one of the few new faces in the campaign, a butcher from Perry Bar, Birmingham, who told him that people weren't grateful enough when prices eventually did go down.
We happen, the butcher and I, to agree on the same philosophy.
The butcher is Mr. Richard Islip, who manages a shop at King's Standing. He says that meat prices have fallen by about 7 pence a pound in the past 2 weeks, but complains that customers don't seem very grateful.
Most of them don't take any notice. It's just, you know, one of those things, a price is a price, whether it's up or down, but the moment it goes up, they complain about it.
But they don't congratulate you when it goes down?
Definitely not.
It wasn't just the party leaders, though, who were slugging it out. Some of the more prominent politicians were very busy defending marginal seats. Mr. Robert Carr had to race round his constituency of Carshalton in Surrey, trying to whip up support. His Liberal opponent, a Mrs. Hester Smallbone, responded by marching round singing pop songs.
If we'd win that in Carshalton, we should be in a position to form a government, and actually I'm thrilled with the thought of a Liberal government, and I hope I'll be a member of it. This is tremendous.
What would you like to do if you became a member?
I have to ask Jeremy Thorpe that question.
At the end of week 2, all eyes were suddenly focused on the Liberals, who, far from being squeezed out, as the two main parties had hoped, seemed to be gaining ground daily.
This morning at their press conferences, Mr. Heath said that the new Liberal voters were all coming from the Labour Party, and Mr. Wilson said that they were all coming from the Conservative Party. I know where they're coming from. They are coming from the people.
Then the campaign took an odd turn. It was revealed to the pay board that the miners were apparently worse off compared with other workers in industry than had originally been thought. Their comparative pay had been differently calculated and included, the board was told, payments that were left out of calculations for other workers. Could it be that Mr. Heath's crisis election was after all unnecessary?
The news of the blunder over the miners' pay claim has now sunk in. The nation now knows the truth. More revelations today. The nation now knows that the 3-day week was never necessary.
Mr. Wilson said at different times today there had been a simple error, a serious arithmetical error, and that figures were seriously wrong, and that the country is bewildered and confused. In fact, he knows perfectly well that there has been no error of any kind. The figures used were in the same October analysis and on the same basis as he himself used in his government when he was Prime Minister.
I think it is absolutely staggering, particularly when it is an issue upon which the government indicated it was necessary to have a general election. Call a general election on the issue and then discover that your figures are wrong afterwards. This is a pure Alice in Wonderland situation.
For one man, however, there was no doubt about the truth behind this election. Mr. Enoch Powell described it as a fraud and withdrew. The retirement was brief, and with only a few days to go before polling, Mr. Powell re-emerged into the spotlight to urge his supporters to vote Labour. a remark which prompted one of them to call him a Judas.
Judas was paid. Judas was paid. I am making a sacrifice.
A brief look at the shortest election campaign since the war. To end with, let's hear again from someone who found the whole thing dreadfully inconvenient. For Mrs. Ernley Money, wife of the Tory candidate at Ipswich, the election couldn't have come at a worse time.
It's all been an awful muddle because with the election being on the 28th and Rosie calving early, she was meant to calve on the 14th. And that's thrown us all a lot because we weren't expecting her to. And so we've had milking milk everywhere. And we're making butter and we're making cheese. And we don't know what we're doing with the milk. And it's made it very complicated.
Well, some of the moments of the election battle are seen from the great men and the view of some of the troops. The count is, of course, going on now, and we have at both Cheltenham and Guildford high excitement to see who is going to be first in this particular race. Information there's a high turnout at Cheltenham. 80% of the voters there apparently have voted today compared with 75% at the last election. But now here's a serious question. What kind of campaign has it been for the party leaders themselves? They, of course, have been in the forefront of the battle. They've taken all the pain and all the kicks and few of the halfpence. Here's Mike Yarwood.
Well, I can honestly say this has been one of my most successful campaigns. Wherever I went, wildly cheering fans have showered me with flowers. In fact, it's been a bit like a Dorothy Squires concert tour. And consequently, I feel quite sure you will see me voted in as your next government. In fact, I feel so confident that I've just sent Mary out to buy 6 bottles of Celebration champagne on sale or return. It has also been said that this campaign has developed into a sordid slanging match between the two main party leaders. Rubbish. This is just a vicious rumour spread by that pompous Popeye with the performing shoulders. He has also smugly said that the Liberals carry no weight. He wouldn't sound so cocky if Cyril Smith sat on him. And I wish he would. During this campaign, I have spoken to housewives at great length. In fact, most of them haven't been able to get a word in edgeways. But I sympathise with them because under the Tories, food has risen 53%, which means 15 pence on a pint of bitter, which in turn has led to many bank managers saying to many heavy drinking customers, there's a terrific overdraft in here. I was in a supermarket only yesterday and I saw this old lady counting her pittance to see if she could afford the tin she held in her hand. But she couldn't, so she put it back on the shelf, which was a blessing in disguise, really, because it was the last one in the shop and I wanted it. Rather fun with pilchards. And of course I shall be making a few changes. For instance, I shall be coming down very heavily on the property speculators. At least I will as soon as I've had time to sell my 3 houses and move into Centre Point. I shall also nationalise the oil in the North Sea. I shall slap such a high... I'm very tired. I shall slap such a high import duty on it that the oil slicks will be afraid to come ashore. And finally, though I'm not one to make predictions, let me just read a couple of lines Mary has written with regard to this contest. I am the greatest, I'll be your PM. I promise I'll get Ted out of number 10. But finally, before I go, no, don't go yet. Let me say in the words of Hughie Green that during the BBC's excellent coverage of the election results, Robert McKenzie's swingometer is only for fun. It's your votes that really count, folks. I thought I went very...
Well, Mike Yarwood, with some thoughts about Mr. Wilson during the campaign. Just a light moment in some of the agony, and its real agony, of course, of waiting. But in accordance with BBC's propriety, Mr. Heath.
Ahoy there, my shipmates. As you probably know, I am still your Prime Minister. So there. And I'm very confident that tonight I shall be re-elected, so much so that you won't find a furniture van outside number 10. I've asked the driver to keep driving round the block for a few hours. During our campaign, I've thoroughly enjoyed my casual walk-arounds, though I'll admit in 1 or 2 areas I did have to quicken my pace a little. During this tour, my statisticians tell me that I was asked 14,876 different questions. They also tell me that I only slipped up twice and gave inadvertently direct answers. But the response was terrific. In fact, everybody in Leeds said they would vote for me, all except one. But then, of course, Jess Yates has always been jealous of my organ playing. And in South Wales, in order that I might see conditions for myself, a group of miners tried to persuade me down a deep mine shaft. But luckily I managed to step aside just in time. But let's face it, the miners aren't the only ones who spend most of their lives in the dark. Half the time I don't know what's going on either. And I think I've been very sporting towards Harold in this campaign. I've even sent Enoch Powell round telling everybody to vote Labour. And he must have been convincing, because he's even had Anthony Barber in two minds. But then, of course, Anthony Barber is always in two minds. But how has the campaign gone? Well, there's talk of Liberal success. But, of course, Jeremy Thorpe can't possibly become Prime Minister. It would ruin Mike Yarwood's act. You can't do him, you know. But come to think of it, he doesn't do me pretty well either. During this campaign, Harold has tried to make an election issue of the common market. But it's not the terms that really annoy him. What really gets up his nose is that I refuse to make the Scilly Isles one of the 6. He also complains about restrictions of phase 3. But it's a well-known fact that he was only too pleased to settle within its limits when Mrs. Wilson asked for a housekeeping rise. I admit the cost of living has risen, but I have no control over world prices, and I've even less control over ours. Harold says he'll reduce prices by increasing taxes, which I'm all for. I mean, you can never get one in the rush hour outside number 10. Have you ever found that, Alastair? It's absolutely murder trying to get a taxi. Really, you can't get a taxi. Terrible. Hello, Robin.
Well, Mike Yarwood will be staying with us tonight. He'll be joining Michael Barrett for our breakfast program, which starts at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Well, now a word about some of the words that we will be using tonight. We'll be using some variations of the usual language of election programs. For instance, we'll be referring to old and to new seats. New seats are those where the boundaries have been altered significantly, where a sizable number of voters have been moved from one constituency to another. There are about 350 of them, and let's take the London Borough of Havering as one example. Well, since the 1970 election, the old overcrowded constituencies of Hornchurch and Romford have been carved up into 3. A new constituency, Upminster, has been created, and this sort of thing has happened all over the country. Nationwide, there'll be 5 more seats this time than in 1970, 5 more MPs in the House of Commons. To get some idea of which party benefits from the boundary changes and who's gaining ground in the new seats, the BBC Election Unit has made an extensive study of the movements of voters. For each new seat, we've measured how similar it is to the old one it replaces and the voting patterns of the people who've been moved. Now, back to our example of Havering. Hornchurch was Conservative last time, Romford Labour. In fact, they were both fairly close. Hornchurch Conservative by 8% and Romford Labour by only 5%. Now, with the new boundaries, we find that Hornchurch loses many Tory voters and Romford many Labour voters to the new Upminster. Clearly, if the new boundaries had existed in 1970, Hornchurch would have been Labour, Romford would have been Conservative, and the completely new seat of Upminster would have been, well, almost exactly 50-50 Labour and Conservative. It's so close, we can't say with certainty who would have won last time. It's one of a dozen seats, too close to call. You'll see Devon North amongst those, Jeremy Thorpe's seat. By any mathematical calculation, he must have lost last time. But who can say his personal vote would have been enough to get him through then? For all new seats like these, we've come up with the party we presume would have won in 1970. In most of them, when the name's the same, so is the party. But in 17, like Romford and Hornchurch, it's the other party. These seats appear to have been turned upside down or inverted. This way, a number of well-known MPs will be in danger unless the tide goes their way. Judith Hart in Lanark, Philip Whitehead in Derby North, and Harold Soref in Ormskirk. Shirley Williams got out of Hitchin. She's not exactly defecting. She's gone with 40,000 of her voters to the new Hertford and Stevenage. Across the country as a whole, the effect of the boundary changes is to give the Tories quite an advantage. This is mainly because several underpopulated city seats held by Labour have disappeared, and there are more seats in the commuting suburbs that generally vote Tory. Mr. Heath gets a start of about 11 seats over Mr. Wilson compared with 1970, and in a close finish, the effect of the boundary changes could make all the difference. This was the result in 1970. If the new boundaries had existed then, the Conservatives would have had 8 more seats, Labour 3 fewer. So that's where we begin tonight, and we'll be counting the gains and losses from that start point. And so that was the situation then. We'd better clear that scoreboard up, I think, now. Right back to the start, and with all still to play for. To gain power outright tonight, Labour needs to make a total of 28 gains in the old and new seats, and we will be bringing those all in together. Mr. Heath can afford 26 losses before he actually loses power, and the Liberals need to make at least 200 gains if they intend to be the largest single party. And as well as a little new language, we shall also be working with another new friend, the BBC computer. The only bit you'll see during the night is down there behind me, where the results editor and his team are selecting from their bank of monitors the result with the highest priority when each result comes in. And that should be on your screen within 45 seconds of the telephone call which brings us the result from the constituency count. Well, now we have some news, quite serious news from Belfast. Let us go there. Don Anderson.
Well, Belfast has been hit by a bombing blitz during the last 2 hours of polling. 1 man has died and 2 other people have been injured, one of them critically. There have been 12 explosions since 9 o'clock, most of them in the Belfast city central area. A man was killed and a woman lost both legs when a bomber hurled explosives into a dockside pub just over an hour ago. Car bombs, at least 5 of them, have damaged shop and office property in several streets close to Belfast city centre. The latest explosion, reported only a short time ago, was in a public house on the outskirts of the city at Temple Patrick. It's not known yet whether there were any casualties in this last explosion, nor is it known which terrorist organisation or organisations were responsible for this. Now back to the studio in London.
And that is life in Ulster, everyday life, every day, apparently, election life in Ulster. Well, now here we have a situation that the polls taken today in these constituencies are now completed. And David Butler, what are the conclusions that you draw from them?
The later results confirm the swing to Labour. The last votes cast after 9 o'clock must have been more Labour, and the average swing over the 3 seats is 2.2% to Labour, just about enough to put Labour in power if the Liberals weren't getting anywhere. But the Liberals on these 3 seats, none of them particularly promising territory, have averaged 23.4% of the vote. And one other piece of hot news that has come in, and that is turnout figures. We've got our first hard figure, and in Guildford, one of the racing seats, 80.4% turnout. That's up 8.3% on last time. And we've had reports from Cheltenham and Devon which indicate an increase in turnout of at least 5% in those seats too.
So, perhaps that increase in turnout is making a difference. These are Liberals perhaps showing their teeth?
They may be Liberals showing their teeth. We shan't know until we've got quite a lot more in, of course, whether this upsurge in the Liberals has taken votes more from the Conservatives than from Labour, or whether there is actually a swing to Labour from the Conservatives and the Liberals are taking votes equally from the 2 parties. That, the computer you've just been talking about, will help us to sort out in the next couple of hours.
Well, we'll be getting there. Let's see how, in fact, they're getting on with the counting. Let's go around the country, and first to Cheltenham and Martin Young.
Well, Cheltenham, of course, is a horse racing town, Alastair, and tonight they say they're a safe bet to be first with the declaration. For the last 3 elections, they've been first twice, and they hope that this will be a first for them again. They've got 144 people out there counting the votes, and as you've mentioned already, it's a very high poll. In fact, well over 80%, we're told. This is Martin Young in Cheltenham.
And
but last time Guildford was first in 1970, and this time it could be the same, because all the ballot boxes were in some 3 minutes early, and the returning officer is still hoping for first return this time, and all eyes will be to see where that 14,000 majority of last time that Mr. David Howell, the Conservative, goes to this time. Paul Griffiths in Guildford.
Well, traditionally, Salford West is one of the first horses past the declaration post. We've just heard that all the votes are in, and it's a high poll, 72%. That's 10% more than at the last general election in 1970. Traditionally, this is a Labour seat. Stanholm held it for Labour. They've had the seat for 45 years. Last time, his majority was only 2,600. That was a straight fight with the Conservatives. This time, there's a Liberal in the field for the first time in 40 years, and within half an hour, we should know what impact that Liberal has had. Gerald Harrison, Salford West.
Well, an unconfirmed figure for Newcastle Central is 65% turnout. But even if every voter in this constituency turned out, that's the 26,000 of them, it would still be one of the smallest constituencies in the country. But it's still a very important one, because the Labour candidate here is their deputy leader, Mr. Edward Short. Well, we're expecting the declaration here at about 11:30. Jake Kelly in Newcastle Central.
And one of those four could very easily be the first in very few moments' time. But at this stage, of course, we have no results in. Plenty of prognostications, but no results so far. Everything still to play for at 5 minutes to 11. And that's what the party leaders face now, and I suppose this is just at the moment when the election is really reaching its first decisive moment. Well, now for news of the South East, Robert McKenzie.
Well, here's where we'll be looking at the battle in the home counties and in London on a separate map in a moment. And of course, it's a fascinating area in one sense because we had our last regional poll report which said that the Tories were far ahead in London and the South East. Our own polling data may throw some doubt upon that because it seems to suggest a strong Labour comeback. We'll see what happens later on. But in this region, of course, the home counties, of course, traditionally Tory, with only 7 Labour seats, which you can see marked on the chart. The most interesting of these to watch, I think, from our point of view, are Hertford and Stevenage, where Mrs. Shirley Williams is battling, in Eton and Slough, where Steve Dolland is hoping to unseat Joan Lester, and then others such as the remoter areas here, which could also be very vulnerable to a Liberal swing if that happens. We'll be watching in a Con Lab swing. If there's a swing to Labour, then Gravesend, Dover and Deal, Oxford, Buckingham might go, where, of course, the attempt is being made for a comeback by a very famous former Labour MP. If the swing is the other way, toward the Conservatives, then these are the seats Labour held which would be in serious danger. What happened, of course, is anyone's guess. At recent by-elections, no seat could be considered safe where a Liberal is standing. And going by today's NOP poll of London and the South East, it may be the Liberals who make the most news. The poll puts the Liberals 0.5% behind Labour, 29 to 29.5%. If they get that sort of vote, the map of London could be greatly changed too. Now, at the moment, London's 92 seats are fairly evenly divided between Labour and Conservative. One seat, Sutton and Cheam, which was a 1970 Conservative seat, was, of course, won by a Liberal at a by-election. That's Graham Tope. He won Sutton and Cheam in the 1972 by-election when he turned a 12,500 Conservative majority in Sutton into a 7,500 majority for the Liberals. If there's a strong swing for the Liberals, then seats like Richmond could fall. And almost certainly, there, Anthony Royal, defending an 8,000 Conservative majority, could have a battle on his hands. Then there's Orpington, where in 1962, Eric Lubbock, now Lord Avebury, started the Liberal revival in the South East. Anyway, Liberals or no Liberals, there are still many marginal seats where the battles of the last 3 weeks between Labour and Conservative candidates have been intense. Brentford and Isleworth, a new seat where 2 MPs find themselves face to face. Barney Hayhoe, the old Conservative MP for Isleworth, and Michael Barnes, the former Labour MP for Brentford. On our calculations, Brentford and Isleworth should go Labour, and there's a 3% if there's a 3% swing to Labour. And all these, of course, are the others involved. If there is a swing to Labour of 1%, then these Tory seats are in grave danger. If the swing goes the other way, then these are Labour seats, which are in grave danger. So we'll see what happens when we get the first returns in those areas. Alastair.
And the situation at the polls tonight are good news for Labour and Liberals. The polls this morning, good news for the Tories and Liberals. Let's see what the punters think, and Julian Wilson at Ladbroke.
And the news here in the betting terms is a swing back to Labour because having gone out to as much as 7-2 earlier this evening, Cyril Steen, the chairman at the dinner table, he laid a bet of £3,000 at 7-2. So now the odds have shortened as follows. And since you were last with us, there's been accumulation of bets on Labour as well, shortening them from 5 to 2 as it was then down to 9 to 4. That was following the report of the straw poll earlier in this programme. So now, the Conservatives who were 5 to 1 on, they're now 3 to 1 on. The big bet was for Labour, remember, at the dinner table, £3,000 at 7 to 2. They're down to 9 to 4. The Liberals are 100 to 1 still, while over at William Hill's, it's 11 to 4 on Conservatives, 2 to 1 against Labour, and 33 to 1 the Liberals. Cyril Steen and Ron Pollard, the odds makers, here poised for the first results, and when those results come through, we can expect a real major change in the betting.
Well, that's one of the upsets and a late move in the market. I don't know whether we got time to get in or not, David.
Well, we've had solid votes from people. We've got between 4 and 8% more people voting in this critical election than any before. The indications, which are not from the real voters, those are from the real voters, are that there's a swing to Labour.
All right. Well, we'll see whether the results really bring that out, and we should be getting them in just a few moments from now. And with 635 results to come, we're not making any predictions on any results because we haven't had any, but we are saying that at the moment the polls taken today do suggest that Labour is in with a shout at the moment, and of course we're waiting for the first results to come, perhaps from Cheltenham or Guildford, Salford, Newcastle, perhaps Wolverhampton, and maybe as soon as 5 minutes from now. And then the facts will really be coming clear. For the moment, I think we have a chance now to go to Robin Day, who is entertaining.
Well, with me are three well-informed political observers. Patrick Jenkins, columnist of The Guardian, Anthony Hard, editor of The New Statesman, Patrick Cosgrave, political editor of The Spectator. Gentlemen, you've heard what's been going on. No results, but 3 straw polls in marginal seats which suggest a swing to Labour. How do you read the situation?
Well, I'm Peter Jenkins, Robin.
What did I say?
Patrick Jenkins is the one who cleaned his teeth in the dark.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's not a very good start on my part, but thank you for correcting me.
Now, what's interesting, I think, about these straw polls, and they've tended to be rather accurate in the past, that on the figures, the earlier figures, the detailed ones which David Butler gave us, are of a reverse of what the opinion polls have been suggesting in one sense, and that is that Labour is doing rather better in the south than in the north. Now, I suspect that from the latest swing figure he gave us, the Labour figure must have come up in Halifax. But I mean, I think that this does really put a completely new complexion on the election if Labour is doing well in the south. Also, these figures do suggest that the Liberal support is evenly spread around the country. And if so, I know that the Liberals tonight have had a computer. They have their computer, which has been at work on this. And on this sort of swing, they are predicting themselves 44 seats. And in which case, it points to a minority government, doesn't it?
Thank you, Peter. Very hard.
Well, I have the impression that we're in for a very exciting night. We may be in for a night, one you remember, Robin, like 1964, when we sweated it out to, what was it, about 2:45 on Friday afternoon. I don't rule that out at all. What I must say gives me some kind of pleasure is that it seems to me, as of now, if these polls are right, the real casualties of the election are going to be those people who told us how we were going to vote. I'm talking about the opinion poll merchants. And I would find it very healthy for democracy that they really got a black eye. This time there can be no excuses. The trend was all going. They went on polling to the end. If they are wrong, and I don't know, because these are straw polls, if they are wrong, I for one will rejoice.
Do you smell a Labour victory?
I think I get a scent of a Labour victory. And oddly enough, I got that earlier in the day when I listened to what the poll had been throughout the country. And if it is going to be an 80% poll, then you and I know that we've always believed them, and maybe folklore, this does help the Labour Party when the middling and inferior sort of people come out to vote.
Patrick Cosgrave, what are your feelings of what little we know now?
Like Peter and Tony, I'm certain that those straw polls are far superior as predictors of what's going to happen than the national opinion polls which appear in the daily papers. I've thought throughout this campaign that Labour were almost certain to win it. And on these figures, the Liberals are not doing quite well enough to make a major breakthrough. I think we'll have a Labour government tomorrow.
Do you think the Liberals are going to hold the balance apart? Do you think that's a
Well, they
possibility?
might. I mean, obviously, if you try to even out both the polls in the newspapers and the straw polls we've seen this evening, the odds would be on a minority government.
Now, from your knowledge of politics, supposing we get this kind of situation, do you think that either Mr. Heath or Mr. Wilson, whoever has the marginal addition of votes to make them in the lead, do you think they're more likely to govern as best they can, or try to form a minority coalition on the Canadian
They
side?
won't govern at all. I mean, I'm quite sure what will happen. That the Prime Minister will say, I am in charge of the Queen's government. Until I am defeated, I shall remain Prime Minister. And we'll go back to the 1923-24 situation, and he will challenge the Liberals to defeat him. If they do hold the balance of power, he will say, come on then, are you going to precipitate a second general election? Think about the pound, gentlemen.
Yes,
I don't see him resigning and going to the palace
I
at
think
all.
it's very important to remember that even if Labour finish as the biggest party in the House of Commons, Mr. Heath remains as Prime Minister, and there's no obligation whatever on him to resign until he's beaten in the House of Commons.
In any case, I think we're jumping two hurdles before that time here, because it's obviously going to be very much influenced by how narrow that majority is, how small a minority government it is. I mean, if one or other of the major parties finds themselves as a majority of two over the other major party, then the situation is clearly quite different than if the Liberals hold the balance by one vote or something of that kind. So I think we should leave that until later in the evening.
Yes. If this sort of situation does arise, do you see any real chance of a coalition?
No, not a formal coalition. Everybody has said no, and I think that they mean it. And I think also the Liberals mean it. I think the Liberals are going to keep their own council for several days if there's a close result.
I see the Liberals are more likely to support the Conservatives than to support Labour.
I see a de facto coalition, Robin, in this sense, that Mr. Thorpe has to do nothing if Mr. Heath says, I'm staying in power. He doesn't have to do any positive act. If, on the other hand, he wants Mr. Wilson to go in, he actually has to throw his troops on that side. That's the difference.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Alastair?
Well, there we have the discussion about what might happen if it's a very narrow decision tonight and tomorrow, as it could very well be, given the straw polls that we have so far. Let's go and see what the count is like at Wolverhampton, which is also very much in this horse race to be first past the post, and Philip Tibberdam.
2 for the price of 1 here at the Civic Hall in Wolverhampton. On the left of your picture, really short constituency, which must now be considered marginal with the changes in boundaries, but even more fascinating on the right-hand side, Enoch Powell's former constituency, and nobody's taking any bets at all on what might happen there as a result of his remarkable behaviour. A very heavy poll here. It's said even between 85 and 90%. They're talking about a result in about half an hour, but frankly, I believe that when I see it. Philip Tibberdam at Wolverhampton.
Well, while we're waiting now, David, I think the declaration is imminent really now. So far, then, the polls have changed. They've said 2 things. They said something this morning, they said something this evening.
Well, it's a different sort of poll this evening. These are interviews with about 3,000 people as they came out of the polls in 3 constituencies, one in the south, one in the west, and one in the north, and they show a 2.2% swing to Labour, the sort of thing that would just put Labour back in power if there wasn't an increased Liberal vote. But they also show a Liberal vote of between 23 and 24%, and that would point to something in the region of 20 to 30 Liberal seats. There the arithmetic gets very dicey.
Because they're just at the point of takeoff, where they might really do very great things if they did above that in some parts of the country.
Yes, and we're fairly sure that their success will be fairly unevenly spread. And so we, I think, are going to be hesitating for much longer tonight than we've ever hesitated before to say what the final outcome is in the election.
So we'd better advise everybody to sit up a bit and perhaps get a cup of tea and lay in the drink if you're that way inclined, because the forecast is it's going to be a long night before we can be really sure, at least on such evidence as we have so far. But let's go now to Guildford, which seems to be ahead in the race at the moment, at least so we understand. Paul Griffiths is there.
And in Guildford, there's certainly a real air of electric excitement here as Mr. Sam Weller, who's just spread his hands, is about to go over to collect the figures. There's just been a small amount of deliberation, just to let you know that the indications are that the Liberals have really jumped up here. Last time the Liberal vote was almost 9,000. It looks as though it's been doubled this time to something over 18,000. We'll find that out in just a moment. Mr. Weller, if I may just mention a word about him, the returning officer, before we received the figures from him, is retiring. After this, his 8th general election count, and he said he's definitely retiring this time. He said it last time, but he is, in fact, tomorrow, 4 weeks, retiring from his job as town clerk here in Guildford, and this will be definitely his last stand on election night. And the sitting member here, of course, is David Howell, Conservative David Howell, who has been closely associated with Mr. Heath's style of government. Mr. Howell was the junior Minister of State for Northern Ireland under William Whitelaw, and he is now the Minister of State for Energy under Lord Carrington. Last time he had a 14,000 majority. This time, if that majority has been slimmed down, it looks as though it has gone to the Liberals. We'll wait and see the figures in just a moment. They're writing them down. Mr. Weller is leaning over the table, the final returning officer table, and coming to the microphone now. Not quite, but he's almost there for Guildford.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the Guildford constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate in the election was as follows: Jean Elizabeth Crowe, 11,175; Christopher Jonathan Fox, 18,261; David Arthur Russell Howe, 28,152. And I declare that David Arthur Russell Howe has been duly elected to serve the Guildford constituency.
And there's an 80.5% turnout in Guildford. That's up 8%. The Liberals, coming up to second place, have increased their vote by 13.8%, 31.7.
Guildford tonight has shown clear Conservative common sense. And I believe that the nation will in the next 24 hours follow its example. I think it is right that I should first of all thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you, Mr. Deputy Returning Officer. You, Mr. Deputy Returning Officer, for your achievement in getting such a very speedy result. This is a remarkable achievement, and we congratulate you on it.
The mayor has nothing to do with it. The mayor has nothing to do with it. No.
So we should say well done to you, Mr. Deputy Returning Officer, but not only to you, but to all your staff who have fulfilled a most magnificent program, who have worked with amazing speed and have done excellently in conducting this election. I congratulate them as well most warmly.
Well, this was the historic seat that told Mr. Heath he was going to be Prime Minister in 1970. It's rather a different answer tonight.
But, in fact, the Liberals, who've jumped up by 13.8, have taken slightly more votes from the Labour Party than the Conservatives. Labour is down 7.2%, the Conservatives are down 6.4%, but the Conservatives have got less than half the votes for the first time for a very long while in the Guildford constituency.
So this really does put the balance of power situation very much in the forefront.
It puts it very much in the forefront. I do think that, though I can't project. Remember last time I said if the whole country behaves like Guildford, then Mr. Heath will be back with an appreciably increased majority. On this, I have to say, if the whole country behaves like this, we've got to wait for a lot more results.
All right, now, Robert McKenzie, you're going to wait for a long time?
Well, the swing arm now is in big trouble because the real swing is to the Liberals, and it's a very minor technical swing to the Conservatives between Conservatives and Labour, so we're perhaps in that area, which is the area of great uncertainty. But the real swing is the Liberals, and we're going to have to enlarge our projected possible Liberal seat quite considerably here. Early days, first result, but at the moment it certainly looks as if we might be in that deadlock situation with the Liberals holding the balance of power.
Now, there are a number of seats in and around London in this kind of suburb where the Liberals could expect to do very well on that result.
Yes, indeed. I would now say that our southeast chart may begin to change quite dramatically with Liberals picking up a number of seats in the southeast area.
Well, there's the result from Guildford, and it's rather a muddy one at the moment. We can't be sure which way it's going. Nobody can be confident, but of course there are 634 horses coming up towards the post. One of those is from Cheltenham, and let's go now to Cheltenham and Martin Young.
Well, the situation here at Cheltenham seems to be rather similar to Guildford. As far as one can judge at this stage, the Liberal may come into second place from third place last year, where he was down to 8,000 votes last time there was an election. We don't know yet how long it's going to be before they actually do report here on the full declaration, but we know why they've been held up. They unfortunately had one ballot box lost, and they had to find it and bring it in. So that's why they're late, and that's why, sadly, they're not the first this year. But they are hoping within a few minutes to declare the result. We'll have to tell you exactly when later on. Martin Young in Cheltenham.
So, with Cheltenham still just a few moments away, but obviously pretty close and just coming up, and with the news that David Howe back at Guildford, and obviously from what he said, anxious to continue in government and believing that he still has a chance to be there. The Liberal who did so well there, getting 31% of the vote, is a chartered accountant, Mr. Chris Fox. He's aged only 26, and his experience in politics probably not very great. Well now, Robin Day again.
Well, I have with me here three noble guests who's had the good fortune or misfortune not to have to fight in this election. Lord Windlesham, Lord Privy Seal, Lord Avebury, formerly Eric Lubbock, Vice Chairman of the Liberal Party, and Lord Davis of Leek, formerly a very articulate and well-known member of the House of Commons in the Labour Party. Lord Windlesham, you didn't look very happy during that Guildford result, and you don't look very happy now.
On the contrary, I was delighted to see the first real result coming through after all these predictions. Polls, even after the real election has come to an end, when people are waiting to see what the result is. The result at Guildford was good for us, and most interesting, one of the most notable members of the government, David Howe, who did so well with Willie Whitehall in Northern Ireland, is returned. A very liberal character, incidentally. It shows there are liberals in all parties, not just in one.
But granted that David Howe won, and it would indeed be a tragedy for you if Guildford was lost, did not get won by a Conservative, but can you see any hope from the Guildford result, which was such an indicator last time of Mr. Heath getting his clear mandate?
Well, it's a mistake to start
talking about clear mandates and to read the result of an election into the first result from one.
All right, we won't do that. Eric Lubbock, you look a little more cheerful.
Well, I was very pleased with that result, although, as David Windlesham says, you can't read anything into one result. It was an extremely good poll for Chris Fox. The highest ever Liberal vote on record for this constituency was 37.6% in 1929, and Chris Fox, who is an extremely good candidate, but fighting somebody with great personality and strength, as David Windlesham has said, I think he did outstandingly well, and I expect to see this kind of result repeated in a great many constituencies.
Now, unlike most of our guests in these little talks, you have your computer with you, I see.
I have a little calculator.
Your personal calculator. If this result is Liberal result is repeated all over the country, do you have an idea, or your own view, as to how many seats Liberals might get?
Oh, well, if 31.7% would give us a very large number of seats, and my calculations don't extend up that far, but I think this was a seat where we expected to do rather well.
100 seats?
Oh, well over that. I mean,
yes.
29% we get 117 seats.
Yeah, you hopeful of holding the balance of power now, are you?
It's a possibility still at this stage.
Well, Lord Davis of Leek, what do you make of it?
Well, there's nothing to be pontifical about. Guildford isn't a piece of political litmus paper like some of the seats. I could tell you who would win Guildford without having either computers or without the swingometer. But I agree here with my colleagues. It's too soon to prognosticate and try and say the result, but nevertheless, from your point of view, Eric, this is very interesting. I don't see you getting seats. I take you back to the 1929 election, and I'll give you the possibility of a balance of power. But if Wilson can get a majority of free, we'll carry on for a couple of years with a majority of free, come the Liberals, hellfire or deep water. But there's nothing yet to make me feel that there's a Conservative government anywhere in the distance.
Robin, I'm
Thank
interested
you.
to know why you think...
Just a moment, I've got to go back to Alastair Burnet, I think. Sorry.
Because we are going back to Guildford just to have a word with the first winner of the night, David Howell, and Paul Griffiths is speaking to him.
Well, David Howell, you have been returned with about the same figures that you had last time, but the Liberals have doubled up. Now, is this a piece of litmus paper for the rest of the country, do you see, tonight and tomorrow?
Well, I don't think so. My majority was slightly larger. I think this is a very substantial Conservative victory, as I thought it would be here. And, of course, it's very difficult to predict the outcome of this election with the various changes, but I would say that if we go this way, then we'll get the substantial working majority that our government needs for the future.
You must be concerned about that doubling up of Liberal votes here in Guildford, as you were indicated last year of what eventually happened. Do you see that this could be the case this year?
Well, I think it's very, very hard to tell. It varies. I mean, the Liberals put in immense effort here. There was a great deal of ballyhoo, and obviously it was right to expect there would be an increased Liberal vote. But if you ask me to make predictions, I mean, I'm not a computer, and I simply can't give predictions for the future on what this all means.
You're working very closely at the moment with Lord Carrington on energy. What do you see in terms of the miners' strike and the situation vis-à-vis the miners at this time with your victory here tonight? What does it indicate there?
I think it's too early to start making any statements of that kind. This is the very first result, which has been a magnificent work for the Deputy Returning Officer here to get the first result, Guildford, and I think we should be satisfied with that for the time being.
David Howell, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
And with Cheltenham short of a ballot box, although they found it now, but a little bit handicapped in the race, it's possible that Newcastle will come up next, and let's go therefore over to Newcastle Central, which is of course the seat of Mr. Edward Short, the Deputy Labour leader, and Jake Kelly is there.
Well, in Newcastle Central, there's very little possibility of a Liberal swing. But here we're counting, we're about, I understand, about 5 minutes away from declaration. Mr. Short doesn't look very worried when he's standing on the floor here, but we're still hanging on. We lost a ballot box as well, and that has delayed us. But we'll know from the High Sheriff of Newcastle in about 5 minutes who has retained or won the seat in Newcastle Central. This is Jake Kelly in Newcastle Central.
And we all seem to be a little backward in coming forward. This terrible loss of ballot boxes around the country, it looks a little bit ominous. However, everything is in fact seems to be in order now, both at Newcastle and indeed at Cheltenham, which we're waiting for. Let's see how they're getting on now at Salford, and I think Salford West is the first we expect with Gerald Harrison.
Salford West, in fact, is the first we expect. 5 or 6 minutes is the estimate here for the declaration. The count for Salford East is going on in an adjoining room. That should follow shortly afterwards. We're told that we've not lost the race to get the first declaration in Salford. They say they don't race, they just try and do an efficient job and then go home as quickly as possible. Now, the way things are going, it looks as though Labour have done pretty well. It looks as though Stannorm may well have kept his seat. You remember he's only got a 2,676 majority from 1970 when it was a straight fight with the Conservatives. This time there's a Liberal in the field for the first time in 40 years, but there seem to be smiles on the faces of the Labour supporters at this stage. We should know more in 5 or 6 minutes from now. Back to you.
Well, the smile on the face of the Labour supporters there, that doesn't come, I imagine, by chance, and on the very, very small swing which turned up between the two main parties at Guildford, I would have thought that on those circumstances Labour could be reasonably confident in Salford. However, these are still very early days. Let's have a word now with Robert McKenzie about the battleground and how it's shaping up.
Well, this is, of course, what we call the battleground, because these are the seats most at risk. These are the Conservative seats most at risk if there's a swing to Labour. These are the Labour seats most at risk if there's a swing to the Conservatives. Now, what actually appeared to be a slight swing to the Conservatives from Labour in the Guildford result of half percentage point, that would put at risk these Labour-held seats and leave the Conservatives back nationally with a majority over Labour of about 75. Equally, if later on, when the swing settles down, it went to Labour, then half percentage point, that direction would knock out these Conservative-held seats in all probability and still leave the Conservatives with something like a 45 majority over Labour. And the same thing applies, still a majority of the Conservatives, but these seats going down if there is a swing to Labour. Now, I still want to look, however, at this exciting business of what the Liberals are going to do. We've been listing here the Liberal hopes, the ones they hold at present, a number of them, The ones they should take, a number of them here, such as Devon North now, and David Steele's seat here. And this is the area they're almost certain now to be picking up and holding seats in that sort of proportion, 26 in all. But the great thing is the possible takeoff. If they manage to get 20 to 25 to 30% of the vote, they'll shoot up from 20 up to 150 seats. Alastair?
And let's go now to Salford West, where I think we're coming up to the result.
Well, as you see, there's a huddle there with the Mayor of Salford, the returning officer, Councillor Harry Williams, and in front of him, the town clerk, Roger Rees. He says he's the man who says they like to do an efficient job and then go home. It looks as though they've done their efficient job, and very shortly we shall know whether Stan Orme has kept his seat in Salford West, the one that he's held for 10 years and which he's successfully defended twice. His majority last time was 2,676. There is the presence of that Liberal man today, but here is the Mayor of Salford with the result.
I, Harry Williams, being the returning officer of the Salford West constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows: Albert Edward Arstow,
Liberal,
5,591. Stanley Orme,
Labour,
16,808. Geoffrey Nicholas Lewis Tillett,
Conservative,
10,346. And that the undermentioned person, Stanley Orme, has been duly elected to serve as member for the said West constituency.
Friends, I would like first of all to thank the returning officer and everybody that's worked to make this election so efficient. But above all, I want to thank my supporters.
6%, 5.7% swing to Labour in the first northern seat, the second seat we've heard from tonight. The Liberals got 17% of the votes, well above saving their deposits, but not a real breakthrough. The Conservatives were down 14.1, Labour was down 2.8, so in fact either the Liberals were taking all their votes from the Conservatives in this traditional Labour seat, or alternatively there was a big swing from Conservative to Labour, and the Liberals are taking their votes equally.
And that's Stan Orme back, a member of the Engineering Union and left wing on most issues, except perhaps Northern Ireland. He's been the member for Salford West since 1964. This was the more vulnerable of the Salford seats. The fact that Stan Orme has held it in quite such a substantial way means that Frank Allorne's seat next door now doesn't seem to be in any particular danger. However, we will wait and see, and obviously we'll be going back to Salford for more news from there. But Stan Orme back, and one perhaps of the hopes the Conservatives might have had if they'd been having one of the big swings, which some of the opinion polls were suggesting they could have. This one could have been vulnerable. Now, David, this is a seat in the north. Do you think there's going to be any special regional significance?
Well, we have reason to suppose there was some suggestion in the polls that North was going harder, that it was less of a prospect for the Liberals doing well in the southeast, and the Guildford result suggests that. The North, though, is like the south in that the turnout is up 5% there, it was up 8.5% in Guildford, and we've heard from about 7 or 8 other constituencies. It's gone up from 4 to 10%. Actually in Highton, Harold Wilson's seat, we've been told the turnout is up from 67% to 77%, so Harold Wilson seems to have stirred up his own people to vote.
Well, now, these are, of course, very early days indeed, but would you expect a large number of seats to change hands tonight? Is it possible that we might be in a real stalemate?
I think a fairly large number of seats will change hands. You will always get a certain scatter of movement even between two parties. If their votes are just the same, you'll still get 20 or 30 seats changing hands both ways. And on the other hand, with the Liberals coming in like this, I'm quite sure we are going to get 1 or 2 real sensations of seats quite unexpectedly going Liberal, and quite likely some unexpected Liberal disappointments against this setup. On the figures so far, I suspect the Liberals will be in the bracket between 20 and 50 seats. That's a pretty big bracket, and outside all our past experience since 1929.
Anyway, well, that's what the Liberals have to think about, and that apparently appears to be the ambition which we can offer them at the moment. Now, let's go back to Salford, where Stan Orme is speaking.
Well, congratulations, Stan Orme.
Thank you.
It did look a bit of a dicey situation for you before.
Well, we didn't think so. The campaign has really come good during the last few days, and what we are pleased about is the fact that the Labour vote, the total Labour vote, is more than equal to both the Tory and Liberal vote.
In fact, in spite of there being a Liberal and a Conservative against you, your majority has gone up to 6,000 odd, and in fact it was only 2,600 before.
That's correct, and also we had a higher percentage poll, 72%. We would have liked it even higher, but the weather was disastrous, as you know, during the last few hours. But I think there was a clear indication by the people in Salford that they want to change, and I hope that this is now reflected throughout the rest of Britain.
What do you put your increased majority down to under these circumstances? How have you done it?
Well, I believe that Labour's policies, we've got the policies over, there has been enthusiasm, and whilst I, as a candidate, have been extremely cautious at times, my workers have continually told me that it was coming good for us as the campaign developed. And I think there has been a clear understanding in the electorate what the issues are about, and particularly the type of alternative policies Labour were fighting on.
In fact, you've fought the election almost exclusively on whether people want a Labour government or a Conservative government on national issues.
Oh, completely. We fought it purely on the record of the Conservative government and on Labour's alternative.
Salford, of course, is well known for its slum problem and so forth. How far do you think local housing conditions have influenced people?
Well, only to the extent that people, as we've explained to them, we want to speed this up, and one way of doing this, of course, is to implement Labour's policies.
Someone, we must speed this up because I think they're coming pretty close next door in Salford East. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's an interesting situation. We've had one result from the south and one from the north. In the south, the Liberal intervention there, or the Liberal success in Guildford, seemed to damage Labour marginally more than it damaged the Conservatives. In the north, if one just looks at the figures, perhaps superficially, it would look as if the Liberals really had damaged the Conservatives very considerably. One wonders whether this is going to show up as a trend in the course of the night. But we have, I think, the possibility of something happening at Cheltenham, and Martin Young there, are you coming up to be third?
Well, we hope so. We're on a real cliffhanger here at the moment. The mayor who's going to give the declaration is on the dais, but there's a lot of consultation down there. What seems to be happening, as far as one can judge, is that the Conservatives look confident here. The Liberal and Labour vote seems to be very much the same, so perhaps there's some dispute about that. We're not sure. But we certainly think that within a few minutes we'll be there. In fact, the returning officer is now going up to the dais with the Conservative candidate, and he's giving us a thumbs-up sign, which looks very hopeful. And he's handing the declaration over now to the Mayor, Mr. Amesbury Dodwell. The returning officer, Mr. Crabtree, surprising enough, as in Guildford, is retiring this year, so he'll be sorry not to have been first in this election. Now here, I think, any minute now, we will hear the declaration. As usual, there's these few moments where you wonder what is going to happen. Yes, here is the Mayor, and he is about to make the declaration at Cheltenham.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Cheltenham Spa constituency, I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Arthur Douglas Dodds Parker,
Conservative,
21,723. Hugh Gray, 12,971.
Labour.
Frederick Carson Roger,
Liberal.
15,811. And
so a big success here for the Liberals coming second.
That the under-mentioned person, Arthur Douglas Dodds Parker, has been duly elected to serve as a member for the
Here
said
is the Liberals have pushed up very impressively into second place. They got 31.3% of the vote. That's 12.8% more than before. The Conservatives were down 7%. They were again, the first time the Conservatives have been below 50% of the vote there for a long while. And the Labour Party was down 5.5% to 25.7% of the vote. In other words, a slight swing, if you could compare just Conservative and Labour, a slight swing to Labour. But really, a gain for the Liberals of a fairly impressive sort, plus 13%, 31.3%. Now remember, to win a seat you need over 33%, and the other side has to be divided fairly evenly. If they're getting that vote in Cheltenham, they're certainly going to win some seats before the night's out.
Well, that was Freddie Roger, to his friends, an eye surgeon, and he is the Liberal standard bearer there in Cheltenham, and what seems to be turning out to be Liberal benefit night. But is that right, Graham Pyatt? How do you predict it now, and how does the computer predict it?
Well, the computer's been working overtime on these results so far, Alastair, and here are the predictions after the first three results. Conservatives 303, Labour 291, Liberals 27. Conservative majority over Labour of 12. Those figures, of course, can't be completely accurate at this stage. All we can say it's neck and neck, and it seems very well possible that the Liberals will be holding the middle at the end of the day.
Well, neck and neck is one way of putting it. We haven't had a result like that in this country. Of course, we've come close to it in 1964, but you have to go back to the 1920s.
But we should remember the computer has to work only on the data it's got. We've had two safe-ish Southern Conservative seats where the Liberals have pushed up into second place, taking votes relatively evenly from the other two parties, one Northern Industrial seat where there has been a very big swing to the Labour Party, with admittedly Liberals coming in and getting 17% of the vote, but there is that 5% swing in Salford to set against these other two Southern results.
So the point, though, tonight, isn't it now, David, from now on, is to see which of the parties, Conservatives or Labour, can break out of this apparent stranglehold. And we'll need, obviously, a number of more seats before that happens.
I certainly think so, and I think it's very likely that neither will break out of the stranglehold. I think that's the likeliest bet. We really could have a clear Conservative majority, a clear Labour majority, or a no clear majority, and that, I think, is where we should probably put one's money at this moment.
All right, Conservatives have held another safe seat in the south there, Torbay. It would have been very remarkable if they had not. It's called Torquay for so many years. It is now called Torbay. We'll be having fuller details on that in just a moment. Let's go back again to Salford for that other result in Salford East. How are we getting on there?
Well, in fact, it's expected in a couple of minutes' time. The Mayor of Salford has done his little sprint between the two counting rooms, and after that Labour success in Salford West, we now wait to see whether they've repeated it in Salford East, where, of course, Frank alone is the sitting member, with a majority of some 6,270 in 1970. That was a three-cornered fight. It's a three-cornered fight again today. His opponents are a woman barrister, Mrs. Betty Knightley, for the Conservatives, and for the Liberals, Howard Watkin, who's a 23-year-old bank clerk. Both of them are standing for Parliament for the first time. Here's no stranger to us, the Mayor of Salford, Councillor Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Harry Williams, being the returning officer for the Salford East constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Frank Julian Alon,
Labour,
14,426. Betty Knightley,
Conservative,
7,495. Howard Watkin,
Liberal,
4,536. And that the under-mentioned person, Frank Julian Alon, has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
A 2.1% swing, much less than the 5.7% in the other seat there. The Liberals coming in and increasing their vote by 6.7% to 17% of the vote. Labour down 1.1, the Conservatives down 5.3. Now two northern seats with clear swings to Labour, and it'll affect our predictions. Still, I think, keep us in the no clear majority area.
I want to pay tribute to my workers who have done a magnificent job in freezing February nights. I also want to pay tribute to my two opponents who played absolutely fair. It is far too early to predict the result nationally, but it's quite clear what the Salford people want on this occasion. The people will decide tonight. By tomorrow midday, we'll know the result nationally. The people will decide. That's democracy. Thank you very much.
Frank Lorne, of course, who's a member of the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party. He has been there since 1967. Left-wing views, he's been the MP there since 1955. Let's go now to Newcastle Central and hear how Ted Short is getting on.
And here is the Sheriff, Alderman Cyril Lipton, with the declaration.
I, Cyril Lipton, being the returning officer for Newcastle upon Tyne, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election for Newcastle upon Tyne Central was as follows. John Michael Jack,
Conservative,
4,180. Edward Watson Short,
Labour,
12,182. And that Mr. Edward Short has been duly elected to serve as a member of the said constituency.
A minute swing to Labour. I think it's a minute swing to the Conservatives. Anyway, it's virtually a replay of last time.
Well, it's not quite, is it, David, because the Liberals were in last time. They didn't fight it this time.
And many were very cold
Yes.
indeed. It's been a bitterly cold day in Newcastle. Well, I thank you all for the courtesy and kindness you've shown throughout the day. I'd also like to thank the police for their courtesy and the friendly way in which they've carried out their duties. Especially, I've seen them helping many old people. But perhaps above all, I'd like to thank my own supporters in the constituency. This is my 23rd year as a Member of Parliament, and my percentage majority, and that's the thing that counts, has never fluctuated very much. This time it's gone up by 3.76%. My son has just worked it out on his pocket computer. Sorry. So that's a very good result. I would like to thank all the people in central Newcastle who've supported me loyally throughout all these years. I'd also like to thank...
So there's Mr. Edward Short, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, a former Chief Whip and, of course, a former Secretary for Education. He's been the member there in Newcastle Central since 1951. And now a word on these trends from Robin McKenzie.
Well, if I were the Prime Minister, I'd be very worried now on these first results. First of all, it does seem to be unlikely that the Conservatives are going to get a working majority. They need 318 to do that, and it looks like 303 on the first computer prediction, now down to 301. On the other hand, the Labour Party has made really quite impressive swings in 2 or 3 constituencies, and the Liberals are almost doubling their share of the vote in the constituencies we've seen so far. So I think it is now highly unlikely, in my view, the Conservatives will get the 318 they need to form a government on their own.
And David, how do you read that?
Well, we've heard from 3 safe-ish Labour seats and 3 safe-ish Conservative seats. We'll see the Torbay figures in a moment. And in all the safe Conservative seats, the Liberals have made a massive advance and have got into second place. In the north, it's been a straight Labour-Liberal fight. Here's the Torbay result, which does show a Liberal increase jumping to second place with 12.1% more of the vote than last time. The Conservatives down 7.1, Labour down 5.0. Once again, the Liberals have taken more votes, it seems, from the Conservatives than from Labour.
And Sir Frederick Bennett back. Well, he'd be surprised if he wasn't back. He was Parliamentary Private Secretary to Mr. Maudling for a number of years, and he's been, of course, an MP since 1951. So that's the situation from both north and south. Still waiting to hear from some of the other front runners in the race. While we have a moment, let's go back to Robin Day.
I wonder, Eric Lubbock would very much like to see the Torbay result again, because he didn't quite get it, and he's got his computer. I wonder, any chance of seeing that? While I asked Lord Windlesham to say what he thinks of Robert McKenzie's view that Mr. Heath is unlikely to get a clear majority tonight.
Well, we've only had 6 seats, and what matters is who wins seats, not who comes second. I think it's very early to start to make general predictions at this stage.
Eric Lubbock, while we may get the Torbay result again, it was Liberal got 20,755 votes.
Well, I think, yes, it's too
There
early.
it is. Here's the Torbay result coming up now. There you are. Now, what do you make of that, Eric?
Well, I think that's an outstanding result. I think this is
80%.
absolutely splendid. It confirms what we've seen in the other seats that the Liberals have been fighting. We're getting far better results than we got in '64, which was the peak Liberal year since I can remember. And we're getting the sort of figures that go back to the 1920s, and particularly to the 1929 election when we had 59 seats. I think that the estimates that were made in advance are going to prove pessimistic. You remember I've been talking about over 40 seats, and I think that's certainly the likelihood on the figures we've been looking at.
Well, Lord Davis, for the Labour Party, how do you see it?
Well, I think the pattern, it's too soon to make definite pattern, but the pattern is this. Whatever the computers and the psephologists may say, the southeast of England, the gin and martini belt and the commuters, they will gain seats, the Liberals will gain seats from the Conservatives. In the areas that do things with their hands and manufacture, you've had 2 craftsmen there, 2 political craftsmen, Stanholm and Frankalorn. Excellent ministerial timber is Stanholm, a worker. And whatever Liberals stand there, the mythology of liberalism will not stand up against the practical politics that is put forward in these areas that produce your coal, your steel and your cotton.
What do you think of the idea of the possibility that if Labour continues to do better than the polls originally suggested, that there might be a minority Labour government with the problem of sharing with the Liberals?
Now this is quite a point that anybody with any political nous would have to agree with you. This possibility stands. And that means there's a terrific responsibility, Eric, on the Liberal Party in this transition period. And it will need, I don't mean this in a derogatory sense,
Isn't there a responsibility also, if there's a Labour Prime Minister, to see if he can win the cooperation of the Liberals?
Yes, exactly. The reality of the British position transcends the idiosyncrasies of the politicians at this moment.
So you think you're really hinting, Lord Davis, aren't you, that Labour might have to come to terms with a strong Liberal membership in the House of Commons if it got to a Labour minority government?
Well, now look, I don't...
You're only in the Lords, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in the Lords, it's up there, but I do know the courage of our people in the Commons. We've done it. We would govern with a majority of 3 for 18 months at least.
Thank you. Well, we'll come back to you later, gentlemen. Alastair?
3 members of their Lordships' House, and now let's have a look at those who are really out in the cold in Trafalgar Square and see how they're taking it now. And Desmond Wilcox.
And more than out in the cold, out in the rain now, Alastair. But for the first time in the programme, at least those who cast votes to bring about the results that are being discussed and pontificated upon in the studio. Let's have a word with some of the 1,000 people or so who've braved the elements. Can I have a word with you, sir?
Yes.
What have you voted today?
Liberal.
Is that your normal voting pattern?
No, but I feel we want a wind of change. Not too cold from Siberia, which we're getting now, nor too hot from Greece. And liberalism provides us with that choice.
Did you vote Liberal with any expectation of seeing a Liberal government, or because of dissatisfaction with either the existing government or the prospect of another Labour government?
Because I wanted a wind of liberalism in our body politic.
What do you do for a living, can I ask?
I'm an exporter.
And how have you been affected by recent gloom, doom and crisis?
I belong to a very good firm, and they've got their own generator, so we're on a 5-day week.
let me move on to someone else. Did you vote today, can I ask you?
Yes, I did.
What did you vote?
Labour.
Why? It would be fair to say that the Conservative vote would probably get a round of applause as well.
No, I think it's about time. I think it's about time that somebody got rid of pompous Mr. Heath.
Would you be correctly described as a first voter, an immigrant voter?
Well, no, I wouldn't say I'm an immigrant voter. I've been in England since 1959.
But is this the first time you've voted?
Yes, it is the first time.
Lovely. Thank you very much. And from a cold and damp Trafalgar Square, back to a nice warm Alastair Burnet in the television centre. Desmond Wilcox.
Oh, well, we'll send the relief party, Desmond, if it gets any worse. But it seems a fairly warm crowd. Well, now, Graham, we have had a few results in now. You say the computer had a struggle early on. How's he feeling?
Well, the computer's received and processed 7 results now, and the predictions have changed very little in the last few results. Conservative 301, Labour 296, Liberal 24. So it's still neck and neck. But in addition, the computer is telling me how much confidence to have in these results. What we're getting from the computer is that the Conservatives will get at least 270 seats, but we don't know how many more. Similarly for Labour, at least 270 seats, but we don't know how many more. And for Liberals and other parties, at least 20. Now, when I add these together, you can see that we are not yet sure who is going to get the critical number of 318 seats. It could be the Conservative Party moving across, or equally, we could have the Labour Party moving across. We just don't know, and of course the third possibility is the Liberals and other parties expanding in the middle. So the black gap in the middle of the slidometer now is the uncertainty that we're waiting for further results to resolve.
And of course we haven't heard, and aren't likely to hear for a little while yet, from Scotland or Wales, where these other parties are at their strongest.
Indeed, yes. That's quite right.
So there's everything to play for by everybody, and a fairly long night apparently in progress. So I think this is a chance for Robin Day to talk now to one of the men who may have hopes of coming back into office if Labour can indeed reach that magic figure, Mr. Reg Prentice.
Yes.
And with me is Reg Prentice, a Labour frontbencher, shadow spokesman on employment in the last Parliament, and a certain member of a Labour cabinet, minority or majority if there is one. How do you read it so far, Reg?
I think that we are in with a chance now of a working majority. I say that because I think that the results so far perhaps underestimate the potential Labour vote. I think in seats such as Guildford, Torbay, Cheltenham, a number of Labour people may have voted Liberal because they thought the Liberal had the better chance of beating the Conservative. I think when we get more results, we may get a better result for Labour and a working Labour majority.
Now, I've got down also, to join in this discussion, Reg, Ron Hayward at Transport House. Can you hear me, Ron?
This is excellent. Hello?
Can you hear me, Ron?
I can just hear you now. Yes, Robin, I can hear you.
I'm just having a chat with Reg Prentice, but I'd like to bring you in. How do you see things down there at Transport House?
Well, we're quite happy. We have a quiet confidence we're doing okay. And we note that in all places where there is a Liberal challenge, a strong Liberal challenge, their vote is holding up very well.
Can I put a point to you? Obviously, you're pleased that you're doing much better than the opinion polls said you might this morning. But with all the things you've been able to say about this government during the campaign and the balance of payments and all the rest of it and the cost of living, isn't it extraordinary that more people have not voted Labour and so many people have obviously gone over to the Liberals?
Well, we shall have to wait and see for a few more results before we make these comments, Robin, you know. But the polls, if they do anything, the way the newspapers present them, do give a bandwagon effect, you know, that is bound to be to the advantage of the Liberals. I don't complain about it, but it is a fact.
It doesn't seem to have been to advantage of the Tories.
No, I agree with you, and I'm not complaining about that either.
What do you think of the possibility? Let me put a question to Reg Prentice now. What do you think of the possibility of how do you view the prospect of a minority Labour government having to rely on Liberal support?
Well, naturally, I hope we're going to have a working majority, and I think this is still a strong possibility. If we haven't got a working majority, we'll have to consider the position. If we're the biggest party, I'm sure we'll be able to form a government, and I hope we'll be able to carry on. there'll be a challenge then to the Liberals as to whether they will give us the support I think we deserve for the policies we should be carrying out.
But if you're a minority government, isn't there a challenge to you to invite the Liberals in?
Well, we shall obviously be a much bigger party than the Liberals. What you're postulating is that we should be the biggest party, therefore we shall form the government, we shall call the tune, and we should be doing the things that the country needs. Now it will be up to the Liberals then to decide whether they support us. I hope they will.
An unstable situation.
Well, I think any minority government is an unstable situation, but nevertheless we may have to make the best of it and carry on.
Thank you, Reg. Thank you, Ron Hayward. We'll hear more from you during the evening or morning.
Thank you.
Well, now, we have good news for Labour, of course, in that they have held Accrington. That's one of the seats that would have gone Conservative had there been any appreciable swing to the Conservatives in this election. In fact, there's a substantial swing to Labour in that seat. Let's have a look at that result, a swing of over 5% to Labour there in the northwest.
That was a first seat they might have hoped, the Conservatives might have hoped to win that we've heard from tonight. Well, there's been a very big swing. The second biggest swing to Labour we've had tonight only exceeded in one of the Salford seats.
And Arthur Davidson, who took the seat there, he's been a Labour MP at least since 1966, re-established. So let's go back now, go to Wolverhampton now, where we have some news and hope of a declaration.
Looking forward to the results for Wolverhampton North East. This is Rennie Short's seat. The Mayor of Wolverhampton, Dennis Birch, is expected to make the declaration quite shortly. Just before you joined us, Mrs. Short, a very popular figure in this part of the world, was giving lots of thumbs up signs to her colleagues all around the hall. And we take that to mean that she's extremely happy. She's held this seat for 10 years, and there was some thought that a majority of 1,800 or so might be in danger.
Just taking a little drink there. Perhaps a number of Labour people are doing the same, having had the thumbs up from Mrs. Rennie Short. However, we wait to hear too what's happening from Wolverhampton South West, Mr. Enoch Powell's old seat. There's a recount at Keighley, so that really does mean that it's neck and neck in some of these marginals now. We'll keep you up to date about what's happening.
Keighley, the old Labour member stands as an independent there.
That's one of the Tavern members coming in there. So we may have some news now from Wolverhampton. Let's see if Philip Tivenham has anything for us.
The Mayor still seems to be about ready to get this result. I was saying earlier that Mrs. Short's majority of 1,800, some people said, was looking a little shaky with the reorganisation of the boundaries, which brought in some strong Tory areas, but we'll wait and see. I think Mr. Birch is coming up now.
His Worship the Mayor, Mr. Dennis Birch, as returning officer for the Wolverhampton North East constituency, is about to declare the result of this election. He will give the candidates' names in alphabetical order and the number of votes which they have polled, and will then declare the name of the candidate who has been elected. His Worship the Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, as returning officer for the constituency of Wolverhampton North East, I declare that the total number of votes given for each candidate at this election is as follows. Philip Warren Hawksley,
Conservative,
16,318. John Colin Campbell Jordan,
British Movement,
711. Rennie Short,
Labour,
28,000. Rennie Short, 28,935. Anthony David Kennevet Webber,
National Front,
2,548. And I declare that Mrs. Rennie Short is elected as Member of Parliament for this constituency.
Mr. Returning Officer,
It is my pleasure to make this my fourth vote of thanks to you for conducting the election in Wolverhampton North East.
Is much the biggest swing we've had tonight, a 10.6% swing to Labour. There were stories of big movements in the Midlands. This sort of swing, coupled to the others, could perfectly well put the Labour Party in. But we've obviously got a much wider spread of swing tonight than we've had in any previous election, so we still should wait. There are stories of a similar swing in the other Wolverhampton seats, so let's wait see.
And of course these are results of Mr. Enoch Powell in particular, who told his supporters, and he has many of them in Wolverhampton and in the Midlands, to vote Labour, and we'll wait and see just whether that has had any effect or not. Let's have a look at the results that we have there. Wolverhampton South East, this is the other seat in Wolverhampton, another new one. We say it's been held by Labour. That is presumed to have been held by Labour compared with what it would have done in 1970 had it existed. It was really the Bilston seat in those days. Bob Edwards is back. That asterisk means he's a former sitting member. And now let's have a look at another result. Here's Alan Fitch back in Wigan, again with a swing to Labour.
3%, enough to put Labour in if it was general.
And another result? No, we are waiting for some more. But it does look as if there are very big swings tonight in different parts of the country, Bob. How do you size it up?
Well, I would strengthen the remark I made earlier. I think Mr. Heath is almost certainly losing his majority now, without question. And in fact, I now think it's more likely that Labour will be the largest party and quite possibly a majority party. But Labour, I think on present form, will certainly have more seats in the House of Commons than Mr. Heath, which raises the whole question of the government's possible resignation and the rest.
And now, what sort of effect do you think Enoch Powell has had on these results in the Midlands, precisely near his own
Well,
stronghold?
the very big swings might in some way relate to the fact that he said get out and vote Labour, and I've always thought he could command 2 or 3% of the vote of the country.
Well, now, you remember there was a local opinion poll in Birmingham Perry Bar which showed a swing, in fact, of 15% from Conservative to Labour after Mr. Powell's first intervention in this campaign. That's plainly evidence he's going to use inside the Conservative Party.
Oh, indeed. And he may have the same size of vote, indeed, that George Wallace has in America.
It depends if he stays inside the Conservative Party.
He said he would die a Conservative, I think, David. Anyway, let's go now to Devon North, where the other man who, of course, come on so very strongly in this campaign, Mr. Jeremy Thorpe, has his seat. Let's go over there and hear the news.
So it's all eyes on Mr. Jeremy Thorpe. He's back to camera at the moment. He's been walking around. All eyes, well, there have been at least 4 television cameras, film units, following around the counting hall here. With all the indications of a swing to the Liberals everywhere else, the personal proof of it could be here in North Devon, because it's here, of course, Mr. Thorpe, the man who was talking a few days ago, almost in terms of being in a position to form his own cabinet, or at least of holding the balance of power, is defending a majority of only 369. So it's a personal as well as a national hanger for him here. Since the last election, the boundaries have been changed so that 1 in 4 of the voters in this constituency are new voters. The 20,000 new voters have been added from the old Torrington constituency. Anyway, we're expecting the results at about 1:30. This is David Lomax, Devon North.
So there we are, Mr. Thorpe still with his own stronghold to be looked at, except it was made extremely marginal, as we all know, as a result of some boundary changes by the boundary commissioners. And there we have a recount of Nelson and Combe. That's one of the seats the Tories also took last time. So it's obviously very narrow in these seats. Now to Wolverhampton Southwest for some news of the declaration.
For the Southwest constituency is about to declare the result of this election. He will give the candidate's name in alphabetical order and the number of votes which have been polled, and will then declare the name of the candidate who has been elected. His Worship the Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, as returning officer for the constituency of Wolverhampton South West, I declare that the total number of votes given for each candidate at this election is as follows. Nicholas William Budgeon,
Conservative.
23,123. Garth Anthony Cooper,
National Front.
1,523. Helen Valerie Middleweek,
Labour.
16,222. Joseph Wernick,
Liberal.
9,691.
No change.
And I declare that Nicholas William Budgeon is I declare that Nicholas William Budgeon is elected as Member of Parliament for this constituency.
recorded recent elections
Thank you very much
really an
indeed
extraordinary
for the
result. I suppose
courtesy
one
and
must say that it was Mr. Powell's personal vote, and we do have evidence now of his personal influence in the West Midlands. All three Wolverhampton seats have swung more than any other seat, a lot more, 7%, 10%, and now in Mr. Powell's own seat, 17% almost swing to Labour. The Liberals, 19.2%, doing very respectably, but and it may be their vote that cuts into the Conservatives. But
to the principles of the Tory party.
Well, that was Nicholas Budgeon, who's a barrister. He fought Small Heath in Birmingham in 1970. He is the inheritor of Mr. Powell's seat there. You would also see there Helene Middleweek, who is the Labour candidate, who's done so well there, and at least 16,221 other people took Mr. Powell's advice to vote Labour in his old seat, besides Mr. Powell himself. Well, now, Graham, we have these very big swings to Labour in the Midlands. These must be having an impact and probably will spread perhaps elsewhere in the Midlands if the Birmingham polls turn out to be right. What is the computer saying?
Well, with 11 results in, here it is. Conservatives 274, Labour now ahead with 325 on the predictions, Liberal 22, a predicted Labour majority over the Conservatives of 51. In addition to the switch from a Conservative predicted victory to a Labour predicted victory, we're also getting close to the point now where it seems unlikely that the Conservatives could have an overall majority. We are eliminating the possibility of the blue Conservatives coming up over the 318 mark. We're not quite there yet, but the minimum number of seats for the Liberals, the Labour Party and other fourth party candidates is getting very close to the 318 mark.
So the Conservatives will find it, you say, almost impossible to organise the House of Commons. Now, how confident are you about the Labour figure?
The prediction, of course, of 325 is our best guess on the basis of the present information. We're not completely confident, of course, about that. What we're saying is that we think now they will get at least 280, 285 seats. We expect, of course, more, but can't be clear how many more.
in these early figures, though, a few seats can have a great influence. If Wolverhampton was right outside the line, as it seems to have been, it could have a fairly big effect on the prediction, couldn't it, Graham?
Yes, indeed it could. And one of the things we're finding is that the swing, as defined between seats where Liberals are intervening, is different from the ones where we're having straight fights.
Well, let's go over now to Lincoln. Mike Cockrell reporting from the counter.
13,487. For Peter Mile Moran,
Conservative.
13,299. For Dick Taverne, 14,780.
Dick Taverne has held Lincoln.
And I therefore declare that Dick Taverne is duly elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for the constituency of Lincoln.
He had a 13,000 majority in the last election, right the way down in this election.
Can we clear here?
Well, that was a 1,300 majority for Dick Taverne, nothing like he had in the by-election. He scraped home with only about 35% of the poll in a very close race. It was 35.6% of the poll. It was a three-way race in which Labour just topped the Conservatives, and there was very high turnout there for 78% compared to 71% at the by-election and 73% at the general election.
And that goes down, of course, as a Democratic Labour gain. At least, certainly he won it at the by-election. He's held it at the general election. This is really rather unusual, David, in fact, in modern times, for an independent to hold on at a general election.
Yes, we've only had S.O. Davis at the last election since the war. We have the case of Eddie Milne in Blythe that they're waiting for tonight, trying to do the same thing.
See how he comes along. Well, there's Mr. Taverne, and of course that won't perhaps be very good news for some of his former colleagues in the Labour Party. It also, I suppose, raises questions for Mr. Taverne himself, having left the Labour Party, how he is going to behave if in fact there is, as the computer is now predicting, a Labour majority in the next House of Commons. Clearly, I don't suppose he can expect office in it. He can, of course, I imagine, hope to have some influence with some of his friends there. That's quite a poser for him. I thought his face was rather thoughtful as he heard that result, and not only because it was such a narrow one for him. So, David, now I don't think from that result that any of the other Taverne candidates are going to do very much.
No, but we are having a recount in Keighley, and there it may be that the Taverne candidate made a difference to which side won. If you have a recount, a third-party candidate can make a difference.
Well,
and the same may happen in South East Bristol.
Well, that's
Not
Mr. Wedgwood Ben's seat, of course.
Well, the swing to Labour, he should be able to hold on reasonably comfortably.
All right, well, let's go now to Alan Watson at Tory Party headquarters.
Well, here at Conservative Central Office in Smith Square, London, the mood of the Conservatives is distinctly tight-lipped. At about 10 past 10, after the polls had closed, people said that they were quietly confident. But since then, the mood has subtly changed. I say subtly because very little is actually visible. But Lord Carrington arrived in this building just over an hour ago. He told me as he went up the stairs to private rooms that he wouldn't be making any sort of comment at all until the results were, I quote him, quite clear. Since then, that's been confirmed to me on the telephone inside this building. And until then, they are distinctly tight-lipped. But the mood is extremely sombre, and clearly the impact of the Liberals so far has been very important. That's all from Conservative Central Office, and back now to the studio.
Well, I think it's a reasonable rule at elections. If the Conservatives aren't saying much, they're rather down in the dumps. And we perhaps may wait a little while before we hear anything from Mr. Heath. Of course, he is attending his own count, but whether he'll be able to say very much at that stage of the night. But certainly the computer at the moment is showing the good news for Labour and not for the Conservatives. Here's a little bit of news for Conservatives in Tunbridge Wells. This is a new seat, and we would presume that the Conservatives had held it in 1970. That's why held now is in inverted commas.
But the Liberals are pushed up into second place. Again, in every one of the 5 Conservative seats we've heard from tonight, the Liberals have pushed Labour into second place. So if we tell you the Labour vote has fallen, the main contribution to the fall in the Labour vote has been in these safe Conservative seats where they had no particular hope of victory.
Well, that's Mr. Patrick Mayhew. He's not a relative of Mr. Chris Mayhew, the Labour MP, but he's back in Tunbridge Wells. Well, with these upsets and the favourites this morning now running very disappointingly for its backers, I wonder what's happening at Ladbrokes. Julian Wilson.
Well, the answer is that there is a new favourite to win the general election. In fact, there hasn't been a bet for the Tories in the last half hour. All of these are Labour bets. Labour are now 7-4 on to win the election, with the Tories 5-4 against. Over the other side of London, Labour are 5-2 on with William Hills, with the Tories 2-1 against. But still, the most popular bet at present is that there'll be no overall majority. That's a 6-4 on shot. It's been perhaps the best bet shot, but even as I speak, there's still more money flooding onto Labour at 7-4 on. In fact, I've just heard 700-4 bet on at this very moment.
Well, there often are bets on photo finishes, but of course, at the moment it does seem fairly clear that the first favourite has blown up. We have news of the turnout at Mr. Heath's seat at Sidcup. It is up 15% from last time. It's now at 84.8%, 85%, and that's presumably since the Liberals were saying they had a most effective canvass in Sidcup and most encouraged by it. Looks as if a number of Liberals are showing their teeth there. Well now, Robert McKenzie, are you still saying we're in balance, or do you accept that Labour could be pushing ahead?
Well, I now think it's distinctly likely that Labour will have the 318 that are required. I think we've got to be very careful because so many of them in the constellation of Mr. Powell's own bailiwick have been coming in that could be distorting it. I would put it the other way around. I think it's highly unlikely the Conservatives can form a government on their own. And a divided House or else Labour in a clear majority, that's the main choice now, I think.
Now, on this Powell point, would you expect his influence to extend really elsewhere than in the Midlands?
Yes, I would. Not anything like the same scale, but I think his influence is a national influence, and I'd be very surprised if it didn't account for some part, small part, of Labour's good showing in many other parts of the country. Let me add one word. We're going to be talking about the possibility of minority government if it moves into dead heat. We shouldn't really be too frightened by that. After all, 3 or 4 major countries in the world have minority governments and are quite used to them, not to mention Canada.
To name only one.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the situation. I think we have another result to take now. This is Manchester Central, and there's Harold Lever, Labour, of course the former minister, back again, perhaps expecting to be a minister again.
And the third candidate is Michael Steed, who we've often seen on these programmes, standing as a rather inactive Liberal candidate and getting 17% of the vote.
But that, again, is a clear swing to Labour, isn't it, David, and confirms what's been happening in Salford and elsewhere.
No, the whole of the northern part of the country has been moving. In fact, so far tonight, Labour is down 3.2, and the Conservatives are down 9.4 in their share of the vote. The Liberals are up 10.3 in their share of the vote. What does seem to be plain is that whoever wins this election is going to have a lower share of the vote than any victorious government. It's unlikely they'll have the support of more than 2/5 of the population.
So then we'll have a lot of talk about mandates, and perhaps the word referendum will crop up again in this sort of situation.
Well, whoever's in power will in fact say that no government has had 50% of votes
Well, now,
since the war.
there's a seat changing hands now with Labour taking Keighley, and that, of course, is a serious reverse for the Conservatives there in Yorkshire.
The first seat to change hands.
First seat going. So we'll have more news about Keighley and the details. Remember, there's a recount there. That's the first Conservative seat to go to Labour tonight. But I understand at the moment Robin Day is talking to Rennie Short in Wolverhampton.
Mrs. Short, just before I talk to you, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Just before I talk to you, I'd like to get Lord Windlesham's comment on the prediction that there will almost certainly not be a Conservative government, and there's probably likely to be a majority Labour government, as seen at the moment through Robert McKenzie's qualified eyes and the computers.
Sounds marvellous.
Hold on, Mrs. Short.
Yes.
I want to see what Lord Windlesham says, who's smiling for the first time this evening.
Well, you told me I looked gloomy earlier on, and now the results aren't too good. Perhaps I should put a better face on it. Elections are very unpredictable things. We've seen 16 seats in. The first seat has changed hands just now. There are many hours to go. I don't think that we should be unduly depressed, but the indications at the moment are not what would encourage anybody.
Mrs. Short, how do you see the situation both in Wolverhampton and outside?
Well, the situation from my part of Wolverhampton, of course, looks absolutely marvellous.
You've got a 16.7 swing in your favour.
Something like that, yes, with a supermajority of, getting on for 13,000.
Now, how much was that due to your charm and brilliance and political ability, and how much due to Mr. Powell telling people to vote for you?
Well, I don't think Mr. Powell told anyone to vote for me, but we've worked very hard here, of course, for this result. And, of course, we had a redistributed constituency with 30,000 new electors, which was a completely unknown part of the world to us until the boundary review took place. So we've worked very hard in the new area, and I think that this has paid off.
Yes.
Certainly is a marvellous result, and we're very excited. And it must surely mean that we have a Labour government if this is continued throughout the country. It must mean that a large number of Tory marginal seats must fall.
But seriously, Mrs. Short, Mr. Powell...
Seriously, Mr. Day.
Yes?
Seriously, that was seriously.
Yes, I know. I wasn't challenging that, Mrs. Short. What I meant was to say this. Seriously, there must have been some significance in the Wolverhampton area of what Mr. Powell did and said.
Well, Mr. Day, you may find it a little difficult to believe, but we found that Mr. Powell had sunk almost without trace in Wolverhampton. He was hardly ever mentioned to me during my campaign. I don't know what it was like on the other side, of course, in his old constituency, but his name wasn't mentioned with me.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and you look very happy, if I may say so.
Yes, I feel it. Marvellous results.
Thank you. Alastair?
And so, Labour eyes are smiling in Wolverhampton and elsewhere at the moment. Let's see what they're doing down in Trafalgar Square there with Desmond Wilcox.
Well, despite the rain, they're shouting and cheering. There are about 2,000 or 3,000 of them here at the moment. So far, nobody's had the courage to plunge into one of the fountains, but one thing's for certain, there will be somebody doing that before the night's out, because they always do down here. But we have some ladies, conservative ladies, I think it's fair to say, wearing pins. What do you think of the results you've heard so far and the predictions that you're going to see a Labour government in?
Well, I'm still reasonably optimistic, but obviously the results so far haven't been quite what I would have hoped. I think it's interesting that nobody here will let me speak.
I don't think they're trying to stop you speak. I just think they're all trying to be heard. If I can ask you, is this the first time you've voted? Can I ask you to come forward a bit?
Yes, this is the first time I have voted.
And do you feel confident that the party you've obviously voted for is going to get in or not?
I feel confident. There's nothing to be disheartened about as yet.
So you're against Bob McKenzie, if not Mr. Wilson as well then?
Yes.
Let me ask this young chap up here if I can. You've got a vote Labour badge on.
That's right.
Is it your first time of
Yes,
voting?
it is, yes.
Can I ask how old you are?
I'm 21. I just missed the last one.
So you're one of the first voters?
That's right, yes.
Why have you voted Labour?
Well, mainly because I'm a student. I'm disgusted with the government record on student grants, also old age pensions. I do economics. They've made a balls up of the economics situation.
Well, let me ask you if I can. Do your parents vote Labour, or have you made your own mind up about the way you've gone in this election as a first voter?
My father voted Labour in the 66 and 70 elections. He's voting Tory this time. My mother's voting Liberal. I made up my own mind.
What will your father say about the way you're voting against the family pattern, regardless of the national pattern?
Oh, he won't mind. He leaves me to make up my own mind.
Thank you very much. And from Trafalgar Square, Desmond Wilcox, back to the television centre.
Stay clear of those fountains, Desmond, tonight. You may have seen that little headline there, the Conservatives have won Romford. That is not a surprise. Romford has changed so much, as we said at the very beginning of the programme, that they were pretty certain to take it as a safe Conservative seat. Let's have a look at some of the results which have been coming in. Here's Solihull, Percy Grieve, Conservative QC and Chairman of the Franco-British Parliamentary Relations Committee, back.
The Liberals second, again, as in every single Conservative seat we've heard from, Liberals second.
And Rossendale, this is one the Conservatives took last time and have held tonight, very narrowly, with a small swing to Labour.
But the Liberal Party, look, doing very well. They're 25%.
And Keithley, this is Miss Stone Hall losing her seat there to Mr. Bob Cryer, who is a technical college teacher.
And the Social Democrat was not responsible for that significant Labour victory. And the Liberals got 17%.
And there we are. In fact, the Social Democrat lost his deposit there. So that is the situation. Not very much comfort for the Conservatives so far tonight. We see their Labour holding Holborn and St Pancras. Well, surprising in the way the results have been going if they had not done so. Only one seat which has changed hands so far tonight in Keighley, and the Conservatives, I suppose, David, just a little bit relieved that they held Rossendale.
I think they must be very relieved to hold Rossendale. I mean, it's the best news they've had so far, because Rossendale was a Labour seat solidly from 1945 to 1970, and if they could hold on to other seats like that, they would be doing very well indeed, and it would, I mean, it throws it into doubt that what is now looking rather like a Labour victory, I mean, we're fiddling around, but the swings are suggesting it.
I think you're just trying to keep up the suspense, and I include the computer in this.
The voters are keeping the suspense up, not me.
All right, let's see, end the suspense in Romford now. This is a new seat, changed remarkably. The Conservatives would have taken it in 1970. Indeed, the Labour MP who had it in 1970 didn't stand this
That's the most significant thing. It's the first thing from the outer London area, most significant, and it's down 20%. The Conservatives share the vote, and the Labour Party, the Liberals, got 28% of the vote there.
And Lena Jago back in Holborn and St Pancras South. Very small swing there. So, Dick Deverne, who got back also very narrowly indeed tonight at Lincoln, and one wonders whether it can be called a stronghold. Anyway, let's go over there where he is talking.
Mr. Deverne, we're seeing strong evidence of a swing to Labour. You must be a very disappointed man tonight.
Well, not because of the swing to Labour. I'm disappointed that the first of the other candidates hasn't done very well. I'm delighted that I'm re-elected in Lincoln. I'm somewhat disappointed at the size of my majority.
But you have run virtually a one-man campaign against what you consider the extremism in the Labour Party, and here the electorate of Britain seems to be voting against you and for the Labour Party.
All right, well, then it is the verdict of the electorate.
But don't you feel a little disappointed yourself, having been on the verge of a Labour cabinet, if a Labour government is returned, that you won't get office, you'll be a one-man band?
No, I don't regret any of the stands I've taken. It seems to me that this is going to be a very difficult result in a very difficult circumstance. What I have urged very strongly during the election was that the circumstances were so serious that the only way it could be solved would be through a grand coalition. And it may well be that either we have to have another early election or we have to have such a grand coalition. As far as my own position was concerned, I never took a preference to either the Conservatives or the Labour Party winning.
If there were such a grand coalition, would you hope that they might invite you to serve in it?
No. No.
Do you think Lincoln can now be called a stronghold of Tavernism now?
Well, less strong than it was. I mean, what's happened is that all the attention of the press and the television was centered entirely on the three parties. There was no opportunity to get a national viewpoint across, and as a result I was in the same position as the other candidates, fighting as an independent. And of course, if you fight as an independent, you have, as one man independent, you have a considerable uphill struggle against the major parties. And here we have a result where, nevertheless, I have triumphed. So it's a mixed result, but mainly good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taverne.
And that's Dick Taverne back in Lincoln. I should say, of course, though, his seat hasn't changed hands since his celebrated by-election. It is a change since 1970, so two seats have changed hands. Keithley has gone to Labour. Dick Taverne has held his seat he took, retained himself at the by-election as independent. We have a recount at Stockport North, which suggests that the Conservative is in trouble there. And let's look at some other results which have come through. Here's Wickham and Sir John Hall back in a Conservative stronghold, but with a small swing to Labour.
Liberals third there. It's only the second Conservative seat in which the Liberals have failed to get to second place, but they've still got 24% of the vote.
And Paul Rose, who's a Labour man, very interested indeed in Northern Ireland, returned.
Liberals, 19% of the vote.
And Dan Jones, a long-time member there for Burnley, hasn't done terribly well.
A low swing to the Labour Party, 1% swing to Labour. No, swing to the Conservatives. I'm so sorry, 1% swing to Conservatives.
And that's the situation so far. And we do have some patchy results there to be looked at. And although no doubt people's spirits are very high at Transport House, there are one or two factors to be taken into account. Let's hear from Keith Graves how things are going.
Well, quiet confidence is the official description of the mood here at Transport House at the moment, but elation would be a better description. It's in marked contrast to the feelings here during the past 3 weeks. There's been something of an air of gloom about. And that gloom deepened earlier this evening when it was discovered that the weather in the north and the Midlands had been bad round about 8 o'clock. Labour voters are notorious late people to turn out. Then when it was discovered that there had been a high poll, confidence started rising. As now, as I say, it is elation. Mr. Wilson came here this morning with a message of elation and confidence. He must be feeling confidence now in Highton, and that confidence is marked down here at Transport House at the moment. This is Keith Graves at Transport House.
And you would see there the interesting news for the Conservatives that they have held Nelson and Cone after the recount. Now that is quite an interesting seat. They've held on to Rossendale and Nelson.
Yes, but Nelson and Cone, we shall look for the figures because it was one where the Liberals had greatest hopes in the light of local government breakthroughs. But still, there are now two marginals that the Conservatives have held on to, which they would have been losing if there's been a great Labour sweep. The Liberal, our projections are now coming down. The Labour Party is just trembling about the clear majority level, and we, of course, haven't heard a thing from Scotland or Wales.
We may yet see the dawn rise on this trembling situation. Anyhow, it looks rather sticky at the moment. I don't think either side can really break out the champagne. Do you think so, though, Graham?
No, indeed not. We've got 25 results in now. The board I'm looking at ticks up the results faster than I can follow it as soon as they come in. And the Conservatives are predicted to have 290 seats, Labour 319, Liberals 12, a majority for Labour over the Conservatives of 29. But the uncertainty attached to those forecasts still remains. We can now raise the minimum number of seats we're sure that Labour will have to the 285, 287 sort of mark, but as yet it is by no means clear who is going to get 318 seats, if anybody. The possibilities that were talked about earlier of either party getting 318 or the Liberals holding the centre still remain as far as the computer is predicting.
Well, of course, that result in Nelson and Cone, where David Waddington has presumably held the seat for the Conservatives, that's interesting for another Tory MP, because David Waddington's wife is the daughter of the Tory MP for Preston South, which is extremely marginal, might very well go to Labour, Alan Green.
There's been a poll, actually, a post-poll by the other network there, which suggests a 3.9 swing to Labour, which would have changed the result in Preston South and put Labour in.
We remain to see what happens in Preston South, or indeed Preston North, because they tend sometimes to go together. Anyhow, that's half good news for Alan Green's daughter. Here's a result from Thanet West. William Rhys Davis taking the safer of the Thanet seats. He was the old member for Thanet.
Liberals second place, taking slightly more votes from the Conservatives, Labour than the Conservatives there.
Warwick and Leamington, this is Sir Anthony Eden's old seat and the Conservative stronghold.
And quite an appreciable move to Labour there, 5% swing.
Well, as we say, you may have broken out the champagne. We don't blame you if you have, but you can't quite drink in confidence yet. And one of the interesting things for me is that the Liberals so far are projected only to get 12 seats. Now, we haven't yet heard from some of their best options. But Robin Day is talking to a man who is safely home and past the post, Ted Short in Newcastle.
Good morning, Mr. Short.
Good morning, Mr. Day.
I would like to know what you think of this result so far. On the basis of 27 seats, the projection is from our computer, Labour 314, Conservative 295, Liberals 12, and the Labour majority over Conservatives 19.
Well, it's exactly the sort of thing we've been predicting. I've been all around the North Country in dozens of marginal seats. I've talked to thousands of people. And I reported to Mr. Wilson tonight that this was the sort of thing I expected.
It's a very high poll. It's also significant, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. People have taken this election very seriously indeed.
What do you think that Mr. Powell's intervention to vote Labour had much effect outside the Midlands?
No, I don't think it had any effect at all in the north of England. Very little indeed, I think, anyhow.
Mr. Short, what do you think, if you're in the Labour cabinet, as you certainly will be, what do you think its very first action will have to be?
Its very first action will have to be to deal with inflation and with prices. Certainly, this is the most important thing of the lot, and with the pensions and with the Industrial Relations Act.
And with the miners' dispute.
Well, of course, getting Britain back to work.
Yes.
This is job number one. That's in the first few days, of course. Yeah.
Yes. You may get the pay relativities report within a few days, may you not?
Indeed, yes. Yeah.
You look a bit tired, but you look happy, if I may say so.
Well, I'm very happy. I've had one of the most enjoyable election campaigns I've ever had, I think. I've been all around the place in the open air and got a lot of exercise, and I'm feeling tremendously fit.
And it was a cold day in Newcastle today,
It's been bitterly cold in Newcastle and a bit of snow, and it's snowing quite heavily now. But fortunately, it didn't snow till about 9:30, so it's been done very well.
Thank you. With the news that Barbara Castle holds Blackburn, may I say good morning to you, Mr. Short?
Good morning, Mr. Day.
And as Robin says, Barbara Castle back in Blackburn, it wouldn't really be the Labour Party if she weren't back, but of course she was in some trouble on the 1970 result, and any appreciable swing to the Conservatives would have put her in very deep trouble this time. However, she's back. Conservatives hold Exeter, the seat has been changed, but then that's one, of course, which they took back from Labour last time, and they've held on to that marginal down there in the southwest. So we are seeing a number of seats which the Tories might have lost had there been a really big swing to Labour across the country. Hanging on. Let's look at that Exeter result. And there's an appropriate name for Labour candidate, Powell there.
It's a comfortable win, but quite likely the Liberals were in the West Country were challenging very hard. They go up 15.4% of their share of the vote and almost take second place in this marginal seat.
Well, quite unfair to Mr. Powell saying that. Here's Lewis Carter-Jones back in Eccles, a Labour stronghold.
And the Liberals got 17% of the vote, which is in fact the lowest vote they've got in any results we've had recorded so far tonight, I think.
And Sir Nigel Fisher, Conservative left-winger, a biographer of Ian MacLeod, again back in his own seat.
And a strong Liberal vote. I'm not a Liberal, and it sounds rather awkward. I keep on stressing the Liberal vote, but it is the most striking thing in the results we've seen this evening.
And here's Rotherham, Labour holding on there. Of course, it's a bit of a mining district around there, but not a very big swing.
74% turnout, up 11%.
And here's Norman Lamont, who held it very well indeed in a by-election after Lord Boyd Carpenter left the seat during the past Parliament, holding his seat.
Another Liberal second place in the London area.
The Anti-Common Market loses deposit.
The outsiders haven't got many votes so far tonight.
And there's Warrington again, no doubt about that result.
But the swing is to Labour there, to the Conservatives. Sorry, no, the swing is 2% to Labour there.
All right, and so we've had a further series of results. One or two good points for Labour, but their lead seems to be coming down a bit, and the Conservatives are fighting quite hard in some of their marginals. Well, now, Bob, we're going to come to you through the night,
well,
and you better have an answer.
Let's look at the state of the party, shall we now? Remember, there are 416 results to come in tonight. We've only had a handful, really, and the changes are very slight. The Conservatives lost at Keighley, Labour's lost to Dick to Byrne, technically at least, and that's not much to go on. I think myself, on this evidence, that we remember that the Labour Party has to be 70 seats up tonight because the urban areas are counting first. I think we're moving now toward a situation where the deadlock possibility is very real, but not much chance now of the Tories maintaining an overall majority.
Now, Bob, do you think a lot of seats are going to change hands tonight? Pardon? Do you think a lot of seats are actually going to change hands on these results?
On these results, I think there will be at least some changing hands, certainly, and enough. Remember, after all, a 2% swing knocks out the Conservative majority. Labour is getting at least a 2% swing, and that's the key to the thing so far, I think. Nothing like the swings we're getting around Wolverhampton.
Yeah.
Let's look at the share of the votes so far the parties have been getting. Now, you see, these are in 33 results. That's the vote in the first column, vertical column. That's the vote the parties got in these seats last time. The second column is the vote they've got tonight. And you see the Tories have lost 9.4% of the vote they got in 1970. Labour's lost 5% almost. It's almost an unpopularity contest between them, which the Labour Party is winning. And the Liberals have been the big gainers, 13% gain of the vote.
And it remains to be seen whether that Liberal gain, which is taking place in England, will hold up in other parts of the country, like Scotland and Wales, where the Liberals are challenged by the Nationalists. We'll have a look at some results now, which are safely in over the transom. There's Barbara Castle's result in Blackburn, and safely back. So, there we are. Barbara Castle gives you the complete answer to any problems about her. She'll be back, and if Mr. Wilson is forming a government, we can be pretty sure that she's going to be in it. And so let's have a look now at Battersea North, where Douglas Jay is the Labour sitting candidate.
Parliamentary election in the Wandsworth-Battersea North constituency. J. Douglas Patrick Thomas, Labour, 18,503. Randall Simon James Crawford, Conservative, 8,080. Reeks Carroll, Communist Party of England, Leninist Marxist, 208. Saville John Lee Henry, Liberal, 4,683. And I hereby declare that the Right Honourable Douglas Patrick Thomas J. is duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency.
Well, Mr. Deputy Town Clerk, I only want very briefly tonight to thank you and all your staff for your conduct of this count and conduct for the whole of the election, which I'm sure has satisfied all of us of all schools of thought from left to right. I've heard so many complaints about everything under the sun today, from the weather to our whole electoral system, that I expect there may be a few complaints even about the way this election has been conducted. But I'm not mentioning them tonight. I would like to thank all my supporters for this vote of confidence, for which I am extremely grateful, having tried to serve this...
Slight swing to the Conservatives, I think, in Battersea North. Hardly any change at all, though a big increase in the Liberal share of the vote in this safe Labour seat.
Douglas Jay, anyway, back. Of course, he's one of the leaders of the anti-European movement inside the Labour Party, and indeed left Mr. Wilson's cabinet when Mr. Wilson was deep in negotiation about getting into Europe. Well, now we have an opportunity, and I must eat my words. When things are going badly for the Conservatives, I said, they don't speak very much. So let's go now. Lord Carrington, who is the chairman of the Conservative Party, of course, is there talking now to Alan Watson.
Lord Carrington, Bob McKenzie on our programme has said that on the computer predictions it seems that the Conservatives now have little chance of a working majority in the next Parliament. Do you accept that?
Well, I don't know whether the computers are any better than the opinion polls. We shall have to wait and see.
Well, the computer's coming up with a different result from the opinion polls, isn't
it? Well,
I
don't know whether it's more accurate. But I think so far, from our point of view, the results have been rather disappointing.
How disappointing?
Fairly disappointing, but I think it's early days yet, and I think, we must wait and see what happens.
One pattern that seems to have emerged fairly clearly is that the Liberals are taking heavily from you, especially in the southeast of England. Now, was that what you expected?
Oh, I think that we always expected the Liberals would run second to us in the south of England. I didn't think that this would happen in the north, and I think I'd like to see a bit more of what happens in the north of England before I'm perfectly certain what does happen. But I always thought that in the south the Liberals would be second to us, and they haven't won a seat yet.
No, sure, but if the Liberals do tend to take from you in the southeast, in your strong areas, not proportionately from the Labour Party, that would point to a Conservative defeat.
And this, I think, is the reason for such Labour swing as there's been. I don't think there's a swing to Labour. I think that so far we've seen the Liberals taking more from the Conservatives than from Labour.
Well, Mr. Heath has repeatedly emphasised, particularly towards the end of this campaign, that he wanted a firm mandate, and indeed this was the whole point of having an election now. But it already seems fairly clear that there won't be a mandate of that kind. Do you therefore think the timing of this election was miscalculated?
Well, let's just wait and see what happens. I think you're jumping your fences. How many results have we had? Can't remember now.
No, but we've had enough to obviously give those particular
Well, we've had enough for the computers, but I don't know that I've had enough for me.
As far as you're concerned, do you feel now, in view of what's happened so far this evening, that the main issue that you wanted to get across in this election, namely who governs Britain and the need for a firm government, has got across?
And the need for an incomes policy. Well, we shall have to wait and see what the people thought. I mean, it's silly to say that I think it did if it's proved that it didn't. I mean, that's an idiotic thing to say. But I would have thought myself, if you'd asked me this morning, I would have said yes.
So you're disappointed, but you're certainly not conceding.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Well, Lord Carrington doesn't like the computer very much, but we'd better show it to him now. It's really quite innocuous. The results come in, and they're processed, and we give them. There's one interesting result it hasn't got yet. You saw there that the Conservatives have taken Plymouth Sutton, but here Nelson Cone, this is David Waddington holding on to the seat which he won in 1970.
This is a slight disappointment for the Liberals. They only got 22% of the vote there, and they had hoped to win it as a target.
And Newcastle upon Tyne East, Labour holding.
That's not surprising, but a slight swing to Labour, 1%.
And there's Neville Sanderson holding his seat. He fought many by-elections. Perhaps he's very glad to be comfortably situated.
6.5% of the vote for the National Front.
And here's a big one now, David. Sir Arthur Irvine holding Liverpool Edge Hill against the Liberal offensive and holding it quite comfortably.
Liberals got second place, but they were way back. Now, this must be a great disappointment. A 20% margin for Sir Arthur Irvine.
And here's the Conservatives taking Plymouth Sutton, which is a new seat. They would have taken it in 1970, of course.
Virtually no change from what we guessed would have happened last time. The Liberals got 26% of the vote, taken equally from both parties.
So, there we are. That's the situation. Now, let's go to Huyton, which is Mr. Wilson's seat. After all, he's the man who appears to be in the driving seat, however temporarily, according to our computer. And let's see what the situation is in the count at Huyton.
Mr. Wilson is just about to arrive here in the leisure hall at Huyton. He's left his hotel where he's been spending the last couple of hours, and there's been a complete transformation of the atmosphere here in Huyton. It looked a little bit like a wake earlier on today, and it hasn't quite got to the celebration stage, but people are obviously very excited as they wait for the leader of the Labour Party and the former Prime Minister, and who knows, perhaps the next Prime Minister, to arrive here for his own count in Huyton. You're looking out now into the darkness of what's been a cold and very bleak day here in Huyton. It all looks a bit like Z cars out there now, with about half the Liverpool police force here, which is always a sign of something important happening, and the increased importance attached to Mr. Wilson at this moment. And we're just waiting for him to come through the door, and from here he'll go into the hall itself for the count. These are some, I assume, of the outriders of his party. Is he out there yet? Has he arrived? Have you seen him? He's just arrived, has he? Well, it's worthwhile hanging on, I think, Alastair, just for a moment. I'll try and stop him at the doorway here and have a word with him for you. I don't know if that's going to be possible. It's unusual for the leaders in this position at this time to say anything at all. We expect to be speaking to Mr. Wilson a little later on, of course, after the count. The poll is declared here at Huyton, but I'll try and have a word with him at the door here and see if he's a little more cheerful, as I imagine he really must be by now, and he looked at the end of what's been a very tiring campaign for him earlier here in the day. He has been up and down to London today. He was in Huyton this morning, and flew to London, flew back again after having voted in London, and he's been touring his constituency here all day, going into the Labour clubs and the committee rooms, talking to the party workers, and here are the cheers outside as Mr. Wilson, I can see him myself now, and I suppose you can too, yes? I'm just seeing the pictures that you've been watching for some time, but I haven't been able to see it for people clustered around the television sets themselves. And I'll try and have a word with him. Mr. Wilson, you look a very much more cheerful man than you looked earlier tonight. I say you look a very much more cheerful man. Mr. Wilson, in case you didn't hear that, said he had no idea what was going on in the count. But he looks a very much more cheerful man than I saw earlier today anyway. There he disappears round the corner. And we'll be back here, I should imagine, in about 15 minutes for the declaration of his poll, if not sooner, and perhaps have a word with him then. Meanwhile, back to Alastair Burnet in London.
Well, thank you, Michael. And there's Mr. Wilson. It takes one back to the days in 1964 when Mr. Wilson was becoming Prime Minister. Labour taking that new seat there in Luton East. Mr. Wilson, of course, not sure, quite wisely saying he doesn't know what's going on because there's a few things to be settled tonight. Now, while we were up there with Michael Charlton at Highton, and the result there is expected in a short while, you'll notice a second reverse for the Liberals at Liverpool Toxteth, where Mr. Trevor Jones, who's been the whiz-kid of their revival in Liverpool, has failed to take that. You also notice a bit of a reverse for Plaid Cymru, the Welsh nationalist in Anglesey, where Mr. Cledwyn Hughes, former Secretary of State for Wales, has held his seat there. A success for Labour at Eton and Slough, where Joan Lester, a member of the National Executive Committee, is back. And a success for the Conservatives at Wallasey, where Linda Chalker has taken over Ernest Marple's formerly safe seat. So that's the situation. Let's look at some of these results in full. And here's Arthur Bottomley back, former Colonial Secretary,
We reckon that a
pro-European.
biggish swing, in fact, to the Conservatives. 4% to the Conservatives in this Steel seat.
Mansfield Ardwick, Gerald Kaufman, who of course was Mr. Wilson's personal assistant and secretary, back again in Mansfield Ardwick.
Liberals only 14% of the vote, mainly from the Conservatives.
Eton and Slough, this is the Joan Lester result on the National Executive. A good result there for her, I would say, because the Conservatives took this seat as recently as 1964.
And that's most significant because that's one more case where a seat hasn't changed. The Liberals have taken their votes from the lower, weaker party, the challenging party.
And here's Mrs. Linda Chalker back in Wallasey. That was Ernest Marple's seat. They said Marples must go, or he said he had to go, and now it's Linda Chalker.
23% for the Liberals, hardly any swing.
And here's Barnsley, Roy Mason. Barnsley, of course, a very strong mining area. Roy Mason, the Labour spokesman on fuel.
A swing of under 1% in the first mining seat we've heard from, I think.
And here's Hastings, a safe Conservative seat.
And the Liberals in third place in a seat they might have had some hopes in. They got 26% of the vote.
And Hugh de Largy back in Thurrock, an earthquake if he hadn't been.
Liberals 22%, just behind the Conservatives.
And here's David Ginsburg again back in Dewsbury. He hasn't caught Mr. Wilson's eye for office. I wonder if he will now.
Another low swing in a South Yorkshire seat.
Well, that's the situation, a further run of results, and it does seem now to be a bit of a sluggish election, not many seats changing hands. Interesting in Liverpool, the Liberals still have one chance there, but they certainly haven't made the big breakout which they had been talking. And so we may have one of the more sluggish election results, but at the moment still going on Labour's way. Well, we were saying earlier on tonight that of course it's not all joy and celebration or anything like that. In Belfast we had the bombs going off, and we have film now from Belfast of those incidents. Here's Wendy Fisher reporting.
The multiple bombing attack in Belfast began around 9 o'clock after what had been a comparatively quiet day in Ulster. There was a warning call to a post office, but within minutes small bombs started exploding in litter bins and under manhole covers. The first bombs were all in the vicinity of City Hall, but within an hour car bombs started exploding at the rate of one every 15 minutes. The car bombs did not injure anyone, although several shops and office properties have been severely damaged. First reports of casualties came after a dockside pub was blown up. A customer in the bar was killed, and it's feared that a woman has lost both legs. 2 men threw the bomb into the doorway. There were about 12 customers inside. The bartender tried to lead his customers outside, but the 2 who were injured could not get out in time. No warning was given for this bomb attack.
Well, that's a very sad story from Belfast tonight, and of course we don't get any results from Northern Ireland until tomorrow, partly with that sort of thing in mind. Just the results here. Hugh Jenkins holding Putney against Jerry Wade, a strong Conservative challenge, and I don't think that Jenkins would have held it in 1970, David.
I think it would have been difficult, but it has been affected by the
We must go, I'm sorry, we must go to Battersea's house for the results.
778. John Michael Clifton, National Front, 787. Gerard Anthony Mulholland, Liberal, 5,919. And Ernest George Perry, 14,441. And I hereby declare that Ernest George Perry has been duly elected to serve as a member for the constituency. Mr. Millings, fellow candidate.
Well, there is Labour holding on to a seat that the Conservatives had some hope of. Better redistribution had made Battersea South a very much better bet for the Conservatives, and they did, after all, hold it from 1951 to 64. This is certainly bad news for Labour, for the Conservatives, if they hope for any breakthrough in the inner London area, and that on top of Putney, which, no, not a big swing, but is something that does suggest the national pattern, a swing of about 2% over the whole country, London and the rest of the country, except for the Midlands, where we've got a much different picture, 9% swing still, with most of that due to the Wolverhampton thing.
Well, I think we have to wait there, David, don't we, to see what happens in Birmingham. That follows Wolverhampton.
We count at Northampton South, which is one of these new seats in Northampton that was thought to be just on the margin.
They could decide the election. I think there's been some thought. Well, now, Ernest Perry, of course, in Battersea South, a Labour whip back. Let's look at some of the results. Here's Luton East, and Charles Simeons, the Conservative, who was a former member for Luton, chose this one to fight, and he failed to take it.
That really does count as a Labour gain. It's the second gain of the night after Keighley, the first Labour gain.
And there we have Labour taking Stockport South after the recount. I think we said that Stockport North after the recount. I think we said that the Conservative was plainly in trouble, and that therefore is the second seat that the Conservatives have lost to Labour tonight so far, as indeed the swing would indicate that they should.
That was the third seat, so we just announced there, the Stockport one. And if Labour's only gained 3 seats in 55 results, we don't quite know where they've all come from so far, but 3 seats in 55 isn't quite going to be enough to push them over the magic 318, but we may well have
Well, now, here, David, is a very marginal Upminster, one of the most marginal seats in the country, and the Conservatives have taken it.
Well, that offsets Putney. We both said that Putney and Upminster were the 2 London seats that were really too close to calculate. They were redistributed. What would have happened in 1970 isn't go.
Here's John Loveridge, who, of course, was a previous member, but not for Upminster, and he's taken this one. His wisdom was right.
We think, on our calculations, the Conservative vote went down only 6%, and the Labour vote down 7.5%, but it really was a difficult calculation, and we're not sure. The Liberals, 22% there in Upminster.
It's very wise of us to have Julian Wilson on the show. It is becoming a horse race. No questions about it. Conservatives holding Newcastle upon Tyne North. Well, there's the situation. We have some more results, and I think we have a big name here. Tony Crossland, of course, who's been Labour's spokesman on the environment, would certainly have hopes of high office if a new Labour government were formed.
And it's comfortably back, and obviously the Liberals cut in heavily. They got 24% of the vote cut into the Conservative challenge.
And here's Battersea South Ernest Perry's results, which we saw direct from the spot, holding the seat quite
4% swing to the Labour Party there.
There was, in fact, a swing to Conservative in Tony Crossland's seat, wasn't there?
No, I know. It was...
I thought.
No,
anyway, there we are. Sir Keith Joseph back in Leeds North East, and, of course, the Social Services Secretary retaining his seat. Again, something very peculiar would have happened if Sir Keith had not done so. We'll have some details in a moment. So, there we have the situation. Let's look at what the Labour Party has picked up with the swing towards it tonight. Stronger in the north and in the south. Labour has taken Keighley, taken the new seat of Luton East, has taken Stockport North, and again Battersea South, which it would not have taken in 1970.
On its new boundary.
So, there we are, and
The
Graham...
secondary counted Ipswich. Now,
Secondary,
Ipswich was the most marginal seat at the last election. We'd had a margin of 13. There's not been much of a swing in Ipswich.
That's Mr. Ernal Money there, who is quite a doughty fighter, and...
We saw his wife earlier in the programme, don't you remember?
That's right,
cows.
milking. Here's Mr. Wilson now at Highton, and he's walking through the count. We saw him arriving there with Michael Charlton early on. It does take one back to 1964 when Mr. Wilson heard the result at Smethwick, which the Conservatives took against the swing, and he was extremely nervous then whether he was going to be Prime Minister, and he cannot, I think, now be wholly sure that he's going to be Prime Minister, or certainly Prime Minister with a majority. With the news that Labour is holding its seat in Carlisle, Graham, am I doing Mr. Wilson an injustice? What are his chances of becoming Prime Minister again?
Well, we have over 70 results processed through the computer now, and as you can see, the predicted number of Labour seats is 314, less than enough to give a majority over all parties. The Conservatives predicted to have 297, Liberals down to 10. On the slidometer, we can show that the uncertainty is being reduced. The gap is narrowing, and we're still on the brink of being able to eliminate the possibility that the Conservatives might have the necessary 318 to form an overall majority. But it is still wide open. The computer is not yet certain what sort of a parliament we're going to have.
Well, if the computer is not certain, perhaps we don't have any really comforting words for Mr. Wilson yet, but you have no real comforting words for Mr. Heath, have you?
No, indeed. The prediction is that Labour are ahead and that they will be the largest party in the new House of Commons.
Well, let's have a look at some of the results which we've had while Graham was speaking. Here's the result from Stockport North. That's marginal, which the Conservatives lost after the recount. Mr. Andrew Bennett, the schoolmaster, taking the seat. Mr. Idris Owen, who won it in 1970, losing it.
The second narrowest majority we've had so far tonight.
And here's Stockport South, Morris Orbach holding the seat.
Both those seats, a swing of 1% to Labour, less than we've been having in the other parts of the northwest.
Now, here's the first result we've had from Birmingham so far. Roy Hattersley, who, of course, has been a controversial spokesman on education, former defence spokesman and junior minister in defence, safely back in his seat.
A big swing to Labour, but nothing like as big as in Wolverhampton.
And there's Fedwin Hughes, Secretary of State for Wales and the Labour government back, and Plaid Cymru coming third.
And this is the first result we've had from Wales. You can't make much of a pattern of it, but the pop singer standing for Plaid Cymru only got 21% of the vote, less than last time.
Christchurch and Lymington, the safe Conservative seat on the south coast.
Liberal second, Mr. Adley moved from Bristol North East to there.
So let's go now to Birmingham, where there's a result, I think, at Ladywood.
Yes, and here in Birmingham Ladywood, we're just waiting for the result. The latest news from Birmingham Ladywood is that the Labour Party are claiming a sweeping victory here, talking in terms of a 10,000 majority, and already the Conservative candidate, Richard Lawn, has conceded victory to Brian Walden, the Labour candidate. The result about to be declared by the Lady Mayor, Mrs. Marjorie Brown.
Parliamentary election, Birmingham Ladywood constituency. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Alastair Brian Walden,
Labour.
15,126. Richard Lawn,
Conservative.
6,164. Kenneth George Hardiman,
Liberal.
3,753. John Alfred Alexander Davis, 751. The majority of 8,962 for Alastair Brian Walden, and that the above-mentioned person has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency. Thank you.
He's the most eloquent and able debater.
A 7% swing to Labour in Birmingham.
Thank you.
There in Brian Walden. 7%, higher than in Sparkbrook. It does seem the West Midlands are different from the rest of the country. Is it Mr. Powell or not? We don't know.
Mr. Powell will claim that. Michael Stewart, the former Labour Foreign Secretary, holding his old seat. And let's go now to Devon North and hear the fortunes of Jeremy Thorpe.
The returning officer, Lieutenant
Lieutenant Colonel Pine Coffin is up on the platform here at 7 North with the three candidates. Of course, is Jeremy Thorpe's seat, where he's defending a majority of 369 against the Conservative Hugh Kegley and the Labour Mayor Shane Marston.
Well, we see Mr. Thorpe there in expectation of his success. Mr. Wilson sitting there in the gallery waiting to see what... Of course, he knows he's back in Huyton, but he doesn't know if he's back with an overall majority. Just a little lift of the eyebrows there. And now back to Mr. Thorpe, who might, of course, join him in a coalition government if they could reach the right sort of terms. Mr. Thorpe, who's been speaking to the nation from his seat throughout the election, made great personal success, and the polls have shown his success. Here we are at Huyton, I think, for the results.
I, the undersigned, being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Thomas Yates Bennion,
Conservative,
16,462. I'm sorry, I'll have to hold you a second. I promised I'd have the press in, and we've overlooked it. Will the press please come forward now? And the photographers over here. I'm sorry about that.
Well, here's Huyton wringing the last ounce of drama out of its poll here tonight. Press are already here, I'm sure, that Mr. Wilgoose, the returning officer, is extending an unusual amount of courtesy to us.
Over there.
At moments like this, and all the photographers will be taking the still pictures of Mr. Wilson, as you'll be seeing in the morning papers.
Here are the figures again. Thomas Yates Bennion, 16,462.
He was the Conservative.
Harold Smith, 234.
Independent.
Neil Francis Eccles Snowden, 7,584. James Harold Wilson, 31,767.
And that's a huge majority for Mr. Wilson.
1 out, 1 out. I declare that the said James Harold Wilson has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency of Huyton.
Dalton, 22,980.
Conservative.
Marston, Terence Kendrick, 6,140. Thorpe, John Jeremy, 34,052.
Well, Mr. Returning Officer, ladies and gentlemen, may I say at the outset that this is the most extraordinary constituency in the United Kingdom, because one's majority is always very much smaller or very much larger than one had anticipated when one came into the count. But I would like to thank you, Mr. Returning Officer, and your staff, not only for the very speedy way in which this count has been concluded. When one considers that we are talking of an area of 600 square miles, we will, I think, have created a record for a large county seat. To thank you and all your staff, may I thank all my workers, all those who have voted for me, and say that I am very proud and very privileged to continue to have the responsibility for representing the interests of this constituency. Thank you very much indeed.
Mr. Jeremy Thorpe, a real personal success in that seat.
Labour lost their deposit. Mr. Thorpe put his vote up by 11% on an 87% poll, the highest we've had recorded, higher than any vote in any turnout in the last election.
We saw there the Conservatives holding Uxbridge, which is one of their near marginals or marginals to the west of London. There's a recount, however, at Rochester and Chatham. That's a seat which they took from Labour. I think Mrs. Peggy Fenner perhaps in trouble there. She's responsible for looking after prices, isn't she?
Yes, and the recount at Plymouth Devonport, where two MPs are fighting, Joan Vickers and David Owen.
And David Owen. So there's plenty to go here. Labour with Manchester Moss side. That's an old Conservative seat, but with redistribution, it didn't look at all safe there for Frank Taylor, and it appears that he has lost it. One would have expected that, given the shape of the results so far tonight. We'll have a little look at some of the results, and then we'll be looking at Mr. Wilson's acceptance speech there at Carlisle. That has been Conservative, of course, in the not too distant past, but looks safely Labour tonight.
3% to Labour in Carlisle, which is just in the heart of Mr. Whitelaw's constituency.
And now we're getting a Labour gain at Ilford South, and this is one which Labour is picking up there. This is one which had looked a bit dicey. There has been some changes, and Labour have taken it.
Mr. Shaw was beaten by Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper has beaten Mr. Shaw back again, then back again, third time.
And the second Luton seat, a new seat, and Labour have held it. We suspect they would have taken it in 1970.
The Liberals had some hopes here. Well, they did get 26% of the vote, but they're some way back.
Here's Plymouth Drake, Miss Fuchs, who is a bit of a refugee from the London area, but she saw this seat, she was adopted for it, and she made a wise move perhaps tonight.
And that's actually a swing to the Conservatives, has to be reckoned as that, I think.
Interesting with Devonport in mind. And here's Mrs. Peggy Oppenheim back in a marginal Gloucester, which she won last time, and she's back really quite safely.
And the Liberals must have taken votes from Labour there, because there's a distinct swing, 3.7 to the Conservatives. When you see swing without the word to anyone, it's swing to Conservative.
And here's Keith Joseph back, perhaps not to be Secretary for Social Services, but back in his Leeds North East seat.
But here's a swing to Labour, 6.1, a very big swing, biggest swing we've had in Yorkshire.
There we are. Let's look then at the Labour record so far tonight. The seats that may be taking Mr. Well, we have a little look at the ronda there for a moment, but these are the seats which may be taking Mr. Wilson back to number 10 Downing Street. Keighley, which is a capture, Luton East, Stockport North, Battersea South, which they wouldn't have had in 1970, and Ilford South, a capture tonight. Here's Mr. Wilson speaking now at Highton.
Mr. Acting Returning Officer, fellow candidates, and friends, once again it is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks to you, Mr. Wilgoose, on the always expeditious way in which you've carried out this count, and as I've just seen at the table, to the satisfaction of all the candidates. I'm sure that others will want to support me in this, but it is a very great pleasure to say how well this has been done. And inevitably this is rather in the national eye, and that is why we're all proud of the way it is done in this constituency. I apologize to my fellow candidates for being late arriving. It was not, I'm afraid, my own fault. But I do want to say this. This campaign throughout the country, and certainly in this constituency, has been fought with great fairness and very great seriousness. I believe the electorate has formed its own view of the issues in the election. I'm not going to go over them tonight, but I think the electorate has viewed these issues in a deeply mature way, deeply concerned for the future of our country. However, the result may turn out when we hear them from other constituencies. I want particularly to thank my colleagues, the other candidates, and to the other parties for the part they have played in this. Again,
Mr. Wilson there, his speech at Highton. Not quite sure what he's coming back to London for, but we must go to Sutton and Cheam now for the result there. This is a Liberal gain at the by-election.
The result of the Sutton and Cheam constituency, I, Neil Burton Mitchell, being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the parliamentary constituency of Sutton and Cheam, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at this election is as follows. McFarlane, David Neal,
Conservative,
22,555. Rhodes, James Kenneth,
Labour,
6,270. Toke, Graham Norman,
Liberal,
20,836, and that McFarlane David Neal has been duly elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for the constituency.
Well, there's Mr. McFarlane. He lost it at the by-election. He fought again, and he's taken it back from Graham Tope.
And that is obviously a great blow to the Liberals. They have done well in votes this evening, but now they've lost one seat. They've held Jeremy Thorpe. Jeremy Thorpe's held his seat with a much increased majority, but this must be a great disappointment to them, and disappointment to the 3 or 4 other seats they might have hoped to pick up in London if Graham Tope can't hold on.
Well, of course, there are 1 or 2 which could come, but let's hear the speeches from them.
But I believe that the many employees of the Sutton Borough Council have done so much hard work today. The Count here and all those people who worked throughout the day have produced a most swift result, a cliff-hanging result, and a most excellent one for the Conservative Party here in Sutton and Cheam. I want to express my appreciation for all the work that has been done for the Conservative Party here, and I believe that this result augurs well, not only for us locally, but nationally. It's too early for us to say at this stage what is going to happen elsewhere, but I'm delighted. I look forward to acting as a Member of Parliament for the whole of this borough and representing all 61,000 constituents. Thank you for your support, thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for a splendid result.
So there's the victor, Mr. Neil McFarlane, at Sutton and Cheam, and of course a reverse for the Liberals there. 1 or 2 other small points of comfort for the Conservatives while we were away out of the studio. The Conservatives have held, as you saw, Cardiff North after a recount. They've also held Hampstead, another seat which they took in 1970 and would have been vulnerable had there been a serious swing to Labour. On Labour's side, Andrew Foles, one of the most colourful characters, a histrionic character almost in the House of Commons, back in Warley East, and he could have been in a little bit of trouble there.
But he got a 10% swing, as big as anything except Wolverhampton.
But he's again in that Midlands area, and I think Mr. Powell, David, having said that he won the last election for Mr. Heath, is saying he's jolly well lost this one for this
I
reason.
think that's very likely so. Incidentally, there was another blow for the Liberals there, in that Labour has held on to Charlie Pannell's old seat, Leeds West, where they had hoped that Michael Meadowcroft would make headway if they made any in that area.
Well now, Graham, what's the news story from the computer that Lord Carrington doesn't like, but seems to be holding up fairly well?
Well, there's no news story. We have over 100 results in, though, and as you can see, the predicted Labour majority over Conservative is down to 10. That means that 5 seats going the opposite direction to what the computer expects would produce neck and neck. So Labour are still predicted ahead, but it's very, very close.
So that's 10 seats at just coming up to 10 minutes past 1.
There's one trend I'd like to draw attention to. We've had 3 marginals in the West Country. Every one of them has shown a slight swing to the Conservatives. Cyril Smith's back in Rochdale. That's the second Liberal seat tonight.
And that's one that he did take at the by-election, and he's held it obviously against Labour.
Yes, that's one that Labour would certainly have hoped to win in a good evening. But
and Labour holding Oldham West, that's Michael Meacher, who of course is interested in social security matters. He could have been in trouble had there been any swing to the Conservatives in the country at large, but he's back
again. He had a very big swing, the biggest one in the North East.
Well now, on the battleground stands Robert McKenzie, and what do you see there, Bob?
Well, if there'd been any swing of the Conservatives, those are the seats, the kind of seats Labour would have lost, and in fact they're holding that type of seat. But what becomes quite fascinating is the way the battle is being fought back and forth in this area. Swing up to Labour is around 2% on average nationally, and on that basis, they would be expected to carry far more of this group than they have. The Conservatives held seats like this, which are thought to have been ready to go down. Labour did take this one, and then it's taken Stockport, Warley, and Ilford South, and it even forged right over this far at Luton East. But quite strikingly, the pattern is very mixed here, although moving in Labour's favour rather than the favour of the Conservatives. On the Liberal picture, a sad story really, because they've done very well on average, but not always where their votes count. Losing Sutton and Cheam, holding Rochdale, holding the Jeremy Thorpe seat handsomely, not winning Liverpool where they thought they'd do well. The 2 seats had an excellent chance in their own view. And they now, on our prediction, will not get into the 2 figures of the 20 they had expected. And certainly no takeoff of the kind we talked about earlier in the evening. And
So there's the Liberals, and what began as a good night for them, as Bob's saying, not too good. Labour holding Hartlepool. Well, again, that has been Conservative within living memory, but of course, no swing to the Conservatives there. Let's perhaps have a look at some of the results which are coming through with our computer and keeping up to the mark, giving us a very, very interesting cliff-hanging election tonight with nobody quite knowing what is happening. Labour taking that seat in Dudley West, which they wouldn't have had in 1970, so that does seem, I think, to build up Mr. Wilson's confidence slightly, but no sooner is one announced something like that than you find something which becomes a problem and a difficulty. Look at some of the results now, and here we are up in the northwest.
And these three seats actually show about the average swing for the northwest. About 2.7 is the average swing. Butler and Gorton just a little above that.
And three seats in Liverpool where the Liberals haven't done as well as they wanted.
They got 15% of the vote only in Kirkdale, 22% in Toxteth.
And staying in the northwest, interesting there in Crewe, Mrs. Gwyneth Dunwoody, who lost in the southwest last time, back in the safe seat.
Again, all fairly near a steady average swing of 2.5%.
And now over the Pennines to Yorkshire.
It's lower swings there in Yorkshire. The average for Yorkshire is 1.2 and they're about that. Except, Batley and Morley is a swing to the Conservatives. It's against the tide.
And we'll look at Cyril Smith's success in Rochdale. He's done really very well there, consolidating the by-election success.
It's a bigger majority percentage-wise than it was in the by-election. Quite a big 4% for the National Front. I think it's...
And here in Dudley West, Fergus Montgomery, a former member, he's actually been beaten out of the House twice now.
Yes, he had a great fight for the nomination in southwest Staffordshire and failed there, and now has failed in the neighbouring Dudley West.
So that's some results. Not many surprises there. Some familiar faces, Mrs. Dunwoody, for example, back in the House of Commons. We've had a little note that one of the opinion polls, the Business Decisions in the Observer, say that they've got this result right. Not all polls, as they say, are wrong. Shirley Summerskill holds Halifax, which is one the Tories had some hopes for. Let's look at the state of the parties at this stage, with the Conservatives 7 losses, Labour 5 gains. And that's the situation then. At 1:15, the Conservatives 7 losses, Labour 5 net gains, and the Liberals not quite doing as well as they would have hoped at this particular time. This gives us an opportunity, I think, to have a look at how things are going in the southeast. We'll have a look at Graham Tope, who was the Liberal who took Sutton and Cheam at the by-election. He lost it this time. Let's see how he's taken that defeat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I must start by congratulating Mr. McFarlane. I wish him well in his time, which I think will be short, as Member of Parliament for Sutton and Cheam. May I say that in the 14 months in which I have had the honour, and it has been an honour, to represent Sutton, Cheam and Worcester Park, that I have thoroughly enjoyed those 14 months, that I am deeply grateful to the many, many people in this constituency who've worked extremely hard for the Liberals. And thank you, John. And let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that only 3.5 years ago the Liberals polled 14% in this constituency, so we have still seen a remarkable Liberal upsurge. I have met many, many people during the last 14 months, wonderful people here in Sutton and Cheam, not all of them Liberals by any means. I intend to remain in Sutton and Cheam. It's my home. It will remain as my home, and I shall carry on working here for what we and the Liberals have tried to do here, and we're going to carry on trying to do it.
I think we ought to jump. Here in the southeast, excluding London, which we'll look at separately, is of course very strong Tory territory traditionally. So far the Conservatives have got 6, the blue ones, and Labour 5. One of those for Labour represents, again, Luton East, which they're no doubt very pleased about indeed, but basically it looks as if the Tories will be able to hold that great blue area they ordinarily have and will not fall to the Liberals, as some thought they might. Liberals running very well, though, with 25% of the vote in the area, but not enough for the real breakthrough they've been hoping for. The kind of things they hoped for were these seats, and of course already the Conservatives have held Tunbridge Wells and Sutton and Cheam. And rather recaptured Sutton and Cheam. That's been a great disappointment for the Liberals, undoubtedly. In the Greater London area, so far we've got 25 results, Conservatives 10, Labour 15, and included there are 2 Labour gains, Battersea South and Ilford South. And the Liberals haven't yet scored, of course. Now they've not been successful in Sutton and Cheam. On the sort of swings we're getting nationally, we would expect a Labour swing to bring down some of these constituencies, and yet, curiously enough, this mixed pattern we've had nationally of the Conservatives holding up Minster, which is very vulnerable, Hampstead very vulnerable, yet Labour picking up 2 up here. And the other way, Labour holding its most marginal seat, Putney. Back to Alastair.
Well, now let's have a look at some of the results in the London area, which we haven't picked up yet. Interesting there that Pat Hornsby-Smith, who left Chislehurst to fight up in the Midlands, she might have held it.
And the Liberals got between 20 and 25% of the vote in each of those 3 seats.
And 3 safe Labour seats.
Actual swing to the Conservatives in Hammersmith North, but the swing in London as a whole is about 2.1%. These are other ones, and yet.
And here are some really quite expected results. Michael Shrewsbury, however, the victor of the by-election, holding Uxbridge again.
That's good news for the Conservatives in a seat they might have been worried in. It was, after all, a Labour seat from 64 to 70.
And there's Norman Atkinson, constant competitor for the treasurership of the Labour Party against Mr Callaghan, back in Tottenham.
Slightly higher vote swings there to Labour.
And here's the Andrew Falls result. Mr Falls, as I was saying, very histrionic man, but obviously very much, I think, on the right wing of the Labour Party, a critic of Mr Wilson's over Europe, and he's really very safely back in a seat which he might have had some trouble in.
We reckon that as a 10% swing to the Labour Party, and there are 2 Wolverhampton seats with bigger swings, 16% of Mr Powell's old seat to swing to Labour, but nothing else on that scale anywhere else in the country, about 6 or 7%, the highest we've had recorded anywhere else.
Well, it's interesting now, Smethwick, of course, is in that area. Mr Falls was the member, and yet in that situation, race appears to have played no part in this election.
There's been very little race in this election, all told.
And at the moment, we're saying that the Labour have a lead over the Conservatives of 45, with 490 seats to come. But although the edge, I think, so far has been held by Labour, and that confirms it, they're taking their Bolton East, that's the seat that Lawrence Reid took last time. That's another regain from the Conservatives since 1970. The edge is to Labour, but we can't quite predict that it is for sure a Labour government that's going to come into power at the weekend. And there's Liberals taking a success at Hazel Grove. That's one, of course, which they had their eyes on up there in the northwest. They have actually taken it this time. That's Michael Winstanley.
Yeah, that's major comfort for them, because the Liverpool news has been so bad for them.
Well, there's with the news of a Liberal success up in the northwest, Robin Day is talking to Jeremy Thorpe.
Good morning, Mr Thorpe.
Good morning, Robin. How are you?
May I just tell you that Michael Winstanley has won Hazel Grove?
Yes, I've just heard.
I didn't know whether you were with us, but you did very well down there in North Devon, didn't you?
That's kind of you, yes. Well, we've shored things up a bit.
Now, do you understand what's happening nationally? You see, our computer projects... Mr Thorpe, I apologise, we must go to Sidcup.
You must go to Sidcup?
We'll come back to you later.
Certainly. Bon voyage.
I hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows: Bennett Donald Clifford Tyndall,
Independent Democrat,
613. Hargrave Colin Francis,
Labour,
10,750. Heath Edward Richard George,
Conservative Prime Minister,
20,448. Moxon Oliver Charles Napier, 9,847. And that Edward Richard George Heath has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency.
May I thank you, Mr. Acting Returning Officer, for the way in which you and your staff have conducted the poll today. To thank all those who have assisted you here this evening, all those who have been in the polling stations throughout the day, including the police who have been there with them. May I also thank the other candidates in this campaign for the way in which the election here in Bexley Sidcup has been conducted, in which we have been able to discuss the problems of this country and the solutions which we put forward for it in a way in which has enabled the electorate to come to our meetings, to ask us questions, and then to form their own judgments about it. And finally, may I thank all my supporters, both here tonight and outside in the constituency, for the support which they have given to me, recognizing that I had duties elsewhere to perform at the same time. And so I would like to thank them very sincerely for the confidence which they have placed in me here as the candidate, the Conservative candidate, in the new constituency of Bexley Sidcup.
Mr. Heath there, of course, safely back in his seat. But on his face, I think, the look of a man who does not expect to be Prime Minister again.
Swing to the Conservatives there. Mr. Heath does seem to have a personal vote. His vote went down less in the Liberal uprise and the Labour vote went down.
However, these are still early days. There were 2 or 3 interesting results there, which you may have noticed. Cyril Carr failing for the Liberals at Wavertree, in fact coming bottom of the poll. Plymouth Devonport, a most important success for the Labour Party there. David Owen, who, of course, was fighting there, another sitting MP, Dame Joan Vickers, but David Owen for Labour taking that seat. And as we saw, Anthony Barber, the Chancellor, back, but perhaps again no longer to be Chancellor. Well, now, we must apologise for having left Mr. Jeremy Thorpe and Robin Bay to bring you the Prime Minister's, perhaps even now the former Prime Minister's result. Mr. Heath must make up his own mind about this election. Back to you, Robin.
Mr. Thorpe, if we may carry on where we left off, our computer prediction shows Liberals 18 and a Labour majority over Conservatives of only 9, or 306 and 297. That's after 160 results. The computer changes its mind, of course, as things come in. But how do you, supposing it's something on those lines, what are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to reply to your question. And the first thing I say to you is that I don't accept the results until the electorate have decided.
Yes.
The last balance of payments figures, the computer coughed at Uxbridge. And this made a great problem on our balance of payments. So I prefer the human factor to the technologies. So that is the first question. But if, as you say, the balance of power situation is in the hands of the Liberal Party, this is a question which I will discuss with my parliamentary colleagues when I meet them on Monday. They have first of all to decide who they're going to elect as their leader, and then we will come to a view. And it will not be announced, even under your rigorous cross-examination, courteous but searching. It will be decided in due course when I have consulted the views of the party.
Now, just supposing, Mr. Thorpe, that your party were to elect you as leader, which is not beyond the bounds of possibility.
It's possible, and I haven't yet finally decided whether I'll be a candidate, but I think it is possible. Yes.
Well, let's assume you would answer the clear-cut call of public duty.
Yes.
Would you still say that you would not serve in a coalition with Mr. Wilson if Mr. Wilson were the Prime Minister and that situation arose?
I never said that during the whole course of the election. What I said was that I believe that if there had to be a coalition, it must be on the basis of moderate policies under the leadership of a moderate leader who could unite the people of this country. And I expressed the view that I didn't believe that either of the other 2 party leaders would be capable of that act of unity. That was a personal expression. I went no further than that. And however hard you press me, I think it would be wholly irresponsible to start saying what one would and would not do and what conditions and all the rest of it. All I can tell you is that I will consult my colleagues and collectively we will do what we believe is in the best interest of the nation.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe.
Let's go now to Carl Shulton for the results at Robert Carr's
I
seat.
give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at this election is as follows. Carr Leonard Robert, 24,440. Smallbone Hester Margaret Gatty, 11,695. Walker Peter James, 18,750. And that Leonard Robert Carr has been duly elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for the constituency.
Absolutely no swing. The ratio of the Conservative and Labour votes just the same as we think it would have been in 1970.
May I first of all say to you, Mr. Mayor, and to the Chief Officer and all his staff, a very warm thanks and congratulations, I'm sure on behalf of my fellow candidates as well as myself, for the way in which you have conducted this election. I know that those who were in polling stations from 7 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night had a very hard day. Certainly early this morning the temperature in many polling stations was not far above freezing, and I do think all of us owe a very great debt of gratitude to those who have run this election during this polling day, and I do want to move a very warm vote of thanks to all of you who have done that. And also, of course, for the way in which the count has been conducted tonight. I'm sure all of us feel that this couldn't have been better in any way. May I, secondly, thank, of course...
Well, there's Mr. Robert Carr, the Home Secretary. He was thought to have been in some trouble in that seat, but it hasn't turned out to be so. Now, one or two interesting points while all that was going on. The Labour have taken Hornchurch. That means the return of Alan Lee Williams to Parliament. He's very much a pro-European in Labour ranks and will have an influence in the Labour Party in the House of Commons. You saw that the Conservatives have lost in Birmingham Handsworth there. Sidney Chapman has lost to John Lee, who was an MP for Reading between 66 and 70. We have an interesting recount in Bolton West. The Conservatives already lost Bolton East. Conservatives have held Lancaster, which might have been marginal, but there it is. But in Bradford West, Edward Lyons, also on the right wing of the Labour Party, or perhaps I should say in the centre of the Labour Party, has recaptured that seat, has held that seat, John Wilkinson, who was the Conservative there, having failed. And again, perhaps, again, very significant indeed on those European side, that European side of the Labour Party, Dr. David Owen has taken the seat in Plymouth, Devonport, against Dame Joan Vickers. And of course, one of the interesting things, I think, David, is going to be the composition of the Labour Party, which comes back to Parliament this time, in which way Mr. Wilson can indeed turn.
Yes, I think the feelings of the Labour Party were very different when they've got 100 offices to divide around among them. So there is a great determination in the Labour Party not to repeat the mistakes of last time if they get a clear margin. Peter Walker holds Worcester. Well, that's hardly surprising. It did have a majority of only 4 in 1945, but it has been Conservative ever since 1923.
You look suitably grim there, I think. I wouldn't perhaps imagine the way the results are going tonight that he could expect to remain Secretary for Trade and Industry very long.
The Conservatives held Cheadle, the other half of the Hazel Grove seat, which was thought to be a chance for the Liberals to win.
Well, the moment you say, well, the Conservatives, as we said, holding Lancaster. Let's look now at what Labour has in fact picked up tonight, besides a lot of thoughts about how, whether and when they will form the next government. Keighley, a straight win. Luton East, and of course they've taken the other Luton. Stockport North, Battersea South, Ilford South, so we still wait to hear from Ilford North, Tom Armanger's seat, Wall East, Andrew Fold's seat, Dudley West, Bolton East, and there's a recount in Bolton West, Plymouth Devonport, and Birmingham Handsworth. So, there we are, and nobody can be quite sure. Still looks like a deadlock election at this moment. Nobody quite certain who will really go over the door of 10 Downing Street. And the secret is in the ballot boxes still, and the count coming tomorrow, and already perhaps inside the computer, which is doing its best for us. Labour taking Sheffield Heeley. That's Mr. Hooley back for Heeley. There has been a redistribution there, and Mr. Hooley, given perhaps one of the finest slogans in the land, lost the seat in 70, but he's back there now. Let's look at some results. Up in the northeast, we had some results. Well, I think we have some news from Mr. Heath at Sidcup. Let's go there first.
Mr. Heath, you've been looking rather cheerful in view of the way that the campaign has been going, the results have been going. What's your reaction to the results so far?
I'm not going to comment on the results as far as the national situation is concerned. I'll comment on them tomorrow when the position is absolutely clear.
You want to wait until everything is decided before you say anything?
Yes, I do, yes.
What's your reaction to the result here in this new seat at 6?
Oh, I'm very pleased with this result. I think it's a very good result indeed. We had a very high poll. It was just on 85%. But then we're accustomed to having that in this part of the world, but it is still a very high poll. The total electorate is only 49,000, and so a majority of 9,613 on that sort of electorate is also a very large majority, much larger than we were anticipating. I think the other thing about it is that the people have said that Europe ought to be an important issue. The candidate who fought on an anti-common market issue just got 600 votes. It's another aspect of the campaign, I think.
As Prime Minister, do you actually benefit from your personal role in politics in a campaign like this, or do you lose out because you can't be in the constituency as much as you'd like to be?
I think to a certain extent one loses out. You see, in my original constituency of Bexley, part of which came into this constituency, until I became leader of the party, then I spent a great deal of the time canvassing individual electors. We had 27,000 houses, and I used to canvass about 26,000 of them. Well, that gave me a personal contact all the time with the electors throughout the campaign. Of course, it's been impossible to do that since I became leader of the party. Obviously, there are those who help me down here with canvassing, but it does mean that I can't maintain that continuous personal contact which I had before.
What lessons have you learnt from the campaign as a whole, in general, over the last 3 weeks?
As far as the campaign generally is concerned, I think that the issues on which we fought have been absolutely right, and we've put forward the right solutions to them.
You believe that the issues you presented were wholly accepted by the electorate?
Well, I didn't say that. What I said was I think the issues which we put before the electorate were absolutely right, and the solutions we put forward to the problems are also right.
Sorry, I wasn't talking about the results. I meant, you mean that you were talking about the issues that the electorate were going to make their minds up on?
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think that you were damaged over the period of the campaign by particular events, by the trade figures, if you like, and the various other incidents that happened during the event, or were those run-of-the-mill events that would happen anyway?
Well, they weren't run-of-the-mill events, but part of the campaign was to explain to the nation what was the cause of these events and how they ought to be handled. And it is on that which the nation has had to make up its mind, and we shall know the results of that tomorrow.
Was the style of the campaign beneficial to the Liberals, do you think? The question of divisiveness between the two major parties helping the Liberals?
Well, I think we want to leave that, and I'll comment later on about that.
Can I ask you lastly what your plans are now, Mr. Heath?
I'm going back to London.
To the Conservative Central Office?
No, I'm going back to number 10.
And to bed, or shall we be seeing you later on this evening?
No, I don't think you'll be seeing me later on tonight.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Now there's Mr. Heath talking to David Dimbleby. While he was talking, rather bad news for him. Labour taking 2 seats, Belper, which they would have taken in 1970, George Brown's old seat, but they've gone now to Rod McCracker. West Bromwich East, Labour has taken. They've also recaptured Dartford. That means Sidney Irving is back there. And of course, as you would have expected, there's a recount at Oxford. There always is in this kind of election. But this is turning out now to be a very narrow election result indeed. Absolutely into injury time, I suppose one might say. And Graham Pyatt, what does the computer think about it?
Well, indeed, Alastair, it really is neck and neck. We've nearly got 200 results in, and as you can see, the computer is predicting 302 seats for Conservative, 305 for Labour, 14 for the Liberals. That's a very slender majority for Labour over Conservatives of 3. It just means 2 seats going the other way from what the computer expects.
And we should mention the others. There is a possibility, it's not only just 14 for the Liberals, but an estimate at the moment, especially in line for Northern Ireland, of 14 other seats,
indeed,
which does mean 28 seats holding the balance, possibly.
All right, let's go now to Birmingham Perry Bar for the results.
They told me to shut up.
I, the undersigned, being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the constituency above mentioned, that is Birmingham Perry Bar, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows, namely, Hovers, Kenneth
Liberal.
John,
Liberal.
6044. Kinsey, Joseph Ronald,
Conservative.
15,937. Rooker, Geoffrey Williams,
Labour.
17,960. Shorthouse,
National.
Arthur Cosham,
National Front.
853. Majority of 2,023 for Rooker. And Geoffrey William Rooker has therefore been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency. The number of spoilt papers were 18.
Local opinion poll had predicted.
But again, I imagine Mr. Powell may very well claim it as his own. However, David, there have been some other very interesting results coming along. The Conservatives actually taken Acton, that's the George Young, economic advisor at the Post Office. So
that was redistribution. That was expected. It was one of the invert seats.
It's still, here's a very surprising result indeed, if true, that Labour has taken Murray and Nairn, Gordon Campbell fighting Winnie Ewing of the Scottish Nationalists, and it would appear on the strength of that Labour squeaked in between the two.
Well, I'm very, very surprised.
Well, they say in a three-horse race, back the outsider of the three. But we'll check that one out. If that's so, it's the first cabinet minister to go. There's a recount at Kingswood there, just to the east of Bristol. Let's have a little look at Merthyr Tydfil. This has shown some surprises in the past. It shows now 4 lost deposits of the Labour stronghold.
A major slump in the Welsh Nationalist vote. Plaid Cymru was hoping for a breakthrough there. They'd got 38% in the by-election. They're down to 22%. And this seat really does represent, I think, a gain for Labour. We reckon that that's about a 2% swing to Labour. The Liberals only got 17% of the vote there.
And here's John Lee's result. Back again, he was the member for Reading, and Sidney Chapman out.
A biggish swing. That's just neighbours on Smethwick and the in Powell country.
And here's Bolton East. This is Lawrence Reed out there in Bolton East. There's big news coming for Plaid Cymru, though, I think, in a moment. But there is a Labour gain in Bolton East. All right, here is the big news. Plaid Cymru, that's their first success tonight. The Welsh Nationalists taking there in Meirionydd. And although some of the other results haven't been too successful, this must keep their peckers up for a little while now.
I think Meirionydd is they were one of the 3 seats they hoped to win most. Carnarvon, Meirionydd and Aberdare. Anglesey was another hope, and we know they haven't got Anglesey. But I think there are these 2 more seats they might get. It does affect the others' numbers, holding the balance of power in the next Parliament.
And with the Conservatives holding Bexley Heath, that was Mr. Heath's old seat there, and his agent Reg Pye stayed behind to save it for the Conservatives. They've done so. I think, however, Robin Day is talking to Robert Carr down at Carshalton.
Good morning, Mr. Carr.
Good morning, Robin.
With the news that your cabinet colleague, Mr. Gordon Campbell, the Secretary of State for Scotland, has lost his seat, how do you see this election as a whole?
Well, I've been so busily occupied here in Carshalton, I haven't yet taken in all the news.
Well, let me tell you what our computer says. It says Conservatives 303, Labour 304, Liberals 14, and the others, which we don't know anything about, another 15 or so.
Well, that looks like a cliffhanger with some time to go.
Are you still hopeful of being a cabinet minister tomorrow night?
Well, certainly I am. We've been doing very well in this part of London.
I want to bring in Mr. Ron Hayward, who's on my other line over at Transport House. Hold on, Mr. Carr. Ron Hayward, how do you see it?
Well, on my list, of course, everybody's got a list of marginals, but we've got our own list here, which has been prepared by a very experienced national agent, and we needed 14 gains from my list before I began to feel really confident. Now, we are beyond that 14 gains. And,
confident of what, Mr. Hayward?
Confident that we're going to see a Labour government.
With an overall majority?
Well, confident we're going to see a Labour government at the moment, Robin, and I say this and I say it again, if there is a majority at all for a Labour government, be it a majority, with a good majority or a minority, there will be a Labour government. I'd just like to say this to Mr. Carr, to congratulate him that he's held his seat.
Thank you very much.
Also to say, Mr. Carr, I'm sure you will agree with me, you fought against a very good young Labour candidate.
Yes, I was glad to congratulate him in my speech on thanking the returning officer.
I predict, Mr. Carr, we shall see him in the House of Commons. He's going to have a very good parliamentary career.
You won't.
Well, we shall have to see, but I wouldn't be too happy about that if I was you, old man. You should have seen your Prime Minister talking 5 minutes ago.
But whichever of your parties holds gets the government, how do you view a situation in this tremendously difficult economic and industrial situation when there's a minority government? Ron Hayward? If there is one.
Harold Wilson has made this absolutely crystal clear. We're not going into coalition with any party. If we have only a majority of one, we shall govern. We should start to go through with their programme. If they defeat us, we shall come back to the people, and despite the odds against us and the partisan press this time, If we come back, we should go back with a bigger majority. I'm every confidence in that.
Do you think that's the right course for Labour to follow in the event of there being a minority party with
Absolutely certain. I'm sure Mr. Wilson's going to say the same.
Well, I'm not going to make any comments about this at the moment. When before I came out onto the floor in my own count, I noticed the computer and various people were forecasting quite a substantial Labour majority. Now I notice it's come down to only one. And I suspect before we finish that will have changed again. And I think the forecast at the moment is really rather rash. You see, because not only have I done well here in Carshalton, what everybody thought was a highly marginal seat, and I got a bigger majority than I had in my old one, which was thought to be less marginal. But of course we have recaptured Sutton next door. So I think there's a lot of the story still to be told.
Well,
I think anybody who forecasts at the moment is really pretty rash.
Well, we've got a lot of rash people here. Mr. Hayward, what do you say?
Well, just one thing. I think you should remind Bob Carr, this is not a political party broadcast. Polling stopped at 10 o'clock. Who's he kidding?
I'm not making any party political broadcast. I'm commenting on such results as I know. And I noticed the Labour Party forecast has dropped a lot since I last saw it.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Alastair?
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the situation is, after that very civilized exchange, that again the Conservative resistance seems to be going on. They have held Bolton West after being in some trouble there. That's Robert Redmond has held on there. And Mr. Tony Royal, who left the government just the end of last year, has held Richmond. So that's the reverse of the Liberals, because they hoped that Dr. Rundle would have taken that seat, so the Conservatives have held Richmond. And we are seeing here's a Labour gain at Liverpool Garston.
That's a very surprising one, if correct.
That, of course, is one where the Conservatives will, I think, really regard as a major upset.
7.5% swing to Labour. It means that Labour would have 8 of the 9 seats in Liverpool. The Liberal challenge in Liverpool has failed completely, though the Liberals only got 16% there.
And I think we just have news coming in now that Alan Green is out in Preston South. Labour have taken that marginal. So again, that's a count up for Mr. Wilson, taking that seat back again. This is one of the very swing seats in the country, and of course it is going now to the party which is ahead, even although it is only very marginally ahead. And I think Labour have also taken Gravesend. That is one of the most marginal seats. It always goes with the winning party, I think.
And it's thought to be the most representative seat in Britain. Last time it told us just what was going to happen with a pre-poll. It may be telling us now, though I noticed that the computer is now putting the Conservatives ahead of Labour, 304 to 302.
Well, let's clear up with the man who talks to the computer. Come on, talk to us, Graham.
Well, indeed, as David's just said, the prediction has now put the Conservatives ahead by 2 seats. The Liberal Party is predicting as having 14, and other parties are also predicted as having 14. We must add these 2 figures together to see that we might well be in a situation where neither of the major parties has an overall 318. We're not certain that that's happening, but that seems to be the outcome on which the computer is converging at this point.
Well, it seems that when you actually lose seats, you go ahead in the forecast, and vice versa. Anyway,
I think that either side could still win. They only need to get 16 more seats than the computer says.
This is misleading, something coming through here. Labour would have been very surprised if they ever lost Gateshead West. However, there we are, and with everything still to play for. This does remind one a bit, I think, of 1964. Mr. Heath a bit cagey, Mr. Carr a bit cagey, and one remembers how Sir Alex stayed on in number 10 with Lord Blakenham with him until they got some results on the second day.
You don't concede until you really know you're beaten. And
a big Liberal gain in the Isle of Wight. If that is true, Mark Woodnut must be out in the Isle of Wight, and that's one of their successes. Quite unexpected, I think.
Relatively, there have been some troubles, I believe, there, which made it an outside bet. People had mentioned it to me. I believe the New Forest might go like the Isle of Wight across the Solent, but I don't know.
Well, it is a night of very curious results, and we should perhaps warn you that if you're of a nervous disposition, the lead may change hands once or twice, and you may find some strongholds going to the other side. Well, let's pick up on what's been happening. Go to some results up there in Manchester, and indeed just over from Liverpool.
There, round the average swing for the country and for the northwest.
Still in the northwest. Eric Heffer, of course, a well-known name, back safely.
And Liberals only just saved their deposit. They haven't yet lost the deposit tonight, but it's very surprising that Liverpool should give them their lowest share of the vote.
And here we are on the northeast coast.
where the swing in two of those seats is above the average to the northeast, which has been rather more sluggish than the rest of the country, a nil swing on overall on 13 results.
It's an area where the Liberals haven't been standing in many seats.
We still want to wait for Berwick-on-Tweed, which comes in tomorrow.
And here's the good news for Plaid Cymru. I think they'll be very happy indeed about that, taking Meirionydd.
And a disappointment for the Liberals, who also had some hopes there. It was once a Liberal seat till 1951, but there Plaid Cymru in for the first time in Meirionydd.
And here we're back to some very key seats indeed. Labour are now taking both of the seats in Northampton. Of course, they had the old seat in Northampton, but these two new seats were felt to be very marginal. And here is Leicester East Tom Bradley, who's on the National Executive, and he was PPS to, of course, Mr. Roy Jenkins.
And he was thought to going to lose that seat because of redistribution. Big National Front vote, 7.4%.
And here's Gravesend, that very key seat indeed, which Labour has taken back this time, and by the right of history should be forming the new government.
A 2% swing, and our national average swing is 2.2. So Gravesend is typical once again.
And here we are in the suburbs of London.
And there is Hornchurch, the Alan Williams back with a comfortable majority and a redistributive seat, which has switched from Conservative to Labour by redistribution alone. And Strauss will be the father of the house back.
And in Leighton Brown McGee, who will be known on television, taking Gordon Walker's seat, and Mr. Gordon Walker retiring. And here in Hornsey, Conservative Whip Mr. Rossi back, and in Beckenham Mr. Philip Goodhart.
Those were lowish Liberal votes by tonight's standards, all around 20%. Higher swings for the West Midlands.
And now let's go to the disaster area for the Conservatives tonight in the Midlands, although Mr. Redger has held his seat in Birmingham Hall Green.
In the Midlands as a whole, the swing is now down to 4.4%, but that's 1.5% more than any other area. These are about the average for the area.
And Labour has just taken Birmingham Yardley, so they are doing well there, I think. And here's this surprise, I think, from the Isle of Wight, a Liberal gain, and Mr. Stephen Ross, a chartered surveyor, age 47, taking Mark Woodnutt's old seat.
That's a very remarkable result, up 28% for Liberal vote.
And with some news of Labour taking Norwich South, so that means that Tom Stutterford is out there. He'd been a critic of Mr. Heath over the miners, but Labour has taken that. Let's look now at the roll of Labour's success so far. Keighley, Luton East, Stockport North, Battersea South, Ilford South, Whalley East, Dudley West, Bolton East, Plymouth Devonport and Birmingham Handsworth. And of course we've been hearing of further Labour gains tonight, that very surprising one in Murray and Nairn, the outsider of 3 coming in, and picking up Birmingham Perry Bar. Yardley is to follow. Leicester East, Gravesend, the swing seat, Liverpool Garston, again they're straight from the Conservatives, Preston South, and so what happens in Preston North, Northampton North, and Nottingham West. And now Michael Charlton, who has of course been with Mr. Wilson over the past 2 days, is there at Highton and is talking to Mr. Wilson now.
Mr. Wilson, everybody I think must contrast the way you look now with the way you looked earlier today, and if I may say so, there's an enormous transformation in your whole bearing and attitude tonight. Was it really a big surprise to you to find yourself in this position?
I should tell you that after touring my constituency, I went to bed and had a good sleep. Now, that helped. It always helps with me. It's a great restorative. With regard to the results, no, I can't say they're a surprise, but we've a very long way to go before we can form a firm conclusion about them. They're reasonably encouraging, and I still look forward to, on the basis of what has happened, to what I was always hoping for. Good Labour gains in Lancashire, in Yorkshire, the West Midlands and London. This I'm very hopeful of getting.
But you're not doing as well in the South, are you, as you had hoped?
Quite true. The South, I didn't expect to do quite as well in the South. I think you've heard me say you could draw a line from the Wash to the Humber and we do less well, apart from the West Midlands. I think this is proving true, but the map I would have forecast would have been a much more complicated one. Drawing a ring round the main urban and industrial areas, the Conservatives continuing to do well in the rural areas with whatever help or hindrance they got from the Liberals, and we would have done less well, as I expected, in the southern suburbs. This is proving true.
looking at these results as we have been tonight, could still go either way in your view?
I cannot see this stage the Conservatives having an overall working majority. No, I think it is extremely difficult to forecast whether any party will have a majority or whether we shall have a small one. If it's a small one, that's no new experience for me.
Well, just before we come to the particular problem that you might face over that, I mean, the country in the election has not made a decisive decision. That would seem to be the most obvious result, not a clear-cut, decisive decision. Does that mean weak government?
I do not believe it means weak government. There is one common feature, I think, that I've noticed going all over the country, and I think in a sense it is almost to be drawn from the voting. I think there is a real determination, whatever view individual voters took about the issues, that we've got to get the country right. I found everywhere I went a very deep, mature understanding of the fact that Britain is in a very difficult situation, and that while we face world factors over which we have no control, as I have freely conceded.
Like prices?
Well, if you're going to ask, oil I was thinking of. World prices have gone against us, but of course a 20% devaluation has made it much harder for us. While that is true, we have a lot of problems we've got to solve ourselves. This can only be done, I believe, with everyone pulling together. We've got to end the divisiveness in the country. We've got to get Britain back to work, which means getting the miners back to work, and then a full 5-day week. And I think we're going to need a lot of overtime to catch up the production that has been so, in my view, unnecessarily lost. But I think there will be a desire for everyone to pull together to get the country right, and I do not believe that depends on the size of the majority. I think they want to see a government installed and governing.
But what will the world outside think of a result like this? If the country does have to borrow huge amounts of money, is its confidence going to be restored or bolstered by this kind of result?
I think Mr. Barber has made clear that he was already in the world market to borrow substantial sums of money, and I'm afraid that this is certainly necessary. I think you've got to draw a distinction between our two problems. There are those problems which have come rather suddenly, rather recently. I'm thinking of oil prices and so on. Now, that is not a problem that can be blamed on this country in any way. This is not a self-inflicted wound. It's a problem facing every advanced industrial nation. Germany and other quite powerful European countries, Japan, the United States. I think we can only solve that problem by some kind of international monetary action and perhaps international trade policies. But even before that hit us, and before the miners' dispute, we were in a state of deep underlying trade deficit. And this is what we must put right by our own efforts.
But you think, would it be easier to do all these things with no decisive result?
With a perhaps paper-thin majority, or perhaps less than a working majority, it will not be easier. But in 1964, we inherited what was then the biggest trade deficit in 150 years of trading history. The fact that with a majority of only 4, falling to 3 and 2 and 1, at various times did not prevent us acting decisively and turning the country around. It took time, and we've got to do it again, and I think anyone who's asked to head a government, as we may, must take the political facts as they are and get on with the job of governing.
Would you accept an invitation to form a minority government?
I think this is hypothetical at this stage. I think that's an answer that both Mr. Heath and I have given when we've been asked. I think with so many results being declared, perhaps a few declared while we've been talking, it is quite impossible to make a forecast whether that will be the situation.
And the coalition problem, I mean, when you look ahead generally, you've said many times in the past you would not enter a coalition with any other parties. Does that still stand?
That certainly still stands. I believe that would be a recipe for a weak government, an indecisive government. And I not only say I would not agree, I've always said I would not agree as long as I was leader of the party to a coalition with any other party, Conservative, Liberal or any other. I also say that I do not think you can do government by secret deals and understandings and nods and winks behind Mr. Speaker's chair. I think the government which is formed, I hope with an adequate majority, but in any case the government which is formed has got to act according to the policies it believes to be right and not compromise by having to look over your shoulder at a coalition partner.
Can I just return to this, which you've rejected as a hypothetical question, the question of minority government, that your party has to elect its leader. Would you submit yourself for re-election by the party, or would you take such a request to form a minority government as confirmation of your leadership?
Well, under our constitution, the leader of the party has got to be elected at the beginning of a new parliament, which we now face. Indeed, we have annual election in opposition, but I would certainly offer myself for re-election. Of course, I might find myself opposed by others.
Mr. Wilson, thank you very much.
And Mr. Wilson, speaking there about the very serious issues which face the country and which face all its leading politicians, and which will indeed face the Queen when she returns, of course, as she does later this morning. Well, now, the first thing I must do after that is to apologize and to correct the announcement about the Murray and Nairn result. I think there must be some gremlin, some joker who must have taken a hand in that. That won't be declared until tomorrow. And so my apologies to Mr. Gordon Campbell, and indeed to all his other rivals there. I don't know how that happened, and we're obviously going to shoot that particular person in the computer. You'll see one or two things which have happened tonight in which Labour have taken Yardley there. They've also held on to Huddersfield West after a recount. That was a Labour seat, and they're obviously in some trouble. And in an important result there in Portsmouth North, Frank Judd has taken that seat. Peter Griffiths, the Conservative, who of course won Smethwick in 1964, was ill, was unable to campaign. Not too good news for the Liberals in Orpington. The Conservatives have held that. Just like to say one personal thing to Mr. Robin Young, the Liberal there. He works on the Times Diary. Your diary has been even more inaccurate during your absence, Mr. Young, so welcome back to what used to be Printing House Square. Well, now, Graham,
The Conservatives hold Harrow East, which is on the marginals they might have expected to lose.
can we have a word with Graham on the computer?
Well, very briefly, Alastair, we're back in the position of predicting a Labour majority over Conservatives now of 6 seats. It really does swing around. But at this point, I think we can say quite definitely from the computer that the Conservatives will not get the 318 seats necessary for an overall majority. Other possibilities, however, still remain.
Now, we haven't yet had anything from Scotland except Glasgow Central, where the candidate was the husband of Winnie Ewing. We've had one Plaid Cymru result in Wales. Do you think the other parties are going to be a serious complication?
Well, certainly they are adding a great deal to the uncertainty of the predictions. It's very difficult for us to be able to say what will happen to them.
I don't think there'll be more than 3 Plaid Cymru at the outside, and probably may not be more than 2 in the next Parliament. We can't say anything yet about Scotland, because we haven't got the detailed figures from any Scottish seat yet.
And with recounts going on elsewhere, particularly at Brighouse and Spenborough, that is the situation. We would now like to go to Ipswich, which was the most marginal seat after the result in 1970, a Conservative majority of 13. And let's see what's happening there now.
Now the Ipswich result is imminent after a recount. Ipswich, of course, is an intriguing knife-edge constituency. Last time, as Alastair said, the Conservatives won it with a majority of just 13, the smallest in Britain, but Labour held it for 32 years before that. There's been an 83.5% poll here, and Labour say with a poll of that size, they'll be shocked if they don't
Ladies
win.
and gentlemen, the worshipful the Mayor.
Ipswich constituency. I, the undersigned, being the returning officer for the constituency above mentioned, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows: Brown,
National Democrat.
David Robert Matthew, 1,161. Not Joan Ruby,
Liberal.
11,857. Money, only David Drummond,
Conservative.
29,800 Weech, Kenneth Thomas,
Labour.
29,634. And that the undermentioned person has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency, Ernley David Drummond Money.
0.2% swing to the Conservatives at Ipswich may enable them to hold on to what was the most marginal seat last time, most marginal again this time. Liberals only get 16% of the vote there.
Well, he must feel a rich man, actually. He only had 13 last time. I'm going to make a little prediction. I think there'll be another general election quite soon.
Well, I enjoy general elections. I'm all for them. I'm not sure if our viewers do.
All right, I wonder if we can see that particular result from Ipswich. And here we are, there's Earl Money's result, and of course it goes from 13 to 259. He probably thinks he's in a safe seat. Let's have a look at one or two other results. With the news, Peter Shaw is back in Stepney and Poplar. And here's Norwich South. This is a Conservative loss, Tom Stutterford.
Yes.
And he took it last time, he's lost it this time, but again very narrowly.
Small swing in East Anglia.
And here's the Birmingham Yardley result. And there's Sid Tierney, he's a shop worker, taking the seat from Derek Coombs.
Third Conservative gain in Birmingham.
Coventry Southwest.
This is the Conservatives' best hope of a gain in Coventry. It's now got 4 seats, but it's not firmly Labour, it's Labour by 513.
Here's Frank Judd, his defeat of Mr. Peter Griffiths, but Mr. Griffiths spent most of the time on a sickbed.
But Mr. Judd defied the swing last time, he's defied it again this time.
And here's a good result for Labour. Philip Whitehead had been thought to lose Derby North because of redistribution, but he has held it.
We reckon that is about a 5% swing to Labour.
Here's Thornaby, John Sutcliffe, who took Middlesbrough West last time, failing to hold this revised seat.
And that represents a low swing. The North West has had a lower swing to Labour, but it is enough to give him the seat.
Oldham West, Michael Meacher holding on to his seat.
And that's a big swing, 6%.
So, there we are, and who knows what the result of this election is finally going to be. But let's look at the state of the parties. Conservatives holding Duncan Sands' old seat. There we are. And with that the situation now at 5 minutes after 2 in the morning. But nobody's saying that anybody can form a firm government. Let's go and see how all this news is being taken in Trafalgar Square with Desmond Wilcox.
Well, I don't know how the party leaders are bearing up under the toing and froing of the news, but the soggy crowd here in Trafalgar Square are doing more than bear up, as you can see. And here, I think I'm going to have to withdraw one small prediction of my own about people going into the fountain. They don't need to. It's so wet here, nobody needs to bother the police by paddling in the fountain. But let me find an interviewee. Can I ask you, in view of the narrowness of the way things are going, to you as a housewife, does it matter who gets in tomorrow?
I should say, I think it matters a lot. I think if the Tories get back, the prices will shoot up. We'll never be able to buy as many things.
Well, what in your opinion is the first job facing any government, be it Tory or Labour with a small majority that gets in?
Well, first of all, to sort out the miners, put the trade unions back where they belong, sort out Centrepoint, and most of all, put the prices down for the housewives.
Let me have a word. Let me have a quick word with you. Do you think it matters who gets in? Not really. He doesn't think so. From Desmond Wilcox in Trafalgar Square, back to the television centre and Alastair Burnet.
And the news there you saw at Trafalgar Square, which is encouraging for the Conservatives, that Andrew Bowden has held Brighton Kemp Town. Now that was one of the marginal seats, and Dennis Hobden has failed to make
Labour
his
has just
comeback.
won Ormskirk, which was redistributed, but Harold Sorry, for right-winger, is out.
Well, perhaps he was prepared for that particular fate. Now, Bob McKenzie and the results in the South East.
Well, the pattern in the South East has its real interest now. The Conservatives have held so far 17 of their seats and not made a single gain, and Labour has held 9 of its regulars and picked up 2. Gravesend, said to be the most narrowly balanced constituency in the country, and Luton. What I find particularly interesting is that there's been no evidence of the commuter backlash that we expected all along. The idea that either the Tories would pick up in the commuter belt or the Liberals would pick up markedly. This has not been happening, and is one of the surprises, really, of this part of the country. When you come to see how the particular marginals have gone, they've gone pretty well according to form, in the sense that there is a 3% swing that Labour's surged upward, and it has held all its own super marginals, which might have gone down to an opposite swing: Watford, Basildon, Luton West, Eton and Slough. It has picked up Gravesend, as we noted a moment ago. There's a recount at Oxford. Things look good for Robert Maxwell at Buckingham, and there's a gain this far up on the chart. So quite decisively, I think, Labour has improved its position in the South East in a way that perhaps wouldn't have been expected when you think of the arguments we were having about the rail strike not very long ago. Greater London, picture now, 53 in, most of the parties holding their ground, Conservatives not making any gains, well, in one sense, a kind of gain in taking Sutton and Cheam back again, but they'd held it at the last election, of course. Labour has had 2 gains, which will have been, of course, Ilford South and Battersea South. If you look at the division of the marginal seats, running pretty well to form as far as this side's concerned, these were the ones most at risk to the Labour Party, and they're picking them up: Hornchurch, Woolwich West, Norwood, Putney, it's super marginal. But the Conservatives have held the first of their super marginals here that might have been expected to go down, and now, of course, Labour has leapt up, taking Ilford South and Battersea South. That's the picture then in the South East and in the London area.
Well, there we are in the South East, and as the night drives on, it still seems to be a bit indecisive. Scottish nationalist there, Gordon Wilson, who's their expert on oil, taking Dundee East, although they've also had bad news. They've lost Glasgow Govan. We'll go into that in a moment. Let's have a little look at some results from London. Here we are, and no great surprises.
The London swing is about 2%, and those are all just about the average.
Marcus Lipton back in Lambeth Central.
All about 20% vote for the Liberals.
And Tunbridge and Malling, this is a new seat, but it would have been surprising if the Conservatives hadn't taken it.
The Liberals are second with 27% of the vote. National turnout is up by about 8% overall, and they're 10%.
Well, we've seen these before, but we always like to confirm them for you. All right, that's the situation then in the southeast. No great surprises there, but there's been a night of some ups and downs for all the parties. They all have perhaps the odd wound to show. The Liberals perhaps at Sutton and Cheam, and the Tories holding on here and there in Uxbridge, where they might otherwise have thought, and indeed in Upminster, a little bit of surprise there, David, that they should hold on to these seats. This is a very ragged election, isn't it, in many ways?
Well, in some ways, and yet when I look at the actual regional pattern, it really is extraordinarily uniform. The swing in virtually every area is about the same. Scotland seems to be rather, we've got 16 results in from Scotland, we haven't shown them all, a slight swing to the Conservatives, perhaps by the Nationalists cutting into the Labour vote, and in Wales a slight swing to the Conservatives, particularly in marginal seats. I think they are holding on to those 2 ones in Cardiff North that they might well have worried about.
Now, is this organisation, do you think, in some of these marginals?
No, I don't really believe it's organisation. I think it's mainly a response to the national issues in a different way. I mean, life is different. You've got the nationalist vote cutting in, the different problems of the south, of Wales and Scotland and the southwest. They don't feel part of the great central English belt. Actually, it's the West Midlands that is the other deviant one. That's a high swing, and 9 of Labour's 23 gains are in the West Midlands.
Well, there's Enoch, and he'll be sitting in Eaton Square tonight saying he's responsible. So, there we are, but there's many more results to come, and we don't know the answer. And at the present situation, the Labour lead over the Conservative, you can see it ticking over there, 62, but with 326 results to come. And the predicted overall winner is still at the moment beyond our computer's capability. I think we should have a little look now at some results, particularly some interesting results from Scotland, which not everybody will have heard of. Here is Gordon Wilson, Senior Vice President of the Scottish National Party, their oil experts, taking Dundee East. Mr. Machin was rather a left-wing Labour candidate, and Mr. Gourley ran against him for that reason.
Mr. Wilson gets nearly 40% of the vote. That's 14% up on the by-election and 30% up on the last general election.
And here's Dudley East. This is a Labour success again in the Midlands.
The second highest swing we've had tonight, 11.4%, next door to Wolverhampton, where there was a 16% in Enoch Powell's seat.
And here are the Conservatives holding this seat in Cardiff North West. I think they expected to take
and
it, but
a swing of 4% to the Conservatives. Then when the word isn't mentioned after swing, it means it's to the Conservatives. And that means the recount in Cardiff North must leave the Conservatives gaining a seat there.
And here we have George Younger, who has been one of the promising junior ministers there in the Scottish office, holding on to it. It used to be quite marginal, but it's going his way.
Slight swing to the Conservatives there, and the Scottish Nationalist loses his deposit with just under 12% of the vote.
Worry for the Scot Nats because they've lost Scotland. Nottingham and East here, Jack Dunnett, of course, football director and Labour member. He's doing all right.
2.5% swing to the Labour Party. The swing is much less in the East Midlands and the West Midlands. I really begin to think we can talk about Powell country.
Well, now, just a word, I think, about the Scottish Nationalists, David. They have taken this seat in Dundee East, which they had high hopes of. And again, we must correct this Conservatives, Mr. Fletcher holding Edinburgh North, which he took at the by-election. We must correct that incorrect impression we gave about the result in Murray and Nairn, just to say all is still to play for there. But they must be disappointed that Margot MacDonald, who is very much their sort of glamour girl, has failed to hold government.
And Labour's held Glasgow Kelvingrove while we're talking. Other figures I've seen in Motherwell, a 20% nationalist vote, quite respectably large votes. But I think Dundee is a legacy thing. Here's the Motherwell result. I was just speaking of.
George Lawson.
20% of the vote for the Scottish Nationalists, but George Lawson comfortably back. There's a swing to the Conservatives there.
And I think we have Plaid Cymru's second success on the way, taking Carnarvon. But here's Glasgow Shettleston. That's Mar Galpin, of course, the former Lord Provost of Glasgow. Used to get a knighthood or indeed a baronetcy in the old days.
A very slight swing to Labour, but net, the swing in Scotland is to the Conservatives, not to Labour.
And perhaps this is the SNP's influence. But we're waiting. There is the Plaid Cymru taking Carnarvon, so that's 2 down, and perhaps one of their big hopes still to come.
Yes, Carnarvon was their best hope. If after they'd won Mary Honest, they'd have been very disappointed not to take Carnarvon. That's Goronwy Roberts defeated in Carnarvon, a former Minister of the Foreign Office.
But this, of course, must complicate the question of government forming and coalition forming, with nationalists beginning to come into the picture, with the Scottish Nationalists taking in Dundee East, 2 Welsh Nationalists, Labour, however, taking Preston North to set aside their gain in Preston South. Well, now, Robin Day is talking to 2 prominent party members in Leeds, Keith Joseph for Leeds North West and Mr. Dennis Healy for Labour.
Good morning. Gentlemen, knowing that half the seats are still to come, the computer suggests a small Labour majority over the Conservatives, and
Make your mind up.
If I may just continue, the Labour majority on our computer prediction is 5, and the Liberals have got 13, and the Labour 306, Conservatives 301. Now, we know this can change, but Mr. Healy, how do you view the possibility, at any rate, of a Labour minority government?
I don't look at it at all. I think the computer's as unreliable as the polls were, and I'm still pretty confident that we shall have an adequate majority.
But supposing it were to happen, you, as a probable Chancellor of the Exchequer, not the ideal parliamentary background to tackling our economic difficulties, is it?
Of course it isn't, but nothing I say now is going to influence the result, and I'd be daft if I discussed a hypothesis which you put forward, which I don't believe in.
Well, it's because nothing you say can influence it that I thought you might be prepared to say it.
I know, quite the reverse. I'm concerned now with the problems I may be facing in 24 hours' time.
Yeah. Sir Keith, are you disappointed?
Provisionally disappointed, but I think there may be surprises yet during the night. I'm not prepared to accept these predictions. There are all sorts of surprises to come, I reckon.
And why do you think that Mr. Heath has obviously, whatever the result, he's obviously not got his new mandate to give him the new situation for the solution of the industrial disputes and the conduct of the economy, has he?
I think it's certainly very sad for the country if there isn't a decisive majority for a government.
What do you think about that, Mr. Healy? Do you think it is sad if there's not a decisive decision?
It would be a great pity. I think the one thing that's already certain is that Mr. Heath made a quite disastrous miscalculation. If in fact there was an indecisive result from the general election, I think that history will blame him, because I think the problems faced by whoever forms the next government would perhaps be very, very difficult to deal with. But as I said earlier, I myself believe that we shall have a decisive result, and I certainly hope so.
One more question, gentlemen. Whatever the result, is there not a message to both of you, or rather to both your parties, in the Liberal increase? Mr. Healy?
I think there's a message, yes. I think that it shows that for quite a period during the general election, people felt that the election was a beauty contest rather than the choice of a team to get the country out of the mess it's in. But it was quite clear by the end of the campaign that people were beginning to realise how serious the problem was, and that it was not a question of choosing a pop star, but a question of choosing people with the determination and experience and energy to get the country out of the mess.
Thank you, Mr. Healy and Sir Keith Joseph in Leeds. Now may I turn to our three political journalists who were with us earlier. Peter Jenkins of The Guardian, Anthony Hard of The New Statesman, and Patrick Cosgrave of The Spectator. And I want to turn to Patrick Cosgrave first, because he was on the midweek programme last Saturday and almost alone was predicting a Labour victory against the polls.
Well, obviously on these figures one is pleased to find that one's judgment throughout has been borne out. I have never thought it remotely possible that the Conservative Party under Mr. Heath could win a general election held this year. I still think that as the computer goes on recording results this evening, we will gradually see the emergence of a Labour majority. But my two tips have always been either a Labour majority or a minority government. I've never thought a Conservative win remotely possible.
Anthony Hard, how do you see the evening so far?
Well, I think it looks to me more likely that it will be a minority government than an effective Labour working majority, and I'm sorry about that. But I agree with Patrick, it's not only against the polls. You know, I've sat here tonight really taking some comfort from the fact that with very, very few exceptions, the IPC papers, my own paper, The New Statesman, every single battery of assault was brought to bear on the electorate, telling them they had to elect Mr. Heath. And I'm delighted when the press gets a bloody nose, and it gives me great comfort to see it really with a good deal of blood all over its face tonight.
Do you think that the people are giving you a bloody nose because you said not long ago that Mr. Wilson has sunk to a position where his very presence in Labour's leadership pollutes the atmosphere of politics?
I think that's a perfectly fair question. I think I have to say quite plainly that if Mr. Wilson had not been leader of the Labour Party, I think we might more easily have seen an effective Labour majority. But I'm delighted if he's going to be Prime Minister.
I think that Harold Wilson came out and fought a really cracking campaign, and that you know, he must be given the credit for the fact that Labour has closed the gap against the odds. What I think is absolutely fascinating about this election is that it is almost as if the voters have said, let us have a dead heat, and they have to be very clever and very cunning to achieve that result. But you've seen it in the way in which the Liberal vote has been very large, but particularly in stronghold seats on one side or the other, and in the marginals it's been much closer.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. We look forward to hearing from you again. Alastair?
And the computer is beginning, I think, to settle down with half the results in now, beginning to settle down to what looks like a deadlock situation. Some interesting results while we were talking there. Well, let's get these out of the way first. No very great surprise there, except in Northampton South, the Conservatives have taken that marginal seat. That means the unfortunate Mr. John Dilks, who was beaten by Mr. Dick de Verne in Lincoln, has failed again to get into Parliament.
We reckon that a slight swing for Conservatives.
And there we have some seats, good for Labour there, both Bradford West and Dartford.
But in fact, hardly any swing in any of them.
Again, there, no particular surprise.
Eric Moonman back in the old part of the old Billericay seat.
In Conway there, the Conservative has put up his majority quite substantially.
It must be a great relief to them to hold Conway and to hold Southampton Test. The Conservatives done very well in Wales.
Here's one which is important. Mrs. Judith Hart, who would have lost the seat in 1970 as it's now constituted, has retained what is now almost a county seat in Lanark. She lost the best piece of it to East Kilbride.
We're not quite sure about the 1970 calculations. It's guess what would have happened then.
And here's Carnarvon, the success of Mr. David Wigley, who is an industrial economist and the second Plaid Cymru gain of the night.
His vote jumped 7%. He got the best share of the vote of any Plaid Cymru candidate last time. It's a very impressive result, though.
And here's Labour taking the second seat in Preston.
They have done well in that part of Lancashire.
I think they've got another success coming up from Brighouse and Spenborough. Here's Hampstead, however, Mr. Finsberg, who's really on the pro-Israeli side of the Conservative Party, but one of their bright young men.
That swing is to the Conservatives. 2% swing to the Conservatives against the tide in Hampstead.
Manchester Moss side, this is one the Conservatives would have expected to lose through the boundary commissioners as much as anything else.
But still, there was quite a big movement there, a 3% swing to Labour, we think. 22% of the votes are Liberal.
Now we have Mr. Charles Morrison back in Devizes and Mr. Paul Dean in Somerset
But
North.
a very impressive Liberal vote in Devizes, which might mean that Chippenham would be in danger next door.
And we, with the news that there's a recount at Aldridge and Brownhills, that's Pat Hornsby-Smith's new seat up there in the Midlands, although, of course, her old seat was actually held by the Conservatives. Let's have another word now. We've had so many controversies. Now, Graham, what's the latest from the front?
Well, we've over half the results in now, and here are the predictions. Conservatives 300, Labour 307, Liberals 13, and other parties also about 13. The figure of 307 means that the Labour Party are expected to be 11 short of the 318 seats needed to form a government. The computer predicts that the most likely result of this election is that the Liberals and other parties will hold the balance.
I don't know whether that's good news for anybody or not. We'll go now to Brentford and Isleworth, where there's a very closely fought seat in West London.
Well, we're all waiting for the result here, which we're expecting to be declared at any minute now. This, as has already been said this evening, is a new constituency where we've got the intriguing situation of having two sitting MPs fighting over a new seat. At the moment, the returning officer, Councillor Raymond Padley, is up here on the stage. He's the Mayor of Hounslow, and we're expecting him to declare the result at any moment. This is a constituency in which the issues haven't really been fought on the national policies. Both the candidates here are moderates. The Tory candidate is Barney Hayhoe, and Michael Barnes is the Labour candidate. And they're both pro-European, and they're both moderates on such issues as immigration. And
well, that is, of course, an interesting seat there. Two sitting members and fighting it out toe-to-toe. I think actually before we have any more results, although we have a fair number, since we are really, I think, sticking in this minority government situation, I wonder, Robin McKenzie, whether you've got any particular thoughts about this. Supposing this was the result that the Queen faces, and she calls Mr. Heath to ask his advice, as I think she would be bound to do when she returns to London. What's your view on this?
Well, of course, he has every right to meet Parliament and to be defeated, or to find out whether the Liberals might be prepared to sustain him. But assuming either he carried on a minority government or Labour formed a minority government, there's going to be a terrible tendency abroad in some quarters in this country to treat this as the end of the world. Now, in fact, Mrs. Mayer is ruling without a majority in Israel. The Swedish government doesn't have a majority in Parliament, and it has to depend effectively on some communist MPs. Canada has most of the time, in the last 15 years, had minority government. Lester Pearson was Prime Minister, a distinguished Prime Minister, never had a majority, nor did he form a coalition.
But I think one of the points, Bob, is do they actually have the kind of precarious financial position that most British governments have had to face in recent years?
Well, they have another kind of precarious situation in Israel. I mean, so that I think while one would like to have seen a clear majority, and hopefully even yet see one, for either major party, now it seems to me to be important to steel our nerves and not assume that the end of the world follows. And of course, if you look at coalitions, if that were on the cards, most governments in Europe are coalitions, simply because no one party gets a majority.
And I think one of the problems about this is because we are unused to coalitions in Britain. We had them in the 1920s, but every party, the Labour and Conservative parties, have done their best to avoid one. I think Mr. Wilson in 64, 66 did his damnedest to avoid having any such thing.
It's very curious.
We may be very slow in forming one, and that could be quite ruinous financially.
Well, but it's very curious that there should be an idea in this country that you can't be a socialist and have a coalition with anybody to your right. I mean, Brandt came to power by a coalition first with the Conservatives, then with the Liberals in Germany.
Well, the coalition is going to mean some people have got to eat their words, because after all, Jeremy Thorpe said he won't serve under either Harold Wilson or Ted Heath.
Well, you don't take campaign words too seriously.
Well, I don't know.
In the national interest, we may have to have a coalition, that's all.
But you see, but again, supposing there is a coalition government, Bob, and supposing it even does as well as plainly you think it might be able to do, I think most people would actually say this result suggests that there's going to be another general election within the next year and a half.
But even that's not inevitable. In other words, we have long periods of minority government in many parts of the world, and it simply is, the onus is placed upon the third party not to force an immediate election, and they usually are very careful to abide by that.
Disraeli said England does not love coalitions.
Well,
I'm not advocating one, but I'm saying neither minority government nor coalition ought to be out of the question for strong government.
Well, perhaps we need to take a leaf out of his book. Of course, it was Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Ramsay MacDonald who were the last practitioners of this kind of very difficult situation. We know we're in a difficult situation because there's a third recount at Peterborough. When things are really difficult, they go up to 6 or 7 recounts at Peterborough.
They did, a majority of 3 in 1966.
Well, let's see some more results. And here we are down to the east of London. To Bernard Brain there, in fact.
Liberals all around 20, 23, 24% in this area, just not making the breakthrough. They are just below the breakthrough point.
And back to the Midlands, this time the East Midlands.
Nothing unexpected in those, so the swing is slightly higher than we've had in the East Midlands, except Nottingham West. That swing is to the Conservatives against Michael English, so the seat has been much redistributed.
And now down to the two cities in South Wales.
And South Wales, the swing is to the Conservatives in Cardiff West and Swansea East. No swing in Swansea West. But
George
Wales
Thomas
is outside the pattern. George Thomas. Back.
George Thomas, the name now. And here we are, getting back up into the Midlands again, but I don't think there's any real
surprise. But you notice a much bigger swing in Coventry in West Midlands and in Bassetlaw or Wellingborough in the East Midlands.
Here we are, Mr. Malloy back in Ealing North.
This must please them very much. It does represent a big swing to Labour, about a 3%, 3.5% swing to Labour in a seat that would have been Conservative thanks to redistribution.
And this is the result in Manchester Mosside. We have indeed, but it's always nice to see it again, even though you may be the Marxist-Leninist candidate and you only got 206 seats, 206 votes. And here's the Conservatives holding Cardiff North by
safe. Upset people beginning by saying there was a recount there. I don't know why there should be a recount on those votes.
Is the Liberal saving a deposit?
No, the Liberal did very well. He got 20% of the vote.
Here's one of the Conservative successes in West London, Sir George Young.
But that's thanks to redistribution. Mr. Spearing was bound to lose on those redistribution. There was actually a slight swing to Labour.
And now in Pembroke, we haven't got the Pembroke result, but just to say there, the Conservatives have held Pembroke.
Right against the tide. They were all thought certain to lose it.
Mr. Nick Edwards there, who took it because it was Desmond Donnelly was fighting his old seat against Labour, so there were 2 Labour candidates last time. Nicholas Edwards speak through and took it, and he's held it this time.
Yes, well, it is this swing in Wales. Labour has lost 2 seats to Plaid Cymru and gained nothing of the seats it hoped to gain from the Conservatives.
Alex Lyon back in York there. Used to be marginal in the old days, but not since he's been sitting there. Let's look at that Pembroke result. And there we are with, in fact, Clyde Cymru doing extremely badly and losing a deposit.
Well, you don't expect English, it's called English Wales. They don't speak Welsh in most of Pembrokeshire.
Oh, well, we're not going to forecast any civil war. More results here. Here's Mr. Colin Jackson coming back again. Of course, he is Fort Brighouse and Spenborough, who's a member for 64 to 70. Then Mr. Wilfred Proudfoot took it, and now Mr. Proudfoot is down.
It's a custom to recount. It had the narrowest majority in 1959, 55, I think.
And, of course, here's John Selwyn Gummer, who's one of the Conservatives' bright young men, indeed Deputy Chairman of the party looking after youth. He's lost his seat in Lewisham West.
He was worried about losing it because of the Liberal vote there.
Well, we'll get the fuller figures about Lewisham West, but that, of course, is a familiar figure on the platform of Conservative Party conferences, one of the young men who's come to the top, and he failed there this time in Lewisham West. Labour there winning Bristol North East.
Made safe for Labour by redistribution.
Well, what we're waiting now is for some great stroke coming down from Mount Olympus, which may save the parties. I think the Conservatives and Labour would like to be saved from actually having a minority government or a coalition government, despite what Robert McKenzie said. Labour holding Gateshead East. They'd be surprised indeed if they had lost that particular one.
We've got another 90 seats to come tonight, so there's still quite a lot to play for. But of course we haven't heard from agricultural seats and the sort of places where the Liberals might especially hope to do well, down in the West Country, for example. And we haven't heard very much from Scotland, and certainly rural Scotland.
A little look at the state of the parties now, and how we stand, with Labour, of course, clearly ahead at this stage of the night, and their gains beginning to show up. Perhaps the little surprise there that there are only, in fact, 3 Liberal gains so far tonight. Here's the full result in Preston North, Labour taking that seat and regaining control over both parts of the town.
Both of them with a 4% swing.
You plainly have to live on a knife edge there in that situation. Well now, Bob, what do you think is likely to turn up tonight which could in fact stop a minority government happening in Britain?
Well, there's one point I'd like to make is we worked out earlier that the Labour Party needed to be 72 seats ahead of the Conservatives by the time we went off the air tonight, or 70 approximately. They're 70 seats ahead at the moment. Now, if they can hold that 70-seat lead they've got at the moment, 72 there, they probably have guaranteed the destruction of the Heath majority. They will not, however, they'll be quite a long way still from a working majority, and indeed it's entirely likely that the combination of the Liberals, the Scottish Nationalists, the Welsh Nationalists, Northern Ireland independents of various kinds, together will hold the balance of power. It's not inevitable, but quite likely on present form. And that raises problems that everybody ought to be thinking about.
We've been accustomed to a 3-party parliament. We're going to have about a 7-party parliament. With all the Northern Ireland species, we might have a 9 or 10-party parliament.
That's exactly the kind of parliament in Europe which leads to either minority government or coalition.
Well, and of course, but this is a very different situation, I think, with the Northern Ireland point, which David has made, with people shouting that it's Scotland's oil. After all, I think a lot of politicians in the south here in England felt that if they could win this election, they were liable to stay in power for a long time because of North Sea oil. But it's all still to play for. Here's Lewisham West. And here's Mr. Chris Price, who was Labour MP for Birmingham Perry Bar from 1960 to 70, coming back here. He's a journalist now, former teacher, and Mr. John Selwyn Gummer going down. But I suspect he'll bounce back somewhat.
The Liberals only got 16% of the vote there.
And, well now, with those results, Robin Day is talking to, I imagine, 2 slightly disappointed Liberals in Liverpool. Robin.
And with me in Liverpool are Mr. Cyril Carr, former chairman of the Liberal Party, and Mr. Trevor Jones, former president of the Liberal Party. And gentlemen, you both came third. Now, what happened to Jones the vote? Now, I can't hear. Sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Jones. It's not your fault, because I can see that you're speaking, and I'll go back to Alastair. We'll come and pick you up later. My apologies.
Well, that's rather bad luck. It's the kind of moment when you really do want to have an explanation ready. There's news for the Conservatives that Tom Iremonger has held Ilford North after a recount. Yet another example of how, although there is a clear swing to the Labour Party, the Tories are resisting, and indeed perhaps it's their resistance which is deadlocking the present situation. While we're waiting to go back to Liverpool, a look at one or two results. Sheffield, Healy, and we've made that joke about Mr. Hooley before, but it's still quite a good one.
17% of the vote for the Liberals.
And here's Birmingham, Erdington. Not much of a sensation there. National Front has been running badly tonight.
Turnout up 8% as it is nationally. It really is a picture of greater involvement in the election.
Here's Robert Redmond, who's a former agent who actually made it to MP for the Conservatives, and he has held on to Bolton West, though East has gone to Labour.
Bolton had record swings last time. Here's a very low one.
Well, now Mr. Wilson is at Huyton. Of course, his count is over. He's successfully in. You will have seen him earlier tonight. Perhaps you will have looked at his face and at Mrs. Wilson's face, the pride in her face, and yet perhaps also the thought, is she going to go back to number 10?
Where he comes after every poll in every general election. If you missed it, and I'm not sure whether you did, he's had a tremendous reception here as he came in from a very excited and enthusiastic audience.
The problem is times with the usual heightened response, because obviously, in view of the manner and the way in which the news is travelling at the moment, it is important that both Harold and Mary are able to get away within a reasonable time.
We now know that Mr. Wilson is going to spend the night up here in Liverpool. He'll be travelling down to London tomorrow. This is one of his party workers introducing him here. You can see Mrs. Wilson, who's not been well the last 2 days or so of the campaign. Shouts of Prime Minister to him, Prime Minister, they're all falling out.
Mr. Chairman, and Peter, and Arthur. Where is Arthur? Get him up here.
Oh, get him up. Arthur Smith, come on, Arthur.
And friends. I haven't got much voice left after this campaign. I need your help. Now then, you're not helping. It seems to me that you look a bit more cheerful than you did on the night of June the 18th, 1970. I don't understand why. On that occasion I had a majority here of 21,000 and it's only 15,000 tonight. It might be because we've got a smaller constituency. But the result in Huyton, I think, is one of the most remarkable in the country. And I want to thank all of you for it. I didn't say that on account. I didn't want to, rub it in at all, but... And I thought they were going to give me the chance of speaking outside the hall, but they didn't. There was no microphone. But I cannot claim any credit for this wonderful result in Huyton. It's all yours. I wasn't even here. I wasn't even here. You did all the work. So I can't claim any credit. The credit is all yours. And I want to thank all those who've played a great part in this in every part of the constituency. Above all, I want to praise Arthur. We knew that we must expect a reduction in our majority. Arthur, who was a cautious fellow, told me how much it would be 8,000. You nearly doubled it between you. And you mustn't worry about losing Kirby, because by handing over Kirby to Ormskirk, we have won Ormskirk. And you carried the burden of losing Kirby. By the way, if you can stand any more shocks, we've won Garston. And I'll be surprised if we haven't won Bevington, but we haven't heard the news yet. Have we? What have we done? I'm very glad about that. I went to school in Bevington. Now then, I'm not going to say anything tonight about the national position. The results are still coming through. Many of them are reasonably encouraging. I'm very glad that in this election, considering how it was called and the excuse given, that my agent in this constituency was a former miner at Cronton. And whatever government is formed as a result of this election, whatever party it might be, its first job must be to get the miners back to work. And its second job must be to get you all back to work instead of a 3-day week. I have a feeling you're not going to be much condition for work tomorrow morning. Anyhow, thank you again. Whatever little job I might have to be doing in the next year or two, I shall be up here regularly. We'll have a celebration. And to our friends from Prescott, let me say this. I shall fulfill the engagement next Friday to speak at the annual dinner of the Prescott Party. It would be wrong for me to mention any of the local parties who have done so much in this campaign, or any individuals, but we have given in recent years a very special welcome to Cantrill Farm. They worked hard, they have been comrades in every sense of the word, and they played their fullest possible part in this victory and in helping to offset the loss of Kirby. Thank you again all. And whether tomorrow I shall be found to be leading the party with the biggest number of seats, or the official leader of the opposition, or the leader of the party with the third biggest number of seats, whichever it is, I shall continue to serve Highton to the full extent of my ability. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson talking about the little job that he may or indeed may not have in a week's time, but this is a very remarkable result and one which must cause considerable worry to all the senior politicians. Well, now Mr. Heath is back in Downing Street. He arrived there tonight, possibly for the last time, but of course it's his privilege. It's up to him to know what he intends to do. Here is the man who had hoped to be returned tonight with a governable majority, a majority over all parties. It doesn't look as if that's going to happen, although, of course, the election is not over yet. Mr. Heath going back to number 10, and it's for him, I think, to make the first move. The Queen was back in the morning, and she will want to know what the result of the election is, and she will, of course, have to be in consultation with the party leaders to take the advice of the outgoing party leader, if that is Mr. Heath's fate. And indeed, of course, it's been known in the 1920s for a defeated leader to meet the House of Commons in the belief that one or other of the two parties facing him would not throw him out. And Mr. Heath may suppose that if Europe, for example, was the main issue in the election, then would the Liberals vote against him on Europe? This is where the problem comes. Well, Bob?
Alastair, you know, all along I've been worried by the doomsday approach to this election, which some journals, it seems to me, have rather promoted, and danger, too, that people, the world, would take too literally Mr. Heath's definition of the issue, that conservatism or extremism and chaos. And now, it will be very difficult if there is a minority government of either side, but I do think it's terribly important that people should realize that the inner core of an incoming Labour government cannot fairly be labelled as extremist. It will not be that sort of thing at all. Otherwise, there will be a great panic tomorrow on the stock exchanges, internationally, on the currency markets, everything else. And this is what worries me most about an indeterminate result tonight, the effect tomorrow and thereafter.
Well, what struck me about the election has been such an extraordinarily moderate election of a moderate people talking in moderate terms, and whatever government is there will be behaving moderately.
And they have produced the kind of parliament that most other countries have, a divided parliament.
That's not always the most successful way of doing it. We're going now to Cardiganshire for the decoration.
The serving officer here is Mr. Alastair Burnet, the High Sheriff of Cardigan. He's a farmer. There have been four candidates here: Liberal, Plaid Cymru, Conservative and Labour. Here comes the result.
Etholiad Sydero, Etholaeth Ceredigion.
Ceredigion,
Rwy
Cardigan.
sydd am henw isod, y swyddog canlyniadau weithredol dros Etholaeth Ceredigion. Rwy hyn yn ysbysu fod cyfanrif y pleidleisiau a fwrwyd dros bob ymgeisydd yn yr etholiad fel y ganlyn. Clifford Gregory Davies, Plaid Cymru.
Ross National Party.
4,754. Geraint Wyn Howell, Plaid Rhyddfrydol, 4,010.
14,000.
Trevor Wilmot Llywelyn,
That's the Liberal.
4,758. David Reston Morgan.
Just a sitting member. Alastair Morgan, Labour.
1,010.
11,895. In English, that means that the seat has fallen to the Liberal. This is a Liberal gain from Labour in Cardigan. There's the new member, Mr. Geraint Howell, a farmer who farms about 12 miles up into the hills of Cardiganshire. Liberal gain at Cardigan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now do it in English.
Well, this was a seat that had been Liberal for 80 years until 1966. Mr. Morgan came in. He's now been defeated by a local farmer who has very well known all through the constituency. The Liberals had great hopes of this seat, and Roddy Bowen's old seat has gone back to the Liberals. But my Welsh didn't enable me to get the figures or give you any percentages.
What's the Welsh for swing, David?
Welsh for swing? No, I'm not. Dim Cymraeg, that's my Welsh. No Welsh.
I only know that name of that railway station in North Wales, but anyhow, this is quite a night, of course, and a number of very remarkable results indeed. You've seen there how Labour has taken Middleton and Prestwich after a recount, and of course the Conservatives holding Dover and Deal, and indeed Brentford and Isleworth. Well, now, we had to interrupt our talk to the Liberals in Liverpool because of a little sound failure, but I think we've restored communication. Robin.
And we're back with Mr. Cyril Carr, former chairman of the Liberal Party, and who is in Liverpool Wavertree, and Mr. Trevor Jones, former president of the Liberal Party, and who is in Liverpool Toxteth. And first of all, gentlemen, I won't put my original question. I will be more up to date and say what you think about the Cardigan result.
We are delighted.
Tell us about Mr. Geraint Howell.
Well, Geraint, I remember going to Brussels with him. I got to know him quite well. We went to see the European commissioners, and he will be a great asset to the House of Commons.
Well, now, you've had 3 games, Isle of Wight, Hazel Grove and Cardigan, and if you call Rochdale again as regards the last election, how do you feel about the Liberals so far with 18.5% of the vote after 385 seats declared?
Well, I feel that we're going to get about 5 million votes and maybe 15 seats. And I think the country will agree with me that if that is so, it will be a disgraceful reflection of the Liberal presence in this country. But it may be there'll be a rough justice in that the Liberal Party will have the balance of power and will have a great say in helping to solve the tremendous problems that face the country.
Mr. Jones, what happened to Jones the vote in your constituency?
Well,
Third.
he lost, didn't he?
Yeah, didn't do very well.
Well, let's face it, we had a 3-week campaign, Robin.
Yes.
And we had a constituency in which we had one half held by the Liberal Party and the other half without any Liberal presence whatever. And we got, as a seat we hadn't fought since 1950. And I think we got a creditable result. Obviously we're disappointed, we like to win. There's no such thing as a good second place in my book. And I think what's happened really is that the party woke up to the fact that the country was fed up with the other parties. It woke up to the fact far too late.
Now, Mr. Carr has just spoken of the balance of power in Liberal hands being a kind of rough justice for the Liberals. But is it good for the country, do you think, in this very serious economic situation, to have a kind of government which might be unstable, despite Mr. Robert McKenzie's enthusiasm for foreign-type coalitions?
No, I don't think it's not going to be unfavourable to the country at all. I think the Liberals will exercise a moderating and a common-sense influence on the House of Commons. It's a great pity that there aren't a lot more Liberals there to do it.
But let me ask you, but you're both, if I may call you that, grassroots Liberals, in the sense that you don't move primarily in the metropolitan sphere. What do you think yourself about the idea of a band of Liberals joining in a coalition? Are you against that, or do you think it's a good idea?
Well, I don't think that the Liberal Party is about coalitions. It's about building a liberal society, and we want political power to do that. Now, if the other parties at long last see the light and go along the road that leads towards a liberal society, then...
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Sorry we're brief, but there's a lot going on tonight. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Robin.
And of course, one of the indications that we are in a very considerable deadlock situation is the Scottish Nationalists have taken Banff up there. This is a real result. This is not like the one that we gave from the next door seat of Murray and Nairn. A little disappointment for the Liberals. In Greenock and Port Glasgow, they failed to make very much headway, and Dr. Dixon Mabon is back there.
But there was a Conservative this time. Last time it was a straight fight. That's why the Liberals had some hope of it.
But we are now, I think, in a situation where it's going to be very hard indeed for any or either of the major parties to break out of the deadlock, or indeed for the Liberals perhaps to make much headway. We have not yet heard from Northern Ireland, but we are able to say that the Nationalists are making considerable headway in both Wales and Scotland. And this is the situation at this time, just coming up 5 minutes to 3. And with that situation, heading towards deadlock, which is quite a serious situation, and we have, in fact, the victor at Brentford and Isleworth. This is Mr. Barney Hayhoe. One of the slogans in the campaign was "Give Hayhoe the heave-ho," but in fact he held on to it, and in fact Brian Ash is talking to him now.
Well, Barney Hayhoe, you kept us in suspense here with your declaration, but now that we've heard the result, what's your reaction?
Obviously delighted. The count was done slowly and took a long time, but clearly delighted by this result. I think most people who have followed this campaign have had, I think, a sympathy for both the MPs who were involved in it. Both of us have been good constituency members, and I found across party divisions there was really a genuine feeling of what a pity it was that in this constituency one or other of us had to lose. Well, obviously I'm very glad that I was the lucky one to win, and my supporters have done a magnificent job in getting this result for me tonight.
Do you feel any regret at the fact that you've had to do it at the expense of another sitting member, Michael Barnes?
Well, no regret. I mean, this is the democratic process. Alas, it was the vagaries of the Boundary Commission that drew the new constituency so that we two sitting MPs really had to fight each other. Neither of us were prepared to run away and find somewhere else. Both of us really were loyal to our constituents, and so we had this contest.
Fine. Barney Hay-Ho, thank you very much indeed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, there's Barney Hay-Ho, the victor in that very tightly fought seat there in the West London. Michael Barnes, the pro-European Labour member who held on by the skin of his teeth last time, goes down this time. And now for some more news, Bob McKenzie.
Here again is the home counties and the London area, which we look at separately. Conservatives held 26 of their seats in this very important area of the country. Labour have gained 2, still just 2, Gravesend and Luton East. The Liberals have made no headway at all in way of capturing seats and indeed have lost one of the London ones. Now this I think is really quite surprising, a point I made earlier but I think it's worth thinking about again, that all the speculation about the effect of the commuter strike has come to almost nothing. And that would seem to me to be perhaps the most surprising aspect of the home counties and commuter belt around London. If you look at the actual changes that have been occurring, Labour has held all its seats that might have been at risk, Eton and Slough, Luton West, Basildon, Watford and so on, and they've picked up Gravesend and Luton East as we noted. The Conservatives have held Oxford after a recount. We haven't heard yet from Robert Maxwell's effort at Buckingham to take it back for Labour. And the Conservatives have also held Dover and Deal, which was one of the ones that could have been very much in the balance right through. But that kind of swing, pushing the Conservatives up this way, has resulted in that situation in the home counties. If we now look at Greater London, the situation, the Conservatives have made no gains, have held 29 seats. Labour have held 46 and picked up 4. Again, no Liberal gains in that area. This, I think, in a way is surprising because much of their strength had been concentrated in places like Richmond. They didn't manage to take Sutton and Cheam and so on. And of course, some famous names, Bob Carr's back at Carshalton, and then a whole list of famous Labour names have been returned. Douglas Jay, the great anti-common market figure, Ian McCardo, left-wing leader, Joan Lester at Eton and Slough, who may well be in a possible Labour government, John Silken, Robert Mellish, Peter Shore, leading crusader against the common market, John Fraser, and so on. These are back in the London area or the southeast. The turnover of seats is fairly well as one might have expected, granted a Labour swing of 3%, holding all their marginals. Haven't yet heard from Paddington. Conservatives, surprisingly in a way, getting Upminster. Labour taking Lewisham West, Conservatives holding Hampstead, and then a rash of Labour gains, Ealing North, Ilford South, Battersea South, and so on. And then, of course, there are the Liberal hopes that they might have had in this home counties and Greater London area, and as you see, the ones the Liberals most hope to get have been tending to go Conservative. The blue check mark is an indication they've been picked up by the Conservatives in all those places, and really grave disappointment. Orpington, for example, which heralded the great Liberal revival. They had, in one sense, bad luck. They've got a lot of votes. They've tended to be in the wrong places. That's been the story of the Liberal difficulty tonight. They, of course, now have 5 seats and have 4 gains. So they may well come back at 15 seats, but a tiny representation for a vast public support, which is another comment on their case for changing our electoral system. They would have held the balance of power after every election since the war, including this one, if we had a European system of proportional representation. Alastair.
That was a party political broadcast on behalf of the Robert McKenzie Proportional Representation Society. Let's see some results. Here we are. Mr. William Shelton taking Streatham there. He was an MP for Clapham.
Very big swing in Streatham. The rest near the London average of 2%. 2.1 in London. Swing to left.
And some more come up.
Swing to the Conservatives in Harrow East. A marginal the Conservatives might have helped for. Mr. Pavitt back again, but a swing to the Conservatives there.
Well, Hugh Dykes is quite a strong young candidate in Harrow East.
If the candidates matter in Greater London.
And there's Rhodes Boyson, the controversial, I suppose one must say, Conservative schoolmaster, Highbury Grove Comprehensive School, taking that Brent North seat, inheriting
remarkably uniform swings in this London area. Liberals getting 20% of the vote about in those. This is a remarkable Conservative victory. 5% swing to Labour, but it is one of those seats that you might have expected the Conservatives to be under threat. It's just in Powell country, 5%, way above the national average, but below the black country average.
Well, he must have something that other black country Conservatives don't appear to have. And here in Rugby, well, there's a perennial man who holds on against the swing, but this time he's put his majority up quite
But
substantially.
he's actually below the swing for his area of the country. Last time he had the most exceptional swing of 3% swing to Labour, right against the tide, the biggest swing to Labour in the 1970 election. Now he's just returned to normal, perhaps.
Well, it's that kind of election, isn't it?
Liberal only just saves his deposit there. I don't think they've lost a deposit in England yet.
And here's Newcastle on the line.
A marginal seat that is no longer marginal. Turnout up 18% from the Wakes week last time when it cut the turnout.
And with the Conservative Labour lead over the Conservative, or the Conservative deficit against Labour 81, with 232 results to come, that is the situation. Still in deadlock, but still some possibilities of some party trying to break
Pat
out.
Hornsby-Smith out.
And she might have held the seat if she'd stayed down in the southeast.
Yes, all those seats there were held. Sidcup and Bexley Heath and Chislehurst.
Well, now, of course, with the Labour majority over Conservatives of 10, with the Liberals in the field, although not picking up as many as they might have liked, but with the Nationalists taking seats and Northern Ireland yet to hear from, it's awfully hard, I think, to see how anybody can really break out, even given that we have the whole of day 2 to come. Graham.
Yes, the computer has now got over 400 results in. The predictions have stayed very stable, but the uncertainty has diminished, and we are now, from the computer, almost certain that neither Conservative nor Labour will get enough seats to have the overall 318. Accordingly, the Liberals and other parties are almost certain, according to the computer at this stage, to be holding the balance in the middle.
We've got another 40 seats to hear from tonight, but virtually none of them are targets. Virtually none of them are targets. Bristol North West we haven't heard from. We've had a pre-poll which suggests the Conservatives hold it. Aberdeen South we haven't heard from. Croydon Central we haven't heard from. Those, and Peterborough, where there are recounts going on, a third recount. Those are the only seats to come in tonight which the Labour Party has the hope of winning. The Labour Party has so far won a net 24 seats. They need 34 to win, and in fact there are 5 seats to come tomorrow, to count tomorrow, which are their targets, perhaps 6 or 7. I just cannot see the seats they could win now that are still to come.
Well, now, David, we've really said from the beginning, you've said from the start, even given our straw polls, and they've turned out right at Watford and elsewhere, said from the start that this was looking like very close to a deadlock election. You say it's very difficult to see anybody breaking out from it now. There's Reg Prentice back in Newham, northeast. We wait to see Vanessa Redgrave's result there. But surely, although Bob McKenzie is saying that Britain has got to get used to minority government, would you not agree that the instinct of most of Britain's politicians will be to try again?
I think so, but they won't want the blame of trying again, and they will want moderation. I'm sure that this is the message of this election, and they'll all try and be moderate and cooperative and reasonable, but it's going to be a very interesting and very different sort of politics they're going to see.
Well, it's a nice question what moderation means, because what moderation means inside Britain could in fact create an economic crisis for Britain outside.
Well, strong government. I mean, the test is going to be how you settle the miners' strike in the next 2 weeks before the coal runs out.
Well, this is therefore, I think, although all elections are amusing and entertaining, in my own mind, I must say, given that here is a situation where the Liberals are holding the balance at the moment, but where in fact the balance could also be held by nationalists, by Ulster Unionists who are dissatisfied with the settlement there and the executive there. This is possibly one of the more serious crises in this country has
I feel that very much. I don't accept the Bob McKenzie party political for coalition government. I think it may be quite like if you've got time to learn the arts of coalition government, but it isn't an easy art, and it's not one you want to learn in a crisis where the country is, in some people's phrases, bleeding to death.
All I'm saying is most other countries in these circumstances either operate perfectly straightforward minority governments with no panic, or negotiate perfectly sensible coalitions.
Yes,
That's all I'm saying.
take time to learn those arts. I'm quite in favour of coalition government. It just takes time to learn, and we haven't got the time.
We mustn't make absolutely clear that there's a majority against coalition government in this studio, Bob, but I must say that in the first past the post electoral system, such a government is unusual outside Canada.
Well, yes, but what at least is done ordinarily is to make a clear understanding with the third party to ensure their support for a period of years. In other words, where Ramsay MacDonald went wholly wrong was trusting to the Liberals to support him and sustain him without making a clear understanding as to the basis of that support. Well, that's clear-headed minority government.
But one of the thoughts in Mr. Heath's head tonight and Mr. Wilson's head tonight is that we know the Liberals would like an alliance if the other two parties, or whichever one they were going in with, would accept proportional representation. Now, do you think that's going to be the sticking point for the Liberals in such a situation?
Well, I'd be surprised if there's the slightest chance of either of the two big parties agreeing to that, simply because we would always have the Liberals in the balance of power in practically every election, including this one, and that, just as in Germany, the Liberals have the balance of power and decide which of the big parties will rule. And this
It's
would
not clear that Liberals will be the biggest third party. It may be quite possible that the others, the nationalists of various sorts, will be a larger force in the next Parliament. The Liberals, on the present projection, 15 seats, is not a bargaining point in a balance of power
All right,
situation.
and I must actually also add that one of the points of the bargaining is the phrase, it is, after all, Scotland's oil. Well, let's look at some results. Here's Newham North East Reg Prentice's seat. We saw him earlier tonight, and Miss Redgrave losing her deposit.
1.7% of the vote for the most decorative of workers' candidates.
And now here's Aldridge Brownhills, Miss Dame Pat Horns, Miss Smith, Miss Callher now, a long battling career, and here's, I'm afraid, a defeat in it.
To come to the west of the Black Country swing.
And now Robin Day is talking to Mr. Patrick Jenkins.
Mr. Patrick Jenkins, Minister for Energy. We've heard a lot of statements coming from our academic friends up there, so perhaps you can bring us down to earth a bit. First of all, David Butler says the coal stocks are going to run out in 2 weeks. Is there any truth in that?
Well, whoever is going to be responsible for this, and it all seems to me to play for the moment, will know that because we have in fact been very carefully husbanding our resources, we have rather longer than that.
The coal stocks won't get to danger point until about April, am I right?
Well, I won't predict a particular time because it depends on so many uncertainties.
Yes.
It's rather more than 2 weeks that David Butler mentioned.
What do you think of Robert McKenzie's enthusiasm for coalitions that everybody else seems to have? He keeps telling us all night long.
I can't think that many people are going to be very enthusiastic about this. We warned the electorate of the danger of landing us in a coalition situation.
Yes.
And it looks as if people may not have taken these warnings very seriously, and we may have to find ourselves in something like that.
Of course, it could be that the British people, in their wisdom or unwisdom, have said to themselves, we want a situation where the two parties or the three parties have got to cooperate. Now, whether you like that or not, that may be the verdict of the electorate.
Well, as somebody was saying over there, this is a situation which we're not very experienced at dealing with.
We've got to deal with it now.
Well, we have had, fortunately, fairly strong governments. They may have had small overall majorities, but we have in fact been able to carry on with single-party government. Now, if there is going to be a question of a coalition, well, all the questions of deals and wheeling and dealing is going to have to come up. And I think this is something which the electorate are not really going to like very much because it makes for weak government.
Another thing which is going to come up is this. You see that we've got 413 results. The Liberals have got 5 seats. Labour 243 and Conservatives 160. And if you look at the number of votes down there, the Liberals have got 3,600,000 votes with 5 seats so far. They've got half the number of votes of the other two parties, roughly. And the other two parties have got 160 and 243 seats. Now, a lot of people are going to say that doesn't make sense.
Well, they may say that, but the fact is that our Constitution has been based on the principle of winner takes all. And if we're going to start mucking about with it in order to try to produce the sort of arithmetical results which I think your question implies, we're going to have a very different constitutional setup. We're going to have something that looks much more like a number of countries on the Commonwealth, on the continent, whose political systems haven't always produced the most satisfactory results. I mean, it isn't in fact wholly fortuitous that the French Constitution has moved much nearer ours, because they found over a period of years that something that was intended to produce results proportional to the votes cast produced a series of weak governments which got the country into great difficulty.
Thank you very much, Patrick Jenkins, Minister for Energy, for the time being at least.
Thank you.
Let's have a look at some of the results which have been piling up, and our computer is processing for us.
Derby South is a good swing for Labour. The swing was big enough to save Philip Whitehead in Derby North. Derby South should have been safe Labour anyway. Huddersfield West is a very important one. They held on after a recount there. Well, I don't know really why it was a recount, 600 majority.
And here's three more, all Labour majorities. I don't think anybody really expected anything to go. Glasgow Kelvin Grove is pretty well a merger with the old seats which Labour held.
Cannock goes over to Labour on redistribution. Safe Labour seat now.
And here we are down in the south, that marginal in Brighton Kemp Town, which Labour might have had some hopes for, but it's been held by the
And
Conservatives.
the first Labour representative of Surrey, what used to be a Surrey seat, that Bruce Douglas man in Missionman Morden.
Well, he wisely changed from North Kensington.
Here's Glasgow Governor, and that's the defeat of Mrs MacDonald, the Scottish Nationalist candidate. She lost by 543 votes. She'd won the previous time by a similar amount.
And in Glasgow Pollock, a marginal seat, an opinion poll had even going slightly towards the Conservatives, but Labour has held it.
A big swing is to Labour, because in fact in Scotland as a whole there's a swing to the Conservatives.
And here we have three more seats. In fact, no great surprise
Well,
there.
it is actually a great surprise in Dover and Deal, one of Labour's target seats. They needed to win a swing to the Conservatives of 2.5% in a seat with quite a lot of minors. And Pentland's another seat that was possible, a 2.5% swing to the Conservatives.
The Liberals must have failed there. Mr. Cronin was very marginal, and he remains marginal.
The swing, in fact, was very much lower than the average for the Midlands, even the East Midlands. Enfield North was a Liberal hope, and it's not gone. Reading North, that really ought to have been Conservative on the redistribution, and it is. We are looking for Reading South still. Here are the figures for a seat that actually has given the Liberals 22,000 votes from every election for 5 times, but it's not enough. The Liberals went down more than the Conservatives, and the Conservatives are comfortably in because, among other things, the Labour Party pushed up its vote, but still lost its deposit. Pushed up by 4%, but still lost its deposit. 86% turnout there. Another Birmingham seat, firmly Conservative, with a 6.8, a 3% swing, a 1.5% swing to the Labour Party.
And there we have a former Minister of Sport, potential Chancellor, and perhaps the outgoing Chancellor. Well, there we are. That was quite breathless. So, let's see now how the situation is going. And Michael Steed is going to tell us about the effect of the boundary changes on the election so far.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that the Conservatives have gained from the boundary changes, and it looks as if in this very close result it may be that the boundary changes are quite decisive. We've been doing a very quick calculation, and I reckon that at the moment Labour is about 6 or 7 seats below what they would have got on the old boundaries, and the Conservatives as much as 12 or 13 seats up. There are of course 5 new seats in the new Parliament. However, when you look at the members of Parliament affected, the effect seems to be the other way round. There are quite a few Conservative members of Parliament, such as Harold Saurif in Ormskirk, John Wilkinson in West Bradford, Geoffrey Stewart-Smith in Belper, all of whom have lost their seats solely because of boundary changes. All those three would certainly have held them but for the new boundaries. On the other side, there is a remarkable group of Labour MPs who ought to have lost their seats on boundary changes. Conservatives are gained very slowly, and I see that's John McIntosh.
John McIntosh out, yes.
Well, he's lost it. He'd had a very good swing last time. He then had a personal vote.
The first straight Conservative gain of the night. A Conservative gain from Labour in a straightforward
maybe
Viscount Ancram has taken that. He's the son of the Marquess of Lothian.
Anyway, what is very interesting, though, is that certain other Labour MPs seem to have built up personal votes and been able to hold on to redistributed seats that I didn't expect them to. Philip Whitehead in North Derby, Judith Hart in Lanark, Frank Judd in North Portsmouth, and most remarkable of all in a way, David Owen defeating Dame Joan Vickers in Plymouth. All those looked like personal triumphs of the night.
Well, there have been some very interesting results, and we're just getting news that Mr. William Ross, former Secretary of State for Scotland, has held his seat in Kilmarnock. I wonder whether Mr. Ross really expects to be the next Secretary of State, but more important for Labour, they've held Renfrewshire West. That was one which the Conservatives might have picked up had there been a real push their way. I've made a mistake there in actually calling him the Viscount Ancram. He's the Earl of Ancram, but he is still the youngest son of the Marquis of Lothian.
Eldest son, I think.
Eldest son, I beg your pardon, of the Marquis. I'll get that right later. Now, Labour hold Glasgow proper, and let's have a look at some more results. Rochester and Chatham, Peggy Fenner really sweated down there, but she's held on. Chris Chataway, of course, the Minister for Industry. And
Liberal
Richmond,
coming second there, very handsomely. Labour just saving their deposit.
and Richmond a Liberal failure.
Liberal down by quite a large margin there, 11% short of, 9% short of a victory in a seat they hoped for.
And here's Roy Jenkins's result there, and also Peter Walker's in Mikado in a new seat.
Worcester is not far from the Black Country. I suppose Peter Walker can be pleased to keep the swing down to 2%.
And there's Mr. Patrick Jenkin, who we were just speaking to. Mr. Bob Mellish would have a real job, because if he was going to hold the Labour Party together as Chief Whip or Leader of the Commons.
Why did Mr. Heath leave Bexley Heath? That was his own seat, and he still would have won it by 3,800, or if he'd been there, perhaps by a little more.
Well, Cyril Townsend, the former soldier. And here we have Mrs. Jill Knight, one of the controversial Conservatives in the campaign. Not as high a swing against her as in some other seats.
That's about the biggest majority we've seen tonight in Sheffield Park. Lord Balneil back, but just.
And here we have another collection. Christopher Mayhew in Woolwich East, Tom Boardman, who was in charge of fuel, and Peter
That's
Shaw.
a surprisingly narrow margin in Leicester South. It was thought to be a safer seat.
And here we have three more seats. No particular surprise there, I think.
The Catholic Mr. Cohen wins very comfortably and leads South East.
And here's Patrick Duffy, of course. We haven't heard from the Colne Valley tonight. He was the member for the Colne Valley till he was defeated by Richard Wainwright.
But average swings there. Yorkshire as a whole is a 1.3 swing. There's a bit above it. And there again, Yorkshire seats and Huddersfield East, a slightly bigger swing than Huddersfield West, which stayed a super marginal almost. It had a recount this time as it did last time.
And there we have some more seats over on the other side of the Pennines. Mr. Alastair Goodlad succeeding to Sir John Foster in North.
Manchester Withington is the only Conservative seat left in Manchester now that Moss Side has joined the Labour ranks.
Fred Sylvester, who's transferred from Walthamstow.
And the Liberals coming third in that Liverpool seat.
Well, those are some safe seats there, particularly Fylde North and Crosby.
Slightly wider scatter of swing, though West Houghton, of course, had a by-election which might affect the picture.
Now we're going over to the northeast.
And they're all lower swings, and a swing in Darlington actually to the Conservatives. Liberals getting 22% of the vote there, and National Front are getting 4% in South Shields.
Staying in the northeast, and again these are seats one would have expected to go that way.
Swing in Sunderland South, once a Conservative seat, a swing of 1% to the Conservatives. Mr. Bager's still very comfortably back.
And here we are now in East Anglia.
Well, David Ennals was a member for Dover till 1970. There he is back again. Cambridge, no great change.
And Mr. Tony Buck, the protector of the oyster and also a Navy minister, up to now. And here we are down in the West Country. Arthur Palmer, of course, very concerned with science and technology, and of course the Concorde very much an issue in Bristol. Still waiting to hear from Tony Benn.
That Tony Benn must be back quite comfortably, though in fact northeast the swing is, if our figures are right, a swing to the Conservatives.
Well now, I think this is an opportunity for Bob McKenzie to go over that much fought over battleground and to pick out some of the salients.
Well, the victors and vanquished are all over the battleground now. Remember we said earlier that if there had been any real swing to the Conservatives, these are the kinds of seats that Labour would have lost. In fact, they've been holding all of them in those very marginal columns. On the other hand, once the swing began to Labour across the top line there and moved over to almost 2%, then we expected Labour, with crosses here, to be picking up these Conservative marginals. Some surprising successes by the Conservatives in holding their position in these marginals, the check mark. but you can see the extent to which Labour has bitten in, and then in a very important way, they've bitten in more than their swing would appear to have justified by taking places like Ilford South, Birmingham Handsworth, Leicester East, and so on. So we've had that quite striking development of a battleground that's been fought over all the way, but Labour leaping forward this way sometimes, Conservatives holding unexpectedly there. Then when we look at the Liberal hopes, it's a sad tale. They've got 5 so far: Rochdale, Isle of Wight, Devon North, Hazel Grove, and Cardigan, with almost half as many votes as either of the 2 big parties. They're ending up with 5 seats against 165 for Conservatives, 247 for Labour. No one needs to say anything more than this is an ironical result that couldn't happen in I think any other European country. It could happen in Commonwealth countries. That's all. It's not a case one way or the other. It's pointing out a fact. Alastair.
Well, I think a number of these facts will be pointed out, and I don't doubt argued over inside the Conservative Party over the weekend. Mr. Heath called the election. He seemed to get off to a good start in it, and indeed he entered polling day with a good lead in the opinion polls. Now the question is, will he be blamed for this result? Should he in fact have gone earlier, as perhaps some members in the organisation of the Conservative Party wanted him to go? Or will the very narrowness of the result and the possibility that there may have to be another general election, or indeed supposing that Labour formed a minority government with Liberal support, didn't do very well, will the Conservatives then immediately start picking up by-election successes? So the whole future of Mr. Heath is in the balance tonight, as indeed is Mr. Wilson. And Mr. Wilson, I think all the party leaders are pretty tired men after what has happened in the course of the campaign. We've seen them tonight. Mr. Wilson must need a little time, I think, to make some judgment about how he will behave if this deadlock situation persists. So indeed must Mr. Thorpe. But all the while, and indeed even before the weekend, we may see movements on the financial markets, the strength of the pound, problems of investment in Britain beginning to loom up. And I begin to wonder whether, although this may be the result that the British public has wished, not to have any party in power, to try to get them together, perhaps even to have a grand coalition, whether this is not perhaps the worst result that the night could have brought.
I tend to share your view, except that I'm quite sure in the Conservative post-mortems that I know who will be blamed for the result of this election. There is a man whose influence in the West Midlands has produced 11 Conservative losses there. There is no other region of the country where anything like that has happened. 5 losses in the northwest and 4 losses in Greater London, but 11 losses in the West Midlands, very much centred in Powell country.
Well, that will not be forgotten in the coming weeks and months, and the computer is giving us these results, and I think it's time that we went through as many of them as we can now while we're waiting for these very late declarations tonight, still counting of course in Peterborough. They may go on counting through tomorrow and Saturday the way they're going. Let's look at them. Here we are. Mr. Lawrence is a new member succeeding Mr. John Jennings.
Rather low swing for a Midland seat, and Stoke is low too. Remember the Wake Street?
Mr. Evelyn King in Dorset South, Mr. Julian Amery in Brighton Pavilion, and Mr. Bonner Pink, former Lord Mayor of Portsmouth.
All very low swings, and the swing in fact to Labour in Dorset South.
And here we are in Scotland. Mr. Fletcher, of course, held that seat at the by-election. Glasgow Garskadden is a new seat out west.
SNP only just saving its deposit. That's interesting. And Glasgow Garskadden 21.8% for the Nationalists.
And 3 very familiar faces in Scotland there. Mr. Bruce Millen, who might have been tipped to be Secretary of State for Scotland if there were a Labour government.
Lost deposit in Hillhead for the Nationalists, just saved in Edinburgh South, 17.9% for the Nationalists in Glasgow Craigton.
And now let's go west to Wales and the West Country.
And here you see the swings, 2 swings to the Conservatives in Aberavon. If it's me who talk about swing there, Plaid Cymru only at 12.2, lost deposit. And Bristol North East, the swing again, slightly to the Conservatives, not in Wales this one, slightly to the Conservatives if our calculations are right.
And 3 well-known MPs, David Walder, Mark Carlyle, who's Junior Minister of the Home Office, and Edmund Bell.
I've just had a flash that Croydon Central, with a few seats that Labour might have hoped to win on the one still to come tonight, is in Conservative hands.
Well, that's a bit of a shift round, isn't it? In fact, David was formerly Croydon South, Richard Thompson's seat, and John Moore has held it. He's an investment banker and stockbroker for the Conservatives. Well, now, one of the losers tonight is Mrs. Margot MacDonald, who took govern in that most exceptional by-election, and Robin Day is talking to her down the line to Glasgow.
Good morning, Mrs. MacDonald.
Morning.
You must be unhappy about your own result, but pleased about the ones in Banff and Dundee.
Oh, delighted about them. A bit sad about my own because I had built up a tremendous number of personal contacts inside the constituency in quite a short time. And so I think it's sadness more than disappointment, really, because I'm quite a political person and I recognise political realities, and for our party to have come from nothing to making Govan, which was a very, very safe Labour seat, a very marginal seat, in 4 months is quite an achievement.
And how do you think the Scottish nationalist picture is looking now for the rest of the results to come in?
Rosie, I think it looks great. We said we were going to double our vote, and I hear that we're probably going to treble it.
Well, which other seats are you going to get? Would you like to make a forecast?
Well, no, I don't think I'd be too good at forecasting which seats we're going to win. I think I'd be content with the total vote, because I think that our effect on the new Parliament will be as strong because of our total vote as it is because of the number of MPs we have elected.
Will your children be pleased that you're not a member of Parliament any longer?
Well, yes, but I think they took it a bit personally. They were a bit annoyed that anyone might vote against me.
Well, you look very happy in spite of your disappointment, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
And of course it seems to be the fate of nationalists in Scotland up to now that they lose a seat quickly. Remember Dr. McIntyre won Motherwell at the end of the war, and he lost it almost within 2 months, and Mrs. MacDonald has suffered the same fate. I must stop one moment to tell a small anecdote. Mr. Harry Selby, who did very badly in the by-election, in fact in losing the seat, and was blamed for it, he again fought it again, and he won. He's a barber, he's a hairdresser. They used to tell a story in Glasgow of Jimmy Maxton, who was the ILP member, very left-wing, and he used to make great speeches attacking the seriousness of the situation of the unemployed, but he had great flowing locks. And when he said and disgraceful about the unemployed, a man shouted at the back, "Aye, aye, Jimmy," and every second one of them a barber. Well, Mr. Selby, the barber, is back in Glasgow Government. I've no doubt the Labour Party is very proud of him locally. Let's see some more results.
A recount at Carmarthen, and that's the last Welsh nationalist seat. Liberal, Labour, Welsh nationalist. Which is the challenger there?
We're
tantalised.
All right. Well, we've been talking about how the Welsh nationalists have got on tonight, as well as the Scottish nationalists. So let's go down to Cardiff now and to hear a report from the spot.
Hello. Well, sorry we can't see you at this point. It is St. David's Day, and for the first time ever at a general election, Wales has elected not just one, but 2 Plaid Cymru MPs. In 2 seats in North Wales, Meirionnydd and Carnarvon, the Plaid Cymru candidates have pulled off famous victories. And here now is the party's General Secretary, Mr. David Williams. We've just heard, Mr. David Williams, that at Carmarthen there's a recount. It might yet be 3 seats.
Well, let us wait and see. But certainly already we have scored a tremendous historic victory. And I think this shows clearly that the people of Wales want to control more of their own affairs, and that whatever government is returned to power in London must acknowledge the need to implement the plan by the Kilbrand and Royal Commission to get a Welsh Parliament so that we can start to take control of our own country.
The chairman of the party is here as well, Dr. Phil Williams. I can tell you now, I don't know who the candidates concerned are, but in the recount at Carmarthen there is 10 votes. There are, I should say, 10 votes in it between the 2 candidates, so it's obviously very, very close. Is this the sort of breakthrough that you have been working for, chairman of the party?
Oh, indeed. Last election we had a very, very large vote compared with our previous performance, but we didn't win any seats. This time we've won seats in Parliament. We've already won 2 with outstanding MPs now, young MPs. David Wigley and David Ellis-Thomas will make a tremendous impact in Parliament. And of course, we're now crossing our fingers that in Carmarthen, Gwynfor Evans, whom I regard as the outstanding Welshman of our time, will return to Parliament.
Well, as I say, there's 10 votes in it down there, and they're recounting. There is another possibility, of course, if the other parties are so poised at the end of this that there's a knife edge between them. Plaid Cymru might have not just its first member of Parliament, but its first Prime Minister. No, to which side are you likely to lean? Presumably the Labour side, is that right?
Yes, I think no Plaid Cymru MP could support a Tory government which has been very, very heavily rejected by the electorate of Wales, not just this election, but every election for 100 years.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. Now we hand back to London.
So that's the latest news from Wales, with the Plaid Cymru hope still high in Carmarthen. You notice there, of course, that Peterborough has decided to call it tonight. After 4 recounts, Sir Harmer Nichols, who is jolly used to winning in that sort of situation, is back again. And Mr. Michael Ward, who is now, I'm afraid, getting used to losing in that situation, has lost again. So there ain't no justice if you like to see it going that way. However, Conservatives...
Lost after 11 recounts he's suffered in that place now.
That must be something of a record, I suppose. Anyway, Conservative in Bromsgrove and Redditch. Let's look at some more results, and here's one that the Conservatives have actually had as a straight gain. The Earl of Ancram taking Berwick and East Lothian from Mr. John
The
McIntosh.
only straight gain of the night. John McIntosh held on against the odds last time, and he's lost this time.
And here we have television corporations and companies. Sir John Edenbach, of course, in Bournemouth West. Mr. Jack Ashley, whose deafness has been, of course, very interesting to so many people, holding on in Stoke-on-Trent South very easily.
Surprising the swing isn't bigger in Stoke, because it was a Wakes week last time, cutting into the Labour vote.
And here there we have Mr. John Stonehouse, a former Postmaster
This
General.
is West Midlands, and it's surprisingly low swings by what we've learnt to judge by so far. In the Midlands as a whole, the swing is 3.7, but in the West Midlands it's a good deal above that.
Here's a mixed bag, but that's Mr. Callaghan, the
swing
Labour Party
against
Treasurer
him.
back, and Mr. Teddy Taylor, who's one of the smarter of the young Scottish Conservatives.
He's thought to be under some threat in Cathcart, he's held it off quite comfortably.
And here we are now around London again in the home counties. Mr. Humphrey Atkins, the Conservative whip, back of course in Spelthorne, but he may have a busy time in a situation of minority government.
The Liberals came third in South Hertfordshire, was one of their hopes.
Going north to Scotland again, Glasgow Queen's Park used to be called Glasgow Gorbals.
Low swings in those two Edinburgh seats, a big swing to Labour, much the biggest we've had from Scotland in Glasgow Queen's Park.
Well, there we are, more results in, and a few more new results still to come in tonight, getting up to 3:30, but every result matters now in the situation if either of the main parties, and that's probably Labour, tries to break out of this deadlock situation. Let's look at the state of the parties now. And there we are. The Conservatives 170, and on that they have 31 net losses so far tonight. Labour 249, and that means that they have 22 net gains tonight. The Liberals 5, 4 of them gains. Others 5, all 5 of them gains. Situation of deadlock, but let us see what the prediction is at the moment. The Labour lead over the Conservatives at the moment is 79. The results to come, 206, and we predict the Liberals holding the balance. That is the result that we are predicting from the computer after that number of results. Let's go to Trafalgar Square. I presume they're all still awake there and happy, and Desmond Wilcox.
Well, I don't know how dismal the prospect may seem to the party leaders at the moment. It seems pretty dismal here in Trafalgar Square, and the best suggestion that's come out so far is that we call it a score draw and have a replay at Aston Villa next Wednesday. But let's see what some of the rain-soaked long-term people, I'm handling more people than Bruce Forsyth on this. If it does seem to be a stalemated situation and minority government, is that a good or bad thing in your opinion?
I think it could be a good thing, because it means that in fact, for once, the extremists have been defeated on both sides. And I see no bad thing. They call this election against extremism, for moderation, and if the Liberals hold the balance of power, that is truly a moderation line. The only conciliatory line I think we can hope for at this moment.
What do you say then to the argument that so desperate is the situation of the country that extreme measures are needed, and that the government is now, whichever government it is not going to be in a strong enough position to do extreme things?
Well, first, you say that extreme measures are needed. I wonder, is that hypothesis right? Do we need extreme measures? And I think no.
Right you are. Thank you very much indeed. As we get wetter and more doubtful about the outcome, except on the weather, which we know all about, from Trafalgar Square, Desmond Wilcox, back to Alastair Burnet in the studio.
Well, Desmond, sorry about that. It's a fairly occluded front here in a cephalogical way, but at least we're saying it here in the warmth. Labour hold Ponte Priest. Well, not too surprised about that. Now then, Bob.
I just wanted to draw your attention to a very interesting fact, that the swingometer was retired at the beginning of the evening in favor of the very expensive computer. Now, if you look back to what was said then, we said that if there's a 1% swing to Labour, you still have a slight Conservative lead, perhaps not enough to handle the 30 Liberals we were assuming then, and others, Liberals and others. We said if you then assume an almost 2% Conservative lead, swing to Labour, which is exactly what we've had, you then had a position with Labour ahead, but the Liberals and others holding the balance of power. So this little machine had it all right all the way through.
Can you come back next week when we may have another general election, which will give you an equal opportunity
there it
to
is.
see how it goes?
At no expense, it predicted very accurately.
But Bob, under proportional representation, does a swingometer work?
No, you need a totally different thing then.
Well, it's very honest of me to admit that. Well, we've had this very scurrilous and very strong attack indeed upon the computer, which I think has, once it settled down very early on, has been telling us precisely what was going to happen tonight. And I think this, after all, no offense, naturally not at this time in the morning. Graham, what is the computer saying to you, and what does it say to you about Bob McKenzie?
Well, it's saying to me that the predictions are very much as they've been for quite a while now. The Labour majority over Conservative is predicted at 11, and the probability that Liberals and other parties would hold the middle gets more and more sure. So, unless there are some surprises tomorrow, I think that is the conclusion of all the analysis that the computer has been doing tonight.
David? I think the swingometer does have the limitation that Bob fully admits that it can't cope with the third party situation fully. And it is worth, I think, very much now looking at the prospects of the third party. Now, there are seats which on the figures so far look like good. They've got 5 seats so far, the Liberals. There are 5 other seats. They have a pretty good chance, a 4 to 5 chance. North Cornwall, Montgomery, Orkney, Inverness and Roxburgh. I think Roxburgh might be dicey. So that's 10 seats. And then there are about another 5 or 7 seats they have a goodish chance in. If you want, I'll come back on the Nationalists.
Well, I just wanted to say, David, that the Conservatives are holding 1 seat. Labour might have hoped to take Aberdeen South. We
yes,
just had a flash
one
about
of the few
that.
marginals left to come in tonight.
That's one which the Conservatives will be quite happy to hold. Well, now, when I say I want a good, clean fight, and when I say break, I mean break. Bob?
No, I agree with him on that last point. I'm simply saying it's curious, with all that wild swinging about we had in the beginning, that the simple average swing in the end was producing much the same result as the computer.
Well, I'm very happy to stop at that point of agreement. Let's see some results. Well, here we are. And
huge swing to Labour in Sheffield Hallam, though I think it's been slightly affected by redistribution. The Scottish Nationalists just saved their deposits in Glasgow Central.
Well, that's Winnie Ewing's husband. And here we are. No real surprises there, I don't think.
Big swing in Whalley West, which is again Powell country.
And Rod McFarker taking Belper. Of course, George Brown would have held it in 1970 if indeed Mr. Callaghan and Mr. Wilson had allowed redistribution.
We assume, though, on the figures, about a 4% swing to Labour in Belper.
Oh, it's a good result for him. And here we have Mr. William Ross, former Secretary of State, back in Kilmarnock.
And
Mr. Fred Willey in Sutherland North.
Swing to the Conservatives. I think that's the biggest swing to the Conservatives I've seen recorded tonight. And a swing to the Conservatives in Sunderland too.
And here we are now in Scotland and Wales.
And swings to the Conservatives in Edinburgh, Leith and in Gower and in Dunfermline. All of them, huge swing. That's the biggest yet in Dunfermline, though it may depend a little bit on redistribution calculations.
And here we're starting in East Kilbride, Maurice Miller, who moved from central Glasgow, and there's Mr. Fowler in Sutton Coast.
He's not actually a former member, he got back. He was out in 1970, he's got back again. Oh, no, so that's Norman Fowler,
yes,
who moved from Nottingham. And Newins is back, who was there until 70, in a neighbouring area.
Oh, a lot of familiar faces. And there's George Sinker in Dorking, one of the left-wing Conservatives.
And Charlie Pannell now is succeeded by Mr. Dean for Labour, and the Liberals came second with 33% of the poll in Leeds West.
And in Barking there, Miss Jo Richardson succeeds Tom Dryburgh. She's Secretary of the Tribune Group, so that's perhaps only natural.
Liberals came second in Gillingham and in Barking and in Shoreham. All those three had Liberals second, 33% in Shoreham for the Liberals.
And there's a slight worry for the Liberals at the bottom there. Pudsey, they'd had some outside hopes of doing well there.
And they came second in all those 3 seats too. It's really remarkable
29%, 27%, 32% to the vote in Pudsey for the Liberals.
And again there in Leeds South, Mr. Merlin Rees, who would probably be in the hot spot in
Aberdare.
Northern Ireland if Labour were to form a
Aberdare
government.
was one of the great hopes for Plaid Cymru. They were 30% behind the Labour Party, although they got 30% of the vote.
No surprises there, Conservatives in the home counties.
Quite a close race in Bath, which the Liberals come second. They were within 10% of winning Bath, not as close as I suggested.
And here we are, Bill Deeds back in Ashford, and Chippenham has been a Liberal hope, but Mr. Audrey has held on very carefully there, very strongly.
The Liberals went up 18% in their shares of vote, no, 10% in their shares of vote, but they were still 6% behind the Conservatives. And they were second in Wells and second in Ashford.
Well, we are just waiting now for some of the few remaining results which are to be declared tonight. Of course, the whole raft start again tomorrow. So this is an opportunity, I think, to go to the Liberal Party headquarters. They've had quite an in-and-out evening.
Bristol North West, one of the few remaining marginals due tonight. And all the pre-polls have been justified by the results.
Well,
fairly closely.
Somebody's lead right then tonight, but it's still very much a very difficult and confused situation, a situation of deadlock, which British politicians, if they haven't had a seminar from Bob McKenzie, have now got to start to live with. Well, I was going to go to Martin Bell, who's down there at Liberal Party headquarters. Let's go over Martin Bell.
Lord Beaumont, Chairman of the Liberal Party Campaign Committee, now seems that the Liberals are at least likely to hold the balance of power. How are you going to play it?
Well, it won't depend upon us in the first instance. I mean, Mr. Heath is still Prime Minister until he resigns. But it seems to me that if one of the major parties, if neither of the major parties has in fact an overall majority, they've only got three choices. One is to try and make an arrangement with the people who hold the balance of power. The second is to trim their legislative program and allow the people who hold the balance of power to vote on each thing according to its merits, and if necessary then the government does not necessarily resign if it's defeated on a particular issue. And I think this is probably the most attractive choice from the point of view of the country. And of course the third alternative is to call another general election, but considering that we all thought that this one wasn't necessary, I don't think that would be very popular.
Can we expect the Liberals themselves to be seeking some kind of a formal understanding?
No, it isn't for us to seek a formal understanding. I think it's for the major parties to try and decide, each one of them, or maybe both, to decide how the country is going to be governed, and we will cooperate to the fullest in anything that we consider a reasonable way of getting this country onto its feet again.
Do you welcome the situation in which a small number of Liberal MPs could hold the balance?
A small number of Liberal MPs, but a large number of Liberal votes. 20% of the electorate will have voted Liberal almost certainly by the end of this election, and I think that's a very healthy thing that they should hold the balance, yes.
Would you admit to some feeling disappointment even so at the present time?
Oh yes, very much so. We've suffered from our advantages. We thought in a way that our votes might be spread unevenly through the country. It's because it's been spread very evenly that we haven't had many breakthroughs in particular areas.
So do you expect these millions of Liberal votes, if not very many Liberal seats, to have some moral impact even?
Yes, certainly. I mean, there's a lot of stubbornness in the leaders of the two other parties on this particular point. But I don't see how they can possibly ignore the fact that 20% of the electorate voted for Liberals, and that on the whole the electorate has voted for a balance of power situation.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Burnet.
Well, it's always said that the electorate gets what it wants, and that the electorate is rather cleverer than some other people in using the electoral system to get the result that it wants. Whether this is the result that it needs, of course, remains to be seen.
That's a very mystical view of political behaviour, Alastair.
Well, it's rather early in the morning. It's getting on to be late in the morning, in fact.
Is it? Oh, yes, 4:15. Never noticed it.
Still waiting for one or two results to come in. Let's look at one or two results now.
Now, these just illustrate what Lord Beaumont has been saying. It's not enough to come second. The Liberals got 32%, 26%, 28% in these three seats. They did very well indeed by any conceivable past standards, but they didn't come near to winning any of these seats. And indeed, here's another case. St Albans, they come second. Fareham, they come second. And Sheffield, Hillsborough, not their sort of territory, they come third, they get 17% of the vote.
And some other Conservative strongholds.
And 3 more cases of the Liberals coming second in safe Tory seats, the Labour Party squeezed into 3rd place.
Well, there's a mixed bag for you.
And there's a disappointment for the Liberals, Scarborough. The Liberals come second, but they don't win the seat. They're 9% behind. It was one of their major hopes, but Michael Pitt did not do any better in Scarborough this time than he did in Scarborough and Whitby last
Now
time.
we're going to Dumbarton Central for the declaration. Mr. Jimmy Reid of Appleclyde Shipbuilders.
Workers' Revolutionary Party.
Thomas Colin Harvey,
Liberal.
2,583. Michael William Hurst,
Conservative.
9,775. Hugh McCartney,
Labour.
16,439. James Reid,
Communist.
5,928. Andrew Peyton Welsh,
SNP.
5,906. And I declare Hugh McCartney to be duly elected to serve in Parliament.
Well, Mr. McCartney had rather a tough time in that seat. He was the sitting member for Dumbartonshire East. Mr. Reid came in. Mr. McCartney accused him of not very honest tactics. And let's hear him now while he replies to the returning officer.
Police and all these other good people who carried out the administrative work connected with this election in central Dumbartonshire. So far as our relationships as candidates with all of these people is concerned, I think we are all agreed, possibly the only point in which we will agree, that they in fact carried out their job efficiently and without any friction or frustration to the candidates and their agents.
Hear, hear.
The result...
Well, there we have rather a bitter fight which has taken place in central Dumbartonshire, and Mr. Jimmy Reid, who was the communist who had most hopes of getting in, if any communist was going to get in, has failed, in fact, rather dismally compared with some of the thoughts and some of the hopes which the Communist Party had placed in him. That's a very considerable test for Labour Party discipline.
But Jimmy
on
Reid did
side
just
side.
save his deposit, and with one candidate in the Ronda, they're the first 2 communists since 1955 to save their deposits. But it was only 14.6 of the vote. He just tied with the Scottish Nationalists.
And that's a situation at 348, with the Conservatives 31 net losses, Labour 22 net gains, Liberal with 5 seats, 4 of them gains, and 5 others, chiefly Nationalists, of course Dick Taverne in there as well, gains compared with 1970. Let's look at what the prediction board is saying, and after 435 results, the computer is saying a Labour majority over Conservatives of 9, but there are 14 Liberals holding the balance, and beyond them there are now several Nationalists, and tomorrow we may have a number of Ulster members who are not entirely happy with either of the major parties at Westminster. Let's see some more results. And these are normally safe Conservative seats. Ray Morby, a Conservative trade unionist, Sir John Gilmer in Fife East.
Nationalists came second in Fife East, so they only got 19% of the vote. Liberals second in the other 2 seats.
And there we have...
second in Glasgow Provan, and Plaid Cymru second in Caerphilly. Phil Williams was a hope of theirs, but he's 30% behind the Labour Party. Liberals second in Louth.
Terence Higgins, of course, who's been at the Treasury during the 3.5 years of Conservative government.
Liberals second in Worthing and Maidstone. SNP second in Glasgow Springburn. Liberals second in Harwich and Bristol West. Labour second in Chester.
All familiar faces in the House of Commons. No, sorry, a new member in Chester. And there's Alex Wilson. Of course, he had his troubles with the Nationalists at one time.
Hamilton, this Willie Ewing seat, 31.9% of the vote for the Nationalists, still 17% behind the Labour Party.
Well, now, Robin Day is, of course, continuously in business as the night goes on, and I think at the moment he's got Mr. Peter Shaw, who, of course, has campaigned most vigorously inside the Labour Party, particularly on the European question. Robin.
And, Mr. Shaw, how do you view the possibility, which looks increasingly likely, of a minority Labour government, depending on the Liberals and a lot of other all sorts, to keep them in power?
Well, I think I can reply to that quite simply by saying that I view the prospect of a minority Labour government less favourably than I would the prospect of a majority Labour government, but that I view the prospect of any kind of Labour government with great pleasure when compared with the existing government.
But of course, if you were trying to renegotiate the common market, the Liberals wouldn't stand for that, would they?
Well, I don't know. What precisely today are the Liberal Party's policies towards the EEC is, I think, a matter to be inquired into and perhaps debated and discussed with the Liberal leaders. I don't know.
Don't you think it's very surprising that you haven't done better, the Labour Party, in view of all the things which went for you in the campaign, the balance of payments figures and the cost of living index? Why do you think this is?
Well, I think you have to answer that question, first of all, by asking yourself why Mr. Heath had an election at all. He chose to go to the country on what he thought was an issue which he could convince the country that he had no other choice but to have an election, in which he was right. So therefore, no Prime Minister...
An answer to the question, why haven't you done better?
Well, it is in a way, isn't it?
Well,
Because
it's another question to me.
No, but I think the answer to the question is simply this, that when a Prime Minister goes to the country at a time of his own choice, when he doesn't have to, the assumption must be that he thinks that he's going to have the running all his way. And I think, therefore, that one must begin with that assumption and then add to it the fact that as the campaign has developed, we were able, contrary to all the Prime Minister's hopes, to switch the election issues onto other grounds and to make very considerable progress.
Well, you seem to have made the pollsters look pretty foolish, if nothing else. We haven't heard much from them lately. We heard from them at the beginning of the programme. Alastair?
Well, Robin, I think perhaps we ought to say that, in fact, the polls taken today, as voters came away from the polling booths, have uniformly turned out to be correct. And that's something to be said at least for the pollsters. I'm not a pollster, but somebody's got to speak up, I think, at this
And
time.
I think, actually, the final shares of the vote allocated to the parties when all the votes are in will not be more than 2 or 3% out for any one party on any of the polls.
Let's look at some more results. These are all Conservative seats.
And all ones in which the Liberals have actually managed to come second, 30%, 27%, 40%. Newbury, there's a very impressive Liberal vote there. They nearly pipped the Conservatives in Newbury.
There's 3 more. Now,
Three more with the Liberals second in safe seats. Labour was challenged, but they won very, very handsomely in 28% margin in Greenock.
And 3 more? No, we haven't got any more at the moment. Just to say, you saw there the announcement that Labour has held on in Sowerby after recount. That's Mr. Max Madden. It used to be Douglas Houghton's old seat, and of course it would have been very vulnerable had there been any Conservative shift in the country, but there wasn't. Now, Bob McKenzie.
Well, the story of this long night began, of course, here in the home counties with the result at Guildford just after 11. It showed a tiny switch in the direction of the Conservatives and probably raised their hopes. But that was not to be. In fact, the 27 seats they picked up and lost 2, the 2 being lost to Labour, of course, at Gravesend and Luton East. The astonishing part of the story, in a way, is that the Liberals have been stronger in this home counties area at 25% than in almost any other part of the country. But with 25% of the vote, they have not been able to pick up a seat. And this is part of the story that Lord Beaumont and others referred to. They just have not had the breaks, granted the fact they've had this really quite striking support, popular support in this area. And no evidence, incidentally, of the commuter backlash that we thought might occur in that area. And when you look at the seats at risk, Labour has held all the ones that would be mostly at risk for them, made the gain at Gravesend and the one at Luton East. A result to come at Buckingham, and then after the recount at Oxford, the Conservatives held it, one of the great bellwether seats in that part of the country. When you come to Greater London, again, quite surprising stability, really. The Conservatives with 32 seats they've held, and 4 they've lost to Labour only, not to the Liberals. Ealing North, Battersea South, Lewisham West, and Ilford South. Otherwise, London reigning much as it was, except, of course, that the Liberals lost their by-election victory at Sutton and Cheam. 4 seats then changing hands in the Greater London area. And they're seen here, of course, in this summary chart. These are the ones that Labour might have lost, and they've held them all. Conservatives held the most marginal one of theirs, Upminster, but Labour broke through again in that way, and you can see the Conservative holding on to these top ones. That's the picture then in the south, east, and in London. Alastair.
And Esther Ranson is down at Covent Garden, where people now are beginning to go to work. Esther?
Well, it's lovely at this time of night to be with people who are happy to be up and happy to be working, particularly over boxes of leeks on St. David's Day. I'm not going to ask you about St. David's Day, I'm going to ask you about the election. Are you pleased with the way it seems to have gone, so evenly divided between all the parties?
No, naturally. I want to see Labour get in, don't you? I do, anyway.
What do you feel, sir?
Well, I'm not English, really, and...
So you don't mind our funny little ways? What do you think, sir?
Well, I think it's irrelevant. But I think that the money will go out of the country.
Why?
Well, my daughter works for the stock exchange, and she was told last evening that if the Tories get in, next month they get their bonus, but if the Labour get in, they get nothing.
But as it happens, everybody's getting it a bit their own way. Isn't that a good thing?
Well, that depends on the way you look at it.
How did you vote?
Pardon?
How did you vote?
Well, I haven't done it. My back aches. But if I'd have voted Labour.
What's that got to do with your back?
Have you ever tried humping a barrow? Then you know what a bad back is.
Perhaps they ought to have special facilities, do you think? Special
They should
facilities?
do, like a postal vote or something like that.
Right, for bad backs. Anyone else, sir, with an opinion? Come and talk to us, sir. What do you mean you haven't got time?
I'm busy man.
It's a very important day in the life of the country. We've had an election.
I know that.
It's been a dramatic night.
True.
The Labour have got half the votes, the Tories have got the other half, the Liberal in the middle. What do you think of that?
What can I think? Well, personally, I hope the Tories get in.
Right, sir.
I do.
Any message to Robin Day?
Not particularly.
Alastair Burnet?
No, not particularly.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, he's not committing himself, so I suppose we shouldn't, to the election winner. And at this particular time of night or early morning, we should just pick one point up here, which I don't think we've been able to give you up to now. The Conservatives actually lost one seat to Labour during the course of the last Parliament. It's Bromsgrove, that was a straight Labour win. Tories have got that back tonight. It's something to put on their shelf beside Sutton and Chi. Let's see some more results. Willie Hamilton in 5 Central and Tim Sainsbury in Hove.
And the Communists lost their deposit in Willie Gallagher's old seat, only 4% of the vote. A very good Scottish Nationalist result in Galloway, 30.7% of the vote, but not enough to win. And Des Wilson doesn't get back in Hove, 20%.
And the New Forest does not follow the Isle of Wight, David.
No, the New Forest does not follow the Isle of Wight. It had an eager letter saying it was going to, but it's 18% behind, and it's certainly not the other. 14% up in the share of the vote.
There's 3 more. Tamdale there, and Walter Padley and
Mr. Wolfe, we've seen a lot of the Scottish Nationalists getting 35% of the vote there in West Lothian. It's an impressive vote, but he's still 10% behind Tamdale. That was the first Scottish Nationalist breakthrough in the Tamdale by-election in '62.
And 3 more Scottish seats, all pretty safely Labour.
Yes, the Liberals come nowhere, didn't even fight Paisley, which was once a stronghold. The SNP comes third with 20% there, 27% in Midlothian, and 25% in Kirkcaldy.
Well, now we saw that result in the Bartonshire Central, and Mr. Jimmy Reid, the Communist, didn't do as well as by repute he was going to do, but here he is at the end of a fiery speech.
And lastly, I want to make this point. I have said very little about what's happened, particularly in the last 10 days. But I've been the victim of the most scurrilous, unprincipled attack on any candidate in Britain. And I've not reacted. I've not reacted. I've turned the other cheek, as the good book says, because I do not want to create social divisions such as exist in a stretch of water or across a stretch of water from this island here of Britain. And I want to make this point. I associate myself with all that's good in the Labour Party and the Labour movement. But I'm saying right now to Peter Allison and to Harold Wilson, there are elements in the Scottish Labour Party, in the Clydebank Labour Party, that if they were living in Spain would be supporters of Franco and members of the Falangist Party. That is wrong and nonsense. I will be fighting, I want to make this point, I've trebled my vote on the last election with a much bigger constituency, and I'll be fighting at the next election, and sooner or later the left and the Labour Party and the Labour movement, and the Communist Party will unite and prove victorious. That's the only way ahead for Britain. Thank you very much.
A little difference of opinion in Dumbartonshire Central. Let's see some more results from Scotland first.
And these are ones that show very little swing, but they do show a fairly not such good SNP results, Scottish National results we've heard elsewhere. 18% in Lanark, 14% in Bothwell, 15% in Ayrshire Central.
And 2 in the northeast and 1 over in Barrow. All Labour strongholds. Now let's go down to the West Country, 2 Flint seats and Gloucestershire South.
Well, John Cope, who's helped the Conservatives in Central Wales, is now back in Parliament, is now in Parliament, first time.
Rear Admiral Morgan Giles, that's Mr. Harry Ewing, not a Scottish Nationalist party. And Mr. Baxter, one of the more silent
now this is
Labour
SNP Hope, and Labour wins comfortably from Dr. McIntyre. 7% up in Stirling and Falkirk, 20% in the other Stirling seat we heard.
And 2 down south and 1 in Islington.
Those
Mr. David Price, of course, a former Conservative junior minister.
A swing to the Labour as we calculated in Gosport. And lowish swing in Pontefract, a mining seat, only 1% to Labour. And a swing to the Conservatives in Macclesfield, but the by-election may have slightly distorted the pattern there. It's back safely. That's compared to the general election, of course, that swing. It's safely back in the Conservative column, having been a marginal by-election.
Nick Winterton, who had his doubts about the common market, as indeed did Mr. Powell, who perhaps has done more damage than anybody else to the Conservative cause tonight. And with the news of the Conservatives holding Perth and East Perthshire, that's Mr. Ian MacArthur. Robin.
Well, we got some of the earlier editions of the morning papers before we've got all our results, of course, but there's the Daily Express. Now it's one big seesaw. The Daily Mirror, Labour sees lead. The Times, Mr. Heath's general election gamble fails. The Guardian, Labour swings on as Tories wilt. And Financial Times taking it somberly, early trend favours Labour. Well, those are some of the things you'll see in your papers. Later editions will carry more. Now I've got our 3 journalistic friends. Mr. Jenkins of The Guardian, what are your conclusions now? And do you see a Labour minority government with Liberal support?
Well, that's how it looks, doesn't it? The Prime Minister asked the country a very silly question, and he's got a very silly answer. He asked who rules the country, and the answer would seem to be that nobody rules the country. I think this is nothing for us to make jokes about. I think the Prime Minister did a grave disservice in calling this election for the reasons that he did, because it's all very well to say that coalitions can govern and do in other countries. We have a very unstable situation here. We have a very serious economic situation, and the people have clearly said by their votes, we want moderate government of whichever party or of all parties. But they're not going to get that. They're going to get a political infight which is going to go on for some while, producing, I would think, another election before very long.
Do you think that situation and your analysis of it behoves the Labour Party and the minority government to try and get Liberal support to give them a strong government?
I would think that the responsible thing to do for the leader of the party, which has the largest number of seats in the House of Commons, is to, by one means or another, form a government which can govern with the consent of the people. And I think that means stretching out to these probably 5 million or more Liberal voters, regardless of how few seats the Liberals actually have in the House of Commons.
Does that mean replacing Hal Wilson with somebody else?
No,
more
not at
appealing
all.
to the Liberals?
I think that Mr. Wilson could perfectly well do this. I think that he may encounter serious difficulty in his own party if he tries to.
What do you think? Do you agree with that analysis, Anthony Hard?
I don't think I do. I think that I agree with everything that Peter said at the beginning, but I think he's leaping a fence. I think I know the Tory party, if only from outside, very much from outside, and they like power. And
I hear a lot of guffaws from Tories watching when you say you think you know them, but still, go on.
I think I know them from outside, and I've pressed my nose at the window pane and watched them. I don't think they lightly give up power, and I think it is quite within historical precedent for Mr. Heath to say the Queen's government has got to be carried on. I am still the Queen's First Minister. It is up to the House of Commons to defeat me. If they want to, then I will abide by that decision, but I do not propose to go to the palace tomorrow afternoon, Friday, and hand in my resignation.
And oddly enough, they try and get Liberal support to keep him in power.
I think he didn't have to have support in a way if he could get enough odds and sods to vote for him to keep the government going, and I'm afraid the pound will be on the floor below $2 tomorrow, and I think he'll have a very strong case. Never forget this, Robin.
I'll resist the temptation to ask you who are the odds and who are the sods, but could Mr. Cosgrave give his brief analysis?
I suppose it's possible that Mr. Heath may go snivelling to Mr. Thorpe, but that can't disguise the fact this general election result has been tragic for the Conservative Party. Mr. Heath has now tried to lead it in two different directions. One towards the free enterprise idea in 1970, and then halfway through his term towards the collectivist idea. He's failed on both counts. He's therefore failed his party as well as the country.
Are you saying that he's got to go?
I think it would probably be by far the best solution for the Conservative Party. It probably won't come immediately. He may have the kind of stubbornness that Tony Howard describes. He may insist on hanging on by his fingernails to power. But it must be a shattering blow for him personally. He is a man of exceptional willpower and exceptional commitments to his own ideas. They don't happen to have been the ideas of his party. He had a very good majority before this election. He has chosen to throw it away.
Well, we'll see what the final result is. Alastair?
And while we're waiting for that, we won't have any more tonight, I think. We're waiting for Mr. Wedgwood Benz, but it may not come in time for us, I don't think. Let's look at some more results. Miss Betty Harvey Anderson, Mr. Gregor McKenzie, Mr. Kershaw. And here we go in the Midlands again.
Big swings in power country.
And here we are in London.
There's Peterborough 22, much the smallest majority tonight, like the smallest majority it was in 1966, only 3 then.
He's getting used to it, I think. And there's Jim Pryor, of course, who's been leader of the House of Commons back. And in Derby, that's the Douglas Houghton seat, which Labour has held very narrowly indeed, and a swing to the Conservatives there. So, those are the results. I think it's time. This is very early morning. Sometimes in the early morning the comments begin to show that. But let's have a little analysis of how our experts have seen the election so far, starting with David.
Well, the turnout is up 8%. The Liberal share of the vote on the figures so far is up 12%. Labour is down 6%. Conservatives down 8%. If you actually do an average swing figure, it's about 2%. The country as a whole has been very even. The only ones that have deviated from the normal pattern have been the West Midlands, which have gone heavily to the Conservatives, Wales and Scotland, and the South West, which have gone heavily to Labour, the West Midlands, and the other 3, which have gone slightly to the Conservatives. Those have deviated. 11 seats lost to the Labour Party, lost to the Conservative Party in the West Midlands, and that's where the election has been decided. There are only, in my reckoning, 11 Conservative marginal seats to come up tomorrow, and on our past form they certainly won't go. It is absolutely clear that we are not going to have a clear majority out of this election. Nothing that could happen tomorrow could give a clear majority either to the Conservatives or to the Labour Party. But we still have a good deal of uncertainty with about 10 target seats for the Liberals in areas which will probably deviate from the national pattern. So there's a great deal to watch tomorrow, and I don't know whether we'll be clear. The Queen's journey may not have been necessary, because it'll take a little time to sort things out. Nobody will be rushing to Paris at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon as they did in 1964 and 1970.
Well, it's going to be a prolonged, but we believe interesting agony, and there could be some very interesting results still to come.
One minor casualty, the opinion polls. 24 out of 25 pointed in the direction of a Conservative victory. They certainly got it rough tonight again, as at the last election. Beyond that, a gravely serious result. So serious, I'm convinced, in terms of the effect on Britain's international monetary position, everything else, that there may be far more possibilities of a joint action being forced upon this House of Commons than we expect.
And that's, we just saw the result there that Harold Gurdon has held Birmingham Selly-Oak very late this morning, I think we have to say. Reminded by what Bob has said of the words of C. Day Lewis about our three party leaders. Consider these, for we have condemned them, leaders to no sure land. Well, we'll be back at 6 o'clock in the morning with Michael Barrett and Adam Watson, and of course we'll continue the results as the day goes on. For the moment, good morning.
Begin the morning, left it off last night by looking at the predictions with which we went to bed at 4:15 a.m. last night. We had 442 results in, and we were predicting 298 seats for the Conservatives, 307 for Labour, 14 for Liberal, implying a Labour majority over Conservatives of 9. To that, I must add another important question, which is that other parties, Nationalists, Northern Ireland seats, etc., will add up to about 16 seats. This means that we get a position as shown on the slidometer. Now, throughout last night, and we'll continue this morning, we've been showing the uncertainty on these predictions by spacing back the predicted numbers for the major parties according to the uncertainty that lies within the prediction. However, as you see, this uncertainty is not enough to allow the possibility that either Conservatives or Labour could get the 318 seats needed to have an overall majority in the new House. The computer is therefore predicting confidently that neither Labour nor Conservative will reach the 318-seat critical mark. The thing we've particularly got to watch today, however, is the breakdown of this middle section between Liberals and others. It's not at all clear that there isn't going to be an even split there, which means that, for example, the Conservatives plus Liberals would not make 318 according to our current prediction.
Well, thank you, Graham, and I don't think it's got any easier in my absence at any rate. 9 o'clock then, and this is of course just the time when the Queen's aircraft is expected to be in sight of London Airport on its final approach, and it's not a problem for her and for her advisors, as well as indeed for the politicians, whether they feel that they have done well or done ill on the night. Well now, David, what are we looking for this morning?
Well, we're looking for a very mixed bag of things. As Graham was saying, there are a lot of other seats we're waiting for. There's this splendid cliffhanger in Carmarthen where it seems very likely that Gwyn Forever will be back. He may not on the fourth recount, where he was reported to be just ahead at the end of the third recount. There are a lot in Scotland, at least 4 or 5 seats in Scotland where the Nationalists have a hope, and 1 or 2 where the Liberals have a hope there. But then there are about 10 marginal seats to come where the Labour Party has a good chance, but no certainty, of winning the seat from the Conservatives. And then there are the Liberal hopes in England. There are actually about 25 seats where one wouldn't predict the outcome. What is quite certain, they won't all go in one direction.
It's very wise to predict the outcome. As soon as one predicts something in this particular election, somebody goes and very contrarily does the reverse. Good. I was just sort of looking at some of these results. This Wedgwood Ben result is really a very good one for him, and both he and Sir Robert Carr, who everybody said might be in some trouble, held on. Even people like Judith Hart last night and Philip Whitehead, who were thought to be out, have in fact succeeded. Mr. Ernell Money, for goodness sake, and it has been just one of those elections. I wonder if they'll be able to produce the same kind of result in the next general.
I wonder when the next general election will be.
Well, can you come back next week, I think. Well, Robert McKenzie has joined us now, and he's actively looking forward to minority government.
Well, that would be an exaggeration. exaggeration. We said last night it's really the toughest result we could have got. What I do think is going to be fascinating, of course, is to see the sequence of events today, with the prospect, for example, of Mr. Heath, I think, now turning in his commission to the Queen, or he could meet Parliament if he wanted to. The prospect of Mr. Wilson being called to attempt to form a government, even a minority government. I would expect him to make some bold moves happen. For example, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if he offered to set up a royal commission on the system, which wouldn't commit him to adopting it, but would have a very effective bait to say a royal commission on the electoral system would be my first move to them, and then certain other concessions to Scottish nationalists. You can see that being quite on the cards over the next 24 hours among the moves that will be made behind the scenes. The first steps, probably, in the Tory party to find a successor to Mr. Heath.
Well, before that really, Bob, I think one of the arguments which is being put forward is that if the pound is in serious trouble, if there's a problem about the whole external position of the United Kingdom, that in the uncertainty, Mr. Heath will try to carry on for a bit. Just wait until Parliament meets and dare the other two parties to vote him out.
That's certainly possible, though he's a very proud man, and he can hardly fail to recognize he's had a kind of rebuke. And I would lean to the other view unless the pressures were enormous on carrying on and appealing to the other parties to let him handle what could be a very serious financial and monetary situation for the next few days. Now, our one major concession to you will be a royal commission on the electoral system, obviously indicating some sympathy with the fact that so large a minority of the population is not going to be effectively represented. Be attractive to Liberals, do you think?
Well, certainly, and I think that a lot of other people think that it was time that the electoral system was altered. But I think also that there are other things that are vitally important to do at the moment, and Liberals would want to see that these were being tackled. I mean, the miners' dispute must be dealt with immediately. There really is no time for Mr. Heath to kind of go on for a few days in Downing Street while he was to do.
That means, in your view, he ought in all circumstances now to resign, and the Queen ought probably in those circumstances to be calling Mr. Wilson perhaps before the day's out. Is that your view?
Well, I don't really know why Mr. Heath ever called the election. It seemed to us that he could have settled the miners' dispute rather more economically as far as the nation was concerned before the election than that probably any other government could do after. But however, he's now in that position. Now, if he hasn't got a scheme for settling the miners' dispute immediately, then he should get out of power.
Mr. Wade, thank you very much. Sorry. Your sparring partner.
Well, in fact, that's just a moment premature because we have been joined by Robin. Good morning, Robin.
I've been here for the last 10 minutes.
Well, that's very good.
Thank you for greeting me.
Haven't yet made your presence felt.
Well, I haven't had a chance.
Splendid. Well, now, if you don't like too much chat, but you want to see how you got on in your own particular seat, the results coming out now on BBC Two, the letters A to C. So that's the switch for the quiet program, but still, of course, entirely accurate and in this deadlocked election. Now, we've had a little controversy about what Mr. Heath might or might not do today when the Queen returns and lands at London Airport. Let's go now to Conservative Central Office, where David Holmes is reporting.
Well, a new day starts at Conservative HQ here. Lord Carrington has just come past us in his red Mini to start work. Director of the party has come in after a night which left the place somewhat empty in fact and pretty empty in spirit. There's no doubt about it that the people who do come in have pretty long and worried faces. If most of the activity today is going to take place in Downing Street and at that end of Whitehall, things are going to be pretty active here at party headquarters. Now across Smith Square to Keith Graves.
Well, since we were last here about 3 hours ago, we've moved inside because I don't suppose it's any consolation to the Tory party central office, but it's just as cold in our corner of Smith Square. It's been a night of ups and downs here, a pretty depressing place early on, and then when it was discovered that there had been a high poll, the Labour Party workers cheered up. There was elation between the two, and people were talking of an overall Labour majority. And then the confusion set in, and about 8 o'clock everyone went home to sleep on it and try and work out what was happening. As you can see, this is the control room at Transport House, and no one, apart from a few journalists, have yet returned to work out what has happened. We've just been told that Mr. Wilson should be here about 11 o'clock. We've also been told that Mr. Callaghan will arrive to meet him at about that time. And one more small point, it might be worth mentioning for the benefit of our studio pundits that a couple of days ago, Mr. Wilson was at that time privately forecasting pretty well the result that our computer is now forecasting for the outcome of this election. We'll be able to talk to him about that in 2 or 3 hours' time. But for now, this is Keith Graves at Transport House.
And very much the morning after then at all the party headquarters. Now standing still, firmly and determinedly on the battlefield, Robert McKenzie.
Well, surveying a fascinating battlefield, really. Remember, we talked about this battleground as indicating which seats would go if the swing went one way or the other. Now, there was no swing to the Conservatives, so pretty predictably, Labour held all its most narrowly held seats, except this one, Berwick and East Lothian, where the very valuable MP, John McIntosh, went down. But otherwise, right across this side of the battleground, Labour held its position except for Dundee East. And that was predictable once we knew the swing was going the other way. And the swing, in fact, has gone to the vicinity of 2% here, and an interesting mix occurs. In this case, the Tories hold, surprisingly, the check mark indicates they've held. X means they've lost to Labour in that run of seats, 1 or 2 still to come in this area. And in a curious way, the Conservatives have done better in some of those marginals than you might have expected in the circumstances. But Labour was biting steadily into these seats, which now take them, you see, into this fascinating area of a 20-seat possible Labour lead over the Conservatives, but short of the necessity for an overall majority. And that's the position where, again, you see Labour picking up seats, Conservatives still holding quite a number, and a few forays by the Labour forces go right over into this part of the chart, which would ordinarily fall, we'd have thought, only on 4%, although part of that reflects the fact that there were so many changes in boundaries that you couldn't make the precision in your predictions that you once were able to do. The sad Liberal picture, from their point of view, obviously the fact that they have picked up only 5 so far, one wholly new and unexpected win as far as we were concerned, but lost places that we put as very likely wins for them. They've got a lot of counting to do today, and the predictor is giving them 14, but still it's sad. And I want to underline the fact that what didn't happen, but what could have happened, was the takeoff of the Liberals had they gone in the vicinity of, say, 25% or 30% of the vote, when we predicted they might then shoot up to perhaps 150 seats. This represents, I think, very clearly the cruelty of the electoral system, which, as long as you're under 20%, grossly underrepresents at under 20 seats the position of a third party. Then suddenly, when you get near a third of the votes, you're in prospect of a third of the seats and so on, and indeed a possible victory even if you've got 35 or 36% of the vote. But there couldn't be a better illustration, I think, of the problem of our electoral system and the extent to which a large part of the population may end up with a very small representation in the House of Commons. And that, again, as I say, will be a focal point of debate, whether this system ought to be re-examined at least by some kind of Royal Commission or other device.
Royal Commissions, however, take quite a while
that
to
would be part of the strategy, possibly, yes.
All right. Well, while we wait for that particular Royal Commission, and I think a few seminars with Bob is what is required there before anybody is properly qualified to give the right answers, let's go now to Robin, who's talking to some Labour dignitaries.
Well, and I wouldn't actually call them dignitaries, I'd call them senators, if I may say so, in one way or another, of the Labour movement. Lord Shinwell, who is 90 this year, and was a member of the first Labour minority government, isn't that so?
And the second.
And the second. We'll tell us about them in just a moment. And Douglas Houghton, who, like Lord Shinwell, is a former chairman of the Parliamentary Labour Party, and didn't fight this...
I succeeded him.
That's indeed, you did. And you didn't fight this election.
With the trouble.
And Frank Cousins, formerly, of course, General Secretary of Britain's biggest union, the Transport and General Workers, and a member of the last Labour cabinet for a time. Well, gentlemen, just briefly, before we discuss the situation in some detail, what do you think of this result, Frank Cousins?
I think it's not very pleasing to have this kind of cliffhanger because, although a minority government is not a tragedy, as has been said so many times, we can govern with a minority, but it would have been much nicer if we'd had a clear-cut decision with a Labour majority.
Lord Shinwell, you said the other night on television, I remember, that you'd rather see a strong Conservative government than a weak Labour government. Do you still think that?
Well, I was afraid of this balance of power stuff because our experience in the past, in 1924, and in the 1929 to 1931 government it was impossible for a minority government, the largest single party, or anywhere in office, to proceed with its constructive legislation.
In a
We were
way,
frustrated and hamstrung all the time.
in a way, the situation is worse now because the party holding the balance of power, if that is so in this situation, is not only just the Liberals, but a whole lot of people like nationalists and other people.
Well, I don't mind
Ulster
that.
people.
I don't mind that so much. I like a little minority representation.
Oh yes, but
It's
there's not a
corrective,
single block which
but
can-
not to
No.
prevent the government in office from proceeding with its legislation.
What do you think about it,
Oh, I think it's an appalling result. I do.
Mm.
I think it's bad for the country, and in the short run, it's certainly, I think, going to be bad for politics. But in the longer term, probably the parties will sort themselves out and get their policies a little more attuned to public opinion. But at the present moment, I think it's really dreadful because the Prime Minister has thrown away a working majority. And there's no one else can take that up under present conditions. I don't see how Parliament can last.
Well, let me ask you this. Putting your hat of experience and constitutional knowledge on, do you think, as opposed to Labour being a Labour person, do you think that Mr. Heath could and should continue in office and face Parliament and see if he can get the support of the Liberal and other minority people?
He could, and I think he may.
What do you think, Lord Chimbal?
Most unwise.
Unwise for his point of view or the country?
I think the country will regard that as a piece of foolishness. You know.
Of course, that's accepting that the computer is absolutely correct. It may be that he will not be in a position to say, I will stay on and see if I can get
no, but if he's a minority, no.
But if he's more than 9 in a minority, see, it looks as if it would be then impossible for him to get enough support to make a government anyway.
Yes.
But there is a point, Robin, that you know those minority groups are better remember. That's exactly what they are when they get in the House of Commons. They'd better not start telling the 600 people who will be elected in the 2 major parties that they will now determine what the policy of the government is.
But certain minority groups or individuals, like say nationalists from Wales or Scotland, or people from Ulster who have views which aren't necessarily related to our political problems.
No, but I think you have to remember that there are 2 distinctly differing points of view.
Robin, we've always had minorities in one form or another.
Yes, some of those minorities.
Well, now let's get on to the Labour possibility. Let's suppose Mr. Heath goes to see the Queen, and the Queen sends for Mr. Wilson and invites him to form a government. And let's suppose he's a minority government. Now, this isn't necessarily the result, but I'm inviting you to consider it in the light of your experience. Do you think he should go on governing as all the Labour statements have said, and wait until he's defeated if he is defeated? Or do you think he should take some account of the result and invite some Liberals in? Douglas Hutton.
If he's the head of the largest party in the House, then I think it's his duty to form a government and test the confidence of the House. I would think that if the Prime Minister decides to go, and he may think that he's been rejected and should go, I think there's some doubt about what he will do. But if he does that, and Mr. Wilson is asked to form a government, then he certainly will do. Then I think he would prepare the Queen's speech, he would face the House and test the confidence of the House.
But do you think, Mr. Hutton, that he should somehow take account of the message which many people see in this vote, this rather confusing, as you said, appalling decision of the country, which leaves us in a difficult situation, and that Mr. Wilson should say the country want not an outright socialism, not outright Toryism, they want some sort of one or the other with a break on it?
Well, that is, the Cabinet would decide what to include in the Queen's speech. The Queen's speech might take account of the political realities of the situation and make a programme for a session and say this is the basis on which the Labour government will govern, at least for a time, until the country can take stock and have the opportunity of registering a new view on the situation. I don't think this Parliament is going to
invite Liberals in to join him.
He won't invite Liberals in to join him. He'll just rely on Liberal votes.
Aren't we forgetting something? There's a precedent for this.
Yes.
In 1923, and on the verge of 1924.
Yes.
Baldwin returned with the largest single party. He went to the Queen. He didn't accept office. He didn't continue in office. So the King, it was the King of his time, sent for Alastair Burnet. And although the Labour Party had a smaller number in the House than Baldwin, than the Conservatives had. Ramsay John took over. That's the precedent. It's the only precedent that I know. And I should think that Heath, following the line of previous Conservative Prime Ministers, would adopt the same procedure.
But of course there are some major parts of the Labour Party philosophy that, assuming that Labour are the largest party, one can't compromise on them. One can't say, for instance, that we will not repeal the Industrial Relations Act because the Liberals don't want us to, or we will not increase the old age pensions to the figure we said because we don't want to.
It wouldn't be difficult. The Liberals are critical of the Industrial Relations Act too. I don't think they'd oppose measures like that.
Common market?
Common market, there would be a fundamental thing, but that's not going to arise immediately, is it? You're not going to renegotiate the terms in the next.
Well, they're going to make clear
2
that
months.
this is what their intention is.
Yes.
And in fact, some of the officials of the common market are making it quite clear that it's not possible to do so. Now, here you get a fundamental clash. And I should be surprised if any Labour Prime Minister thought that he could compromise on that particular issue.
Well, he could begin the process of renegotiation, but it wouldn't be completed for a long time.
How do you see the effect of this situation, political and constitutional situation, on our already difficult economic and confidence situation?
Well, that is what worries me, because I think that no British government in present conditions is likely to have the confidence of the world. It will be, I think, regarded almost as a caretaker government in present circumstances. So who's going to borrow the money? Who's going to
lend the money?
Who's going to lend the money? Who's going to settle these problems?
What do you think about that?
Aren't we proceeding on the assumption that the Labour Party will not have a majority?
Well, I did say that.
Churchill said a majority is quite adequate.
Yes.
And if that happens, then you've got a government
Well,
elected by the country.
we're dealing with a hypothetical situation.
On the other hand, if Mr. Heath decided to continue and ask for a vote of confidence in the House, I don't think he would get it. I think the Liberals, because there's a certain affinity in social matters, not on the common market, but for example in participation of the workers in industry, pensions, housing and the like. There's an affinity between the Liberals and the
There is this
Labour
one
Party.
practical inhibition on the Liberals or any other minority group putting the government out, that they don't really want to bear the odium of plunging the country into a general election immediately, do they?
No.
Well, perhaps that's
that's the strength of Trudeau's position in Canada.
Yes, he has a majority, what, 2, isn't it?
I think he's actually a minority.
Well, we have a piece of an interview in which he told me about this. I don't know whether we might put it on later in the morning or day sometime. Alastair?
And the situation at London Airport, where eyes are centred now, the Queen has landed. So she is back and faces, of course, all these constitutional and political problems which we are going over this morning, and which no doubt will rise in noise and volume as the weekend progresses. So, David?
Well, I think we're watching one other race besides the individual races, and that's the race for who gets most votes. At the moment, the Conservative Party is about 600,000 votes behind the Labour Party. Before today is out, it may well be that it's overtaken it. And one of the very interesting questions we shall face is the mandate, not only who gets most seats, but who gets most votes. And it might affect the argument of who goes to see the Queen.
And here is the Queen now, and there's the Royal Standard flying as her plane arrives at London Airport. Just the way back from Australia, one may have thought that she was there in a very settled part of her dominions and domains, there and in the Solomon Islands. And of course, as we've been saying this morning, the point for the Queen is that this is a constitutional situation such as, well, hasn't been faced by a sovereign since her grandfather in the 20s. And I don't suppose anybody really envies her. She might have expected to be continuing a fairly pleasant holiday and tour, and now back to a rather wet and dull Britain with this headache absolutely on her hands. And we're waiting for that door to open and the protocol to be gone through. I imagine it's been a very tiring flight for her. It's been a busy tour, and coming back in this way. There's one occasion in British history where a Prime Minister actually kissed hands, a new Prime Minister outside the country. That was Asquith, went to Biarritz, where Edward VII was staying. That wasn't really that the King actually refused to come back. Asquith thought himself that he would quite like time out. And indeed, there had been, of course, very considerable discussion about whether the election could be held on February the 28th, with the Queen in Australia, but it was worked out that she could get back here in time to meet a new Prime Minister, or at any rate to be taking part in any changeover or confirmation. And the extreme of actually flying the Prime Minister out to Ghan or meet her halfway, well, that just didn't have to happen. And so she is safely back and waiting now. Let's see what the word is precisely from London Airport. I should think the Queen getting ready to come down, and staff, and walking down those steps and walking down into a very, very difficult weekend indeed. Well now, David, what is the Sovereign's position here? She will take the advice of the outgoing Prime Minister?
She will take the advice, but this is the first time since 1931 that a really difficult decision about who should be Prime Minister has faced the Sovereign. This dilemma has always been solved for the Sovereign by the political parties. It may be this time, I'll do their best to help her, but it's going to be a very delicate one where she and her advisers may have a major job to do.
I see a familiar couple there coming behind her. Here is the Queen and, of course, Princess Anne and Captain Phillips. So much in the news there back in November. And this is a very different occasion, a return to perhaps a political crisis. Who knows, and who knows where it will end. Not very much ceremony. The car brought straight out to the plane, and obviously now a quick drive into London. Robert, what do you suppose the Queen would do in this situation? How much initiative does the Sovereign really have?
Well, a very important decision to make if there are possibilities of one person or another forming governments. And we have in these situations the negotiations that ordinarily go on between, if both major parties are close together, then she is looking for the person best able to form a government. And I think ordinarily you begin with the man in charge. If he can form a government, fine. Otherwise, you then talk to the opposition parties and see whether they will work together or whether there's a viable government there. Her private secretary, of course, now plays a very important part in the situation. Alastair.
And there's the Queen, Princess Anne, and Captain Mark Phillips on their way from London Airport and to the discussions and problems of the weekend, constitutional difficulties, and to talk about that, Robin Day has with him A.J.P. Taylor, the historian.
Mr. Taylor, do you see any clear comparison in history with this situation, in political history, assuming that Mr. Heath gets a minority result, that's to say more than Labour but not an overall?
Oh yeah, well, there are two very clear cases in the 20th century. In 1923, Parliament met early 1924. Baldwin had a majority over Labour, but he didn't have an overall majority, which is a similar position maybe. He thought of resigning, and the King said, no, you ought to meet Parliament and see whether Parliament sustained you. The day they met, there was a motion in favour of free trade. Labour and Liberals voted together. Baldwin was in a minority, and he then resigned. And the second largest party, Labour, then formed a government which lasted for 9 months.
Of course, in this situation, Mr. Heath may have, and probably will have, fewer votes from Labour, and may think that he can carry on and face Parliament in the hope of getting enough support from the Liberals and the other oddities, or rather other independents or minorities, to sustain him. Is that good constitutional practice?
That's the precedent of 1929.
Yes.
In that case, Labour had the largest number of members of the House, larger than the Conservatives, but not an overall majority. In this case, the order was Labour, Conservative, Liberal, and on that occasion, Baldwin said he was determined not to stay in office with Liberal support, and he therefore resigned at once, and Labour formed a government before it met Parliament. When it met Parliament, it received enough Liberal support to stay in power for over 2 years.
But that is a case of, that would seem to that example, as you put it, with Labour at the top, then yes, Conservative just below, and then a Liberal minority, that would seem to be a precedent for Mr. Heath
to resign.
Yes. But not to stay in. No.
Well, the precedent of 1929, if in fact the Conservatives come second in the House, not first, is certainly that Baldwin resigned.
Yes.
And but then there's no precise obligation on
Mr. Heath to follow this precedent if he seriously thinks the Liberals are likely to support him. His duty, his overriding duty, is that the government should emerge, a stable government should emerge, and if it's pretty clear from the first that the Liberals would not help the Conservatives to stay in, then Heath could resign.
Would you expect in this situation the Queen, on advice, not only to see Mr. Heath, but also perhaps to see Mr. Thorpe and ask him, what are you going to do, or would she leave it entirely to her Prime Minister at the moment?
She would leave it entirely to her Prime Minister. It's possible that her private secretary would make less official inquiries so that the Queen would be informed of the general position.
She might say to him, I know that Mr. Thorpe won't support you if you stay in, so perhaps...
She might, but I think it's really a decision for him to make. He is Prime Minister, and until he's defeated in the House, if he wishes, he can remain Prime Minister. Now, I was trying to think, incidentally, when a Prime Minister has actually been dismissed by the Crown. For that, you would have to go back at least 200 years.
Ah, that's
so I don't think the Queen would actually say to Mr. Heath, no, you're not good enough, you must go.
Oh, no. But in 1931, the King George V did exert a considerable degree of discretion, did he not, in bringing about the formation of a coalition?
Not very much.
There a round table conference?
Oh yes, certainly. But then this was held on the suggestion of the Prime Minister of the day, and it emerged from this that the leaders of the Liberal and Conservative parties wanted MacDonald to stay as Prime Minister, and that they would support him. So that it was on their urging, actually originally on the urging of the Liberal leader, Sir Herbert Samuel. Characteristically, Baldwin, when he should have been at the meeting, couldn't be found. He turned up late in the day, and Samuel had already said, let's have a coalition under MacDonald. So Baldwin's an admirable idea, and they formed one. And incidentally, it's fascinating to think that this great national crisis of 1931, which practically ruined the Labour Party, produced a national government and 10% cuts all round, including cuts by the King himself. He cut his revenue by 10%, was provoked by a balance of payments deficit of £100 million. That's about what we do in a single week nowadays. Practically nothing laugh at all.
From your reading of political history, Alan Taylor, what do you think is the likely result of this election in the course of events in the next 2 or 3 weeks? That Labour will come in and form a minority government?
I should assume so. I think there is an obligation, after all, on politicians somehow to provide a minority government. I think all the talk about having to have another election straight away is foolish, because it would probably produce much the same result and general dissatisfaction. No, these people have run in order they offer themselves to form a government, and it would again be wholly and irresponsible on behalf of the Liberals, and most unlikely, for them first to throw the Conservatives out and then to throw Labour out.
Do you have most Englishmen's, or rather most political Englishmen's, horror of the peacetime coalition, or do you share Robert McKenzie's view that this is something we may now have to face up to like other countries, such as Canada and Germany and so on?
Situations change all the time. The general practice in this country, we've had plenty of minority governments in the 19th century, is that it is sustained by the third group, whatever that third group may be, without actually making a coalition. There is, I would say, that it's more likely to have cooperation between two of the three parties than actual coalition. It would need a graver crisis to produce coalition, and it would seem to be unnecessary.
Turning away from this particular aspect of it, Enoch Powell's fascinating and unpredicted action in this election, first of all not standing, then saying vote Labour, and then apparently having had a tremendous effect in the Midland vote, 11 safe Conservative seats. Is there any comparison to that in history? How does it compare with Joseph Chamberlain in the mid-80s? Not quite the same situation, but it was the last
real independent. Yes, I suppose so. There have been occasional individual rogues of this kind. I use the term in the sense of rogue elephant and not of a wicked man. Powell is a very striking case, particularly as he wasn't even running himself, didn't seek to build up a party. In a sense, an obligation rests on him now.
What do you see? Do you remember when he a few weeks ago he said the arsenals of divine revenge were preparing the weapons which could bring him back. Do you think the arsenals of divine revenge fired off some weapons from Enoch Powell in this election?
Well, I think it's very unlikely that the Conservatives would now say that they'd rather have Enoch Powell as their leader. This is, ultimately, you've got to become the leader of a party if you're going to achieve power, at any rate in peacetime. If the situation was really tremendously critical, people might join behind Powell in the way that, say, Lloyd George was swept to the front in 1916, or even the way in which Churchill became Prime Minister in 1940. Neither of them was the leader of the party.
But they were both wartime situations.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Alistair?
Well, some speculation about high politics and constitutional matters. Now, a little domestic detail. Bernard Falk is outside number 10 Downing Street. That's the door where everything goes in, from milk to returning Prime Ministers, and he's talking now to Mr. Wilson's former cook.
Right, well, welcome back to number 10 Downing Street, or welcome to it if you've only just joined us. And the scene here is that just over here on my right, quite a vast number of pressmen, photographers, film cameramen, all waiting at present in the expectation that Mr. Heath may be leaving. Mr. Heath, in fact, came here at 3 o'clock in the morning after leaving a champagne reception, and he went immediately to bed. Now, we've been out here since 6 o'clock, and since then we've met Mr. Heath's milkman, and we've also met his postman, and we've met quite a few other people as well, including the policeman. But I have with me somebody who knows the inside of number 10 very well indeed. Mrs. Alice Green. Now, you used to be the cook here for Sir Alec Douglas Hume, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, what was it like actually working here?
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Very nice, homely.
What kind of kitchen did you have?
Wonderful kitchen. I was very lucky. It had just been redone and everything was perfect.
Now, when you were living in here, did you ever sort of, pretend a little bit sometimes that perhaps...
Oh, I think I did, I felt a little bit important. It never dawned on me, though, not at first.
Yeah.
But afterwards I realised what it was all about.
What sort of place is it? I mean, we hear stories that perhaps it was not the most comfortable place in which to live at one stage before it was restored. What was it like inside?
Before it was restored, I don't know, but afterwards when I went there, it had been restored and it was absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Very comfortable.
Now, Mr. Green, you were telling me a story a few minutes ago, but you used to, when you came out of here once...
I came out here one day just after Mr. Wilson had been made Prime Minister, and one of the reporters stopped me. He said, "What positions Mr. Wilson offered you?" I was so surprised. I just said, "Well, I haven't been offered a position yet."
I see. Now, when in fact Mr. and Mrs. Wilson came here to live, you were sacked, weren't you? In fact.
Yes, I'm afraid I was.
What were your feelings about that?
Pretty dreadful at the time. I felt very hurt about it.
Did you?
But I realised afterwards they never really needed a proper cook because, well, they never entertained.
Well, I think Mrs. Wilson likes to do quite a bit of the...
Yes, indeed she does. I mean, she's a very capable sort of person.
Now, tell me, what sort of food did you actually cook for the Prime Minister, Sir Alec Douglas Hume, when he was here? Was it very exotic and...
Sometimes, depended on whom the visitors were, or their acquaintances and visitors, etc. But he was quite content with an ordinary roast and usual sweet or first course.
Now, in fact, you're a cordon bleu chef, aren't you?
Well, I could call myself that, yes, after all these years.
Now, you live in Stevenage now, don't you?
Yes.
So, in fact, you swapped number 10 and went to live in a new town.
Yes, I did.
Now, what was it like trying to adjust from there?
In the new town, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, it was a bit difficult at first. I actually hated it. Now, of course, it's home.
Right. Well, thank you very much for coming all this way and talking to us.
Thank you
as well,
very
Mr.
much.
Green.
Thank you.
And with that, with a conversation with Sir Alec Douglas Hume's former cook, I hand you back to the studio.
And prime ministerial tastes, of course, change. And David, however, you've got a comment about the constitutional position.
Well, I couldn't help thinking, as I heard A.J.P. Taylor talking, of a quote that Herbert Morrison wrote after the 1950 election. He said, "The British electorate has a habit of knowing what it wants and has a habit of overdoing the getting of what it wants. This time I think it wanted Labour back with a small majority, but somehow it said it in italics instead of in Roman, and the result, it has got a tighter situation than it really meant."
Well, history, it says, repeats itself. The first time was tragedy, the second as farce. We're waiting for the Queen
to come round down Constitution Hill and round into Buckingham Palace, but she's still on her way in from the airport. Of course, we'll show you just as soon as her car arrives within range of our cameras outside the palace. Let's have a little look now at the state of the parties regionally. And down in the southwest, this is a situation where, of course, the Liberals expected to do extremely well, and they have done very well in terms of their share of the vote. And here in the Midlands, this is where the Conservatives have had some of their more remarkable upsets, perhaps because of Mr. Powell, perhaps because of other factors. But it certainly shows up there in their losses of seats and 11 Labour gains. And here we are in the northeast. This is an area where the Liberals perhaps didn't run as many candidates as they have in other parts of the country, and there we have a situation, both the parties, Conservative and Labour, losing to Liberal, but no real change in seats as a result. And in East Anglia, and we're waiting for some of these results to come through today, sometimes East Anglia can behave in a very individualistic fashion. So far we have a situation with the Conservatives losing one seat there, Liberals with a good percentage of the vote. And now down to Wales, and here's where Plaid Cymru has been having some of its successes. A little swing to the Conservatives there, in fact, as a result, but of course Liberals taking again a much bigger share of the vote. And here we are, keeping here in nationalist country, the great success there of the Scottish National Party in the share of the vote. Liberals, of course, not doing so well there in that regional situation, the SNP taking what some people might call the Liberal protest vote and swing very narrowly to the Conservatives. This is the situation where we are at, waiting for the first results today to come in, and Conservatives 177, Labour 255, Liberals 5, and others 5. That's Nationalists, of course, and Mr. Taverne. And that's the way that the British public has voted up to now. Of course, what we have to decide is how the rest of the world is going to look at Britain, and the situation there, the Labour lead over the Conservatives at the moment of 78, but there's 193 results to come, many of which are expected to help the Conservatives. And the predicted winner is that Liberals hold the balance. Well, now, all over the world, people, of course, are already waking up. The reactions will be coming from Europe as to what is happening to the pound, and a little later on, of course, we'll be getting the reactions from North America, what they think of Britain's economic situation. Well, now, in Birmingham, Tom Coyne has got two stockbrokers to give their view of the financial situation. Tom?
The policies of the government is going to affect the pound in your pocket and everything?
Well, it makes no difference because the prices still go up, don't they?
Did you bother to vote?
I haven't voted, no, not this time.
Well,
I wasn't interested, really.
Don't you think it's wrong, for someone not to vote?
No, I don't think so.
What about you, madam? Did you vote?
No, I didn't, no.
Why not?
Oh, I've never voted, to be quite honest with you.
Well, you've never ever voted?
No, never.
Why not?
Well, I've never been interested in politics.
But surely politics affect your life. The decisions of the government are things which affect you.
Well, it makes no difference, does it? I mean, no matter who gets in, you don't seem to get on top of them. Do you?
This seems to be pretty hard. You really feel that, do you? That whatever government is in, you as a housewife, it's going to make no difference at all?
I don't think so, because the prices have gone sky high in the matter of a few months.
I know, but perhaps if there was a change of government, perhaps it would change that if you'd exercised your vote.
The only thing I can say, and that is if they only help the old age pensioners and the handicapped and all those people that's actually needing.
Well, let's turn to these other ladies. Did you vote?
Yes, I did.
Now, what do you feel about the election so far?
Well, I'll wait for the whole of the results come in first before I make a decision, but
well, look, I'll just move you over here for a moment. What is the sort of thing you'd like to see come out of this election as a housewife?
Well, control on the prices of the food to start with, and quite a bit of help for the old age people, of course.
Are you out now getting in the weekend groceries?
Yes.
Would you say that there has been quite a change in price over the past few months?
Oh, yes, there has quite a lot, yes.
The other lady here, what is your reaction to the elections that stands at the moment?
I don't know the final result or anything.
None of us do yet.
No, but I do hope whoever gets in will, give us a break on the food prices.
Well, let's hope they do. Anyway, thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
And Tom Coyne's housewives and ladies there this morning suggesting perhaps that it was prices that were the Conservatives' Achilles heel in the Midlands and not just Mr. Enoch Powell. However, Robert McKenzie.
There's one person who stands in the shadow of the throne, normally, who now begins to play a vital role in the Constitution. That is, of course, the Queen's private secretary, Lieutenant Colonel Sir Martin Charteris. He's previously Assistant Private Secretary to the Queen, before that Secretary to the Queen when she was Princess Elizabeth, and he took over from Sir Michael, now Lord Dean. Now, the key thing to understand about him is that he will be, in a very real sense, liaison for the Queen in her relationships with the various party leaders. Not that she will not have the formal decision to make herself, but historically, the Private Secretary to the Monarch has often played an absolutely key role, and his understanding of the complexities and all the rest of the situation will be of great importance. There's one slight complication, of course. He spent the last several weeks in the South Pacific with the Queen and may not therefore have quite the feel of the situation as he gets off the plane now. But there's no question about it. This man becomes a key figure behind the scenes.
And obviously a very difficult weekend for him as well as for the Queen, and indeed as well as for all the party leaders who will be making their way, if they're not in London. Mr. Wilson, of course, is still up there in Liverpool. Mr. Thorpe, they'll all be making their way to London, no doubt, and all no doubt have had some interesting conversations on the telephone with some of their lieutenants and advisors already. Everybody very cautious about the election results so far. I think only Mr. Patrick Jenkins was prepared to envisage that Mr. Dennis Healey might be the next Chancellor while he was talking to Robin Day here, and just like some of the housewives in Birmingham said, they weren't prepared to commit themselves until they knew what the final results were. Well, there's political maturity for you. So, Robin, I think, is now going to talk to one of Mr. Wilson's lieutenants, Ron Hayward.
And the General Secretary of the Labour Party, Ron Hayward. Good morning, Ron.
Good morning, Robin.
Well, after the night, looking at this result, would you agree that the country has refused a vote of confidence in the full sense to both the major parties? What influence will that have on Labour's attitude to the situation if Mr. Wilson is called on to form a minority government?
Well, if. We're still waiting for the results, as you know.
Yes.
And there's still quite a number to come. And I've been watching you poor fellows pallitate on a straight line to say something to say. I feel sorry for you. I'm just sat over here being...
I feel sorrier for you.
No, I've been sat here listening to you and looking at you, and I must say that the most profane remarks that have been made in the 40 minutes I've been watching you was made by you.
Oh?
And that is that...
Did you say profane?
Profound, my dear
profound.
fellow.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, nobody's ever said that before.
We're still a great country. Whatever government's going to take place, they're going to make decisions. But as I see it, whatever way they say, and I understand the party across the scale don't want to make any comment until they've got all the results in, whatever you make of the result, it's a clear indication that they didn't want a Conservative government in this country. And given the opportunity, whether it's a minority or a majority, the Labour Party would form a government.
Now, may I put this question to you? And so far as I can remember, it has not yet been raised in all our discussions. Let us suppose that the difference between Labour and Conservative is very narrow indeed. Let's say Labour has half a dozen seats more than the Conservatives in the end result, and there's this Liberal and Nationalist and oddment minority of, say, about 30 seats in the House of Commons. Do you think that in that situation, Mr. Hayward, there might be a case not just for a Labour government depending on Liberal support, but an all-party coalition of the kind we had in 1940 when Labour insisted on a new Conservative leader to lead the nation, namely Churchill, because it was the Labour Party that put Churchill into power?
I would very much state that, Robin. You're talking about a situation, a war situation, a world war, when this country was in mortal peril.
Aren't we in an economic 1940 now, Mr. Hayward?
Well, we haven't got bombs falling off, and we don't expect to be invaded from across the channel in that sense, at least not by tanks and troops. No, I don't think so. Under the circumstances you just described,
yes,
if we had a Labour government with a majority of 6 dependent then upon Liberal vote, I am sure we'd form a government. I am sure Mr. Wilson would go forward with the things that matter first, tackling inflation, and he would then go forward with a programme, and if we were defeated, he would have to come back. We want to make one thing quite clear, because one of you said There was some database. I forget who said it. You must forgive me like you, I'm tired.
Yes.
But make no mistake about it, if there's a Labour government, the Industrial Relations Act is going to go, and it's going to go very quickly.
And now we've got Brian Walden in Birmingham. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning.
I'd like to bring in, before we ask you to comment, I'd like to bring in Lord Windlesham, a member of Her Majesty's government, for the time being at least. Lord Windlesham, what do you think about the possibility that the result might be so narrow that there might be a case for an all-party national government?
Yes, well, I don't want to get drawn into too much speculation at this stage, Robin. There are 193 results still to go. It looks as though the two parties will be very close, and I think we want to see what happens in the course of the morning.
Let us suppose that Mr. Heath has fewer seats than Labour. Do you think he would be constitutionally justified, morally justified, politically wise to continue as Prime Minister and face Parliament and take pot luck with the Liberal minority and the Nationalists and the House of Seats and so on?
That'll be for him to say. But I think in the situation which seems to be emerging, the strong possibility of a minority government, that there will be a need for everyone, irrespective of party, to put the national interest first and to bear that in mind at all times, as well as the interests of their own particular party.
Brian Walden, you were coming from a Birmingham seat, Birmingham Ladywood, where you've got quite a big swing in your favour, I think.
Yes, I do.
Do you think that Mr. Enoch Powell's call to people to vote Labour had a great effect in the Midlands, and do you think that, to some extent at any rate, he can claim, were he to wish to do so, to have helped to put Mr. Heath out of office at this election?
Well, I don't think it had a great effect, Robin, but looking at the results, I think it must have had some effect, because the swing in the West Midlands is markedly higher than that in the rest of the country.
What do you see as the outcome of the political situation and constitutional situation we have been discussing in the light of the possibility of a minority Labour government?
Well, the constitutional position as I see it is this, that you ought to check it with Bob McKenzie.
Oh, I know as much about it as him, but
I'm
you
sure
check it with me.
Okay. As I see it, Mr. Heath could resign this afternoon. He would then have to recommend to the Queen who she should send for. If Mr. Wilson were sent for and said that he was unable to form a government, then Mr. Heath has to continue.
In what circumstances would Mr. Wilson say he was unable to form a government if he had more votes, more seats than Mr. Heath?
But you know, Robin, and I know, but that's not the point. The point is, does he have a majority in the House of Commons stable enough to continue with a government?
But you know as well as I do, Brian, that he doesn't have a majority and know whether he has a majority in the House of Commons until he faces the House of Commons and people go through the lobbies.
Yes, but...
So why shouldn't he accept the Queen's Commission?
Well, the difficulty is this. How on earth do you get the Ulster Unionists and Plaid Cymru to vote for increased taxes? My guess is that they just won't. And my fear is, I'm afraid, that we're going to have to do this all over again fairly soon.
Well, if you're saying that situation, Mr. Heath goes to the palace, you say, and says, send for Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson goes to the palace and says, no, I can't form a government, man, because of Plaid Cymru and the Nationalists. So then Mr. Heath goes back to the palace. There's got to be a lot of comings and going. Why is Mr. Heath in a better position than Mr. Wilson was in your situation?
I didn't say was. My view of this is that we should do what Disraeli said in the last century.
I've forgotten what that was.
We should hand the poisoned chalice back. Mr. Heath called this election. He should stick with it.
He also said England was a very, very difficult country to move, which was Ted Heath's favourite quotation from Disraeli. Ron Hayward, what do you say to that?
Well, I'm just laughing at Brian. He must be pessimistic this morning. Let me cheer him up. If there's a possibility of the Labour Party forming a government, I can tell Brian we're going to form a government and we shouldn't go and say we can't and hand this poisoned chalice back. The chalice has been poisoned for 3.5 years. We want to turn it upside down and get a bit of champagne in it for the country.
Well, what do you say about that? Champagne and the poisoned chalice are metaphors are getting intoxicating, Lord Windlesham.
Our metaphors are getting intoxicated, aren't they? And it was interesting to see the difference there between Brian Walden and Ron Hayward. All this underlines...
No, you're not fighting a campaign now. They're just having an early morning discussion.
I know. But all this underlines, doesn't it? There are 193 seats come. I think I heard David Butler say that if no seats changed hands, that could produce Conservative and Labour with exactly the same number of seats. In that sort of situation, it's very difficult to see how things might break.
Even in that situation, you say, like Ron Hayward, that there's no case for an all-party 1940s style coalition government, which many people in the country would respond to, you know.
Yeah, but look how far apart the parties are. When was the last a coalition in peacetime when the parties have had different approaches to the problem, different analysis?
1931, but may I suggest this? You say the parties are a long way apart, and we know we've had an election campaign, and Ron Hayward will say the same thing, but a lot of people are watching will say now, with this situation, a balance of payments crisis, an industrial dispute, whoever comes into power, leaving aside certain matters of party doctrine on long-term matters, are going to have to do much the same sort of thing in the next few months. Isn't there something in that?
Yes, but there are central issues of policy. You see, if the Labour Party were the largest party, what would they do about Europe?
Well, they're not going to do anything about Europe in the first week, are they?
No, indeed.
They might send Peter Short of Brussels, but nothing's going to change in the first week.
But it would affect our relations with the Liberal vote, would it not?
Yes. And Ron Hayward?
Well, I should be very happy indeed if they send Peter Short of Brussels. Now, I never thought I'd be agreeing with Lord Windlesham, but I did on 2 minutes ago what he said. We are so far apart. We have nothing in common with the Conservative Party whatsoever, and very little with the Liberal Party. Having said that, of course you're right, Robin. All parties will put the nation first, and I'm sure would respond to legislation in the Commons in the interest of the nation. But what we're interested in is forming a government, and if we form a government, we should go forward with first things first, and then on to the manifesto, which we promised the people we would do.
Brian Walden, one final comment from you, please, on this question. Do you think that if a Labour government comes in as a minority government, it has a moral duty to moderate, and I don't use that in a politically loaded sense, to moderate its policies in the light of the lack of a vote of confidence in either major party?
But you see, the trouble is, political parties can't do that. The Labour Party, if it flew overboard, for instance, the repeal of the Industrial Relations Act, would so infuriate its own members in Parliament and out of it that it would simply lose the following election.
That wasn't the sort of thing I had in mind, really. I mean, they could say they could do that, and that might not perhaps precipitate a crime. I'm talking about immediate economic measures to...
Well, even the immediate economic measures, you know, are matters of party controversy. For instance, the Labour Party might wish to increase direct taxation, which the Conservative Party has always opposed.
Right, okay. Well, if they have a round-table conference at Buckingham Palace like they had in 1931, perhaps the Queen will have as much difficulty as I'm having in trying to promote a national coalition. Interrogatively, that is only. Alastair?
Robin. Yes, there's one point there that Robin didn't pick up in that discussion, and that is that the Queen need not ask the advice of Mr. Heath constitutionally. She may ask for it for the retiring Prime Minister. If he is the retiring Prime Minister, he could refuse to, or decline to give it if he chose to. It's open to the Queen either to ask the retiring Prime Minister for advice or not to ask it, and secondly, if asked, with respect, a retiring Prime Minister can decline to give advice. Therefore, it's an open question and quite constitutional either way.
And that, of course, makes it even perhaps less clear to many people just precisely who is going to be in charge of the country in the coming few days. Well, David, we've heard a very interesting point there, I think, from Brian Walden, a suggestion that the Labour Party might refuse to do anything, and Mr. Heath would continue perhaps as a caretaker until another general election is called.
Well, we're getting into a rather dangerously speculative area here, which goes into the psychology of the individuals in what is essentially an unfamiliar situation. The British Constitution is supposed to work by precedent, and we naturally bring in what happened in 1923 and 1929 and 1931, and people will talk a bit about this. But I think they'll make the rules up afresh in this present situation. They will try and play fair. There will be a great public demand for them to play fair, and obviously people are going to have to make big sacrifices in national compromise.
But now, what do you mean by playing fair?
Well, not seeming to make party points and to stick on particular things that they've said in the past, because they just can't all have their own way. You've got to give up an awful lot of what you've said. It may make people have no faith in politicians, but you've just got to get decisions made in the next month and a half.
This is particularly true, I suppose, in the question of personalities. Mr. Thorpe was saying that he wouldn't serve under Mr. Wilson or Mr. Heath, but he liked some of the lesser range of people.
The breakfast thing, when you were in bed, we had Lord Beaumont telling us that he didn't think that was quite, or Phil Smith it was, saying he didn't think that was quite what Jeremy Thorpe had said.
Mr. Smith and Mr. Thorpe sometimes don't actually see eye to eye, even on what each other says. Well, now, we've been speculating here in London, but Michael Charlton, who was up in Liverpool at the Count at Huyton, has, of course, been soldiering on through the watches of the night.
close to Mr. Wilson, and I wonder what the news is from there. I think we might have a word with Michael on the phone. Good morning, Michael. Hello? He doesn't seem to be there. I'm accused of having gone to bed. I don't blame him if he's still getting out of bed, but I think he's been up there working hard this morning, and we'll have a word with him about what the mood and the atmosphere and some of the ideas around Mr. Wilson in Liverpool right now, before Mr. Wilson returns to London. Good, so there we have the position. Mr. Wilson, of course, David, is in rather an unusual point here. It must be a matter of pride to a Prime Minister who has lost office to get back into 10 Downing Street.
I think it must be a matter of enormous pride, and when quite a lot of people in the press and elsewhere were writing him off and discussing who would be the new leader of the Labour Party after Mr. Wilson's due defeat, he must be feeling very good indeed, though not nearly as good as if he'd got another 15 seats.
Well, now we have the news that the Financial Times Index at 10 o'clock was down 25.5 points this morning. That's the markdown which we've heard about. And in our studio at Broadcasting House, the BBC economics correspondent, Dominic Harrod. And now, how do you read the situation this morning?
Well, I think one of the first things one's got to say about this markdown of the Financial Times Index, this 25-point loss, is really that the City appears to have believed totally in a Conservative victory at this election during the campaign, and the Financial Times Index was up just about 25 points during the course of the campaign. So this morning's markdown, and it was a markdown, I think in fact at the opening at 9:30, half an hour before the figure we've got, probably shares were even lower than that. Simply because when the dealers came onto the floor in the morning, they came right down to the bottom, and they marked down all their sheets of paper, and in fact there's been a little buying. ICI, for instance, was at 232 pence yesterday. It was as low as 203, nearly 30 pence off. But now business is being done at about 214, so you see there's a bit of buying coming in. But evidently it was this feeling reflected in the index for the last few weeks that the Conservatives are going to get in. This has been to some extent shattered this morning, and I think, of course, what the City really hates is uncertainty, and uncertainty is what we've got a basinful of at the moment.
And that, of course, is the problem for the pound. It had gone up a little bit, as I was saying earlier, because during the election, I think people thought that the Conservatives were coming back, and at least the Conservatives are often favoured by foreign opinion in these matters. It's come down again this morning. What reactions are you getting?
Well, again, I've been talking to people in the City this morning, and it looks to me as though we are being a bit more gloomy about our prospects than foreigners are. The pound was at about $2.30.5 last night, before anything became apparent. It dropped 3 cents, 3.5 cents in early dealings this morning, and then recovered 1.25 cents. So there again, and it's frightfully early days to start talking about what the foreign reaction or what the stock market reaction is, because you get very wide movements on a day particularly like today when one doesn't know anything for certain. As I said before, the City hates uncertainty.
Well, there's the position from the City, Dominic Harrod. Of course, in the old phrase, what one wants is something to see the country just over the weekend. Well, David.
Well, I just was doing one quick little calculation, in fact. The last election in Great Britain, not leaving out Ireland, there was a 2.4% Conservative lead over Labour. So far, on the results we've had so far, the Conservatives have dropped by 2.2% more than the Labour Party, which does project one to a position where, if the same pattern follows in today's results, we would have the Conservatives 0.2% ahead in the vote in England and Wales and Scotland, and then if we add in Northern Ireland, where there were no Labour, only one Labour Party candidate, Northern Ireland Labour, which isn't quite the same, you might actually argue that the Conservatives will be, nearly 0.5% ahead, perhaps, in votes, though behind in seats.
Now, it very much comes down, then, in the hours this morning and this afternoon to performance in those individual seats which Labour has got to take. Now, once upon a time, I think you were of the mind that personal performance by a candidate or good organisation and so on was worth about 500 votes.
No, now, I never said that. I never said that. It was a Labour agent who said it, and I once quoted it. The veteran Labour agent said, and whenever I meet an MP, he said, you're the chap who says I'm not worth 500 votes. There have been some splendid personal triumphs that you could cite of people bucking the tide, of Conservatives who haven't gone down, the swing, Nelson and Coe, David Waddington, Mr. Money, who improved his position in marginal Ipswich, and Geoffrey Finsberg in marginal Hampstead, Sally Oppenheim in Gloucester, and Nick Edwards in Pembroke. That's one of the most remarkable results. The Conservatives holding on to Pembroke, where there isn't a Donnelly dividing the vote this time. Mr. Loveridge in Upminster, Mr. Roberts in Conway. There really are quite a lot of things where it may have been other local circumstances or local issues or local reactions to national issues, but there are some members who are going to be feeling rather good about their results.
Well, rather good, but they're all very marginal still. Chap sitting in a marginal seat, what's his position in such a government? I mean, in days when governments are really doing very badly indeed in the polls and by-elections, the most marginal people sometimes take the toughest view because they say, well, I know I'll be out anyway.
Nobody will know they'll be out at the beginning of this in this Parliament, because it'll be such an uncertain position whether the Parliament's going to last a week, a month, or a year. Will be there. I don't think people like having elections. They're expensive and exhausting, and there will be quite a lot of pressure of people not to have elections, whether they're in a safe seat or a marginal seat.
Well, we can't offer very much comfort to MPs. We can, of course, say to some prospective ministers that they may get back into the limousine, and we can say to others that you're out of the ministerial limousine. So that's something to think about. There have, of course, been complaints in the past that elections have been called before ministers could go off on holiday with their wives and came back to rather impoverished circumstances. But Bob is standing with the battleground, and he's got some words to say about it.
Well, just picking up one of David's points about MPs and local organizations sometimes be able to buck the tide, you'll see it has happened at a few occasions. In other words, although there's been a swing to Labour, Conservatives have picked up 2 seats on this side, which are marginal Labour seats. And when you look the other way, and look at the 2% swing to Labour and the seats that were then vulnerable among the marginally held Conservative seats on this side, you'll see that quite often the Conservatives have bucked the tide, as it were, and Labour nonetheless has been carrying a majority. The red X's represent the ones Labour has carried. But it's quite striking that the Conservative tide wasn't uniformly rolled back the way it was in many other elections. This is partly because, of course, we had to guess about the effect of redistribution in some cases. Nonetheless, it does, I think, bring out the point that there was a good deal more shifting back and forth against the tide than we would expect in most recent general elections. One further point, again, just to remind us, the Liberal failure to take off has been the most dramatic and saddening thing from their point of view, since they were at one stage looked as if they might get into that takeoff position and just failed to do so. As it is, they're highly underrepresented for their percentage of the votes cast, around 18%, and yet only a handful of seats.
Now, David, just a point on that. What have the Liberals got to hope for today, particularly?
Well, they've got quite a number of seats where they have very important hopes. There are 5 seats they want to hold. There's North Cornwall, that's John Pardo, Montgomery, Orkney and Shetland, Inverness and Roxburgh. These are all seats that are vulnerable, but they have sitting MPs who must hope to get back. And Ely and Berwick and Ripon, too, there's by-election victories that they hope for. Then, if they're to make gains, there's Bodmin and Tiverton and West Aberdeen and Kern Valley. I think that's probably one of the best prospects, and that would be at Labour's expense, and Ross and Clomity. And then there are a number more further down the list, and 1 or 2 of them might be picked up, but I don't think they're very likely on tonight's form. Caithness is another just possible Liberal gain.
And of course some of these are from very distant seats, which we won't be hearing from until really very late indeed in the day, Ross and Cromarty in particular. Well, we are hoping to hear from Northern Ireland, where of course there was no counting last night. We expect to be getting some results coming in midday and onwards, but just to check about that, let's hear the situation in Belfast from Vincent Hanna.
Well, Belfast has woken up to a morning of sleet and rain, with the centre of the city still littered with the debris of last night's terror, because general elections Ulster style include 12 bombs exploding in the city centre, 1 man dead, a lady who has lost both her legs, and several shooting incidents at polling stations and at returning offices. Well, there'd be a temptation in normal times to regard the election in Northern Ireland, this part of it, as being a slightly eccentric and relatively unimportant diversion. But of course this is not a normal general election. The knife-edge situation in Britain may mean that whatever party assumes power, they're going to need the votes of 12 members of Parliament coming from Belfast to Westminster. And the stark fact is that at least 6 of those members of Parliament, when they get there, may well be committed to disrupting the traditional democratic process in Westminster. Because this election is not about prices or industrial relations or about the common market in Northern Ireland. It's about the border, the political future of Northern Ireland, and the package worked out by the last government, supported by the Labour Party, about power sharing and the future of the political process in Ulster. We're going to try to assess the situation and see what the prospects are during the day. Remember, the first counts will start about 12:30 to 1 o'clock because we don't count in the dark in Northern Ireland. With me is Dr. Con O'Leary from Queen's University Belfast, who's our resident political expert here. Can you tell us what is the situation? Are there any guidelines we can use to assess it?
Well, the Westminster results of 1970 are of very little use because since then the party system here has been completely transformed. The most important single change being that until 1973, a single party, the Conservatives, later the Unionists, dominated Ulster results, not just since 1921 when Northern Ireland was set up, but since 1832. And now they're split into four factions forming two main groups, the pro-assembly Unionists and the Loyalist coalition.
So as we look at the results coming through, what is the sort of swing position? Who are the main contenders?
The main contenders will be the Loyalist coalition and the parties supporting the executive, the pro-Faulkner Unionists, the Alliance and the SDLP. If we want some measure of swing, such as has been used across the water, I would suggest that we take the aggregate figures cast for the Loyalist coalition in all these constituencies in the Assembly election of 1973, because the constituencies were the same even though they were fought under PR, and the Loyalist coalition are now contesting the same seats.
So if we do those sums and we add them all up, where does it get us today? I mean, what do you think the prospects are?
Well, I think taking the last results and making some allowances for personalities, that the pro-assembly Unionists should get at least 3 seats, all in Belfast, Belfast East, North and South. The Loyalists should get 5, Antrim North, Mr. Paisley's seat, Antrim South, Armagh, Derry and down South. The remaining 4 are a toss-up. And those, incidentally, are the seats where Mr. Jerry Fitz, the SDLP leader, Mrs. McAliskey, and Mr. Frank McManus are contesting.
So it's very much a knife-edge situation here as well.
Very much indeed.
And if the Loyalists get in, or the extreme nationalist candidates like Bernadette Devlin and Frank McManus get in, they are committed, of course, to totally opposing any kind of power sharing, any kind of assembly, and any kind of democratic order here.
They're certainly opposed to the Sunningdale Agreement for various reasons. And if, for example, the Loyalists were to get not just the 5 that I suggest, but the other 4 as well, 9, for example, they would immediately attempt to renegotiate the Council of Ireland, which isn't yet ratified.
Well, a little forecasting there from Northern Ireland, where elections themselves have become something of an industry, and more problems for the incoming government here. Our computer is a little underemployed, but Robin Day is in full employment.
And with me is Mr. Helmut Zorger, London correspondent of Der Spiegel, the German magazine. Mr. Zorger, you, of course, come from a country which has a Labour or Social Democrat Prime Minister, the Federal Chancellor, in a coalition with Liberals, in a loose phrase, from the Free Democrats.
Yes.
Are you therefore surprised that our British inhibition, certainly from from the 2 major parties, about forming a coalition government with a minority party?
I think it has worked quite well. I mean, on internal German policies, it doesn't work all the time. On taxation, for example, on various other issues which Germany inside are concerned. If you talk about foreign policy, there is not at all any problem. There's a complete agreement within the coalition. But I have to say also that the Liberal Party in Germany has about 8.4% of the vote in Germany, 41 parliamentarians in our parliament, and they have 5 ministers.
Yeah, well, our Liberals have got about 18%, and they will only get perhaps about 13 seats, according to our computer projection. But let me put this to you. Isn't there a difference there in Germany, and a very fundamental one, that Chancellor Brandt, though he's a democratic socialist, is not as left-wing a socialist as in his policy as the British Labour Party, and also there isn't that difference between him and the Christian Democrats. Indeed, he was in a coalition with the Christian Democrats for a bit.
He was in the coalition with the Christian Democrats from 66 to 69 because they wanted to become governable. They had the same problems as the Labour Party had here. Nobody thought they could govern, and they went into this coalition not only because they felt Germany was in danger, but they felt they needed to get into government
in order to be accepted as
What chance do you think has a minority British Labour government of pursuing its renegotiation policy on the common market with its European partners?
I think they have a very, very difficult position. First of all, I agree with Mr. Scheer, who said those EEC contracts are not contracts with one party or the other, it's a contract with governments. So if they come into the EEC or they try to negotiate in the EEC, they will face, obviously, very, very many problems. Mr. Wilson has been very nice with Mr. Pompidou. His statements about him as an opposition leader were not very diplomatic. Mr. Brandt and Mr. Wilson have problems, apparently, because Mr. Brandt doesn't like what Mr. Wilson is saying about the common market.
Well, perhaps we could discuss the Labour policy on the common market for renegotiation and so on of the terms a little later with you, if we have a moment, because they're very interesting. Alastair?
Indeed, very interesting. Grand coalition has been spoken about in Britain, but we haven't made much progress. Not even Robin's made much progress in reaching one in this country this morning. But there's still plenty of time. And I was trying to get hold of Michael Charlton in Liverpool on the phone a short while ago. I understand that he's here with us not just on the phone, but actually in vision. Good morning, Michael.
What? Mr. Wilson left here, the Adelphi Hotel, left his table about 10 minutes ago on his way back to London with a full motorcycle escort and police cars, the sign of a man who may be on the brink of office as Prime Minister. He made a very short statement here before he left and answered one or two questions. He spent the night, incidentally, at Kirby in part of his old electorate about 11 miles from here and arrived back here for breakfast and left almost immediately afterwards. But the most important points of his statements were these, that he was returning now to London to consult his parliamentary colleagues, the Shadow Cabinet. He'll be doing that about 2:30. He's first of all going to his home in Lord North Street. From here, when he gets back to London, he's flying back there. He may call in a transport house, but the most important and immediate future fixture that he has to meet is this meeting with the Shadow Cabinet, the Labour Shadow Cabinet, at 2:30 this afternoon. Now, in his statement, Mr. Wilson said that it was imperative that a government must be quickly formed to deal with the pressing economic problems the country faces at home and abroad. Now, we had the chance of putting one or two questions to him about this, and I asked him for the BBC about this question of a minority government, and he said the answer he would give this morning is what he said to us in the BBC interview last night, that a minority government would not be the happiest thing, that no one really enjoyed the prospect, but that there might be no alternative. And so Mr. Wilson is on his way here. We asked him one more thing about the historical precedent for this deadlock situation that the country finds itself in, or apparently is going to find itself in, if all these predictions on the computers and analyses hold up. The situations in 1923 and 1929. And Mr. Wilson said enigmatically and refused to expand on it that he'd been listening to the pundits. Doubtless he's been watching all the television screens this morning, and he thinks that they're all wrong. He sees no precedent in today's situation with those. But, as I say, an enigmatic answer. He just thinks that they're wrong and refuses to expand on that. Mr. Wilson on his way back to London, and from the Adelphi Hotel in Liverpool back to the studio.
And David, Mr. Wilson Michael telling us that Mr. Wilson was saying that these precedents of the 20s are wrong. Presumably he has in mind the nationalist upsurge this time and the serious situation in Northern Ireland, quite apart from any political results which come from there.
And also, I do think that precedents mustn't be preserved too long. A lot of British government has been confused by people citing Victorian precedents simply because the situation hasn't arisen for 80 years. You do have to make your rules again. You remember what Austin Chamberlain said, unconstitutional is a term used in politics when the other fellow does something you don't like. And this essentially is what we shall have as an argument. I mean, it's a great problem. Mr. Wilson says he wants to conciliate, wants to unite the nation. Well, he will have to give up some things in order to unite the nation and get the sort of support he wants in Parliament and get the public to feel that he isn't playing party games at this sort of stage. But how it will work out, we shall have to see. I certainly don't feel I can forecast the future by just extrapolating from the past, as to some extent I do with the computer and election results.
But Mr. Wilson was making the point that the new government needs to be quickly formed, and seeing his colleagues at 2:30 this afternoon. So it does seem that he's very well apprised of the general economic situation, and he isn't quite as relaxed about it as perhaps some of the people who've been speaking earlier this morning.
I'm sure this is true. I'm sure that things will move fairly fast.
And of course that depends perhaps upon what Mr. Wilson can get from other party leaders, but it also depends upon these very vital results, which of course are going to be coming in lunchtime and afterwards, and of course on through the afternoon, which will finally decide where the balance of power does lie between all the parties, and also show just how these small parties, the nationalists, are going to influence the Westminster Parliament.
We really should be getting results fairly soon, because they usually start counting at 9. They've got all the ballot boxes there. On the night we get the results a little over an hour from the start. Now there are no races, but by 2 hours after the start on the night we're really getting quite a lot of results from people who aren't trying special races to it. So I think any moment now we shall get a few results up.
Well, there's no kudos, of course, for being a town clerk in being first on the second day, but we might actually have to put in a little handicap race for them next year and make him the town clerk of the counties, or county clerk of the counties. The local authorities, of course, have been saying that they're terribly overworked anyway because of all the changes in local government. One doesn't know whether the banks are on 3-day weeks because there might be some bank clerks available for counting the ballots. There may be some special circumstances, but we'll wait and we'll hope that somebody will be reporting fairly soon. Have a little look now at how the regions have gone in the election so far. These, of course, are last night's results. There's the swing to Labour in Greater London, but of course the Liberals picking up most of the increase in the vote. Their share of the vote gone up 14%, but no seats. Here's the home counties. Again, Labour doing very well and very much better than the last opinion polls about the home counties suggested. I don't think that the last opinion polls there can be defended. The Liberals showing up very strongly, but again, not being rewarded in seats. And in East Anglia, this is one of the places where we're expecting to hear rather prominently from this morning and this afternoon. A little swing to Labour there. Again, Liberals doing best, but so far, of course, no seats. There's, of course, Clement Freud will be very interested there in Ely. And here we have the situation in the south. Liberals running very strongly indeed, small swing to Labour. And as I say, Clement Freud there waiting in East Anglia to know his result. Mr. Alan Beef in Berwick-on-Tweed. And, of course, Mr. Orstick in Ripon. These three by-election victors wondering perhaps whether they are going to go the same way as Mr. Graham Tope in Sutton and Cheam. Remember, the Conservatives took that back last night.
Or the same way as Phil Smith in Rochdale, who held his seat.
And I wonder if we have the situation now that gives Mr. Wilson the outriders and this most important plane journey back to London, the Labour gains so far. And, of course, this is a list that Mr. Wilson wants to add to. Some of those places that he lost last time and made difficulty for him. Keighley, for example. Bolton East, the Conservatives picked up last time. Plymouth Devonport, there's a Labour gain against a sitting Conservative member, although of course the seat was greatly changed. And there are others besides. Yes, there's the Labour Roll of Honour, which Mr. Wilson presumably perhaps can recite. He has a very good memory indeed. And here are some others. Some of the very swing seats which take place. That isn't quite the right spelling all the way. We're sorry about that. And note how Preston South has gone, Gravesend. These are indicator seats. The new seat there in Kingswood, just to the east of Bristol, and Birmingham, of course, showing up prominently, as Labour has done so well in the Midlands. And here Norwich South, well, that may be a little pointer to Labour doing well in East Anglia. And Derby North, a good personal success there for Philip Whitehead. Preston North, Lanark, a personal success there for Judith Hart. And just two more there, Middleton and Prestwich, and Aldridge, Brown Hills, Dame Pat Hornsby-Smith failing to hold that for the Conservatives. Well, Mr. Wilson wants to see that list lengthen today. If it does, he will be in a much stronger position in order to claim the reins of power and indeed to be an effective Prime Minister. But if, as David was saying earlier on, Labour doesn't make the sort of progress of that nature, then we could have a much more even-Steven situation, and who knows where that might end. Now, we have dismissed the grand coalition idea, David. At least the politicians have said they don't work that way. If it were a prolonged crisis, supposing it went on through the beginning of next week. And supposing there were economic pressures on the country, surely this would still be an option.
I think it is an option. I think one would be very foolish to dismiss any possibility. They might make a grand coalition for a quite finite period, a given number of weeks or months. We will not raise these issues till these decisions have been made. This much we can agree on as necessary for the next few weeks. And let's not raise the issue of playing politics while these things are done to get the country going again.
Well, some people would say that might indeed be the best solution if the economic winds blow and the snow falls and the pound is in serious trouble. Now, Bob McKenzie.
Well, after this very moment, the debate is raging at this question of minority government, possible coalition, and so on. One sometimes forgets it's been tried before, and the whole debate began in the 1920s in interwar years. In November 1923, Stanley Baldwin, the Conservative Prime Minister, called a general election specifically to get a mandate for his new policy of protective tariffs. Both the Liberals under Asquith and the Labour Party under Ramsay MacDonald campaigned for free trade. The result was indecisive. The Tories did best with 258 seats, but when Baldwin met Parliament, he was outvoted by the Labour Party with 191 and the Liberals with 158. Within a week, Ramsay MacDonald, although he led the second largest party, was in number 10 at the head of the first Labour government. He made no policy agreement with Asquith's Liberals and was constantly at the mercy of the Liberal vote. In October 1924, MacDonald, defeated in the House, was on his way back to the palace to tender his resignation. His government had not been a success, and Baldwin returned with a massive majority, helped by the Red Scare roused over the forged Zinoviev letter. 5 years later, in the general election of 1929, the two major parties reversed their positions. Labour now had 287 seats to the Tories' 261. But again, the Liberals, led now by Lloyd George, held the balance. Ramsay MacDonald went to Windsor to kiss hands triumphantly enough, but the cabinet he introduced to the press in the garden of number 10 were to face 2 more frustrating years trying to govern without a clear majority. Again, no attempt at an alliance with the Liberals was made by Ramsay MacDonald. In 1931, the great financial crisis produced MacDonald's resignation. But he was soon back at Buckingham Palace to kiss hands as leader of the Conservative-dominated national government. Only the rump of his own party under Arthur Henderson opposed the national coalition. They were massively defeated, and Labour did not win another election for 14 years. I think there are some parallels and some differences in those situations. I was looking at the figures, actually. You take Labour in 1923, coming to office as a minority government, had only 30% of the vote behind it, astonishingly small proportion. And in 1929, 37%, rather more like the position we might have now, and they've got 39%, although they're likely to have substantially more seats, well, rather more seats than they had in 1929. And you'll see there the comparative figures, that very small Labour proportion in 1923, and the considerably larger proportion, rather like the present proportion of 37%, probably they'll have 39 this time, and 288 seats, where they're likely to have now about 310 or even more than that. So there are parallels and interesting things about it. But I think it's deep in the soul of the Labour Party, having had that experience. They must not get trapped into minority government for very long at least, and therefore I'd expect them to go much sooner to the country.
Well, of course, Mr. Wilson says he doesn't consider the 20s a precedent. He was saying that to Michael Charlton earlier this morning. And I suppose the very name Ramsay MacDonald is one that makes people step back.
I think probably he would try to play it more like 64, when he didn't have really a working majority, and look for the first opportunity to turn back to the country and say, now, we want a working majority, and he got it. That took about a year and a half to do, of course, but that kind of precedent might be the one that he thinks is more relevant than 23 or 29.
Well, now, Robin is talking to somebody who would know the Ramsay MacDonald precedent as well as anybody, Manny Shinwell.
Lord Shinwell, you were a member of the 1929 government, which we heard about during that interesting historical film that Robert McKenzie was commenting on. Let me ask you this. To what extent do you think Harold Wilson, if he's a minority Labour Prime Minister, should take into account public opinion in this poll, judging by the results so far, and perhaps moderate his policies?
Well, even if he's got an overall majority, he must have regard to public opinion. If he's in a minority position but takes charge, becomes Prime Minister in a minority government, he can't brush aside the liberal the votes of around about 5 million. Public opinion must be considered. For example, in the 1929 government, in 1920 it was different because Baldwin had the largest single party. He didn't want to continue. The king sent for Ramsay MacDonald, and he formed a minority government which only lasted 11 months.
But in 1929?
In 1929 we had the largest single party, the Labour Party, the largest single party, and MacDonald formed a government. Now, the Liberals had about 59 or 60 members in the House of Commons at the time. If there had not been mutual aversion and dislike between Ramsay MacDonald and Lloyd George, it would have changed the whole course of our political and social history.
What you're saying is that if a minority Labour government had joined forces with the Liberal minority, perhaps the recession of the 30s could have been avoided?
It didn't require a coalition. But there was some affinity there as regards the social services, pensions, unemployment, housing, and as regards Lloyd George, he wanted taxation of land values, and was even prepared to nationalise land. We could have cooperated, and as a result, we could have avoided all the unemployment that subsequently occurred, and not only that, we might have avoided that terrible financial recession in 1931.
Now, as a veteran of three pre-war Labour governments, and as a former chairman of the Labour Party until quite recently, Lord Shimwell, what is your advice to Harold Wilson today?
If he forms a minority government, it's impossible to implement every item in the Labour Party manifesto. You can't do that. First of all, he's got to seek means of promoting economic recovery. Get the people back to work. He's got to try and boost exports. He's got to try and deal with the problem of the balance of payments. All this thing has got to be done, and he can't do it all by himself. He must have support in the House of Commons. Where's he going to get it from?
What about his renegotiation policy of the common market? Now, I know you always say to hell with the common market, but the Liberals wouldn't support him if he says to hell with the common market.
No, I don't say to hell with the common market.
You've said that. I've heard you say that at Labour Party conferences.
All I've said is this, that I thought from the beginning, I've never changed my mind, I'm unrepentant, that I think the economic community is bound to disrupt. And never mind about that. That's a prediction. What I do say is to talk about renegotiation. Well, it's very different to what we're going to renegotiate about, perhaps the common agricultural policy. That means trouble with the French.
Well, now, Lord Shimwell, we've got in The Hague, in Holland, one of the men who signed the Treaty of Rome when it was made many years ago, a former president of the Common Market Commission, and a man who is now critical of the common market in many ways, Dr. Sicko Mansholt. Good morning, Dr. Mansholt.
Good morning.
You remember we met in Oxford recently?
We did, yes.
And what do you think about the Labour Party's plans for renegotiating the terms of entry, in particular major changes in the common agricultural policy, new methods of financing the community budget, retention by the British Parliament of powers over the British economy, and cheaper food from low-cost producers outside Europe for the British market, and so on.
Well, that's quite a program that you are mentioning there.
Well, that's what they mentioned in their manifesto.
I understand, yes.
Yes.
Well, as far as changing the policy of the common market, it's quite clear that every country has the right to make proposals to do so, but he has to convince the others.
Yes.
So, in my opinion, the common market policy should be dynamic. It should not be static. When it is wrong, you should alter it. You should improve it. And there's a lot to improve. I several times have said that in meetings in your country, that as far as social policy, you can develop a real social policy that's real, directed to the interests of the workers, and that should be done. Up to now, we failed to do so, and I very much hope that, for instance, when Labour comes in government, that they will be one of the great promoters of a good social policy in the common market. Secondly, we badly need democracy.
Now, Dr.
Yes?
Mansholt, are you saying this, that if a minority Labour government comes in and seeks to make changes in the common market on the lines that I have mentioned, quoting from their manifesto, are you saying that these are all things which can go on the table and be discussed? Or are you saying they haven't got a hope of getting them through, or what?
No, well, that's not up to me to say what the hope is, of course. It all depends of the concrete and the specific proposal you're making. But every policy can be changed in the common market. And every country, United Kingdom or Ireland or Denmark or Holland, everyone has a right to make proposals and to discuss them. But what I say is you have to convince the others, because these decisions have to be taken in unanimity. It are major decisions, changing agriculture policy fundamentally, and there should something be changed in agriculture policy.
Hold on.
Know that.
Hold on, Dr. Manson. I want to bring in again Mr. Helmut Jorge of Der Spiegel, who is in our London studio, and he's been listening with interest to you. Do you think that what Dr. Mansfield is saying means that there is quite a wide scope for negotiation towards some of the things which the Labour Party wants?
I think I wouldn't call it negotiations. I would call it readjustments. If you go and you find that something doesn't work, then you have to readjust it. But to say if you are not negotiating with us, then we move out.
But you, as a London correspondent, you know as well as I do that some of the Labour ministers are more interested in getting out than in renegotiation.
Yes, but I think they have a serious problem now. If you look at the voting, as it has been, the Liberals, who are pro-European, and the Conservatives, who have been pro-European, have actually the majority of votes as it looks at the moment. So it means that possibly the majority of the English people don't want to get out. Now, if the party follows their line of bringing a referendum to the people, and the people are voting for Europe, the left wing of the party will have great problems.
Dr. Mansell, what is your comment on that, and in particular that it's more a question of readjustment than renegotiation?
That's quite right. When I am saying you can always change the policy, that does not mean that you have to change the treaty, but because a treaty gives great lines on it's the base for a policy, but you can decide every agriculture policy on that base.
Could you just answer me one question before I ask a leading Labour newly elected MP to comment? Do you think that the terms of entry of Britain contained in the Treaty of Accession of last year can be renegotiated as opposed to the readjustment process, the dynamic process which goes on all the time?
No, it has not to be renegotiated, the treaty of adherence. You can adjust it. You can adjust it. You can make another policy. Even you can change, let's say, agriculture policy fundamentally. When you don't want to have high prices, you want to have low prices, you can work with subsidies.
Yes.
You can apply a total other system of income policy in agriculture, and that is the main difficulty.
Hold on, Dr. Mansfield. I want to bring in Brian Walden, who is a Labour front bench spokesman in the last Parliament, and who was a frequent visitor to Strasbourg in the days when he was slightly more enthusiastic about the common market than he is now. Brian, what do you say to what Dr. Sicko Mansfield has been saying?
Well, our problem is a simple one, really. The Labour Party is not only pledged to renegotiate, it's pledged...
Renegotiate what?
The terms on which the Conservative government took us in.
The Treaty of Accession?
Well, yes, of course. And if you're going to call it adjustment, well, I'm not going to quarrel about words. But the real problem is this. Whatever happens in that renegotiation, we're then committed to hold either a referendum or a general election on that issue.
Well, you may have a general election sooner than you think.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem, you see. The general election, I suspect, if it happened in 6 months' time, wouldn't be about the common market at all. It would be about quite different things.
But do you really think that the various proposals listed in the manifesto for renegotiating the common market are in fact renegotiations, or are they proposals which will ensure that we will have to withdraw?
I think the possibility of withdrawal will be there. There's no question about it.
Breaking the treaty?
Breaking the treaty is a very hard word.
Well, what is the other word you would use?
Letting the British people decide this issue. I think when they do, they'll vote to come out. I think one has to face that. The British do not wish to belong to the European common market.
Thank you, Brian Walden. One brief comment on that, Dr. Mansell?
Yes, in my opinion, that would be the wrong way to handle the whole thing. In my opinion, there is not any question of going out of the common market. It would even not be in the real interest of the United Kingdom. But what I can fully understand is that the Labour Party doesn't agree with, let's say, agriculture policy. And so they can urge for changing that policy. That's fully the right to do so.
Thank you, Dr. Mansfield, for joining us. Perhaps we may have another comment from you. Thank you, Brian Walden. And now, Alastair.
And our computer is back in business. During that conversation, you would notice the first result of the day, City of London and Westminster South, held by the Conservatives. That's Mr. Christopher Tugendhat there, holding that seat. And there is the full result.
Only 54% voted there, and it was a drop of 0.3 compared to last time. I think it's the first time I've spotted a fall in turnout in the whole of the 440 results we've had, right swing to the Labour Party there. And Mr. Boakes loses his deposit. He stood in 3 seats and has lost his deposit in all of them.
The other two being Streatham and Wimbledon. We also noticed, of course, that there's a recount going on in Bodmin, down in the West Country. There's a Liberal hope there. And also we are hoping to get some results soon from Carlton, from Cirencester, and from one of the Derbyshire seats. If it's southeast, that could be an important one. It's been readjusted by the boundary commissioners, but the Conservatives took it last time. It could be marginal for them. Well, now David Dimbleby is down where the action is going to get more and more important as the day goes on at 10 Downing Street. David.
The comings and goings in Downing Street have been limited this morning to the world's press and a crowd growing on the other pavement. The Chancellor, Mr. Anthony Barber, just returned to number 11. The Prime Minister is anticipating staying here in Downing Street probably until well after lunch. He last night spoke to Lord Carrington, who came here when Mr. Heath came from Sidcup, and with Lord Allen, who's been helping run the campaign. He went to bed at about 3 o'clock. He got up at the normal time, about 8:30 this morning, since when I gather he's been in touch with senior colleagues, so they've not visited here yet. They may later on. The view at the moment is a firm no comment, that it certainly doesn't look as though either party is going to have a majority, that there is still a possibility that the Tories may be the biggest party, and that the difficulty is that the Liberal vote is so unpredictable they can't tell which way it'll go. Comparisons are being made with the situation in 1964 with Sir Alec Douglas-Hume, when they had to sweat it out right through Friday, and when the East Anglian results nearly swung it back to the Tories. The only unease, perhaps, being felt is that at this moment government has virtually come to a halt. I gather that it's thought it would be improper for Mr. Heath now to take any decisions until the political situation had been made more clear, and that there may perhaps inside Downing Street be some apprehension about international developments during the day, and that clearly the priority is to get the political situation sorted out as quickly as possible, so that the Queen's government can continue. But in any case, the Prime Minister is expected to stay here until well into the afternoon, until the results are perfectly clear. David Dimbleby in Downing Street.
And of course, you will notice there, while David was talking, that the Paddington result is in. This was one with 2 sitting members. It's a merged seat. And Mr. Arthur Leighton has held that for Labour. One would have expected that with the swing which has been going on. Mr. Nicholas Scott, one of the more promising of the Conservative junior ministers, losing the seat. And so he won't even expect to be in a minority government at the present situation. Well, now we, of course, saw the Queen arriving at Heathrow earlier on today. And there is the scene now. Mr. Wilson is flying back from Liverpool. Perhaps it's the Queen's next First Minister who's going to be arriving there. And of course, Mr. Wilson has said that he's going to have a meeting with his colleagues, his senior colleagues, at 2:30 this afternoon. And here we have another result from Reigate this time. This is one where the Conservatives have held on. It's one of their strongholds.
And the Liberals in second place. This is just like the seats we got at the beginning last night, which raised Liberal hopes, and the first 5 Conservative seats all got the Liberals jumping up into second place. Reigate's like that, but still comfortably Conservative.
Well, the important ones, of course, will be coming along now, almost any time now. As I said, we're hoping from some declarations, Carlton and Derbyshire, Cirencester. All these are in our minor race today for the places on the second day. But these seats are, of course, going to be most important. Well, David, from the first prognostications, the first results we've had, do you suspect that the Liberals will run pretty well as we saw last night?
Well, Bodmin, if they're on the brink in Bodmin, this is good for them in sense it isn't one of their best hopes. I think there are other ones they have more hope in. I think we are going to see the Liberals certainly in double figures, but we really, every seat which the Liberals hold is so much a special case that one can't predict an individual one in the way that one can on the whole, as Bob McKenzie showed on the swing, where the great bulk of seats went more or less on a national tide.
Fine, and we will, of course, be marking up these particular seats, perhaps when Mr. Wilson reaches his home in Lord North Street, just round the corner, of course, from Whitehall and the House of Commons. Perhaps he'll hope to have racked up one or two gains, and so that he and his colleagues can take a more judicious decision. I would suspect from the way Mr. Wilson is behaving, he is really very anxious to form a government, very ready to do so. He believes it is his duty, and he believes that he has the answers.
I think he is, and I think I can't see anyone else who could form a government granted this situation. I think that it's going to be very interesting how he forms it and what terms he forms it. That he will form it seems to me it's inconceivable that Mr. Heath could piece together a coalition, and you've got to have the leader of the largest party as Prime Minister.
In fact, your feeling is that Mr. Heath is in a worse position today than, say, Alec Douglas Hume was 10 years ago.
Oh, yes.
Well, that's perhaps news for the furniture vans and the movers, but Bob McKenzie now with the polls.
I'd like to have a look again at the way the polls predicted things at the very end of the run-up to the election. The very last polls that came out on election day showed Gallup with a 2% lead for the Conservatives, ORC 3%, NOP 4%, Harris 5%. And if you gave a weighted average of that, it pointed toward a Conservative lead over Labour of 60 seats. Now, this is the second major rebuff the polls have had. Last time in 1970, 22 out of 24 polls pointed toward a Labour win. This time, more than 25 pointed toward a Conservative win, with one, I think, only suggesting it might go the other way. And we thought it rather sensible to bring together three leading figures in the world of polling. The Gallup leader, Mr. Norman Webb, general manager there, John Barton of NOP, and Louis Harris of the Harris poll, which also has links with the ORC poll. Well, now, gentlemen, on the face of it, this looks like a pretty serious setback to the ordinary lay observer of these matters. Mr. Harris, what's your reaction?
Let me say this, that an American mayor who's long since dead, Fiorello LaGuardia, said, when you make a mistake, be sure it's abuse. I'd say categorically that, at least speaking for our polls, that clearly we made a mistake in terms of saying there would be anything like a clear Conservative win. I would point this out, that if you take the swing on the votes that have come in, there's every likelihood here this morning and this afternoon in the final count that the Conservatives will have more of the popular vote, which is, of course, what we do. I would also say this, that what we were asked to measure in this election was the equivalent of an earthquake taking place in public opinion in this country. Politics in this country, as the results have shown, have been torn up beyond recognition. The polls, if you will, were the very first to point out the surge of the Liberals. I dare say that I doubt that anyone would have taken the Liberals seriously if it hadn't been for the polls. Secondly, the polls showed, our own polls showed, for example, that no more than 40% ever thought that Labour would do a better job than the Conservatives in power. Where do you find the vote? Labour will be lucky to get 40% of the vote here.
The answer to that, partly, that you can measure all kinds of movements of opinion, but you're in real trouble if you allow newspapers to do what your poll allows them to do, and the others, to write sensational headlines, head home and dry, over polls that don't begin to prove that.
Well, I don't want to get personal about it, Mr. McKenzie, but I would say this. I followed all through the last 10 days or week of the election your own coverage of polls, and I think you, along with everyone else, and perhaps ourselves, and I'd put ourselves first, were far too absorbed with saying this is a horse race, who's ahead, who's behind, rather than saying what lies back of this, what is going on.
Yep. Could we hear Mr. Webb for Gallup? What's your reaction?
Well, my reaction is that I think Louis Harris is apologising too soon, because as far as Gallup is concerned, I have a strong feeling that at the end of the day, what we said is going to be very nearly correct. We talked about a 2% lead in the Conservative share of the vote, and it looks like it's going to converge to something like that. And so long as we're not misinterpreted, we're talking about share of votes, we've always talked about share of votes, Now, we've not been represented as doing anything else.
Well, now, I suggest to you the stock market and the gamblers of the world in this country have lost very heavily by taking you all too seriously. That goes for NOT too, I you'll agree, Mr. Barton.
Yes, I certainly agree. But I think that certainly we must stand by what we've said, and we do appear in the newspapers, and the newspapers, I think, from their own point of view, rightly say that this represents a Conservative or a Labour lead, because this is what their readers want to know. This encapsulates the whole thing.
But all the leagues turned out to be wrong. We may come back to you later, gentlemen, I hope. Alastair.
Well, there are the pollsters, and their fingers, of course, crossed too. The count is going on now at Chelmsford. That's the seat which Mr. Norman St. John Stevens holds for the Conservative and is defending this time. Now, let's go for a declaration to Hendon North.
The election for this constituency was 80.89%. I, Frank Dale Gibson, returning officer for the Hendon North constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Champion John Stanley, Labour, 14,673. Edward David Hugh, Liberal, 8,585. Gorst John Michael, Conservative, 17,000. 17,285, and that John Michael Gorst has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, supporters and opponents.
There's the results. Mr. Gorst, who's had a hand, of course, in the local radio lobby, and he is back in Hendon North. He would have taken it in 1970. I suppose it's a relief to the Conservatives, however, that he's held it this
1%
morning.
swing to Labour, and a record poll, up 11%. The whole of London has increased its poll by 10% as a whole, and much more than any other part of the country.
Result possible. Perhaps not last of all, because I would like to pay a personal and considerable tribute to the fairness and decency with which we've had this contest here, and to thank both the Liberal and the Labour candidate for an excellent and decently conducted contest. Thank you very much.
That's the situation then in Hendon North. It's John Gorst back. Let's look at some of the results this morning now in full. Here's Paddington. This is Arthur Latham's success, Nick Scott's defeat, and Nick Scott's campaign manager in Paddington also failed to get in at Putney.
Very low swing to Labour there compared to the rest of London.
And here we have Salisbury. Now we're getting out to the west again, but Conservatives in, Liberal second.
33% of the vote, and they didn't fight last time.
Here's Kenneth Baker back in St Marylebone.
Low swing as in Paddington next door.
And a low turnout too.
Yes, it always is a low turnout.
And we'll, of course, be having some more results as they come in through the computer. Now, David, well, you didn't expect John Gorst to lose Hendon North.
I didn't. None of these seats weren't expected. I mean, Paddington was one seat that we've heard from this morning we could have expected to change hands. It didn't change hands from what our concept of what would have happened in 1970. Nothing has happened so far this morning to alter the prospects. We haven't heard from the places we're interested in.
All right, but Geoffrey Howe, of course, Sir Geoffrey Howe, who's been Minister for Trade and Consumer Affairs, he's heard from the place he's interested in. That's his own constituency, and of course he's back, but it would have been a real landslide if he had been out. Well, where are you particularly interested? We've got the recount in Bodmin. Now, what about this Derbyshire South East situation, David?
I should have thought that Derbyshire South East probably won't go to the Labour Party. It would be a very big swing compared to the ones we've had. Very few seats with as big a swing as that. I think only two have in fact changed hands.
And so it's Bosworth that we're waiting for?
We're waiting for, my view, we're waiting for Bosworth, Chorley, Beeston. These are ones that Labour Party could easily... And we're also waiting for Buckingham, where Robert Maxwell is trying to get back in his old seat.
A very colourful campaigner indeed. And of course he got back into his own company, Pergamon, but he waits now to get back to his parliamentary seat. We have one or two results to give you. Here's the Geoffrey Howe result in Surrey East.
Liberals 34% of the vote there, second place.
And here's Mr. Douglas Hurd, who's been Mr. Heath's political secretary in number 10, now in as an MP in his own right. Down in the West Country, Piers Dixon, Conservative, but the Liberal chasing him up.
And that's the seat that Michael Steed fought last time. 37% for the Liberals there, but 12% too little. The Cornish Nationalists only got 850 votes there.
Mebian Cairnau. Well, we are, of course, hanging fire here at the moment, as indeed, no doubt, the thoughts of Mr. Heath and Mr. Wilson and Mr. Thorpe are all hanging fire. I suspect that at this moment, though, Mr. Heath is waiting to see just what the strength of the Conservative government is. Would you suppose, as a Conservative Party is in this situation, we are excluding the possibility at the moment of the likelihood of his forming a minority government. That, I think, is true, David, particularly in the light that Mr. Wilson, from what he was saying to Michael Charlton earlier on, seems determined to form one if he can.
I think that is so. I just don't see how the Conservatives could have any prospect of having a majority in the next Parliament, or any kind of coalition you could put together that makes any kind of political sense at the moment. They only could continue in office if you can envisage a temporary grand coalition, which so far politicians have ruled out. Though it is worth noticing how extraordinarily cagey all the politicians who come near to having a responsible position have been. We had Lord Windlesham here this morning really saying no comment in the nicest possible way.
Now, Mr. Wilson, in talking to his shadow cabinet colleagues, who may hope to become cabinet colleagues very shortly, perhaps before the day is out, he must have in mind whether there should be any deal, official or unofficial, with the Liberals.
I think he must. The trouble is that I'm sure he had plans for a drastic and dramatic takeover of number 10, reorganisation of the private staff there, the CPR, the policy review staff and things like that. I don't think he is in a position to engage in that sort of dramatic action, except as a kind of challenge to the people whose votes he will need if he is to form a government for more than a few days.
And he'd be putting the Liberal Party in a bit of a spot because, of course, some of them will not be elected until late on tonight if they are returned in their seats. Joe Grimmond, of course, up in Orkney and Shetland, Russell Johnson in Inverness. David Steele, the Liberal whip, should know sooner than that, but again, he may be subject to recount. So I don't suppose, although the Liberals no doubt are talking to each other, they are actually in a position to give any answers where they asked any questions.
And I shouldn't have thought they would be asked questions for a while. The parties have got to sort themselves out before they start talking to other people.
I think Baldwin took until the Monday. He went down to Chequers, actually, and thought it all out in 1929. I would imagine in modern circumstances we would have a quicker effort this time, but it's not perhaps the situation in which one would expect to see the new Prime Minister, or the next Prime Minister, how it's to be described, going through the door of number 10 tonight and announcing his cabinet ministers.
Now, I think the trouble is this time we have a really urgent situation. If there wasn't the miners' strike, if there wasn't the fuel crisis, we could perfectly well wait for 3 or 4 days while people had their discussions. But I think there will be a pressure to make decisions quickly. And Mr. Wilson, of course, has taken this prior stand that he wouldn't negotiate, he wouldn't compromise with people or make deals, he would challenge them to turn him out. I wonder if that stance can be maintained in the present circumstances.
So there we are, and we wait to how the situation is going, but down in North Devon, where Mr. Thorpe had his major personal success last night, David Lomax has a report.
Well, this is Thorpe country, and I hope it looks as beautiful as it really is this morning. And it's also Liberal country, according to a jubilant Mr. Thorpe. Liberal country all the way down from one end of the constituency of North Devon all the way down to the borders of North Cornwall. That's what he said, and a very victorious speech that he gave after the declaration last night in Barnstaple. We've come down here to the middle of North Devon, near the village of Cobberton, and outside a little thatched cottage called Higher Chuggerton. But it's in here that the leader of the Liberal Party, Mr. Jeremy Thorpe, has just got up. He's having his breakfast with his wife and his mother, and he's a man, of course, who still doesn't know whether really at the end of the day he will be holding the balance of power. But we hope that he'll be able to come out in a moment or two and talk to us. Last night there were ecstatic scenes. You may have seen them already as he was carried on the shoulders of his supporters from outside the Queen's Hall in Barnstaple all the way around the Pannier Market down towards the Liberal Party headquarters. But obviously his own delight must have been tempered by the fact that Liberals elsewhere weren't doing quite as well as he'd predicted, and that of course is one other point that we'd like to bring up with him when he does come out. Anyway, this is David Lomax at Higher Chuggerton.
Well now, David, the countryside really is as beautiful as you say. When do you expect Mr. Thorpe to come out? Is he lying in late this morning? Well, he hasn't heard me, so all we can do is enjoy the scenery and hope to hear from Mr. Thorpe shortly. And now we have been joined by Michael Speed, who of course has worked out what the redistribution has meant, and we've been relying on his figures, and so has the computer been relying on his figures throughout last night, and we will continue to do so today. Michael, how do you think the redistribution has affected this result? Has it really, almost on its own, produced the deadlock?
I think it has. We've come out with the most interesting figures. There is no doubt in my mind that had the election been fought on the old boundaries, we would now be saying Mr. Wilson is the next Prime Minister. The situation is as follows. In Greater London, we've worked out that Labour have definitely lost 10 seats through the disappearance of 9 seats. The Tories have only lost 1 in Paddington, and they've gained the 2 new seats created in Bexley and Havering. Outside Greater London in the southeast, of the 14 new seats created, 1 Braintree is yet to come up, but I would predict it's a Tory seat. Labour have taken 1 in Luton. The Tories have taken all the other 12. In the rest of the country, Midlands, Scotland, Wales, South West, it more or less balances out. There are 2 to watch particularly affected coming up. Beeston, which the Conservatives are more likely to lose because of the boundary changes, and North West Norfolk, which I would add to David's list of key ones to watch, because although we've got it down as a notional Labour hold, on the East Anglian swing it might well go Tory. Assuming those go one each way, this means that Labour are 9 or 10 seats down.
We must interrupt you a moment, Michael. I think we have a result at Finchley and Margaret Thatcher's seat.
I thank Dale Gibson, returning officer for the Finchley constituency. Hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Brass Lawrence Stephen Liberal, 11,221. O'Connor Martin John Labour, 12,202. Margaret Thatcher Margaret Hilda, Conservative, 18,000. and that Margaret Hilda Thatcher has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Acting Returning Officer, fellow candidates, fellow members in the hall, ladies and gentlemen. First, Mr. Mayor, it's my proud duty, I think for the 5th time now, to propose a vote of thanks to the returning officer and his staff for all the work they put in yesterday. It was one of the coldest elections.
Liberals came 3rd in that seat where they might well have hoped to come 2nd or even to challenge Mrs. Thatcher. It was one of their great hopes when they put John Fardow in there to try and win it in 1964.
As the non-temperature climate was concerned, this brings me to my second point. I am very proud indeed to have the honour of representing Finchley for another X years or months. We do not quite know how much.
Mrs. Thatcher, they are not prepared to prognosticate. Labour taking Meriden, that of course is in the Midlands, and it may have benefited from some of the swing which has been going Labour's way there, but that is a success certainly for Mr. Wilson. We'll have a look at those full figures here.
That is really a very remarkable result. It wasn't one we envisaged as possibly going to Labour, but the big swing in the Powell country seems to have affected it.
And another one coming up for Labour, they've taken Chorley. Here's Epsom and Ewell, the Attorney General, Sir Peter Rawlinson, but the big news for Labour, they've taken Chorley.
And that does push the projection up, I think, a bit.
And there is the situation. Mrs. Constance Monk's out in Chorley.
A 1.8 swing to Labour, but enough to turn the seat over to them.
And the news for the Conservatives is that they have held Harrogate. That was an outside Liberal chance, given what happened at Ripon, and they've held that seat as David suggested they were going to
they've
in
held
Derbyshire
Derbyshire
South East.
which was one of the ones, but they have actually just won 2 seats, one quite outside the ones we were suggesting, and one that was on the second most marginal, third most marginal still to come.
So the push, therefore, is Mr. Wilson's way. Let's confirm that with a fuller look at these results. There's the Harrogate one, which the Conservatives have held really quite comfortably against the Liberals. They must have been frightened by the by-election at Ripon next door.
But the Liberals did get 31% of the vote.
Mr. Orsick, the Liberal next door in Ripon, watching that, I'm sure. Here in Westmoreland, a safe Conservative situation.
But the Liberals very comfortably second, 35% of the vote, only 15% behind Mr. Joplin.
So there we are, and perhaps the centre of attention should now go while we await for further news of Mr. Wilson's arrival, the events at number 10, the events at the Palace. The city is in the forefront of the battle today. That's perhaps where the battleground for the pound is going on. Paul Griffiths reports from there.
And I'm afraid those bastions of the capitalism of this country in the City of London, the Bank of England and the Stock Exchange, are looking decidedly drab this morning. It doesn't just feel as though the temperature has gone down about 10 degrees in the square mile of the City of London. It seems that everything else has as well. You've heard earlier that the Financial Times Index at 10 o'clock, that of course is the index consisting of the share prices of 30 of the country's companies, went down 25.5 to 312.3. Well, at 11 o'clock it was down even further to 310.0. That's down 27.8. And that means, of course, that the share prices of the 30 companies in that index have all gone down. I can give you some sort of indication of that drop, which is something more than 8%. When I tell you that ICI, for example, which is considered to be a barometer of the stock exchange and a barometer of industrial opinion, or the investor's opinion of industry at this time, was 232 overnight, 232 pence to buy a share, if you like, of ICI, is now down at about 213, having gone down as far as 211 earlier this morning. Land securities in the property business have gone down 27 pence to 183. And thinking about the banks, especially Midland, whose figures we're expecting today, results that is, profit, etc., have gone down 34 pence today to 290. In the oil business, BP have gone down 42 pence to 532, and I'm afraid the pound has been looking decidedly weak as well this morning. It has picked up a little bit, having been down. It was against the dollar 2.30 and a half overnight. It's now 2.279. So in other words, things in the City of London haven't been bowler hat bobbing this morning. They've been rather a slow march. People have their heads down. They're really working hard and watching their television sets to see just what's happening.
On their television sets, they can see Mr. Wilson's plane arriving at London Airport. What a different return from the one he had in 1970 when he came back in the car with Mrs. Wilson, of course, in the knowledge of defeat. And here he's flying back with great speed. Came by train in 64 and 66, his 2 successes, this time right up to date, and following, indeed, the Queen into London Airport. And, of course, when he gets out, we know that he's going to his home in Lord North Street, and there at 2:30 this afternoon, consultation with his shadow cabinet colleagues, as I say, expect and certainly hope to become cabinet colleagues before very long. So Mr. Wilson now back at London Airport, and Chris Rainbow is there. Are there any special security precautions and things like that for Mr. Wilson's arrival?
It's just the same security precautions the Queen had, not very evident, except you could see the occasional policeman on the rooftop. Passes are being very, very severely checked, but apart from that, nothing untoward, fairly informal. Mr. Wilson's plane is in fact in the same parking space that the Queen's Super VC-10 was about 3 hours ago when it arrived. I don't know whether that's some kind of an omen. And as he flew in, the flight path of his plane would have, as it approached Heathrow, would have brought him in over the Thames in central London. And I wonder if he caught a glimpse of the Palace of Westminster as he flew over, trying to work out just what his role will be there in the next Parliament.
There seems to be some celebratory flowers there.
Coming out with a full entourage of his Labour Party supporters. His press officer will be there. When he does come out, there's Mr. Wilson coming down the steps. A short flight from Liverpool Airport, about 1 hour, with Mrs. Wilson, being met by Mr. Jack Bannister from the British Airports Authority. Must have perhaps left his wallet behind or something, but I don't think he needs to tip anybody when he's flying in a plane like that.
Well, Mr. Wilson looks very happy. He's shaking hands, and there's a step of determination and confidence about him there. It may still be perhaps a little bit of a surprise, whatever he has said, but he certainly knows that he's stepping into a very difficult situation here in London town. And of course one has to put this point, that however revivified politicians are by success, after 3 weeks of a bruising campaign, after many weeks of argument and debate in the House of Commons, in what situation are they? Well, he couldn't get the door open there, but perhaps some other secrets will be unlocked to him very shortly. That's the sort of thing that you take in your stride. Mr. Wilson now on his way back into central London to his home in Lord North Street. I hope they can get the engine started. There we are. Anyway, a little way from him, he's on his way. Graham Pyatt, what's the news you have to give him?
Well, we've had 16 results in since closed down last night, and most of them were fully anticipated by the computer. But we've had two Labour wins, which have resulted in taking the Labour prediction up to 309, giving the majority over Conservatives of 12. These Labour wins were not entirely unanticipated, but we did not expect Labour to win both of them. So they're edging up by 1 on the prediction.
And that, of course, throws the balance not just to the Liberals by any private arrangement that they have, it really throws it the nationalist way, doesn't it now?
Indeed, yes. We're still very much in this situation where either the Liberals or the Nationalists could be the co-partners.
Let's see what the latest on Mr. Wilson is. He's there at London Airport, and the retinue are coming in with the luggage and so on. I don't doubt that he's filled with ideas of what's going to happen, but he needs to talk to 1 or 2 people, put these ideas across, and he's in for a very busy afternoon and evening.
Alastair, it's always interesting who are with great men at great moments. Did you notice Terry Boston and Gerald Kaufman and Joe Haynes were the 3 people around him at that moment?
And of course we've yet to hear from Terry Boston's old seat at Faversham. He's not standing this time. And there we are, a final word. And of course this is a very busy time. This is just the kind of situation where little details have to be looked at. There have to be last moment thoughts and instructions. Which way you're going to go, and what shall I say to them, and somebody else is going to be on the phone.
Would he yet have a special branch detective? Not quite yet.
And here's the situation of the parties as Mr. Wilson comes into London at 5 to 12. As we say, the situation with the Conservatives 190 seats, Labour 258, but of course today's results to come in, Liberals 5 and others 5. We're waiting for more declarations to come in. Of course, this is beginning to get the busy time of the second day, and every one of these declarations that happens is, of course, of major interest, but Mr. Wilson, no doubt, will have his fingers crossed, perhaps listening to the radio as he comes into London to hear if any more have gone his way, as Meriden and Chorley have gone just as he was coming into land at London Airport. That's the kind of situation, of course, that he wants to see building up in the course of the next hour or 2. Bob McKenzie.
Well, again, to look at the home counties and Greater London, the overall picture of the battle for London and the South East has been fairly clear since last night. But with the national results showing an apparently deadlock situation or neck-and-neck situation, every result that comes in this region, of course, is of vital significance. So first, let's look at the overall picture. In the home counties, we've had results from 40 of the 68 seats. So that means there's something like 30 still to come, less than half. And in London, we've had results from 88 of the 92 seats, leaving a mere 65 we're still waiting for. 1 marginal is still to come. In the home counties, we're waiting here from Buckingham, where Robert Maxwell, of course, is fighting for a comeback. That, of course, is Conservative held, where a swing of 3% would take it to Labour. Mr. Axel held the seat, of course, before the 1970 elections. So here's the situation in the home counties then. Conservatives hold 31 seats, having lost 2. Labour have 9, having gained 2, Gravesend and Luton East. And in London, the Conservatives have 38 now, having lost 4, Labour having 50, having gained 4. The gains were, of course, Ilford South, Battersea South, Ealing North, and Lewisham West. And there's been the marginal Paddington expected to be held by Labour, just to be held by Labour. The swing has been interesting too. Liberals' share of the vote is up 14% in the Greater London area and 16% of the home counties, but no Liberal seats. Again, part of this sad picture from their point of view of good strength in many parts, but spread too evenly to make a real breakthrough. And of course, they lost Sutton and Cheam. They hoped to get Richmond, failed there, and Orpington also held by the Tories. Fine. A declaration now, Alastair.
The percentage of electors voting at the election for this constituency was 82.27%. I, Frank Dale Gibson, returning officer for the Chipping Barnet constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Ellis Nestor Wynne, Liberal, 11,714. Maudling Reginald, Conservative, 22,994. Mills John Angus Donald, Labour, 12,183. The last figures were 12,183, and that Reginald Maudlin has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Mr. Reginald Maudling back there in Chipping Barnet.
4% swing again.
Of course, one of the reserves of power that the Heath government intellect, which the Heath government has not been able to call on in the past year or so.
Did you see the Conservatives have just held Eastbourne, which was one of the Liberal hopes? Stephen Tell had great hope in the view of last time's election, but he hasn't won it.
No, so that's a little reverse for Mr. Jeremy Thorpe and his actual hopes of holding the mathematical balance of power, and we have news there of Conservatives holding Folkestone and Hythe there on the south coast. That's Mr. Costain. So still all to play for, although it's very hard now, increasingly hard as the results go on, to see how Mr. Wilson can break out of the deadlock. I think we are fairly clear that we don't believe that Mr. Heath can, barring some major upset in Scotland or somewhere else where he may still have hopes. But certainly results in the southeast and elsewhere in England don't, I think, give any prospect of that happening. Michael Heseltine, the aerospace minister, holding Henley, that's the seat that he's moved to from the southwest. He was redistributed out of the southwest. So Michael Heseltine, I don't think he'll be troubled with Concord in the next few weeks. However, a minority Heath government might, or a coalition government might. We really don't know quite yet what the answer is going to be. And with Labour's lead over the Conservatives at 63, with 172 seats to come, we are still saying that the balance is held by the Liberals and by the Nationalists. A little look at some results. Here's Henley. We saw Eastbourne briefly. Here's Henley. That's Michael Heseltine's result.
Liberals up into second place with 30% of the vote, but Michael Heseltine in.
And here's the disappointment for the Liberals. Mr. Ian Gow holding that seat for the Conservatives, Stephen Tyrrell failing to take it.
With a slightly increased majority compared to last time, both increased at the expense of Labour, but the Conservatives more.
And Derbyshire South East, Mr. Peter Rost, who won the old seat in 1970, is pretty safely back this time.
This could have been one of the Labour's hopes this morning. It had been rather an outside bet, but they haven't made it.
And Mr. Costain back, as he's accustomed to come back from Folkestone and Hythe.
Liberals in second place with 30% of the vote. They didn't fight last time.
And so there's the pattern with the Conservatives holding their seat at Westbury. Graham.
Well, no change in the prediction from these last few results, but on the slidometer the position is quite clear about the balance. We have the minimum estimates for the Labour and Conservative parties shown here, and we expect that the Liberals and other parties will take about 30 seats. This means that whichever way we add it, either to the Conservatives or to Labour, there is no chance, as seen by the computer, of either party getting the necessary 318. This is the deadlock which the computer is very certain about.
While you were speaking, the Conservatives have held on to Faversham. That was one which they picked up last time, Roger Moat. He, of course, is rather critical of the common market, so perhaps Mr. Powell will take some confidence and further kudos from that situation. But Conservatives holding Faversham, that's one which Labour might have had their fingers crossed about, and certainly in earlier years would have hoped to have held. And we saw Terry Boston, the former member, there with Mr. Wilson.
A Labour seat all the way from 45 to 70, so it's one that Labour should have been winning if they were going to win a government. Well, they've probably won a government, but not a clear majority.
Now then, Graham.
Yes, well,
you have something to say. David was just actually saying that they perhaps have a government, but they certainly don't have a majority government. Is there any comfort that you can give to Mr. Wilson that he can look forward to for the rest of the afternoon?
yes, well, we have a list of the possible Labour seats that we expect to be coming through this morning. Here they are: Gloucestershire West, Norfolk North West, Bosworth, Beeston, Wrekin, Buckingham, Monmouth. Labour won't win all those seats according to the computer, but it should get a good number of them.
Wrekin actually is a Labour seat, I would have thought. Anyway, it's an arguable one on redistribution. But
and I understand, in fact, Peter Thomas, that's the present Secretary for Wales, holding his seat in Hendon South. I understand that, in fact, not just redistribution, but the movement of population to Telford New Town makes it rather unlikely that the Tory will hold Wrekin on this kind of situation. Graham, well, you've told us the Labour prospects. What about the Liberal ones?
Well, indeed, we've got a list of the Liberal prospects as well. Colne Valley, Bodmin, Aberdeen West, Devon West, Orkney in Shetland, Montgomery, Inverness, Cornwall North, Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peebles, Ripon and the Isle of Ely. Again, we don't expect the Liberals to win all these seats, but this is where their best prospects lie.
And there's a recount in Bodmin.
Still going on, so they must be having quite a day down there. Let's look at some more results. The computer, of course, they're just telling us Conservatives have held Banbury, and we'll just see what are the important results that the computer has for us, that it's processing and chewing up and telling us all what the consequences are. Yes, Faversham, I wouldn't call it a Conservative gain, quite honestly. They had it last time, but certainly it's a relief to the Conservatives that Mr. Roger Moat is there, an anti-common market Conservative MP.
Something's obviously gone wrong, but could you tell me what?
Mr. Van Strabenzie, who's a minister in Northern Ireland, at the moment back from Wokingham.
Liberals in second place, 28% of the poll, just ahead of Labour.
So, there we are. It's how it's shaping up, and we don't see any prospect at the moment of a breakout, but of course we haven't heard yet today from Northern Ireland. We haven't had any news really from the further fastnesses of Scotland, where Conservatives, Liberals and Scottish Nationalists are particularly slugging out, although of course Labour have a considerable interest in the seat up there in Caithness and Sutherland, and of course Bodmin, they may be settling down now to a series of recounts. So, still all to play for. I think we have another result. And here's Mr. Neil Martin, another anti-common market Conservative, holding his seat.
Just about the national average swing, 1.8, which is in fact the national average swing.
And Westbury, Mr. Dennis Walters back in a Conservative seat there.
But the Liberals in second place, 29% of the vote.
You notice there Mr. Finn, who is of aristocratic birth and prospect, failing to turn that into a Wessex national
Less than 1% of the vote.
Rather valley, strong mining seat.
And here's the first of these long, slow-counting Labour seats. Labour's going to get quite a lot of seats now from the Yorkshire coalfield, where they do count slowly.
Here's the Peter Thomas result, Secretary for Wales in the Conservative government.
Liberals in second place, 28% of the poll.
Former party chairman, of course. That's the last result that we have for the moment. Two anti-common market Conservative MPs coming back. One wonders whether Mr. Enoch Powell had any encouragement there, although of course it would be very surprising if Neil Martin hadn't come back. Well, now we tried to have a word. We had a very pleasant word about the scenery, and Mr. Thorpe with David Lomax earlier on. He's still there at the garden gate. David?
Well, very beautiful scenery still and lovely sunny blue skies, but no further news of Mr. Jeremy Thorpe, who has been inside. He's had his breakfast, I imagine, with his wife and his mother. His mother came out actually earlier on and told all the reporters and the rest of us who were waiting around to go away. Mr. Thorpe and his agent last night told us that Mr. Thorpe would give us an interview sometime this morning, so we're just waiting for him. So that's all the news there is from Higher Chuggerton at the moment.
And of course, during the campaign, I imagine Mr. Thorpe would have kept his mother under very strong control, not giving that sort of advice. Now, Robin Day is talking to Margaret Thatcher after her result at Finchley.
Good morning, Mrs. Thatcher.
Good morning, Mr. Day. How are you?
I'm very well indeed. You look very happy at your Finchley results, but may I take you back to some words you used in your speech of thanks when you referred to the government lasting X years or months. Now, does that mean you feel a sense of great uncertainty about the present situation?
Yes, it does, and I think most other new members do as well.
Can I just put this to you? Our computer predicts Labour ahead with a small majority, and the Liberals and others holding about 30 seats, holding the balance of power. What do you think should be the Prime Minister's course in this situation, as you can see it?
Well, you certainly do have a way of putting tricky questions. The Liberals holding a balance of power is a completely new situation in my lifetime in politics.
Liberals and others, which makes it even more difficult.
It does indeed. I don't like fragmented parties. I think on the whole there's only room for two views in this country in politics, because there's a good deal of middle ground in both, and I don't think there's any room for a third party to try and take the middle ground.
Well, it's taken it a bit, whether you like it or not. Can I put this suggestion to you? Do you think there's any possibility of Mr. Heath saying that perhaps another Tory leader might be able to command Liberal support better in this situation and could conceivably give way on that basis?
I should not have thought so. The Cabinet were fully behind the Prime Minister and the action he took, and I don't think that's likely to happen.
Do you think the election ought to have been held earlier?
No. I think he was right to hold it when he did.
Mrs. Thatcher, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And with the news, of course, of a number of safe seats staying safe for the parties, let's have a look at some of these results. Bishop Auckland there, Mr. James Boyden, a former junior minister, safely back.
Swing above the average for the northeast, which is a lower swing than the rest of the country.
And in Ludlow, Jasper Moore holding a Conservative seat.
Liberals in second place.
And from the Conservative part of Lancashire.
Another Liberal second place, but only just 24% of the poll for them. Mr. Hall Davis gets more than half the vote there.
And a strongly Labour part of Lancashire.
That was once Hartley Shawcross's seat. The Liberals in second place in an industrial seat ahead of the Conservatives.
Rather a Rochdale pattern almost. And here's Manny Shinwell's old seat, and Labour, of course, holding that mining
Only
seat.
0.5% swing. Hello?
So there's the results, and these are results which bring some comfort to the Labour Party, though not whole comfort, but a good deal of pain to the Conservative Party and apparently to the City of London. We have some headlines there. City rocked, shares crash. Well, we've been hearing about that, and I have no doubt that the pound is in some trouble too at the moment. Well, with the City giving that account of itself, according to the evening papers, Robin Day is now talking to Reggie Maudling.
Mr. Maudling, forgive me if I concentrate not on your result, but on the national crisis. We've got an economic and an industrial crisis, and now on top of that, we've got a political and possibly a constitutional crisis. What course would you like to be followed in this situation, assuming the computer prediction is right, that the Labour Party are narrowly ahead, with the Liberals and others having 30 seats, so roughly holding the balance of power?
Well, I'm not sure I accept predictions by computers any more than I do from opinion polls.
No, but that's sort of situation.
If it should finish up like that, presumably the Labour Party will form a government as a party, which is obviously better than having a coalition with the Liberals. I don't think coalition's a good idea anyway.
What do you think the duty the Labour Party has, Mr. Harold Wilson has, in this kind of situation, assuming he is sent for? Do you think he ought to make overtures to the Liberals to try and get some form of a centre type of government?
I would have thought not myself. I thought it's much better if a party has got a majority, however small, they should pursue their own policy. And in these circumstances, of course, they'll have to pursue a policy particularly aimed at strengthening sterling and avoiding any loss of confidence as a result of their victory.
What is that policy? If you were at the Exchequer now, the shares have gone down 28 points, the Financial Times index. and foreign confidence is said to be doubtful. What needs to be done now, Mr. Morling?
I think what needs to be done by a Labour government, if there is one, is first of all make it quite clear they're not going to do some of the silly things they said they would do if they were elected.
Such as?
Vast increase in public expenditure, for example.
We've got to get the miners back to work, haven't we?
Yes, I myself believe they will go back to work on the basis of the pay board's recommendation when that comes out. They must realise it's not in their interest or in the rest of the country to do otherwise.
Mr. Morling, in a word, how serious is our economic and financial situation now? People have been using the word disastrous, collapse, crash, and all the rest of it. Put us right in perspective.
Those words are greatly exaggerated. The situation is serious, but there is no problem whatever that this country cannot solve by its own efforts.
Do you advise foreigners to lose confidence in this country because there is a minority Labour government coming in, perhaps?
Well, it'll affect things temporarily, but you know, it'll depend how the government works it out. But the strength of this country is in its industry, its agriculture, and its people, and no election result changes that.
Would you say its strength also lay in its capacity to find political solutions in an apparently insoluble situation?
I think history would rather back you up on that, Robin, yeah.
Thank you, Reggie.
And you would see there, while these conversations are going on, the Conservatives have taken the new seat at Hitchin. Shirley Williams, of course, moved away, or just moved off from it, taking some of the constituency with her, but that is a first failure for Anne Malalieu, one of the more decorative of the Labour Party's candidates. I think this is a chance to go down to Wales now, just to see how people are taking the results there, and I think it's Patrick Hannon who's down there with a report for us from Barry.
Yes, we're here in Barry where they're waiting for the result here. The counting's going on at the moment, and this is a Conservative held seat, but there have been some substantial boundary changes, although it is expected that Sir Raymond Gower, who's been a member here for 21 years, is going to hang on to it. Anyway, we'll talk to some of the people here now. You're obviously a Labour supporter.
Yes.
How do you feel about the results generally?
Very, very good. Could have been better. If we'd had not such bad rain last night, I think Labour would have a landslide, and we can do with it.
It looks as though there's not going to be an overall majority. Does that concern you?
I wouldn't like to say it till the final results come out.
Do you feel the same way about this result?
Yeah. What do you mean? As Barry or the country on the whole?
The country as a whole.
Oh, no, yeah. What would you say? That is.
Nationally, it's very interesting, very good.
Well, exciting, wasn't it?
Can I ask you?
Yes.
How did you vote yesterday?
I voted Conservative yesterday.
So you're disappointed today?
Well, I'd rather wait until the final results come in. You know, I think it must be disappointing for either side at this point. I don't think either party is going to have an overall majority anyway, by the looks of things, up until I watched television last anyway. So just keeping our fingers crossed now that Mr. Gower is re-elected for this constituency.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Patrick Hannon in Barry.
And some cautious political remarks from Barry. Let's just have a little look at the state of the parties. And there we have it. Now, David, you have a point about this.
When we started this morning, we said if no seats changed hands, the Labour Party would stick with 303 seats. They've gained 2 seats now, but quite a lot of other ones they haven't gained. And I reckon there are only 4 good prospects for Labour at the moment. They are Bosworth, Beeston, Buckingham and Falmouth. Those are the 4 seats we're looking for if the Labour Party is to make an advance. And if they won all of those, which I don't think actually is very likely, they would have 309 seats.
Well, it sounds almost like the beginning of a poem by Sir John Betjeman. However, let's look at the prediction board. And we are saying Labour lead over Conservative of 61, but there, after 477 results, you have the state of the parties as we expect the election to finish up.
And so what I wanted to say then really was partly in answer to Reggie Maudling when he said he didn't have faith in computers. Now what I was saying then was not dependent on the computers, it was just dependent on the seats that have not yet declared but are remotely within the grasp of normal political behaviour.
Fine, well, how normal is political behaviour in Britain these days? In Lord North Street now, that's Mr. Wilson's home. It's also the home of a number of other people in the political and journalistic world. Keith Graves, anyway, is down there awaiting Mr. Wilson's return from the airport.
Mr. Wilson is due here at his home in Lord North Street any minute. We've heard that he's on the way from Heathrow Airport in a 4-car motorcade, as you probably saw earlier. The press and television from all over the world have gathered, and quite a few members of the public. One interesting thing is that whereas throughout the campaign Mr. Wilson, as leader of the opposition, has not attracted much security, now there's a possibility that he's going to be the Prime Minister. The security around him is going to become very intense. We're all waiting here for him to arrive any minute. This is Keith Graves in Lord North Street.
And we're all waiting, of course, for these vital seats, which are the last ones that we think Mr. Wilson has a chance of picking up on the swing as it has gone so far. Let's look at some of the fuller results which have come in this morning. There's Mr. Ian Stewart, a merchant banker, taking the new seat at Hitchin.
Liberals only 17% there, a swing of 2.8% to Labour, but not enough to put Miss Mallory back to join her father.
And here's Bladen, no race there.
Safe mining seats, there's no, Bladen or ex-mining seats are changing in character, but no bigger swing in the mining seats than elsewhere.
Here's another mining seat.
And only 2.1% swing, just a shade more. It used to be the seat, it may still be, with the biggest majority in the country. 34 in England, they have bigger ones in Ireland, they may not this time.
Mr. Alec Woodall inherits that seat. And here's Kensington, which might have been marginal, but the Conservative, Sir Brandon Rhys-Williams, has held it comfortably. That's the seat where North and South Kensington largely merge. And a word now from Robert McKenzie.
Let's take a look at the total votes picture again, because I think it's still terribly interesting. You see that the big parties, two major parties, are neck and neck, with the Liberals really still running at almost half the strength of the other two. So we hold that just a second. And I worked it out again. The Liberals have had to get 800,000 votes for every one member elected. Although they got half as many votes, very nearly, as the other parties, they've got 5 seats against the much, much bigger figures of the others, taking about 35 to 45,000 votes to elect one Conservative or one Labour MP. Now look now at the share of the votes. Again, the story that is inclined to get lost. The fact that the two big parties have each lost considerably in public support at this election compared to the last one. Conservatives have lost more support, on the right-hand column there at the top, 7.3%. Labour has also lost 5.3% compared to the last election. And the only gainers in public support in the election have been the Liberals and the others, mainly nationalists and minor groups as well. That story must be kept in mind if one wants to understand what the British public has been saying in this election.
Well now, Bob, the British public, we've said, wants fairness, and you've just indicated how under our electoral system the Liberals can pile up this many millions of votes, doubling what they did last time, and yet get a very paltry return in seats. Now, do you think that part of the fairness, if one really had a little time to think it out and the parties were going to work it out, would move towards a change of the representational system, or will we try another election on the old way?
Well, it's forgotten that we've had a recommendation in the past in favor of it. It's become, at various stages, an actual political issue. And I would myself think that either major party might now be prepared at least to set up a royal commission on the electoral system, even if that meant hoping to get Liberal support for a limited period of time, as it were. And I think this is a reasonable thing to do. No other country in Europe would have a situation like the one we've got, where you can get half as many votes and a tiny, tiny fraction as many seats as a major party. Now, I know the great advantages in the past have been that we usually got majority government. This time it's come unstuck more spectacularly than it has in a very long time.
Well, perhaps one shouldn't just judge it because it comes unstuck one time.
No, but I think there's been evidence for some time now. Even in the 1964 election, for example, the Liberals got 1/4 as many votes as the Labour Party that won, but only 1/30 as many seats. So it's been going on for some time. This is not a plea for the Liberals, simply a time to look again at our electoral system, but the great authority on the electoral system sits on your left.
Yes, we're going to come to him and give him his chance in a moment. I can gather from your remarks, though you may not be selected as chairman of this McKenzie Commission, you will give evidence to it.
I'm afraid all
now, Robin is entertaining.
And with me, two distinguished American commentators, Charles Collingwood of CBS News and Garrick Utley of NBC News. Charles, you've known this country intimately since the days of the Blitz as a reporter. What do you think about this situation in our political problem?
I think exactly what you think of it, that it's confusing. It's going to be particularly confusing to the American government, whom I think showed their preference by having Henry Kissinger stop over here instead of anywhere else on the eve of the election. For the United States, it means the end of the year of Europe. If there is a Labour government, it means that there won't be any more European unity.
Does it concern you that in addition to American instability because of the Watergate and the impeachment possibility, we've now got another Western country with possible political instability?
Well, I suppose so, although there are plenty of European countries with minority governments. I think there is a lesson for the United States in this, in the sense that, like the British public, American voters are disenchanted with both the major parties, which means that a third force, not necessarily a third party like the Liberals, but a third force outside the mainstream of traditional politics, perhaps led by George Wallace.
But that's rather different from what Jeremy Thorpe stands for, isn't it? It's a third force of extremism rather than a third force of centrism.
Let us call it populism.
Oh, I don't think Mr. Thorpe would like that. Gary Gutley?
The impression in the United States must be really remarkable this morning, because over the recent weeks and months we've seen reports about the 3-day work week, the coal strike, power cuts, and all of this. Now on top of it comes this general election, which was supposed to settle the issue one and for all, give a mandate to Heath or to Labour. And what do we have? Well, we see what we have here. And so Americans right now about this hour have been waking up, watching their morning television broadcast, either Charles or myself, reporting that there seems to be one heck of a political mess here. And I think there are a lot of hard questions being asked about what is the future of England.
Don't tell them there's too much of a political mess, because although that's what we're saying, we have a way of solving these problems quite smoothly. The senior civil servants will be there preparing the same memoranda for whoever comes in, and whichever is Prime Minister probably will do quite similar things, even with regard to the miners' dispute, perhaps.
Well, that's what I think people will be asking right now. The key question, what happens to the miners' dispute? Americans have sort of lost sight of that in the last few days of the campaign. We were talking more about the Liberals and whether Mr. Heath was going to get back to 10 Downing Street. But now the miner situation is on the front burner. And in addition to this, it's the whole question of the British economy. What is going to happen to the men on Wall Street? How are they, the big financiers, how are they going to look at Britain as a place for investment? What is Henry Ford going to think about this
And
country?
can you answer those questions?
I can't.
So brilliantly posed?
I can't. I can only ask them, like you.
Charles, what do you think will be do you see the British political genius coming through this, or do you see a period of regrettable political instability? What are you reporting on that?
Well, what I'm reporting on this is that there will be a period of regrettable instability coupled with that genius for compromise and for making things do until the next elections, which I would expect next fall.
Well, some people call it a genius for compromise, other people call it muddling through.
Yes, of course, but I was trying to avoid cliches.
Thank you very much, but in this, we get reduced to this at this time of the day after 11 hours on television. Alastair?
Of course, some people would say that senior civil servants were proffering the usual advice. This is perhaps the worst news we've heard since 10 o'clock last night when the programme began. Let's have a look now outside Mr. Wilson's home in Lord North Street, where the crowds of journalists, photographers, well-wishers and hangers-on are waiting for him to come through from the airport. And this, I think, is obviously going to be in the centre of all attention, and Mr. Wilson's colleagues will be joining him there for their discussions after lunch today. A couple of results, I think. Perhaps we have time for a couple of results. Here we go, and here's Mr. Edward Heath, former chairman of the Conservative Party, quarrelled with Mr. Heath. He's held his own seat in Taunton.
A very low swing, under 0.5%.
And Workington, Mr. Fred Peart, he's of course been opposed to Europe, and he's back in his stronghold.
Swing to the Conservatives there, 2% to Conservatives.
And Mr. Caudle holding, well, rock solid, Bournemouth East with the Liberal second. Mr. David James, who was among his pursuits, is hunting the Loch Ness Monster. No difficulty there, no real monster endorses North
But this was a Liberal hope, and they got 39% of the vote, which is very high, and the Labour Party lost its deposit.
Windsor and Maidenhead, Dr. Alan Glynn.
The Liberals just got second place from the Labour Party.
And Skipton, Mr. Burnaby Drayson, he's been the member there since 1945.
But Liberals running rather close, under 5% lead, 4.7% lead for Mr. Drayson over Mrs. Brooke.
And Rushcliffe there, Conservative back, that's the Midland seat.
It's been made much safer by redistribution. Mr. Clark is back in a seat that was Labour, was from 64 to 70, Martin Redmayne's old seat.
We'll have some more results, of course, quite soon. The computer is putting them through, queuing them up. Let's see if we can get any report on one of the ministers we haven't heard from yet today, Mr. Willie Whitelaw. There's Ladbrokes have opened betting on the next general election. I wonder if how much money they've made on this one. All that money going on the Conservatives. A 3-1 on favourite, falling. It must be quite profitable. As I say, we haven't heard from Mr. Whitelaw yet, so let's go to his count at Penrith.
Here in Penrith, we're expecting the declaration any minute. Mr. Whitfield, the returning officer, is moving towards the microphone. Mr. Whitelaw's only just arrived. I'm told he's developed flu this morning, but he's still driven through the snow from his home at Blencoe, 3.5 miles away. They're still gathered round the table. Mr. Whitelaw's on the platform talking to the other candidates.
We're waiting, therefore, for Mr. Whitelaw's result, but while we're waiting, you would notice that headline there, Mr. John Pardoe holding his seat in North Cornwall. He'll be pretty pleased about that. Of course, he's been in national prominence as one of the Liberals, indeed the Liberals' main economic spokesman, and here's his result in North Cornwall.
It's a remarkable result. He's only been in by a very narrow margin. Now he's got a handsome thing, what you would call a safe seat, if you hadn't seen Jeremy Thorpe in by 10,000. It's a very impressive result in Cornwall North. But we know there's a recount next door in Bodmin, the Liberals' other greatest hope in the southwest.
So that's the reason for the recount. Mrs. Trixie Gardner not doing well there. And Wallsend, again, there's a safe Labour seat up in the northeast coast.
An average swing there, slightly above the average for northeast.
And still in that part of the world, another safe Labour seat.
Slight swing to the Conservatives. It's not Mr. Wilkinson, wasn't a member.
And in Whitehaven, again on the northwest coast, again Labour. Mr. Hugh Fraser back again in Stafford and Stone.
9% up in the turnout. In the West Midlands as elsewhere, turnout is up everywhere.
Let's have a look, I think, now, how the city is taking this. We've been told how it's been bashed and bruised and what its initial reaction was, marking prices down. Paul Griffiths is there now. Paul, are things recovering, or what's the state of play?
Well, things officially aren't recovering. In fact, the Financial Times Index, Alastair, has continued to go down. It's sitting at 311 at the moment, or it was at 12 midday. That's still down 26.7 points on the morning. There's quite a considerable knock-off capital value of the top companies in the country. There's still rather long, rather confused faces here in the city. They're still waiting, watching, wondering, working, and just really wondering what is still going to happen and what it's going to mean for them. Let's find out, if we may, Peter Day, from you initially. What's happening? Could there be a flight for the pound today?
Well, so far the reaction has been very slight indeed. Sterling has come down a little bit, but this is to be expected on the uncertainties involved anyway. And so far there's no sign of any pressure building up at all.
Thank you very much indeed.
Well, we're waiting for the result from Penrith. It may be, of course, that the bank is in supporting Sterling. We doesn't quite know what is going on at the moment. It would have, I suppose, be a pretty sensible move. We'll go to Penrith now and see Mr. Whitelaw's count.
I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer for the constituency of Penrith and the Border, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Peter Alexander, 8,202. William Hesmondhoff, 235.
Independent.
Joseph Norman David Weedle, 9,095. And for William Stephen Ian Whitelaw, 26,433. And that the undermentioned person, William Stephen Ian Whitelaw, has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency of Penrith and the Border.
Swing to the Conservatives. An impressive personal tribute to Mr. Whitelaw. The Liberals in third place. Mr. Whitelaw's share of the vote up in absolute terms. There aren't many Conservative or Labour people from that too.
Mr. Alexander, Mr. Hesmondhoff, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Returning Officer, And all those people who have contributed, as they always do in this constituency, so well to the conduct of the election. I know how many people had a very long day in the polling stations and what the cold was like. And I have to admit to you, alas, that I have fallen a victim to this, and I am ordered by my doctor to go straight back to bed. But I know that you would expect me to be here, and my doctor said no, but I was determined to come. I'm sure it was right, and I'm sure you will understand. I would like to thank Mr. Weedle, Mr. Alexander, Mr. Heselhouse, for the way in which we have conducted the election. I believe it has been a moderate, fair argument, as the British people would expect. I believe, indeed, that all over the country there has been a very moderate, very serious argument. And I am the first to say that then, when the voters give their verdict, that is what the people wish. That is the will of the people, and it's a very good saying in life that if you are in politics, you trust the will of the people. I think it may be very difficult.
That's a very interesting statement by Mr. Whitelaw. It appears to accept the certainty of Conservative defeat. It might almost be interpreted as advice to the Conservative Party to accept that they are now in the minority and not to try anything else. Liberals holding Montgomery there, and that, of course, will be a little relief to them. They've fought a hard fight in there in the past. A little look at how the computer is getting on with the results coming in now over lunchtime. Let's see some of them. Here's Mr. Ian Gilmore. He was Secretary for Defence at the end of the Conservative government.
Liberals more than double their vote from what we thought would have been the case in 1970, but of course it is a brand new seat.
I'm actually saying now the former Conservative government. I hope I'm not out of order, David.
Well, it's not the former Conservative government. Mr. Heath is still Prime Minister. These other men hold their seals of office until they surrender and they are ministers, or until Mr. Heath surrenders his seal on behalf of them. He's still in office.
I thought, though, Mr. Whitelaw was quite interesting there, wasn't he, in the way the
accept the will of the people. If you are in politics, you have to learn to accept the will of the people.
And there we are. He said it had been a fair argument, and again, the conclusion to take from that, perhaps, is that the Conservatives lost the argument. And we just have a word here. There have been two deliveries at number 10. We haven't actually brought you the picture of them, but the first was a blue wreath addressed to Mr. Heath. That was brought by taxi. And I gather the second is a consignment of lavatory paper, which arrived by lorry. I don't know whether that's stockpiling, but still, these are some of the arrivals at 10 Downing Street this morning. And now we have two new arrivals with Robin Day.
Well, they've been here some time. One of them has been here before. Douglas Houghton, former chairman of the Parliamentary Labour Party and a cabinet minister, and Tim Raisin, who is a junior minister in the government for the time being. But I want to ask Douglas Houghton this. What would you advise Mr. Wilson were you to be attending his shadow cabinet meeting in Lord North Street in a couple of hours' time?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not attending the meeting of the shadow cabinet.
I'm sure
you have been there.
Yes.
I would strongly urge him to form a government, if invited, either because Mr. Heath has resigned, or if he goes to the House of Commons and is defeated. In either case, it's his clear duty, it's in the interest of the country, in the interest of the Labour Party, that he should accept the responsibilities of office.
And that is what Reggie Maudling said, wasn't it?
Yes, I think it's absolutely clear.
And no deal, no waiting to see what the Liberals want you to do?
No waiting and no shirking.
Let me put this to you, Tim Raisin. Mr. Whitelaw, who's, as you know very well, is one of Mr. Heath's closest advisors, is going down with flu, is going back to bed at a critical moment. Mr. Whitelaw said that the Conservatives must accept the will of the people, and Douglas Houghton will forgive me if I tell the viewers that at that moment when Willie Whitelaw said that, Douglas Houghton said, God knows what the will of the people is. Do you know what the will of the people is, and what do you think Mr. Heath's interpretation of it should be?
Well, I think it's very confusing, but if the Labour Party is the biggest party in this Parliament, then I would have thought the probability is that they would go ahead and form a government initially by themselves. They'd have to see how things worked out. They might do deals with the Liberals or with the other groups in order to keep in power, or they might find that the thing was impossible to carry on and have to back out. But I'm afraid that the likelihood is of another election fairly soon.
In terms of the leader, do you think Mr. Heath would be the leader at that election?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Looking at Mr. Whitelaw's result, where he got a swing of almost 3% to the Conservatives,
Does that indicate to you perhaps that Mr. Whitelaw might be a Conservative leader more likely to command the support of people in this new mood of the British people?
Well, I'm a tremendous admirer of Mr. Whitelaw's, but I still feel that Mr. Heath is the man. He fought a very good campaign. I think everybody recognises that.
Thank you.
While Robin was talking there, you would see the news that the Conservatives have held Carlton, but now Jeremy Thorpe is out and running in Devon
He's just going
North.
for a quick walk around the garden, and he's being pursued by a great posse of film cameramen and reporters. They all seem to have gone out of sight at the moment. They're down in the valley by the snowdrops and the daffodils. He doesn't seem to be giving any interviews or statements at the moment. And I hope we'll be able to talk to him when he comes back.
Well, that's what's known as a brief public appearance, but not positively for the last time. And also the news has come in, and I must stress this because we made a silly mistake last night. Gordon Campbell has held Murray and Nairn apparently in the count, and that means that Mrs. Winifred Ewing, the hero of the Scottish Nationalist election at Hamilton, or by-election at Hamilton, has failed to unseat the present Secretary of State for Scotland. We'll go now for the declaration at the Wrekin.
I should do it quickly, otherwise you'll never get it in.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? In the Wrekin constituency, the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Gerald Teasdale Fowler, 30,642. Ian George County, 11,487. Joseph Anthony Porteous Trafford, 24,121. And I hereby declare that Gerald Teasdale Fowler has been duly elected to serve as a member for this constituency.
Gerald Fowler, of course, who was member for the constituency between 1966 and 70. Dr. Tony Trafford, who took it then, out now.
4% swing to Labour, we reckon that.
And there is the full figures of Mr. Gerald Fowler's return to the House of Commons. And I'm afraid I have got to make yet another correction. I keep on making corrections about Murray and Nairn. I was wrong with the statement last night. I was wrong with the statement a moment ago. And now we can actually confirm, at least insofar as any confirmation can count from me about Murray and Nairn, that Mrs. Winifred Ewing is now finally the victor in Murray and Nairn, and that therefore is a defeat for Gordon Campbell, the Secretary of State for Scotland. I must apologise to you all about that.
That guarantees 3 Scottish and 2 Welsh nationalist members, and there is Gwynfor Evans in Carmarthen on 10 lead on the third recount. They're going to count again at 4.
Well, there's a bit of a gremlin. Here's the results, and Mrs. Winifred Ewing back in the House of Commons. She was there for Hamilton in the Parliament before the last one, and now she's back, and Mr. Gordon Campbell, Secretary of State, beaten.
The first defeat of a last defeat of a cabinet minister, the first defeat of a cabinet minister for quite a long while, since 1964.
Here's Devon West, Mr. Percy Mills holding that seat.
Impressive Liberal vote, 39, nearly 40% for, and a lost Labour deposit.
And there we are, and all my apologies to everybody living in Elgin and 12 miles round and Berghead. I don't think I can ever visit there again. There's something wrong with that particular result as it was reaching me during the course of the past 24 hours. We'll look at some more results. Mr. Ronald Bell in Beaconsfield. Now he's on the right wing of the Conservative Party.
Liberals in second place, 28% of the vote.
Mr. John Biffin, who is perhaps closest of all to Mr. Powell in the Conservative Party in his economic views.
Liberals, 31%.
And here's Emlyn Hewson in that hard-fought seat in Montgomery, fairly safe for him.
It's the 3 leading Liberals have now got, respectable majorities. In the last Parliament, all the Liberals elected had very narrow margins.
And here's the Carlton result, David. Labour might have had some hopes there, but it's turned out to be fairly clear Conservative.
One of the question marks. It would have been outside bet. It would have been a 4% swing, but it was one of the question marks we had. There were still 4 seats the Labour Party might hope to win to come.
And Mansfield, a very safe Labour seat.
Very low communist vote, as all the communist votes, except for Jimmy Reid.
And here's Mr. Eldon Griffiths, of course, who's been with the Environment Ministry and also with Sport. And there's Mr. John Farr back in the Shires. Well, David, with Carlton down, that leaves, 3 of your prospects, one of them in the West Country?
No, Carlton was an outside prospect. We've still got 4 prospects: Bosworth, Beeston, Buckingham and Falmouth and Camborne. I'd be surprised if Falmouth and Camborne went, but I really don't have a view on the present evidence about the others. I think Bosworth is Labour's best bet in those 3, and they might well carry all 3.
It was a very big swing to the Conservative of Bosworth last time, and apparently perhaps because the miners didn't like Mr. Woodrow Wyatt very much. They may have come back and shown their teeth this time to get the Tory out.
Yes. We've only had 3 seats change hands this morning, and we've had 70 results.
There's a recount at Hemel Hempstead going on.
That's a surprise. That's Lord Heath. Check on that one.
Well, there always are surprises, and it's no disgrace, in fact, not to be able to call the seats the way this election has been swinging. Perhaps we have some more results. Here's in Halton Price, Sir Patrick Wall back very safely there. And here's Staffordshire South West. Mr. Cormack, who was a winner in 1970, shifted a bit, and he's held this new seat very safely.
He defeated Jenny Lee in Cannock, and Cannock, of course, has now been redistributed into a safe Labour seat again.
We'll have a word, I think, now with Robert McKenzie.
Indeed, I think it's very interesting indeed to see how it's tightening up with the possibility David's got it down to 4 Labour possible wins. I guess that pretty well rules out the chance of the 318 they need. We forget, I name the figure often enough, 318 is what you have to get if you're going to have any overall majority at all. It does look, therefore, as if it can't really quite happen now, and therefore our thoughts are inevitably drifting to the idea there'll have to be some kind of minority government, if not some variation of that with support of others altogether. We now, of course, are up to 6 nationalists. Certainly more independent figures in Northern Ireland will be elected. 13 Liberal probability, and therefore Northern Ireland now.
Yes, this is an important result. There's a serious reverse there for the Assembly system. The Vanguard United Unionists, the Reverend Bradford, taking their Mr. Rafton Pounder seat. And Belfast South, you see there how all the pro-Assembly parties, the Unionists, the Alliance and the SDLP, have split up, including the Northern Ireland Labour, Erskine Holmes, and that means that the Loyalist has got in Belfast South. Although, of course, he had no outright majority there.
It thought to be the most certain pro-Sunningdale victory.
Well, it is, of course, a pro-Sunningdale victory if you add up all the parties that stand.
That's not how the electoral system works.
Not at the moment. Bob's trying to change it. John Davis there back at Knutsford. That's been the Conservative Minister for Europe. Interesting to see if Mr. Wilson forms his minority government, who he'll put in charge of the European situation. We've had Mr. Peter Shaw suggested, but we wouldn't say that that was official in any way yet. Let's look at the John Davis result in Knutsford. It is, of course, a safe Conservative seat held for many years by Colonel Sir Walter Bromley Davenport, and Mr. Davis inherited that and almost stepped immediately into the cabinet.
It was moving second place, only 28%.
And another mining seat, Mr. Eric Varley in Chesterfield.
Hardly any swing, slightly to Conservatives.
And here's Mr. Rathbone inheriting the Tufton Beamish seat in Lewis.
Liberals in second place. Tim Rathbone was the former publicity officer of the Conservative Party.
And here's Bedfordshire South, safely Conservative.
I visited that seat in the election. All 3 candidates told me they were going to win. Now I know which was telling the truth.
Well, just come campaign talk there, I suppose. And here's in Bridgewater, again, Conservatives there, and in the West Country, Labour coming second, which is quite remarkable for them.
Yes, the Liberals close behind.
And here's Ince racking up another customary Labour majority.
But another mining seat with just about an average swing. No special reaction in the mining area to an election called on the mining dispute.
Well, perhaps one shouldn't take that as a judgment on what the miners are likely to do when the Relativities Board reports. Of course, that is going to be the big headache of the incoming government, whichever it is and whoever the ministers in it are. We'll have a little look at the prediction now after these results. We say at the moment, the computer tells us, the Conservatives likely to have 300, Labour 307, and there we are, caught still in this apparent trap of a minority government.
There's one seat we haven't mentioned yet that's still to come, and that's North West Norfolk, which is roughly the old King's Lynn, which we thought would be a Labour seat. In the light of the Bury St Edmunds result, we do think that perhaps it's slightly odds-on that the Conservatives will hold it in a grudge match between Mr Page and Mr Brocklebank Fowler. Page is trying to win the seat back. It's one to watch, Norfolk Northwest.
Mr Brocklebank Fowler taking it in 1970. Well, we're watching for these seats, and we're also watching at the moment for Mr Wilson's arrival at Lord Northfleet. Well, here is the man of the moment, perhaps of the hour, and perhaps of the next ministry. He's smiling. Certainly a great revivification. We've seen a tired Mr Wilson here and there in the campaign. There's no question about it. He is a confident man now, coming home to some difficult thoughts, but being acclaimed, he's grave sort of it.
Not about politics at all. Just have a brief one. Mr Wilson, I know you don't want to talk about politics at all, but you've led a very, very hard campaign.
Yes.
As we know. Are you feeling tired now?
Well, I was up till 5 o'clock and I'll be ready for some sleep.
What's the first thing you're going to do when you get here?
Eat. Have lunch. I'm waving. All right then.
Are you expecting you might be later in the day be going down to the palace? Or are you not saying?
I did the same when I said in Liverpool.
Thank you, Mr Wilson.
Yes, later. Probably after the Shadow Cabinet.
One last wave, Mr Wilson.
All right then.
And that'll be about what time? About 3 o'clock?
Later. All right.
Here's Devon North and the Thorpe retinue.
Mr Jeremy Thorpe's just coming out now. He's... We're live on the air at the moment, Mr Thorpe. Could you give us a brief interview for the BBC?
Indeed, David,
Are you a happy or a disappointed man this morning?
Well, I'm delighted that we have already gone past the 4 million mark. I am outraged that we have an electoral system which only gives those 4 million 7 MPs. And I think there will be 4 million very angry people who will feel that they have been cheated of parliamentary representation by an iniquitous electoral system. We are already, after all, enjoying a vote which is roughly half that of the other two parties. And there's no doubt we shall be beyond the 5 to 5.5 million mark. And it really is time that this system was changed. It's a crazy system.
Would that be the price of your support of a minority government, or one of the prices that you will demand electoral reform or proportional representation?
Well, first of all, I don't think I like the word price, but I suppose you're entitled to say it. And secondly, I don't think this is the time or the place to state what would be the sort of policies which we would support on the part of an incoming government. But obviously, it's quite clear that we attach very great importance to reforming the electoral system, which is long overdue, and the Conservative government, with the support of the Labour Party, have already amended it in Northern Ireland, precisely for this reason, that minorities were artificially suppressed. But of course also it does give voters a far greater choice within their own party. They can vote between a moderate or an extremist without splitting the vote.
How do you view the prospect of a minority Labour government now?
Well, I'm told that the prospects are the possibilities that we might have either. I don't know. I think it's far too early to say.
And the possibilities that the Liberals could hold the balance of power?
Well, this is a possibility. I think it's still a little too early to predict. It looks as a real possibility. But this is what the electorate have decided. They are not prepared to give a Conservative or a Labour administration a clear majority, and clearly this is an indication, with our 5 million votes behind us, that they would like us to exercise a moderating influence. That we shall do. Whether we do so from the opposition benches or in other ways remains to be seen.
What's been going through your mind this morning as you've been in the House there listening to the results and on the telephone? We could hear the telephone going the whole time. What was going through your mind as you realised you were coming nearer to holding the balance of power?
Well, this had always been accepted as a possibility. I think it places upon one an enormous responsibility. I think it also gives one an immense opportunity to try and be a moderating influence in British politics. And it's something which one approaches with, I hope, humility,
but also the knowledge that apart from the immense responsibility, one has immense opportunities to do something for the country.
Well, you say moderating influence. What in practical terms does that mean over the next few days?
Over the next few days, I don't think in the next few days. I think that we don't even yet know the outcome of the election, and I shan't be going to London on present form until Monday, when I'm meeting my parliamentary party. No, I think it's quite clear this election was called because the government had reached a state of total confrontation with the miners, when in fact that miners' dispute could have been settled by setting up the Relativities Board earlier and backdating, as has now happened, and referring the miners' case immediately, all of which I suggested 3 to 4 weeks ago. I think there has been a divisive element. I think likewise much in the Labour Party's manifesto has alienated vast sections of the community here, and I think this is a notice to both the other parties that they must drop some of their more extreme measures.
Finally, very briefly, has Mr. Heath been in touch with you today, or do you expect him to be?
I've only had two telephone calls from politicians. One is from the present member for Rochdale, and the other is from the future member for Roxburgh, Selkirk and Peoples.
Mr. Thorpe, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
And by that he means his chief whip. That's the Liberal leader. Let's go now to a Liberal winner, Robin Day, speaking to Stephen Ross, the victor in the Isle of Wight.
Good morning, Mr. Ross. Good morning. How did you manage to turn a Conservative majority of 17,326 into a Liberal majority of 7,766?
Well, hard work, enthusiastic team, and it's my third attempt. We went against the grain in 1966. We should have done a lot better last time. This time it's all come good.
What are you, a surveyor and a farmer?
Yes, I gave up private partnership in the Chartered Surveyors at the end of last year, and I am now farming, yes.
In the Isle of Wight?
Yes.
Whereabouts?
Near Brook.
And for the benefit of people who don't know the Isle of Wight, whereabouts is that?
Well, that's at the western end, near the western end of the island, what we call the West Wight.
How many acres?
Well, at the moment I have a bit over 200. Most of that's rented, and I have to give up 100 of that.
Well, now, what will you want the Liberal Party to do in this situation where the Liberals and others hold a balance of power, or are likely to, with a minority Labour government?
Well, that's a question you'll have to put to me another day. I'm the new boy, and I'm certainly not sticking my neck out at this situation. I think it's very important that the country is governed, and I think it's very important there shouldn't be another general election too soon, because I don't think the public will wear it.
And you don't think the Liberal Party will be ready for it?
Oh, I think we're ready for it. I think, in fact, we might do very well indeed, because we've been polling consistently over 30% here in the South. And I was listening to Jeremy, I entirely agree. I think it's absolutely wrong that we're polling all these votes and we're only getting the few members that we are.
Yes, well, you've polled nearly 5 million now, and you've got 7 seats on the basis of 5 million votes. So you've made your point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross, for joining us in
Robert.
Southampton, new Liberal Member of Parliament for the Isle of Wight.
And with the headline there that Leon Britton, a Liberal Conservative lawyer, has won the new seat there of Cleveland, and that's the situation which we've been discussing. Big numbers of seats for the major parties and the Liberals, despite their votes, still only with 7, though they still have some hopes. And a little look at the state of the parties. Closely coming in, Liberals 7 and others 6. That's where the balance is held at this particular moment, coming up to 5 minutes to 1. And I've no doubt at all that one of the controversies after the new Parliament meets will be this question that a party can get so many votes and so few seats. But David, you have a point about the vote.
Well, the votes at the moment, the Conservatives are only 170,000 behind the Labour Party. We're sure they'll end up at least 200,000 ahead on Great Britain, leaving out Northern Ireland. And indeed, our projected figures don't include any Ulstermen as Conservatives. Now, some will be voting with the Conservative Party. We may end up with the Conservatives comfortably ahead in votes, and within 1 or 2, or in some conceptions of how you count the Ulster Unionists, ahead even in seats. It's not clear.
Because they do have that disappointment in Belfast South. That's one they might certainly were counting on.
On that basis, the Loyalists could have 10 seats out of the 12 in Northern Ireland. There's no seat that's certain for anti-loyalists, I think.
Well, let's see how people have been loyal in London. Robert McKenzie.
Well, in the home counties, the main part of the story is now almost over. The Conservatives have held 42 of their seats with 2 losses. Gravesend and Luton East. Labour's picked them up and added to their 9, their limited holding always in this part of the world. We're now, of course, intensely interested in Buckingham, which is still to come, Robert Maxwell fighting there, and it will be very important for Mr. Wilson to have that added to his list of wins, if possible, today. And, of course, we're also interested in the Hartford and Stevenage situation, where Shirley Williams is very much involved in an important struggle, too. Now, as we look at the way things have gone in this area, it's been fairly predictable. Labour has held all its marginals in the southeast and picked up Gravesend and the Luton seat as well, with the Conservatives holding Oxford and Dover and Deal, with Buckingham as the unresolved marginal still to be heard from later on. In the Greater London area, again the story is now virtually over. The Conservatives have taken 41, losing 4. Labour has picked up 4 to add to its 50. And we've got the picture in Ealing North, the Gaines, Battersea South, Lewisham West, and Ilford South. Otherwise, considerable stability, of course, with the Liberals losing their by-election previous win at Sutton and Cheam. The total vote is interesting, I think, in this London area. The Conservatives are down, rather percentage of votes, the Conservatives are down from 43.8 to 43.8 from a previous 51% of the vote in the area. Labour is also down from 36% of the vote to 30% in the London area. The Liberals have picked up from 13 to 25.6. Again, a quarter of the vote in the London area and nothing to show for it. Partly spread too evenly, and they haven't managed to pick up the Liberals the places they really had hopes for, like Richmond and others. So again, it's a sad story for them, merely pointing up the story that's happened nationally at the same time. There's one result to come, Chelsea, but of course it's assumed that probably will stay rather comfortably in the Conservative column. I'd like to say a word also about some of the names of people who've been turning up, and some of them will be very important figures in a possible future government, which could be emerging on Mr. Wilson's side now. Michael Stewart is back, an elder statesman in the party, but might easily turn up as a peer and a member of a new government. John Fraser, Home Affairs spokesman, back for Labour. Peter Shore, very much back, and obviously going to play a major role in any question of renegotiation in the common market relationships. Joan Lester, back in the southeast also. Douglas Jay and Bob Mellish, a key figure undoubtedly in any future Wilson government. Now back to Alastair.
So there we have it in London, and David is actually, I think, sitting at what we must call our recount desk, but we'll call him. Where are the recounts now, David?
We've got recount in Hemel Hempstead. This is very much an outside bet for Labour to take. There is a recount there. We don't know what the basis of it is. There is a recount in Bodmin, where the Liberals are hoping to take the seat, and there is a recount in Carmarthen, where rumour had it that Gwynfor Evans, the former Welsh Nationalist MP, is 10 votes ahead on the third recount.
So plenty to pray for there, even though these are not exactly seats in London and the South East. These are seats which will, of course, each one of them, if they went the right way for the party or the wrong way for a particular party, could still have a major effect on the whole atmosphere in which the next government is formed. And Mr. Bill Craig is in at Belfast East. And here's Hertfordshire East, Derek Walker-Smith, an opponent of Europe, back safely in his normal seat, a normal part of the country.
That Craig result is very remarkable. Wasn't expected he would do it. He has done it.
And the Labour lead over the Conservatives at this time, 33, with 107 results to come. We still put the Liberals and other parties, nationalists particularly, holding the balance. And a very important result, there's Mr. John Payton, the former Minister of Transport, or still Minister of Transport, back in his position. We'll have a look at Mr. Payton. Not a very important result. I'd like to talk about what's happening in Northern Ireland, I think, now, because the news of Mr. William Craig, who's been a major opponent of the Sunningdale Agreement, I don't think there's Dr. Gerald Vaughan, the Conservative in Reading.
Very remarkable result, actually. That was almost a marginal for Labour, and they're pushed down into third place.
Well, there's the situation. He, of course, made a very good speech, Dr. Vaughan, on the thalidomide issue in the House of Commons. Been a very good member, I think people would say that locally. Now, on this Northern Ireland point, Mr. William Craig has won Belfast East, and we've also had the success of the Loyalists in Belfast South. Now, this is not a promising situation either for the Assembly and Mr. Brian Faulkner in Northern Ireland, and it also seems to suggest
that the Loyalists are really going to run very strongly indeed in Northern Ireland, which may not be a promising situation for anybody trying to organise a minority government in London. So it's in this situation, with Northern Ireland, of course, in many ways still on a knife edge. We've had the explosions, of course, in Belfast overnight. We have this new assembly trying to settle down, facing its problems. It does look, I think, David, as if the opponents of the Sunningdale Agreement are running very strongly there.
I think so. I think it's very important, and I think it's a very grave sort of sideshow to the main thing, but it's going to have a major effect on the main thing.
And I suppose if it's Mr. Merlin Rees who might have that Northern Ireland portfolio, succeeding Mr. Francis Pym, if Mr. Wilson does form a minority government, this will not be very encouraging news for him in the job that he would expect to take up. So there, indeed, with the Northern Ireland card, it has been called many things in its day. It's been called the Joker in its day. It might now perhaps be called a rather more ominous name. However, this is the voice of democracy in Northern Ireland, and this is the situation that the Loyalists have said was the true situation, and they are now coming back. Well, we will hope to have some comment from Northern Ireland about these results shortly. Labour holding the Dearne Valley. That, of course, is a mining constituency again, and they'd be surprised if they hadn't won it.
And the Conservatives held Worcestershire South, they held Nabarra's old seat, which the Liberals hoped they might have made a by-election breakthrough. It was the one seat vacant at the dissolution.
Well, they missed their chance because the by-election wasn't held. The general election overtook it. We'll have a look at some more results, starting with Mr. Angus Moore, the familiar face in Stratford-on-Avon.
Very comfortably back, but Liberals up into second place.
And in the marches, we have Sir John Langford Holt back again.
An echo. Very comfortably back, but Liberals up into second place.
Going a little further north into Wales, and the Conservative holding one of their safer seats in Wales.
Well, it's a disappointment for the Liberals, and it was one of the Liberal target seats. They talked about winning it, and they haven't won it.
Now, here's one David and all of us have been watching for, I think, coming in now. This is the Beeston result, with the Conservatives holding a Labour gain possibility.
The Gardiner failed to get back into the House. It's very important, Beeston, for our final projections of the result, and the touch-and-go situation on how many seats Labour will get. Whether their projection will stay at 307 or drop to, say, 306. Certainly they're way below the 318.
James Lester, Director of Leather and Footwear Company, holding it for Conservative. Here's Derbyshire West, Mr. John Scott Hopkins.
Liberals coming in and getting 28% of the vote in second place.
And again in Dorset West, now the familiar pattern in the West Country.
32% for the Liberal there, but the Conservatives comfortably in.
We have a correction to the Bedfordshire South results, but of course it doesn't in fact affect the Conservative success. I believe the second and third candidates were put in the wrong way round first time. And here's Melton. This is Mervyn Pike's seat, and the Conservative successor holding it comfortably.
We're going to have a lot of seats like this, Liberals getting up into second place in a safe Conservative seat.
I think we should have a look at where the counting is still going on. I think we could go now to Chelmsford. That's the seat of the present Minister for the Arts, Mr. Norman St. John Stevens, and Esther Ranson is the reporter.
Yes, well, Michael Hartley is the recording officer here, and he's just making the last-minute confirmation, I think. This is actually the first time he's been a recording officer at an election, so it's probably a slightly nerve-wracking moment for him. And obviously it is for Norman St. John Stevens, scholar, wit, television personality, and for 10 years he's represented Chelmsford. He's also been responsible in the government for the arts. The Liberal campaign here has been quite flamboyant in its way too. I gather there have been ballet dancers in the precincts. He's an Irish wolfhound decorated with rosettes. He's from Chelmsford. He's a local man, and he's fought his campaign on local issues like juggernauts. They have traffic problems in Chelmsford, and Maplin, which is a local issue here. There is a
So we'll go back, of course, to get that result from Chelmsford in a moment. We'll have a chance, I think, to look at one or two other results which have come in while we were there. Here's Michael Grills back in Surrey Northwest.
Liberals in second place. We've got 100 seats to come, and a lot of them will be like this. But some will be mining seats, and some will be from Scotland.
And here out in the showers again, Mr. Peter Tapfall, back in Horncastle.
32% of the vote for the Liberal there, pushing up into second place.
And a look at that Worcestershire South seat, which we mentioned earlier, the Gerald Nabarro inheritance.
And the Powerlight candidate only got 1.4% of the vote there.
And here's the Labour, Mr. Wainwright, holding safe mining seat. We still have to hear from the Liberal, Mr. Richard Wainwright, in the Kern Valley.
And the Liberals got into second place in a mining seat. It's not in another safe seat, but the other way around.
So a bit to play for. And now let us go back to almost to the very origin of the election. Robin Day is talking to Mr. Joe Gormley and to Frank Cousins.
Well, now, Mr. Gormley, if Mr. Wilson is on the end of his telephone and he says to you, Joe, what do I have to do to get the miners back to work within 48 hours, what do you say to him?
I see him invite us across and let's talk about the issue and let's see how we can get to a position where the members can accept the increase and get back to work as soon as possible.
Having got into those talks, what would you be asking of an incoming minority Labour government which is in a difficult situation?
You know, Robin, I've been asked that question so often, and I'll tell the lads when we're over the negotiating table rather than tell anybody over the television cameras. I believe that negotiations are the negotiating room.
I realise this, Mr. Gorman, and I'm not trying to embarrass you, but there are millions of people watching who have a deep concern as to what the miners are now going to do. Because, but I'll come back to you, Mr. Gormley, and let you think about it, because I'm going to go to Chelmsford, where Norman St. John Stevens' result, one way or the other, is coming through.
I, being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the Chelmsford constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election was as follows. Stuart Gordon Mole, 21,929. Francis Morell, 16,063. Norman Anthony Francis St. John Stevens, 28,560. And that Norman Anthony Francis St. John Stevens has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
I must first thank the returning officer, Mr. Hartley, and his staff for the wonderfully efficient way in
Liberals
which
second, with 33% of the vote. Norman Serras' vote drops by 11%, the Labour vote drops by 12%, and so it's actually a slight swing to the Conservatives, except we don't talk about swinging seats where the Liberals come second.
Perhaps I can say to Stuart that I did describe him as an untried young man. Well, he has been tried and found to be an extremely good candidate indeed. And I want to thank all my supporters for their hard work. This has been a very good result for us because we lost 13,000 voters in some of our strongly conservative areas. And finally, may I say that Chelmsford has honoured me for the fourth time by electing me as member for this city and surrounding district. And I shall continue to do my best to serve everyone in this constituency, irrespective of party.
And there's the speech by Mr. Norman St. John Stevens with some praise for his young Liberal opponent, Mr. Stuart Mole. You would see there, while we are hearing Mr. St. John Stevens, that Mr. Clement Freud has held the Isle of Ely for the Liberals. He was rather a surprise by-election winner, and it wasn't a very safe seat for him, but he fought it hard, and the news about the posters there and the way things were going suggested he was going to do well, and he certainly has done well. We'll get the details to you just as soon as we can. Well, when we have more important news, of course, we'll give it to you, but I think we had to go away from Robin Day a little bit too quickly there. Let's go back to him again now.
Mr. Gormley, you were going to tell me what you thought the miners would ask for from an incoming minority Labour government, weren't you?
Well, I didn't need to do much thinking. We've been negotiating for the last 3 months, and people know the figures we've been negotiating on, but we've been in a negotiating position, and it was only last week where we submitted evidence to the pay board on the relativity diagram. So nobody needs to be in any doubt of the intentions as to where the miners would like to go, and I don't think whether it's an incoming minority Labour government or not would alter the situation at all.
But how soon could the mines be working again, given things going goodwill on both sides? And
if there was goodwill immediately the Prime Minister's known, I'm sure we could have the miners back to work within a week, as long as there is the willingness on both sides to make this possible.
And how much, will you give us any indication? Mr. Wilson may be watching you now. He might like to know how far you want him to go.
I say I'll whisper in his ear rather than tell you.
Righto, Mr. Gobley. Now, Frank Cousins, you were a member, some people may forget, but of course you haven't. You were a member of the incoming Wilson cabinet in '64, weren't you?
Yes.
Bearing in mind those circumstances, which were in an economic crisis, not as serious as this one, though you thought so at the time, thought it was serious then, what mistakes should a Labour government, an incoming Labour government, avoid?
Well, it should get out of the idea that it had to control the trade unions in order to make economic recovery possible. Each government for a number of years has thought that it needed to lay down some pattern as to which people like Joe should adhere, that they should be told before we start how much they can have and accept that as the will of the Medes and Persians. Well, I think the Labour government have got over that phase in their history, and since 1969 have been trying to say that the partnership with the trade unions was the only way in which you could get a solution to industrial democracy problems. So that would be, I think, the first lesson that they would have to learn. The second one is...
You mean, what you're saying is abolish statutory control on wages, pay board immediately?
And have, in fact, understandings with the trade unions as to how they would present the economic facts to them, so that assessed and intelligent judgments could be made by men who lead these powerful trade unions in the interests of their own members and in the community in total.
Granted that all trade unionists, and indeed perhaps a great many Conservative ministers, dislike statutory controls over wages in principle. In this particular economic situation, with inflation serious, and the balance of payments serious, and so on, is there not a case in this emergency for a minority Labour government keeping the controls on for a little while working towards a voluntary social compact contract
well,
with the trade union?
In 1956, I made a speech in front of the TUC in which I said, if we're having a free-for-all, then the people I represent are part of the all. So if you think...
John Brady, 3,088. Gerard Fitt,
SDLP,
19,554. I'll say again, 19,554. John McQuaid, 17,374. Albert Price, 5,662, and that the undermentioned person has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency, Gerard Fitt.
Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Kerr, I would like to thank you and your staff for the wonderful, efficient way in which you have carried out this function. All I can say is that to have won this election was such force...
So there's Mr. Jerry Fitt, who is the Deputy Leader of the new Executive in Northern Ireland, the Sunningdale Agreement and the SDLP holding Belfast West, of course, one of the most bitterly fought seats at almost any election in Northern Ireland or in the United Kingdom election, and Mr. John McQuaid there failing to upset him. Here's the Belfast East result. This is a success for Mr. Bill Craig in Belfast East. Of course, he's still to hear from North Antrim and the Reverend Ian Paisley.
It's just a pro-Sunningdale majority there to add the 3 votes, pro-Sunningdale votes up.
Whoa. And, of course, we have some other very interesting news for Liberals, which you will have seen while we had these exchanges. Conservatives holding Angus North and Mearns, but again, it would have been surprising if they had lost it. But, of course, you've seen that for the Liberals, Mr. Clement Freud has held the Isle of Ely, but the Liberals have lost Ripon back to the Conservatives. Now, Mr. Freud took that narrowly in a by-election. He makes it look like a safe Liberal seat. Mr. John Stevens came back and fought it again, and he hasn't succeeded where other Conservatives have. And in Ripon, where Dr. Keith Hampson is the Conservative, they've taken it back.
Almost all the Liberal victories have been on a grand scale. All last time, they were all very narrow. But they've had great disappointment, for where they've won big.
Well, Dr. Keith Hampson is a lecturer in history. He's a former personal assistant to Mr. Heath. He nursed Bexley for him at the last election. And here we go to Hereford, Mr. Gibson Watt, who's a junior minister of Welsh Affairs in the Conservative government.
And quite an impressive Liberal vote, 34% there.
And a little bit of good news for Mr. Wilson, I think, just on the way. Not a surprise, but just the sort of thing that he would quite like to hear about Labour holding Caithness and Sutherland there, yes. Mr. McLennan. Now, here we are in the South Files, and that, of course, is very, very strong Conservative territory, Liberal coming second.
Caithness is one of the few Liberal hopes of gains in Scotland.
Although I think Mr. McLennan has really begun to make it his own seat on a personal basis now. And now we go down to the valleys, and safe Labour seat, Plaid Cymru coming second, but not really a challenge.
All of them losing their deposit, except the victor there. It was the safest Labour seat in Wales, it still is.
So with those results under our belt, I think Bob McKenzie has some news.
Well, something very interesting happened in the total vote now. The Conservatives have actually outpaced Labour by, 50,000, 60,000. And that's a new development. They're bound to be able to make something of it, claiming that we got more votes if it's a near-dead heat in the House of Commons. The Liberals are still running at half the vote of either of the big parties, with still only 8 seats to show for it. It's really a rather spectacular chart, that one, when you now look at it. Could we also look at the share of the vote, because this follows from the first one. The Conservative share of the vote in this election, in the centre column at the top, is now slightly ahead of the Labour share of the vote. The Tories are down 7.5% from the last election. Labour's down just over 5.5% from the last election. And the only winners in share of the vote are the Liberals and the others. Both major parties have lost support in the country, the Conservatives rather more than Labour. But the Conservatives having slightly more support at the moment in 558 seats than has the Labour Party. But the Labour Party is ahead by perhaps 7 seats on our prediction at the moment. We shouldn't go up too absolutely hard now on the possibility that the Conservatives, if they had 8 or 9 loyalists who they make a deal with, and all the Liberals, could still carry on.
I think it's a very nice question, though, Bob, whether Mr. Heath could make a deal with the loyalists. After all, he's the one that wound up the Stormont government. He put the Assembly in. And indeed, a great deal of faith has been put in him by, say, people like Mr. Jerry Fitt in coming into government in Northern Ireland. So a deal with the Lords is very hard for him, and indeed very hard for Mr. Wilson.
For anybody. I mean, it's just sort of an open issue in one sense. I think myself, the most likely thing is a Labour minority government, but I think we shouldn't say there is no possibility of a Conservative minority government the way things are going in these uncertain marginal areas like Northern Ireland.
Well, of course, if you run something like a presidential election campaign, you get a presidential election result, you have the surplus of the votes, but you don't actually have the seat. No. A little look at the Belfast West results there. Mr. Jerry Fitt, who's the deputy head of the executive, under Mr. Brian Faulkner.
That's a bigger majority than they used to have in Belfast West, but I think it's probably rather a disappointment for Mr. Fitt, who expected rather more.
We'd better have a word from Belfast about these matters now. Vincent Hanna is there, so let's go to Belfast and hear from him.
Well, from Northern Ireland there is sensational news. The Loyalists, those are the people who support the Reverend Ian Paisley, have captured 2 important Belfast seats with massive swings. 15.6% in one case, 21.4% in another. And this is a very serious situation here, because these are the people who say, and they confirmed it this morning to me, that they will disrupt the democratic process in Westminster, that they will act in a balance of power situation. But there is good news for supporters of Mr. Gerard Fitt, because he has once again won West Belfast in the face of intense opposition from Republican candidates. He has beaten John McQuaid with a majority of just over 2,000. A quick comment from our expert, Dr. Con O'Leary.
The swing to which you refer is the swing from the Assembly elections last year. It's been very high in those 2 constituencies. Mr. Fitt's results can be regarded as quite exceptional. If this swing were to be repeated elsewhere in Northern Ireland, it could mean that the Loyalists would win all the remaining seats.
And that would be very serious for whoever occupies number 10 Downing Street. Now, with me is the Minister of Commerce for Northern Ireland and the Deputy Leader of the SDLP party, Mr. John Hume. Comment, please.
Well, delighted at Jerry Fitt's return. He faced fierce and intense opposition in one of the most vitriolic campaigns that we've ever seen, and he has come through yet again. He has upped our vote of 6 months ago by 6,000 votes, showing that his clear support in the non-unionist camp for Sunningdale. I reject the interpretation of the swing to Loyalists based on Assembly elections. That's an improper swing, because the issues were different.
Yes.
And I would also point out that in each case where a Loyalist has won a seat, he has won it on a minority vote.
At the same time, there's a very serious and significant swing to the Loyalist faction.
Well, I accept that they've won 2 seats in Belfast.
But 2 safe seats.
Two traditional Loyalist
Yes.
seats in Belfast, but when one looks at the vote, one can see, and the interesting thing in terms of Sunningdale that has to be looked at in this election is the areas in which there is a clear choice between the 2 brands of unionists.
Well,
and to date there is
we'll
clear
stop you
evidence
there.
that there's strong support
We have to
for
stop you here
Sunningdale
because
in
we
the
have to go
unionist
back
side.
now to Network and back to London. We'll be back in Northern Ireland again soon. So I return you to London.
And we just pause briefly in London before going out to Chelmsford, where Esther Ranson is talking to Mr. Norman St. John Stevens.
First of all, obviously, Norman St. John Stevens, I must congratulate you on your...
Esther, very much.
But looking ahead, although you are, of course, still officially Minister for the Arts, it looks likely that you may have to give up that.
Well, I think we must wait for the result. I'm officially and unofficially still Minister for the Arts.
Very good. But if you were to lose it, what would you miss most about it, do you think?
I think what I would miss most is really having a job into which, even in the short time I've been in it, I've been able really to put the whole of myself. There are very few jobs, you know, like that. And I mean, if you can't be Prime Minister, the next best thing to be is to be Minister for the Arts. And I'm very sorry I've been unable to get through, so far, the public lending right for authors, for justice to authors. But at any rate, whether I continue to be Minister or not, at least I've given it a jolly good push.
Did you find that you learnt anything new in your job? Did it broaden your horizons, so to speak, at all?
Yes, I think that what I knew, as it were, in an abstract way, I realized in a very concrete way how terribly important the arts are in our society, and at a time when, of necessity, because of the crisis, we have to spend less on our material objectives, we can, I think, very profitably spend a great deal more on our spiritual ones, and in gaining those objectives, I put the arts very high indeed.
So people who say we can't afford them, give them up. You say not
we can't
we need
afford
them.
not to have the arts, and any money spent on the arts, you get an immense return, and in comparison with other spheres of public expenditure, there are very small sums involved indeed. So my slogan was and is, spend more on the arts and help to give the country the artistic values which people want, particularly for their children.
That's a very long slogan.
Yes,
Do you
I
think
know.
it will catch on?
I don't know. If you repeat it often enough when you're interviewing all my various rivals, then I think it will.
You seem to have a sense of humour, Norman.
Yes, I've needed it just recently.
Isn't that against the rules for a politician?
I think really having a sense of humour is the same thing as having a sense of proportion.
But I thought that once a politician got people to laugh, they lost votes.
Well, that hasn't been the case in Chelmsford, and we have had one or two good laughs, yeah.
What's your ambition now?
My ambition is to continue to serve the country in Parliament, to serve my constituents here, and to serve the Conservative Party, which I've been a member of for over 20 years.
Norman St. John Stevens, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Back to London.
Thank you.
And let's have a look at what the prediction board is saying at this particular time. And let's just have a quick look here and see. Conservatives 297, Labour 306, Liberals 13. The Labour majority over the Conservatives 9 after 559 results, and that of course is still clearly in injury time. Well, there are many serious issues of course in this election, and there are many serious issues to be faced by the country in the hours and days ahead. But all general elections aren't just like that. It has its moments of fun and its unusual stories. Robin Day now is talking to the cartoonist Jack.
Well, Heath would win,
yes.
So I did a sort of smiling Ted with the caption of winner by a firm but fair knockout.
I noticed the referee, you've got a very good likeness of Alastair Burnet.
But just to cover my bets,
yes.
I also had Harold Wilson winning, just
yes.
in case.
Yes,
there was,
in case.
There was
yes.
the outside chance.
Yes, Robert Carville said no chance at all, I think.
Yes. And unfortunately, this is the one that's had to go in the paper today with a revised caption.
Yes,
careful,
I have it here, yes.
You know, careful, Harold, the real fight's just beginning.
Yes.
But this is only a temporary one.
Yes.
On the other hand, at the time, I felt that there was a possibility that Jeremy Thorpe would hold a sort of a massive Liberal minority.
Yes.
So I had to put him in with a big fight shock. However, during the night, listening to my radio and that, I was aware I'd have to go to work again.
Yes.
So I've come in, and later on tonight, the paper will change, or the cartoon will change, and I've got them all out. And a favourite caption came, you know, the oldest one in the world, "We can't go on meeting like this."
Well, the laughter is its own congratulations, Jack. That's your final version.
That's it. No more.
Well, there we are. Alastair Burnet is looking puzzled there.
Well, I'm very glad to say that the responsibility for running the country isn't actually in my hands.
And they are going to go on meeting like that if these results mean anything.
And we'll be meeting them for a long time to come. Then Michael Foot back there in Ebbw Vale. Of course, again, it would be a real earthquake if he hadn't got back, but I shouldn't say that. There were, in fact, 2 minor earthquakes in South Wales, geographically or geologically, earlier this week. Conservatives holding mid-Sussex, well, would have been a real earthquake if they had lost it. Let's look at some of these results. And here's mid-Sussex, Mr. Timothy Renton holding the seat.
Liberals are 30%, up into second place, up 10%.
And in Petersfield, Miss Joan Quennell back.
Liberals up into second place, up 20% to 35% of the vote. Ms. Quennell comfortably back.
And Kettering, Sir Geoffrey de Freitas. Of course, when he left Lincoln, Mr. Dick Taverne took that seat, and so another saga began, but of course he's been back in Kettering since 1964.
Very slight swing to Labour in this Steel seat.
And in East Grinstead, the burghers there, loyally returning Mr. Geoffrey Johnson Smith.
Liberals still in second place and up to 34%.
And we'll have some more results in a moment, but that is the way, and we have some quite crucial and key results still to come, and very crucial and key talks going on in several parts of London. Now, this is a time perhaps to lift our eyes from the election exclusively, and let's go now to the newsroom where Kenneth Kendall will give us the news.
Hello. Well, another cold afternoon for most of us, very cold in some eastern areas. If you look on the chart, you'll see there's outbreaks of rain, sleet and snow down many eastern parts of the country, from northeast Scotland down to Kent. As the afternoon goes on, though, this rain, sleet and snow will move away eastwards, and somewhat brighter and drier weather will come along from the west, though it'll probably be after dark before this drier weather finally reaches the northeast of England. In the brighter weather in the west there'll be sunny spells. There'll also be showers, these showers falling as snow over the higher ground. And then tonight, well, it'll become mostly dry, apart from a few showers near western coasts, but it's going to be a cold night with a fairly widespread moderate frost in most places, and possibly also in southeastern districts a few mist and fog patches. Well, that's all from me, and now back to Alastair.
And that does sound very much like a political forecast, mist and fog patches and snow on the higher ground. While we were away there, we've had a few headlines, and the Scottish Nationalists have taken Aberdeenshire East. That is Mr. Douglas Henderson, the former senior vice chairman of the party, and he has defeated Mr. Patrick Walridge-Gordon, who had been the MP there since 1958.
A very big majority, and the Scottish Nationalists have their 4th seat. I think they're almost bound to have the Western Isles, that's 5 seats, and they've got good hopes in Argyll. So we'll have 6 Scottish Nationalists.
Now, here's some news for the Conservatives. Our understanding is that they have held Buckingham.
That I don't know if it's official yet, but our belief is that Mr. Bill Benyon has held Buckingham.
With an increased majority.
And there it is official, Mr. Robert Maxwell failing to return to Parliament. And there is a recount going on at Berwick-on-Tweed. The Liberals have held one of their by-election successes, the Isle of Ely. They've lost Ripon and Sutton and Cheam, and now a recount going on at Berwick.
But they had two recounts in the by-election last November.
Well, it was very narrow.
Majority of 57.
I think we'll have a little look now at Belfast North, and here again a United Unionist Party candidate is back in Belfast North. This was the seat which was once held by Mr. Stratton Mills. He didn't contest it this time. Mr. David Smith has not even really challenged.
But once again, a pro-unionist, pro-Sunningdale majority, but a comfortable win for the Loyalists through the split vote.
But unable to muster it on the part of one pro-Assembly party. And I think now Robin Day is talking to Jerry Fitt in Belfast.
Good morning, Mr. Fitt.
Good morning, Robin.
Can Mr. Wilson rely on your support in the House of Commons if he forms a minority government?
Mr. Wilson could always rely on my
So we can call it 307 instead of 306.
It's a 307. I hope it's more before the
turning to the Ulster picture, you'll forgive me starting with the national one first. Turning to the Ulster picture, what is going to be the reading we should have of your results over there with three? We have Mr. Craig in at Belfast East, the Reverend Bradford, not Mr. Roy Bradford, in another Loyalist in Belfast South, and Mr. Carson in another constituency just now.
Naturally, I would have wanted to see other results, but the votes have been cast and those people have been elected by their constituencies. In my own contest, I have just emerged from one of the dirtiest smear campaigns that I have ever been engaged in. I was opposed by a United Ulster Loyalist, and I can quite understand his opposition. I have been opposed to him throughout my life. But on the other side, we had Mr. Price, who ran as an independent candidate. He is the father of the Price sisters, and one has only got to look at the press since polling day to see that every vicious tactic imaginable was used against me in this election. Another candidate, Republican clubs, he again used a very dirty campaign, but they haven't been successful.
Do you tell the people of Northern Ireland, and did you tell them in your campaign, that if there is a Labour government and a Labour Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, that it will pursue broadly the same policies and will not sell out the North to the South?
Yes, I have said that repeatedly, that there has been a bipartisan approach to the Northern Ireland problem existing at Westminster. I know that Conservative ministers, in their own way, they have tried to be helpful. But I'm very much looking forward, and I don't want to be making appointments to Mr. Wilson's cabinet. I'm very much looking forward to Merlin Rees taking over as Secretary of State for Northern Ireland.
Mr. Fitt, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
There are some words coming through now about some Conservative successes. It appears that they may well have held Falmouth and Camborne and Bosworth. And that, of course, would mean there's a recount there at Hertford and Stevenage, which is interesting. But, of course, if these hold up, it would mean that Mr. Wilson's majority is by no means secure, and we really are in the deadlock position.
Hertford and Stevenage is surely Shirley Williams' seat, which we thought was firmly in her hands. The Conservatives have failed to catch any of the four seats he said they could get. The Labour Party has failed to get any of the four seats we expected on the swing that they might likely get. So the picture is not quite so good for in fact, the projection has gone down to 305 for Labour now.
Well, with that situation, this is the time, I think, to go to Keith Graves there at Transport House.
Well, until a few minutes ago, the foyer here at Transport House was crowded with Labour Party workers who were hoping that Mr. Wilson would come here straight from the airport. They were going to give him a jubilant reception, but he presumably thought that the jubilation was a little premature. He went straight to his house, as you probably saw, about 200 yards away. We have just heard, however, that he is going to come here in about 10 to 20 minutes' time. At the moment, he is having lunch with some of his aides and with Mrs. Wilson, and also with Ron Haywood, the Labour Party's General Secretary. Then he is going to come here and talk to the Labour Party workers who've helped him throughout the campaign, and then he's going for a very important shadow cabinet meeting. Mr. Callaghan's on his way down at the moment. He says that meeting will be held at the House of Commons, and it could take, he says, several hours. He'll be getting results into him there, and we hope that he may be able to talk to us, probably throwing a bit more light on his future after that meeting. This is Keith Graves at Transport House.
And at the close of Chief Gray's remarks there, we saw how Mr. James Sillars has held Ayrshire South, a safe mining seat and as well as farming seat in South Ayrshire. A look at the prediction board now after some of these results have been coming in, and that shows how the gap has narrowed and how we are very much in a deadlock situation, looking all the time more like a minority government, and that's what the computer is telling us. We'll have a little look now at some of the results which have come through, and in some of the home counties and a little bit to the west. All quite safe Conservative situations. Airy Neve back in Abingdon.
Hardly any change there, and yet in all those seats the Liberals jump up from lost deposits to a quarter of the vote. That doesn't affect the share of the other two parties.
And some more reasonably safe Conservative seat. Yarmouth safe there for Mr. Anthony Fell. He has been in some trouble there in the past.
Hardly any move in those East Anglian seats. We're waiting for North West, which the Conservatives might pick up from Labour.
And here's some famous names. Michael Foot, Francis Pym, who's been the Secretary of Northern Ireland, and Sir Alec Douglas-Hume, all back.
With very big majorities.
And some quite good news for Labour coming. Shirley Williams, we understand, has held that Stevenage seat. But here we are, some more Conservative seats racking up now from the counties, from Cornwall up to Angus.
I do wonder about that recount in Bodmin, which we were told about a long, long while ago. We've heard nothing from Bodmin since then.
Well, that'll be coming in, I don't doubt, in due course. Perhaps they've broken for lunch. It'd be very sensible of them if they did. It can be a very long count sometimes. Robert.
Well, the total vote situation gets more and more interesting. You see now the Conservatives are polling roughly 200,000 more votes than Labour, and we think that on present evidence they'll continue to poll more votes than Labour right to the end of the day. But what's really fascinating is the Liberal vote at 400,000 is the largest vote the Liberal Party has ever obtained in the history of the party. Now, we've checked this back to 1929, for example, their previous high, 5,300,000, and the trick is, of course, that in the great days of the Liberal government of 1906, they had nothing like that vote because women didn't have a vote, and men, only 60% of men voted. So that Liberal Party figure, is well worth noting, is the largest vote the Liberal Party has obtained in the history of the party.
Where has it got them?
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, representation. It's got them 8 seats, and it takes a clear 800,000 now to win a Liberal seat.
An interesting result there while we were talking, the Conservatives holding Aberdeenshire West. This was the seat, of course, of Lieutenant Colonel Colin Mitchell and Mr. Russell Fairgrieve, who moved up at the last minute from the Borders. He was unsuccessful against Mr. David Steele there in 1970. Mr. Russell Fairgrieve has held that seat in Aberdeenshire West for the Conservatives. Remember, we told you that Aberdeenshire East has gone to the Scottish Nationalists. A little look now, if we have the opportunity, at some results. And I'd no surprises there.
Okay.
And Jock Bruce Gardine, that was an outside chance, I think, for some of his rivals, but he's safely back.
The Liberals were worrying Sir Harwood Harrison, but they're still 14% behind him in I.
Commodore of the House of Commons Yacht Club. Here's Falmouth and Campbell, Mr. David Mudd holding that seat for the Conservatives. He won it in 1970. And there's Mr. Adam Butler holding Bosworth, and Mr. Maurice Macmillan, the former Employment Secretary. He's been at the Treasury most recently, holding Farnham.
Well, Bosworth was one of Labour's hopes, was a slight swing to the Conservatives in this mining seat, or seat with some miners in it.
And these are reasonably safe seats coming through for the parties, though, although the Conservatives obviously bucked, I suppose, by Falmouth and Campbell and by Bosworth. And now, Robin.
Well, coming back to the problems of the new government, Alf Allen of Udsdor, distinguished member of the trade union delegation, which has been talking with Mr. Heath off and on. Mr. Allen, what do you say that the trade unions can do to help a minority Labour government in this difficult situation, and in particular, is the TUC's offer not to use an increase for the miners as an argument for their own claims still on the table, available to Harold Wilson?
Well, firstly, today I have to say that clearly I'm disappointed that the Labour Party have not secured an overall victory over the other two parties. I'm left, because of that, facing, as I see it, a challenging and critical situation. But one thing I think is certain, that the trade union movement, given a leadership of Mr. Wilson and his government, creating the right kind of economic and social conditions that have been clearly indicated to us, given the return of a Labour government, that the trade union movement will respond in a responsible manner.
Can I ask you one question, which you may not want to answer, but your answer would be very interesting if you cared to give it? Who do you think would be the best man to be Chancellor in a Labour government in this situation of perhaps lack of confidence abroad? Do you think you want a man of experience like Mr. Jenkins, or perhaps Mr. Healy, as most people expect?
Well, it's really not for me to comment about that. The plain fact is that
you're a free citizen, Mr. Allen.
Yes, I know, and I opt for the rights of a free citizen. And that is to say that the trade union movement will work with any cabinet minister which Mr. Wilson determines is advisable in the best interest of this country and the party.
Is the trade union offer, TUC offer I mentioned, still on the table to Mr. Wilson?
The offer, it's more than an offer in the sense in which we've had talks with the shadow cabinet as they were then. And certainly I believe that the essential thing is to get Britain back to work. And I'm quite convinced that the trade union movement would take every possible step to ensure that that takes place with all speed.
Do you think that statutory controls must be swept away immediately in this situation?
Oh, of course I do. The history points quite clearly to the fiasco of statutory controls in Britain.
Well, we'll see what the new Labour government, if there is one, a minority Labour government, does. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Alastair?
And this is a chance to look at those close colleagues of Mr. Wilson's who have been returned in this election. No distinguished heads of roll this time. Mr. Wilson himself back, Mr. James Callaghan, Sir Anthony Crossland, Michael Foote, Roy Hattersley, Dennis Healy, Roy Jenkins, Robert Mellish, Fred Peart, Reg Prentice. These are all names of the last Labour government. Merlin Rees, who might pick Northern Ireland. William Ross, it's not quite clear whether he would go on in Scotland. Peter Shaw, of course, with Europe. These are all the great names of the Conservative Party back. Indeed, Labour Party back. One has, of course, got to say that all the great names of the Conservative Party are back so far, with the exception of Mr. Gordon Campbell in Murray and Nairn, the former, now we must call him Secretary of State for Scotland. A little look at some of the results. And there are 3 Labour seats.
And 2 of them showing big swings, 2 in Wales showing big swings to the Conservatives, right against the tide. Then the whole of Wales has on balance swung to the Conservatives and not to Labour.
And the most marginal one there is the bottom one, Leon Britton taking Cleveland and Whitby.
And there's a mining seat for the low swing to Labour.
And 2 mining seats and a farming seat.
And 2 mining seats both swinging to the Conservatives. And a farming seat also swinging. 3 seats all showing a movement against the national tide towards the Conservatives.
And here we have no particular surprises in any of those. And Derbyshire North East, this is Mr. Tom Swain, there's mining in that as well.
I think there may be something wrong about that swing figure. I think it might be checked. It is. It's a very remarkable result.
And here we have some more seats. No surprises there, but the waistcoats of Mr. Leo Absey will not be absent from the new House of Commons.
And there's no reason for the scare about a recount in Harford and Stevenage. It was absolutely clear-cut Labour over Conservative by a handsome 8,000 majority.
Now, David, what has the Labour Party got to look forward to if it's going to widen this gap now? It's down to a Labour majority over Conservative of only 7.
Frankly, it has nothing to look forward to except saving Colne Valley from the assault of Richard Wainwright, which is one of the Liberals' best hope almost now. There are recounts going in Bodmin and Berwick, 2 seats for Liberals. One they hope to hold, one they hope to win. And there's also, of course, the recount we've heard about in Carmarthen, where on the 3rd recount it was rumoured that Gwenville Evans, the president of the Plaid Cymru, was ahead by 10 votes.
But none of these 3 recounts really affects Mr. Wilson's predicament, because these are none of them seats which will go to Labour. They're merely
Carmarthen is held by Labour.
Right. So there's at least one thing for Mr. Wilson to keep his fingers crossed about. The others fights between Conservatives and Liberals, and of course we still haven't heard yet from some of the seats that the Scottish Nationalists hope to take. Now, Robin.
Well, 3 well-informed political journalists are joining me now to speculate on the new situation, which we will assume for the purposes of argument is a minority Labour government under Mr. Wilson. How will this affect his cabinet, and do you think that his cabinet, particularly the key office of Chancellor, will be affected by the situation in which he finds himself? Alan Watkins.
Yes, Chancellor is the key job, really. It's much more important than Foreign Secretary. In some ways, you could argue that Dennis Healey would be a reliable choice because he's a rather stern fellow and seems set to inaugurate a regime of Cromwellian austerity which might please the foreign bankers. On the other hand, he has not had experience, whereas Roy Jenkins has. Now, Roy Jenkins, it's very well known, wants to be Foreign Secretary. I don't think he'd say no to going back...
To renegotiate the Treaty of Rome?
I think that would be farmed out to somebody else, you know. I think there'd be someone like Peter Shaw, or we've had this rather lunatic speculation that Enoch Powell might be offered the job. I don't think that's odd myself. But Roy Jenkins would like the perks of being Foreign Secretary, to be another great office of state for him to have held. You have this dilemma in Wilson's mind.
Is Mr. Crosland a possibility?
I think Mr. Crosland's a possibility. The other possibility, of course, is Mr. Harold Lever, who would certainly command respect of a sort in international financial circles, except that he has what are considered very dotty ideas, as he believes in growth and not punishing people and not creating unemployment deliberately. And in the present economic climate, these are rather unfashionable.
Ken Waller, what do you think about it?
Well, I think Mr. Healey is the most likely choice for it, because it's not only, as Alan rightly says, the most important job, it's also the most urgent job, because there has to be a budget within a month. And there has to be probably negotiations with foreign bankers for a massive loan to cover our balance of payments deficit. So therefore, as Dennis Healey has been preparing the ground as Shadow Chancellor, I would guess that he will continue in that way, with Roy Jenkins as Foreign Secretary.
Comment, Andrew Alexander?
Well, I would think that, as a matter of fact, Crosland is an outsider to go for in this particular situation. When Roy Jenkins was made Chancellor in place of Mr. Callaghan, in fact, it was thought on very good grounds that Mr. Wilson, in fact, had thought that he would prefer Anthony Crosland. I think he's a very likely figure. It is such a key figure because it's that face just going through number 11 Downing Street, which will have the whole effect on the external currency market.
Well, we'll perhaps see a little of Westminster and Mr. Wilson shortly.
We are waiting now for the results from Barry, where Sir Raymond Gower is the defending Conservative candidate. We'll have a little look at some results if we have a moment. There's the one for the Conservatives there.
But the Aberdeenshire West is the interesting one. The Liberals came fairly near to taking that seat. They held from 66 to 70. They were, though, 3% behind the Conservatives. Mr. Fairgrieve gets the seat that Mad Mitch had.
And Mr. Corrie Farmer taking Fitzroy MacLean's old seat. And here's the Hemel Hempstead result. Mr. James Allison back there, but very narrow indeed.
It had to be a recount of 4% swing to Labour. That's the sort of seat Labour needs to make an unexpected breakthrough if they were to do anything today. It has been very disappointing. I think they've only made 3 gains in today's results when they needed about 8.
And Durham Northwest, well, nobody's going to make a breakthrough there.
The Liberals come in and get 18% in the Durham seat.
And here's Daventry, no real surprises there. Liberal running quite strongly.
Used to be called South Northamptonshire.
And that's the best that we can do at this moment to comfort Mr. Wilson, but I think he must know now very well what his fate is over the next few hours.
Look behind your head, Alastair. It really is very striking to see that. The Conservatives within 10 seats of Labour, they were way behind. Now in the last body of results, they've come, so it's not just a computer projection. These actual seats, we have solid evidence, these have been won and lost.
Now, and again, of course, as Bob McKenzie and you have been saying, David, this is a situation where the Conservatives have a majority of votes cast over Labour. Now, one wonders how that's going to temper the conduct of the House of Commons. Such a minority government, even if it has only unofficial Liberal support, how is it going to say that it has a mandate to do anything?
I think this is a great dilemma. I really find this a very depressing result.
This is one that will, of course, can't be resolved until Parliament meets, but it must be a worry at the back of Mr. Wilson's head as he has his lunch now.
I think this is a chance to go over there to Barry to see what the result is likely to be and what the situation is at this moment.
Well, we're expecting the result here at any moment. The candidates are assembled on the platform. We're just waiting for the returning officer. It's a four-sided contest. Labour, Conservative, Plaid Cymru and the Liberals, and it's held by Sir Raymond Gower for the Conservatives since 1951. The result should be with us in just a minute or so.
If I can just interrupt there, we could give the news while we're waiting at Barry that the Liberals have recaptured the Colne Valley. So that's Richard Wainwright back in the seat which he had from 66 to 70, and Mr. David Clark out. So that's a success for Jeremy Thorpe today.
And a Labour seat lost. That Liberal victory at the expense of Labour. Most of the Liberal things at the expense of the Conservatives.
So it all becomes curiouser and more deadlock. A little chance to take in some results if we can. Here's Ilkston. Very
swing to the Conservatives. The big swing to the Conservatives, 3.8, about the biggest I remember.
Only had one result there at that time. Well, now that's Richard Wainwright back. That's quite a reinforcement to Mr. Thorpe's benches. He must now, I suppose, be most concerned about the David Steele result.
David Steele, of course, he assumes that Joe Grimmond will be back, and there's Lottel Johnson in Inverness, and then there are those two recounts in Bodmin and Berwick, and of course there's Ross and Cromarty, where they have some hope of a breakthrough. So they could get up to 14, but they'll be very lucky if they all go their way.
But Richard Wainwright, in his way, perhaps the personification of moderation. And he's fought that seat through thick and thin, by-elections, general elections. It's always nip and tuck, and he's remade it Liberal territory in this general election. Nothing coming in now to help the Conservatives to say that they're holding any of their difficult seats. They must still have hopes in Berwick-on-Tweed, of course, there with that recount. We'll have a word now with Paul Griffiths in that Conservative stronghold, the City, and here's Paul's report on the mood and the comment there now.
Well, the City of London has had its long face and its rather glum face all morning, and it still has it at this stage of the day. But what about the small investor? I wonder whether the small investor is actually, and should be, as confused as perhaps the rest of the country is. Charles Woodhouse, you're Managing Director of Hill Samuel Unit Trust. How do you feel with the predictions, the confusion of the predictions at the moment? How do you feel on behalf of the private investor? What should or could he be doing?
Well, as far as a unit holder is concerned, I think they should stand fast. There's no cause for panic. They've got professional money managers looking after their interests here in the city, and that's all they need.
But those people who aren't under your wing, as it were, or under the wing of unit trusts or bonds of some description, and are going it alone, how should they feel at the moment?
Oh, I think life is much more difficult for them. It always has been. Of course, the professional manager has seen this up and down in the market before. It's very confusing indeed for the private individual. But I think nowadays there are enough methods of employing a manager from unit trusts in all sorts of other ways that they should really think seriously about taking this step and employing one.
Do you think that the City is looking for another election if it comes out the way it looks as it might?
I think the City is always disappointed in a period of uncertainty. I don't think that it's up to the City, and I don't think it can, in fact, influence as to whether there's going to be an election or not.
So how badly off will the City be if, in fact, the Labour Party gets in with a very slim majority, as it looks as though it might at this time? How badly off will the City be? Because this morning we've seen, and even the headlines of the evening papers are saying, worst day ever, this sort of thing.
Oh, I think this is a reaction to the market which crept up before the poll, in line with the opinion polls in the country, and all it has done today is to fall back to its previous level.
And Mr. Heath is holding a press conference at 3 o'clock, obviously a vital moment for him and for the country. And with that situation at 2 o'clock, the Conservatives just 10 seats behind Labour at this time, and Liberals and others with 20 seats holding the balance. As I was saying, Mr. Heath with a press conference at 3 o'clock, where no doubt he will make his intentions known. Just one brief footnote, you may have seen the Conservatives holding Norfolk South, That's another of Mr. Heath's young men, Mr. John McGregor, who's been his private secretary, into the House of Commons. So the young Heath men are doing well, even if Mr. Heath himself appears to be on the way out in this general election. However, he's talking at 3 o'clock. A little look at that Liberal gain in the Colne Valley. There's Richard Wainwright back, and Mr. David Clark, who had the seat for Labour since 1970. He's out this time.
Mr. Wainwright's only up 2%, drawn equally from the other two parties. It's enough to put him back in the House again. You see, first three-figure majority. All the other 8 Liberals have had big majorities. 4 figures, up to 11,000 for Jeremy Thorpe in North Severn.
And the situation in Newark, that Labour have held that seat. Had there been any movement to the Conservatives, it would have been marginal, but that's one Mr. Wilson has got back. He didn't really have any worries about it. Let's go to Robert McKenzie.
Well, in the southeast, almost all the results are in now, some 64 out of 68. The last one that might have been really close, Buckingham has gone Conservative and Robert Maxwell has lost out. And we've heard that Shirley Williams is back at Hertford and Stevenage. And there are only 4 remaining are Saffron Walden, Braintree, Malden and Canterbury, and all of them expected to be safe Conservative wins. On the whole, a rather surprising lack of change when you think of it. Only 2 Conservative losses and therefore 2 Labour gains, Gravesend and Luton East. Perhaps surprising that the Liberals, granted they've doubled their share of the vote in this area, have not been able to pick up anything, even in areas adjoining London where one thought they might do extremely well. Again, the story of a powerful Liberal vote, but not paying off in seats. The ones we watched at the beginning of the evening last night, which might be at risk, well, Labour held all theirs at risk down here, and the 2% swing, give or take a bit, toward the Labour Party gave Labour one gain, the important gain at Gravesend, and another at Luton East. But they didn't manage to cut through in Dover, Oxford and Buckingham the way they might have hoped to do on the way things began last night. When we come to London, it's all in now. Result is 50 Labour seats, up 4, 42 Conservative seats, down 4, and no Liberals again. Liberals losing their one real hope of holding Sutton and Cheam, and no breakthrough at places like Richmond, where they had every reason to think they might do very well. The 4 Labour gains, Ealing North, Battersea South, Lewisham West, Ilford South. Not a great change, and considering the national picture, perhaps about par for the course. Voting in London is well below the level of the nation, but considerably higher turnout than at the last election in 1970. And looking again at the marginals we followed with interest all the time, Labour held all theirs at risk to any kind of Conservative swing down here, and Conservatives surprisingly held several that were at risk to the kind of swing that's actually occurred. Again, this crisscross pattern we've had in many of these closely fought seats. Labour gain at Lewisham West, Ealing North, Ilford, Battersea South. A picture then of major stability in the southeast with just a shift to the Labour Party, enough perhaps to contribute to that national lead over the Conservatives that they might still reasonably expect to hold. Alastair.
And of course the picture Bob is painting there is totally different from what the opinion polls were saying locally about the southeast of England. We're now in Smith Square, which of course is where the Conservatives and Labour parties have their central offices. It's Transport House and Conservative Central Office. And here we have Mr. Wilson coming through with Mr. Hayward, who's the General Secretary of the Labour Party, a throng of admirers. He's coming obviously to Transport House to say his thanks to all the workers there, holding his hand up in triumph, or near triumph, I suppose one has to say. Clearly he's now the chief candidate for the next occupant of number 10 Downing Street. What remains to be seen are the precise terms on which he expects to go there. Pausing to have his photograph taken, lost the picture just for a moment there, Mr. Wilson making his way towards Transport House, and there's no question that the photographers follow the winner at this particular moment in the election. There goes Mr. Wilson inside, a cheer for him, and all the lights, all the mark of a man coming back to power, even if it's only minority power. And in the middle of the throng there at Transport House, Mr. Wilson, who looks as though the lights have gone out there for a moment. No, we're back on again. And Mr. Wilson, I think, may have something to say. Let's listen.
Thank you for that wonderful welcome. I'm just going to run through. We've got a shadow cabinet. After that, I want to tour the building and thank you all for all you've done. There you are.
Are you holding the cabinet meeting here, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
You are here now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, there's Mr. Wilson, and he must remember perhaps the scenes 10 years ago, but here's a little bit of bad news for him and good news for the Conservatives. We understand that Norfolk Northwest has been held by the Conservative, Mr. Christopher Brocklebank Fowler.
And there's one other seat they've got to worry about, West Gloucestershire. We haven't heard from it, and on the swing in marginal mining seats, it might well go to the Conservatives, having been Labour since 1945.
Mr. Wilson, his plans then, as he said, to have a meeting of his close colleagues who he would hope to form a cabinet with, no doubt, at Transport House. That's at 2:30, I understand. And at 3 o'clock, Mr. Heath has his press conference to announce, I imagine, his intentions. The Liberals are holding a press conference now. Let's go there. And here we have the familiar television apparatus, which the Liberals have installed, of course, for Mr. Thorpe to campaign nationally from his seat at North Devon. Apparently they haven't actually begun there, and we'll have a look at that. There's Sir David Renton back in Huntingdonshire. Of course, it would be a very great surprise if the Conservatives didn't hold that. So we'll have a look at what the computer is predicting at this particular time as the parties gather their thoughts. And this is how a computer sees the result of the election. Labour 304, Conservative 299, Liberal 12, Nationalist 7, others 13. And there we have the computer projection, which Mr. Wilson, Mr. Heath, Mr. Thorpe, and indeed the Nationalists, and indeed those results in Northern Ireland, we've yet to hear from the Reverend Ian Paisley, must have very much on their minds. Well now, Graham, that's what the computer's saying. What do you say to it?
Well, the prediction we have there is very much like we've been having before, except that the gap is narrowing. Labour over Conservative is now down to 5 seats. You'll also notice that we've broken up the prediction for other parties so that we're showing the Nationalists separately from the Northern Ireland seat and the Lincoln seat, the independent Labour seat there. The Northern Ireland seats have given us a little bit of trouble in trying to determine how they will come out. And I must make the point, we have not allowed that Jerry says he would take the Labour Party whip in those figures.
And it remains to be seen, however, if one of the Ulster Unionists might in fact help the Conservatives if it came to a vote on meeting the House. That's an area of uncertainty. One other thing I think we should say, are we including Selwyn Lloyd, the Speaker, among the Conservatives, or are we keeping him among others?
He is in the Conservatives.
Oh, I think he should in some ways thought of as an other, because he's certainly not going to vote. Speakers never go back to party politics.
Although he had to fight his seat, both Labour and Liberal opposed him. Anyway, there we are. Let's go now to the party conference, where the Labour Party held a press conference in Liverpool. Mr. Wilson, of course, was there, because that's where he spent the night. And here's a report this morning.
I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer for the constituency above mentioned.
That wasn't, in fact, the press conference this morning. Of course, so many things have happened today. We can't just call it always out of the thin air like that. However, we'll try and get it to you. You've heard Mr. Wilson there in Transport House, and I imagine that gave you the mood of things just as well as anything he felt when he got up this morning. And what, of course, men's secret thoughts are at this moment. Mr. Wilson must have wanted to get back to 10 Downing Street. Did he want to get back on these terms? A look at some of the results here. Newark, there's the Labour seat now rather safer than it had been.
Average swing for the East Midlands.
And in Durham, that's a safe Labour seat at all times.
But a massive swing to the Conservatives. The Liberals must have cut into the Labour vote.
Mr. Goodman Irving in Rye.
And a large increase in the Liberal vote, 30%. Mr. Irving got nearly twice as many.
I think we should now join the Liberal Party conference, which is going on at this time. Let's go over there. I think Mr. Thorpe is speaking.
All I really want to say is this, that we have now polled 5,400,000 votes, and by the end of the election it will be higher still, which is the largest vote that the Liberal Party has ever polled in its history. But it looks as if the number of members of Parliament, which at present stands at 9, will go up to, say, 15, which shows that at the present rate it takes 500,000 votes to return one Liberal Member of Parliament, as opposed to 45,000 for a Conservative or a Labour member. And it does show that we do suffer from the most outrageously undemocratic electoral system. And I would really say two things. First, that I think the 5 million Liberals are going to be very angry, the people who voted Liberal, that the system has cheated them of what they voted for. Secondly, I believe that the British people who are basically fair will agree that this is an extremely unfair system, which doesn't even reflect the views of those who have been successful accurately, and that one of the priorities which one has to face is to see that this electoral system is changed. And there's no good saying it's all very complicated and it can't be understood. It is now reintroduced in Northern Ireland, where it is a force for moderation. And I only wish that it had applied for the Westminster elections, because I think we'd have had a more moderate and responsible outturn of members of Parliament had that been adopted. I would merely say to the 5.5 million Liberals that on the basis of a civilised democratic electoral system, we would now have between 100 and 150 members of Parliament. We're going to get that system changed sooner or later. They must hold fast. We have broken through. Naturally, we're disappointed we haven't got more members of Parliament. Of course we are, but that is the system. It is through no fault of Liberals who have campaigned